Star Odyssey chapter 4729 to chapter 4780. The storyteller still did not lift his natal chart. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, next is the free story time." Did you enjoy listening to it? What I'm going to talk about next is about a powerful civilization in the square inch. The secrets are all in it. If you are interested, you can listen to it. It's free. It's free. Many creatures surrounded them. Although they were further away than before, they could still hear it. Only a few creatures stood in place without moving. They were clearly at the eternal realm. Perhaps they were afraid of the Diqian civilization, but they were not afraid. "I'll let you name your price," the Diqian civilization creature shouted, his voice shaking the city. Many creatures looked over. Who was going to make a move? The storyteller didn't seem to care at all. He slowly said, "If you want to talk about this civilization, they're really powerful. They're invincible in their territory. Even the sequences under the master path are wary of them. They have more than 10 Eternals, all for fishing. Since it's a fishing civilization, it must have an absolute method. This civilization's absolute method is called the Three Descents." The surrounding creatures looked at the Diqian civilization creature. Luin also looked over. There was no need to guess. The Three Descents must be from the Diqian civilization. The Diqian civilization creature suddenly stepped forward and stared at the storyteller. "How dare you talk about the Diqian civilization?" The storyteller stood in place and did not move. He shook his head and talked to himself. He did not see the Diqian civilization creature that was close by at all. The Three Descents are really powerful. They go to the sky, the earth, and everything in the world. Any creature that fights with the Diqian civilization will have a headache because they can't understand what the Three Descents are and why it's so powerful. Today, I'll tell you about it. Luin was interested. Was this the absolute method of a fishing civilization? He really knew about it? The Diqian civilization creature shouted, "How dare you!" It did not believe that this creature knew about the Three Descents, but it did not want him to say it. However, the storyteller did not care at all. The so-called Three Descents are the power to go to the sky, the earth, and everything in the world. It comes from the ancestor of the Diqian civilization, the Descents. If you want to understand the Three Descents, you have to start from the Descents. Speaking of which, the Descents. As the storyteller slowly finished speaking, a legendary scene appeared. Luin listened quietly, and a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. In the storyteller's mouth, he was born powerless. He was abandoned by his parents and clan and was raised by a giant beast. He drank the milk of the giant beast and fought against the herd of beasts. The unforeseen event was due to the massacre of the herd of beasts by a powerful clan from the outside world. From then on, he embarked on the legendary path. With his own strength and without any assistance, he killed his way out of the encirclement countless times. He created power time and time again and opened a magnificent picture scroll. Luin saw a shadow of himself in Lu Yin's powerless past, as he had also fought his way out of the encirclement time and time again. Before he had regained his memories, he had fought his way from the outer verse to the inner verse, from the inner verse to the cosmic sea, and then to the Neoverse, the astral tree, the hexagon society, the disaster zone, and so on. After that, he had led a group of people out of the universe with the determination to die. It was so similar to Chuwu. It had also made good friends, wives, teachers, disciples, and so on. In the end, it unified the civilization it was in and became the Dakian civilization of today. Powerlessness. It was the powerlessness of its birth, and also the powerlessness of its battles. Since it was powerless, it would make others powerless as well. With its magnificent mind, it went into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years and created the power of three. The day it came out of seclusion coincided with the arrival of the universe's catastrophe. The person who had the fate chart of fixed karma reaped the karma of its civilization. Countless living beings died tragically. Go Powerless relied on the power of three Go Powerless to fight one against two and forcefully killed the two people whose karma was fixed in the Dakian civilization. From then on, the Dakian civilization was endlessly glorious. Even the celestial palace did not dare to provoke it. It was a brilliant new star among the fishing civilizations. In the surroundings, all of the creatures felt their blood boil when they heard this. They wanted nothing more than to transform into powerless individuals and fight in all directions. So what if he had frozen karma? So what if he was in the chronological echelon? Not even the divine palace dared to provoke him. Those who used karma were all killed. This was a true hero. Clap. The storyteller clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all of the creatures. Go heaven, go earth, and the power of all things in heaven and earth. This is to divide heaven and earth into two halves. It can trap the enemy's power into the two halves of heaven and earth, and the enemy can no longer use these two powers. And the power of all things in heaven and earth is to combine heaven and earth, and all things are fused. In today's universe, other than the power of the Lord, no one can break it. However, even the power of the Lord cannot be used without reaching a certain level. This level is very high, so high that the sequences under the Lord are in despair. Only the sequences of the Lord can test it. It is also because of this that powerlessness was targeted by the Lord. Shut up, the creature from the Dacian civilization shouted and was about to attack. Luin looked up. Noisy. If we were outside, I would have killed you 10 times over. The creature from the Dacian civilization suddenly stared at Luin and ignored him. He turned to look at the storyteller. If you dare to say it, I will kill you. The storyteller laughed. Everyone, I dare to say it. Do you still dare to listen? What follows is related to the secret of the Dacian civilization. Very few people in the entire square inch know about it. Go on, I'm listening, a creature shouted. It was not far from Luin, so it was definitely an eternal being. Another creature said, I've always heard that the Dacian civilization is tyrannical. They are targeted by the Lord, but they are still so glorious. To be honest, I'm also very curious. What exactly did that powerlessness do? Could it be that he killed his way into the mother tree's main branch? Go on, I'm also curious. Go on, a very soft voice sounded from afar. Clearly, those creatures who had not reached the eternal realm also wanted to hear it. The creature from the Dacian civilization looked around fiercely. How hateful. If not for the giant city, these fellows would not have dared to be so impudent. They were just relying on the fact that they could not be seen through. This was clearly a provocation to the Dacian civilization. The most hateful thing was this storyteller. Could it really know? At this thought, the creature looked at the storyteller and asked in a low voice, what exactly do you know? The storyteller was pleased. It seems like you also want to know. Alright, I will popularize the history of your civilization for you. It can also be considered as letting you understand the past of your ancestors. Shut up. The creature from the Dacian civilization stopped him. However, the storyteller had already opened his mouth. The current glory of the Dacian civilization comes from the support of the Lord's path of karma. However, since powerlessness killed a cultivator of the Lord's path of karma and was so tyrannical, his friends and family all died at the hands of the Lord's path of karma. Why would he be supported by the Lord's path of karma? The reason is that the current leader of the Dacian civilization is not powerlessness, but... The creature from the Dacian civilization shouted, you dare speak. Chu Zheng, the storyteller said. His words were like thunder, causing the surroundings to fall silent. The creature from the Dacian civilization was shocked and immediately attacked, but his figure disappeared in an instant. Luin looked over. Had he been expelled? This was the first time he had seen a giant city expel a creature. It was really straightforward. Chu Zheng? Isn't that powerlessness's son? Some creatures were puzzled. They were not far from Luin and were eternal realm creatures who did not fear the Dacian civilization. Many of the creatures around had not heard of the Dacian civilization, but those who had heard of it knew that the leader of the Dacian civilization should be powerlessness, and Chu Zheng was powerlessness's son. Powerlessness was an eternal realm creature, so the leader of the Dacian civilization would always be it. Why did it change to Chu Zheng? There was a secret. Storyteller, continue. The eyesore has left. No one will disturb you. A creature urged, and the surrounding creatures gathered around. The storyteller laughed. The free time is over. If you want to listen, you have to pay more. Here. Here. There was no need for that creature to walk around. Countless money was thrown over. The storyteller was satisfied. Everyone is much more polite than the creatures from the Dacian civilization. Alright, I will continue. If you want to say why the Dacian civilization changed owners, it is actually very simple. Powerlessness was betrayed. The one who betrayed it was its most beloved son, Xianxia, who taught it attentively since it was young and wholeheartedly nurtured it to the eternal realm. Xianxia obtained the support of the main path of karma and betrayed powerlessness. In the end, the Dacian civilization became the puppet of the main path of karma. Although the Dacian civilization was glorious and prosperous, in reality, anyone who fixed their karmic fate chart was an important guest. And the blood feud of the ancestors has long been forgotten. Luin said, the karmic creatures that fixed their fate chart only had the same source of power as the main path of karma. However, the hatred did not necessarily have to be calculated by the main path of karma. There was no need for the storyteller to answer, as a creature beside him said, if the main path of karma did not reap karma, how could it have led to the destruction of the civilization? Why did it reap karma in such a way? Luin asked. He had said this on purpose. If he did not say this, how could he understand? Isn't it to nurture one's own race? Another creature said. However, after saying this, it quickly looked around and did not dare to say anything else. The storyteller looked at Luin and continued, who can say for sure whether the hatred will continue? There is no right or wrong in power, and it depends on the user. The hatred stems from selfishness, but selfishness can be evil to the enemy and good to oneself. In the end, the universe only has the strong and the weak, and there is no right or wrong. This powerlessness blamed all of its hatred on the main path of karma, which is why it hated the main path of karma so much. Its son, Xianxia, joined the main path of karma and even became a disciple of the ruler of karma. As a result, no one dares to provoke the Dacian civilization today. To the current Dacian civilization, as long as they forget that hatred, their days will be very good. The only thing that is unbearable is powerlessness. Powerlessness died, a creature asked curiously. The storyteller did not speak and closed his eyes. The surrounding creatures understood and began to throw money at him. Luin also threw money. Not long after, the storyteller opened his eyes and sighed. It did not die. Isn't it a pity that such a powerhouse died? Then where is it now? The storyteller's gaze was calm as he looked at the starry sky. Wandering camp. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Wandering camp? Wandering camp? The surrounding creatures kept quiet out of fear. No one spoke. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent again. Wandering camp was a taboo topic, and it was also one of the few pieces of information that could be spread outside the mother tree's main branch. Powerlessness had actually been wandering camp. The storyteller sighed deeply. A tyrant of a generation has ultimately been reduced to a plaything of the ruler's race. This is powerlessness's ending, but isn't it also your ending? Alright, that's all for today. I still want to listen to more. Please come early tomorrow. He was about to leave. A creature stepped forward. Wait, Your Excellency, are you really not selling your life disc? The storyteller was helpless. Have you guys cultivated your brains until you're stupid? I'm waiting for a good price. Do you understand? That idiot from the Dacian civilization is the same. What price? Is there a price for this thing? Of course, you can name your own price. You have to force me to say it so clearly. Sigh, these days are really hard. Behind him, the creature who was collecting the money followed quietly without saying a word. The surrounding creatures looked at each other and named their own prices, but only the storyteller heard them. The storyteller shook his head. I thought that those who dared to listen to the secrets of the Dacian civilization would be powerful. They're all a bunch of poor people. Forget it, let's go. Tell the master behind you that if you want the life chart, show some sincerity. Seriously. After saying that, he left. The creatures were helpless. They had already offered the highest price, but the storyteller did not like it. Luin looked at the departing figure of the storyteller and slowly followed him. He followed along the way, and other creatures followed along. From time to time, they would go up and say a few words, but they were all chased away by the storyteller. The price was clearly not suitable. After a while, another creature arrived, followed by the creature who had previously offered a price. The storyteller was interested and chatted with the other party for a while. Luin could not hear it. Then, he was chased away again. Are you trying to scare me? I've walked for many years and am not afraid of anyone. Go and ask around. How many secrets have I told you? Either give a suitable price or get lost, the storyteller rebuked angrily and chased away the creatures. They left the small city and walked towards the mountain. The storyteller attracted the attention of countless creatures. With the life chart, he was destined not to be lonely. Not long after, he stopped, turned around, and looked at Luin. The creature behind him also looked at Luin. Luin looked at him. You've been following me all the way. Do you want to offer a price or threaten me? Tell me about it, the storyteller asked. Luin said, I want to hear a story. The storyteller? The creature who collected the money. Luin looked at him seriously. Can I tell you? The storyteller blinked. Listen to a story? Yes. Are you serious? Of course. Only a story? What else? This life chart? It has nothing to do with me. You don't want it? I can't afford it. The storyteller didn't know what to say. Finally, he said, please come early tomorrow. With that said, he turned and left. Luin continued forward and followed. The storyteller turned around and looked at Luin. Please come early tomorrow. Luin replied indifferently, I'm afraid that you'll run away. The storyteller was speechless. I will always be here. You've offended too many creatures, and I'm afraid that you'll die, Luin said. The storyteller pondered for a moment. So, you're here to protect me? Luin shook his head, I just want to hear a few more stories before you die. How much do you want to hear the story? Very much. Even if I tell you that I made it up? Good job. The storyteller took a deep breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Telling stories was not his goal. He was only there to attract people. His goal was to buy and sell. Why would there be creatures here who wanted to listen to stories? Luin suddenly felt like he was in the Thousand Trickery show. Of course, the Thousand Trickeries had forced the storyteller to tell a story, and by using the story to deduce his personality, Luin would be able to deduce the most suitable battle technique for him. Now, Luin only wanted to use the story to understand the main Tao and the unfamiliar square inch. He had discovered that the storyteller was quite something. It was also a storyteller. Now, it was his turn to force others. I don't want to tell today. If you want to follow me, then follow me. I'm not going to tell you anyway. The storyteller turned around and left. Luin followed. In this huge city, no one could use their strength. It was impossible to run. Moreover, no matter how far he ran, he could still see him. After a while, the storyteller arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. There was a stone house below. He entered and rested. The creature who collected the money stood outside the stone house and stared at Luin. Luin sat calmly on the other side of the stone house. He closed his eyes and rested. In the stone house, the storyteller did not believe that Luin was really here to listen to stories. He must have been sent by some existence to monitor him and also for the fate compass. However, that was not necessarily the case because this creature had been listening to stories the entire time. It had been there since he told him about Xianxia. It did not know that he had a fate compass beforehand. Could it be that he really wanted to listen to stories? The sun and moon rotated in the huge city. On the second day, the storyteller walked out of the stone house and glanced at Luin before heading towards the small city. When he arrived, he began to tell stories. Actually, Luin was not the only one who was watching him. Many other creatures were watching him either openly or covertly, but none of them appeared. Luin was the most conspicuous of them all. Come, if you have money, come and support me. The storyteller began, and Luin listened with great interest. Not all of the stories were secrets, and many of them did indeed sound like they were made up. Even if they could be made up, they would need to rely on the storyteller's understanding of the local customs of the core boundary to make up the story. For example, he knew that a powerhouse with a strong destiny would stay in a certain place all year round. As a result, many creatures would gather there. Another example was that a fishing civilization had once passed by a certain location and caused a war between two civilizations. It had even implicated the divine palace, but in the end, the fishing civilization had not been able to find out anything. However, Louis knew what that fishing civilization was. This was because he had heard something, a bridge. That's right, a bridge. The first thing that came to mind was the Muddy Kingdom. Of course, he was not absolutely sure, but he could still make a guess. If it was really the Muddy Kingdom, then it would not be too far away from the surrounding area. Of course, that was 1,000 years ago, and no one knew where it had gone now. The Muddy Kingdom was definitely powerful. With a trident in hand, Enai was strong enough to challenge the main sequence alone. Although Luin had killed a few eternal realms, as long as there was no war, no one would know at first glance whether it was a fishing civilization or not. With the characteristics of the Muddy Kingdom, with so many eternal realms outside, it was too suitable for development. It would be very easy to restore it. At the end of the day, the storyteller took out the life chart and shook it again, causing many creatures to ask about it. Then, he returned to the stone house, complaining from time to time that they were all poor. Luin followed him as usual and sat outside the stone house to wait. Half a month passed by. Just a few days ago, the giant city moved. It was unknown who moved it, but it was a turbid treasure after all. Moving meant that it was tracking the dead universe. More and more creatures came into the giant city, and it was unknown how many of them were from the main sequence. This was definitely the place where Luin had seen the most eternal realms since he started cultivating. Once the war arrived, it would be quite tragic. The stone house opened, and the storyteller walked out. He glanced at Luin. He had maintained this habit for half a month. Half a month was not long, but it was very disgusting. Now, there were actually creatures who said that this guy was one of them. There were even creatures who wanted him to greet them and sell his life chart. Damn it, what was this guy trying to do? Do you really want to hear a story? I have nothing to do anyway. Okay, I'll tell you. You can even book the entire place. Pay up, the storyteller said. Luin threw out a bunch of things. The storyteller looked at them. Are these all money? You choose. The collector walked over and picked them up seriously. In the end, he took away a few, but there were many that were useless. Luin just threw out some things that he had encountered in the past, even metals. Who knew what money was to this storyteller? There was no unified currency in square inch. The storyteller looked at the money he had collected. It's not enough to book the entire place. Then don't book it. It's fine as long as you can listen. The storyteller was speechless. He walked towards the small city and began a day of storytelling. Then, another half a month passed. On this day, the storyteller returned to the stone house, and the collector also went in. The two of them were fiddling with something. Luin really wanted to go in and take a look. After a period of time, the collector came out. The storyteller was still inside, holding a piece of money that had been collected. He held it tightly and closed his eyes. Sparkling radiance swirled about, but there were no energy fluctuations. It was very gentle. Luin could not see because the stone house had no windows and was completely sealed. He sat outside the stone house for another night. The next day, the storyteller walked out and looked at Luin with an indescribable gaze. Luin saw it and did not know how to describe it. What's wrong? Is there not enough money? The storyteller looked at Luin deeply. What do you want to hear? Anything, Luin said. The storyteller was very calm this time. There must be something you want to hear more. Luin was puzzled. Is there something good in the money I gave you? You can even choose the direction of the story? Sort of. Tell me what you want to hear. Luin thought for a moment. Wandering camp. The storyteller's eyes flashed. Wandering camp? Luin looked at him. Yes. The storyteller looked up at the starry sky. The wandering camp is a place inside the mother tree's main trunk. I can't say anything about the situation inside the mother tree's main trunk. It's not that I'm unwilling, but it's a kind of karma power. Therefore, it's impossible for you to understand the wandering camp in detail. I can only tell you some of the information about the wandering camp that has spread in the outside world. Louis nodded. Thank you. The storyteller rolled his eyes. Don't thank me. Just treat it as if you booked the whole place today. I'll tell you whatever you want. After saying that, he coughed. The wandering camp was built by the master path to enslave disobedient creatures. It can also be understood as a miniature version of the master path's rule over the outside world. This is because the master path wants to put all the creatures in the universe into the wandering camp so that they can grow on their own. They can bring out whichever creature they need. For example, the powerless will be locked up in the wandering camp. It's hard to say what they will experience there, but their 3 powers will definitely be controlled by the master path. It's just a question of whether to use them or not. There are too many similar powerless cases. Luin listened quietly. The wandering camp was the darkest side of the mother tree's main trunk that the outside world knew about. The master path actually allowed the legend of the wandering camp to appear without stopping it. This might also be a way to protect their supreme rule. Who would dare to go against the wandering camp? If even the wandering camp did not dare to go against it, who would dare to go against the master path? The wandering camp was like a mountain that lay above the heads of countless lives. If this mountain could not be broken, then the outside world would not be able to be seen. The storyteller talked a lot about the wandering camp, but most of it was just guesswork. It was up to the reader to think about it. Luin had cultivated for almost 10,000 years and had seen all kinds of darkness. The Eternal Kingdom was the first darkness that he had seen, and he had felt true terror and horror there. In comparison, the wandering camp was just another kind of darkness. Actually, there has always been a legend in the outside world that the camp has been reversed, the storyteller said. Luin was surprised. Reversed? The storyteller nodded. Yes, I don't know the details, and I don't know who spread the news. Anyway, there was a rumor that a race rebelled against the camp and almost tore down the entire camp. In the end, the strongest lord personally suppressed it. Lu Yin's first thought was of humans. However, there were countless races in the universe, and humans were not the strongest. There were too many races with talent and courage. How bold is it to want to rebel against the camp? That camp was built by the entire Lord Path. There are various forces of the Lord Path, including the Lord Race's guards. Not to mention, there are countless traitors who betrayed their own race and joined the Lord Path. However, the fact that those traitors were chosen by the Lord Path means that they are powerful. And through those traitors, you can also grasp the weakness of that race. Rebelling against the camp is just like rebelling against the Lord. It's impossible. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by just like rebelling against the Lord? That was the truth. This fellow really knew how to make metaphors. That's all? Luin asked. The storyteller said, "What else do you want to know?" I do know some specific creatures that are imprisoned in the camp, but I can't give you a list. Thank you for your hard work. The storyteller. Looking at the list in his hand, Luin was impressed. You really know a lot. The storyteller was proud. Of course, there's nothing I don't know. Have you heard of the unknowns? Luin suddenly asked. The storyteller was stunned and looked at Luin. The unknowns that came out of that chaotic space? Luin nodded. The storyteller was puzzled. Why are you asking about them? I'm curious. I've encountered them before. They seem quite powerful. They are powerful, but their positioning is very awkward. What do you mean? Let's put it this way. The unknowns also belong to the Lord Path, but their role is to suppress that chaotic space because there once existed a race that was regarded as taboo by the Lord Path. Of course, calling it taboo is a bit exaggerated. It's a taboo. Humans once did something that shook the universe. Although they failed, they also dragged the Tao of Death down with them. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't be here right now. Let's get back to the main topic. Humans are finished. Almost all humans outside the mother tree's main branch have been wiped out, but that chaotic area is still chaotic. There are many powerful civilizations, so there are unknowns. Although the unknowns belong to the master path, the Wang family in the mother tree also has the ability to control the unknowns. This is why after the unknowns leave that chaotic area, the master path doesn't want them, nor does it bestow any power to the master path. My position is that I'm an eyesore to everyone, but I still exist. Lu Yin had heard from De Mao that the unknown ones were in a bad situation, but he had not expected it to be like this. It was also related to the Wang family. That was Wang Wen. What's the Wang family? Lu Yin asked. The storyteller shook his head. I can't tell you about the Wang family. That's the situation inside the mother tree's main branch. Anyway, the outside world's current understanding of the unknown ones is that everyone wants them, and no one can have them. Of course, there aren't many people who know about the existence of the unknown ones. I've been wandering around the area for countless years, but I still can't go all the way. You can imagine how big the area is. The unknown ones only attract attention around here. Even the echelons have never heard of the unknown ones. Lu Yin was curious. What's the situation in that chaotic area? And the humans you mentioned, what big things have they done? The storyteller said, there's still a lot you want to know. Just treat it as a story. Are you sure I know everything? Aren't you asking? If you don't know, then don't know. It doesn't matter. The storyteller sneered. There's nothing I don't know. Because of the lack of interference from the master path, that chaotic area has developed freely for countless years, giving birth to all kinds of powerful civilizations. I really don't know what kind of civilizations there are, but I know that they are all fishing experts. Yes, the fishing civilization there is extremely powerful. I heard that they even have the powerful talent of teleportation. Teleportation? You must be jealous. You must know about the master path, right? Haven't you thought about it? Hee, do you think that the master path is omnipotent? I heard that the races with teleportation are very powerful, and even the unknown ones can't suppress them. Even though the unknown ones aren't in a good situation right now, their strength is undeniable. Listen to them and see who dares to say that they can suppress the unknown ones. Let me tell you, there's not a single one, not even the master path. That race with teleportation can't even suppress the unknown ones. Even if the master path wants to suppress them, they will have to pay a heavy price. It won't be easy, and that's their innate gift. It's very difficult for the master path to obtain their innate gift. Maybe. And that's just one civilization. There are other powerful civilizations out there, and now that they've all come out, the area will definitely become chaotic. As for the humans, they want to overthrow the master path. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the storyteller in disbelief. What did you say? The storyteller laughed. You heard right. The humans want to overthrow the master path. How is that possible? Why not? Otherwise, why would your master path of death be like a stray dog? Back then, the master path of death was the one that attacked the humans. In the end, the master path of death lost most of its power, and all of the master paths were defeated. Legend has it that the master path had more than one sovereign, which was why they were able to suppress the human civilization. Otherwise, the universe wouldn't be in its current state. Lu Yin was shocked. Are the humans that strong? The storyteller was envious. Who knows? Over countless years, countless creatures have tried to overthrow the master path, but the humans are the closest. Of course, there's also a saying that the humans want to become the new master path, which is to add one more master path. Adding one more master path would cause countless creatures to be shackled. In any case, there are all sorts of legends. If you're curious about the humans, then it's best to forget about it. The humans in the outside world have already gone extinct, but there are still humans in the mother tree. One is the Wang family, and the other is the refugee camp. It won't be easy for you to find either. Lu Yin said, I'm not interested in the humans, but I'm interested in the unknowns. Thank you for telling me. Why are you curious about the unknowns? I've been beaten up by them before. The storyteller. It realized that it couldn't grasp the direction of Lu Yin's words. Alright, I've told you enough. Do you want to hear more? Yes. The storyteller sighed and walked towards the small city. Lu Yin followed behind. Not long after, he continued to listen to the story. He heard something valuable again. This storyteller knew too much, and Lu Yin wanted to know too much. He had no direction, and some questions couldn't be asked openly. Who knew what the storyteller's identity was? He didn't want to get into trouble. Next is the secret of the chronological sequence. If you have money, give it to me. You, put it away. Who are you trying to send away? So little? It's about the chronological sequence? What sequence is it? A creature asked. The surrounding creatures gathered in circles. Many of them were at the eternal realm, and they were all staring at the life chart. Lu Yin stood at the front. The storyteller was proud. The seventh sequence. Lu Yin was surprised. The seventh sequence? Wasn't that another sequence? Now, the other sequence was ranked seventh. When the Imperial Order joined forces to deal with the other sequence was already the seventh sequence. They were afraid that the other sequence would enter the main trunk of the mother tree and obtain something. At that time, they wouldn't even have the ability to resist, so they attacked. They actually mentioned the other sequence all of a sudden. Lu Yin frowned. Was it a coincidence? The surrounding creatures were confused. The seventh sequence? I don't think I've heard of it. I've only heard of a few in the chronological sequence. Most of them are either in seclusion or can't be contacted. Then tell me, what's the secret of this other sequence? The storyteller sat down and closed his eyes. He was obviously waiting for something. The creature who collected the money began to walk in circles. The surrounding creatures threw money at him. Not long after, the storyteller was satisfied and said, the seventh sequence is called B. It's not a creature, but a stone slab. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. As expected, he knew. Even the oracles of other divine palaces didn't know the true appearance of the other sequence. Stone slab? The surrounding creatures were surprised. The storyteller said, there are too many magical creatures in the universe. It's not surprising that a stone slab is in the sequence. The secret now is not the identity of the other sequence, but its origin. Although it's in the chronological sequence, because it's a stone slab, the person who dug it out was an expert who specialized in the path of providence. Specialized in providence? A creature exclaimed. The surrounding creatures looked at the storyteller. Lu Yin was shocked. An expert who specialized in providence dug it out. The storyteller continued, so, in fact, there's an expert who specializes in the path of providence behind this other sequence. As for who that expert is, it depends on your sincerity. A pile of money was thrown down. Lu Yin also threw some things over. The creature who collected the money walked over to him and looked at him again and again. Then, he looked at the storyteller. The storyteller rolled his eyes and nodded. The creature who collected the money stepped over. He didn't accept it, nor did he chase him away. There are many experts who specialize in the path of providence because they have a slogan that luck determines height. Therefore, any cultivator who specializes in the path of providence isn't weak. This person is even more powerful. He was able to nurture a stone slab to the age of 7. The seventh sequence of the moon. Everyone can imagine. Cut the crap. Tell me who it is, a creature shouted. The storyteller paused for a moment and looked up. It is the Pure Heart sect. The scene was silent. It was the same as before when the Dacian civilization was mentioned. However, it was obvious that the shock brought by these 3 words surpassed that of the Dacian civilization. This was because Lu Yin saw fear in the eyes of many creatures. Yes, it was fear. Moreover, it was a creature that he had confirmed to be at the eternal realm. Beside him, a creature retreated and whispered, "Are you crazy? How dare you mention this name?" I didn't hear it. Immediately after, another creature retreated faster than anyone else. As for the other creatures, all who had heard of this name ran away one by one. Only those who had never heard of it stayed. Before leaving, a creature glared at the storyteller. If we were in the outside world, I would definitely think of a way to kill you. You actually harmed us. With that, it immediately ran away. Luin frowned. It was just a name, but it was so intimidating. Was there a need for that? He looked at the storyteller. Coincidentally, the storyteller was also looking at him. The two stared at each other, one bewildered and the other smiling. What does this name represent? Luin asked. The other creatures around him were curious as well. They couldn't understand what was so scary about a mere name. The storyteller chuckled. I forgot to tell you that there is a symbol in the camp to determine the status of the strong. It is a black book with white words. When you reach a certain level, you can leave your name on the black book of the camp and set the rules. The creatures in the camp have no freedom, and they can't even decide whether they live or die. The rules can determine their life and death. The Pure Heart Sect, the Black Book and the White Book, is a master of the path of destiny. They slaughtered 3 divine palaces and 2 karmic cultivators with fixed natal charts. They even killed a master who was pursuing them. Tell me, aren't they afraid? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he stared at the storyteller, but his mind was filled with the words Pure Heart Sect. Leaving their name on the Black Book, slaughtering 3 divine palaces, karmic cultivators, and even killing a master of the path of destiny. All of these things spoke volumes about how terrifying the Pure Heart Sect was. Luck is a strange thing, and all life forms need it. If it's beneficial to them, they'll subconsciously move forward, and if it's harmful, they'll subconsciously eliminate it as well. You all seem to have just heard a huge secret. The remaining creatures' expressions gradually changed. They were filled with disbelief and anger, and they wanted nothing more than to kill the storyteller. It was no wonder why. Those Eternal Realm creatures had all run away, as if they wanted to run far away. This was the reason. The Pure Heart Sect was a powerhouse that focused on the path of destiny, but they had nurtured a 7th master of the flowing time realm. It was obvious that their motives were impure. This was a secret that the storyteller didn't want to reveal. Now that the Pure Heart Sect had revealed its intentions, perhaps not a single one would be able to escape. Even if they managed to escape, with the Pure Heart Sect's monstrous destiny, they would be able to eliminate the threat without them even realizing it. This was trouble. Big trouble. Suddenly, all of the creatures around them fled, leaving only Luin behind. Luin was very calm, he had experienced too much. The Pure Heart Sect? How could he compare to the master of the Tao? For Xianxia to be able to fight head-on with the Tao of Death meant that she was clearly the Tao of Fate's main Tao. She was nothing more than an avatar. Furthermore, he had been marked by the Tao of Karma, and after experiencing so much, he no longer cared about such things. If the Pure Heart Sect wanted to kill him, they could just come. However, the prerequisite was that they could find him. Aren't you afraid? The storyteller grinned at Luin. Luin replied, there's no point in being afraid. I've already heard it. Still, this is the first time I've heard of the Pure Heart Sect. Shout a few more times and it will come to you. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. It made people feel rather uncomfortable. What was good for it was the same as what was bad for him, the one who knew its secret. How disgusting. At this time, 4th brother the toad came over and gasped for breath, I finally found you. But I'm so tired. I've searched the entire city, why are you here? Luin looked at Toad OL4, what's wrong? Toad number 4 came over and said in a low voice, lend me something. What is it? A tributary of the River of Time. What do you want that for? Toad number 4 saw the storyteller staring at them and pulled Luin away, saying, there's someone who specializes in the Tao of Luck who can help me test my own luck and even buy good luck. I want to buy some. Who knows, it might make me more elegant. Luin sized up 4th brother with a strange gaze. 4th brother coughed, well, I know that I'm not good looking. My mouth is crooked and my eyes are slanted. I've always used elegance to hide my inferiority complex. If I'm lucky this time, I might be able to be cured. An Eternal Realm cultivator can easily change their appearance. That's fake. Luin wanted to say that since changing one's appearance was fake, it didn't matter how lucky the toad was. However, after seeing Fourth Brother's appearance, he gave him 2 tributaries of the River of Time. Toad number 4 was grateful and immediately wanted to go. Wait, where's Boss? I don't know. Help me find Boss. Tell him to go to the storyteller's place and listen to more stories. Maybe he'll hear something useful. Alright. Where's the one who sells luck? He's not selling luck. He's helping you test your luck and then increasing it. All he has to do is pay a small fee. Luin nodded. Where is he? Toad number 4 pointed in a direction, and Luin went over. He easily found the one who sold luck. Just like the storyteller, it was surrounded by creatures. There were many of them, and they were all much more polite than the storyteller. After all, the other party specialized in the path of luck. That bright brocade pouch was very tempting. No creature would take the initiative to offend a creature that specialized in the path of luck, and it would be even worse if it was a sequence. Luin remembered that he had killed someone called Xianxia, and that person must have been a sequence that specialized in the path of luck. He didn't know what this one was like. This creature that specialized in the path of luck was covered in a porcelain-like brand. Its appearance looked like it had been casually drawn, and Luin couldn't tell what it looked like. When entering a giant city, the more the brand deviated from the original, the better. Just like the storyteller, he had dared to take out his natal chart without restraint because of this. If the outside world knew his identity, he definitely wouldn't have dared to do so. Luin stood at the periphery and watched as a creature walked in front of the creature that specialized in the path of luck. He placed his hand under the brocade pouch, and a visible purple light twined around it, but it was very thin. The creature that specialized in the path of luck glanced at it and ignored it. A creature nearby whispered, "This level of luck is very rare. I've seen a creature's purple aura reach a height of more than a meter. It's very thick." I saw it too, but that creature also didn't attract the attention of the cultivator that specialized in the path of luck. Sigh, there are too few ordinary creatures with good luck, especially for us. We've used up too much luck along the way, and being able to reach this point has already surpassed most creatures in the universe. If we want to go further, we'll need luck. Hard work alone isn't enough. But it's too difficult to buy luck. It only needs the power of a master. Yes. Why else do you think it's helping everyone measure their luck for free? It's because it knows that even an eternal realm cultivator wouldn't have much luck if they could cultivate to their current realm. Luck determines one's height, and this is common knowledge in the universe. It has already gained quite a bit. You guys aren't its customers. Its true customers are those eternal realm cultivators, and even those in the master's path. Luin looked on calmly. It seemed that the measuring of luck was real, and the selling of luck was even more real. He watched as the creatures tested one by one, and not long after, one of them made a deal. It raised its arm and placed the item on top of the pouch. The testing creature excitedly stood under the pouch and allowed the purple luck to pour in, causing the surrounding creatures to tremble. They were all envious and amazed. "It's using up its own luck," Luin said, puzzled. Another creature glanced at him. "Ignorant. The main path of luck can be linked to luck. It's not using its own luck at all." Luin didn't understand the main path of luck, but it was true that luck determined one's height. However, it wasn't decisive. If that were the case, then Xianxia would have been invincible long ago. Why would she still have a clone? Xianxia wouldn't have been able to touch him either. Luck was limited, and there was no such thing as invincibility. It just depended on how one used it. In his opinion, the luckier one was, the more cautious they should be. This kind of blatant selling of luck definitely wasn't good. Of course, this was just a feeling from his many years of experience. It was hard to say if this was the truth. One by one, the creatures went up to test their luck. Luin also wanted to see how his own luck was. It shouldn't be too scary, right? In any case, he had always felt that his luck was very good. Even if Xianxia had given him bad luck, he had left that area. In that area, the bad luck should have disappeared. It couldn't always exist. Thinking about it was one thing, but he couldn't test it here. It would be too eye-catching. If this main path of luck saw that he had come into contact with Xianxia, then it would be troublesome. On the other side, Boss Toad found the storyteller with Old Four leading the way. At this moment, the storyteller began to tell another story. He had successfully scared Luin away and felt a sense of accomplishment. When Boss Toad arrived, he casually released a tributary of the River of Time. Under the storyteller's stunned gaze, Boss Toad waved his hand domineeringly. "Book the place." The storyteller stared blankly at Boss Toad and then at the tributary of the River of Time. As long as it didn't attack, this tributary of the River of Time wouldn't have any power that exceeded the limits of the giant city. It was just a transaction currency. The surrounding creatures were also shocked by Boss Toad. He immediately released a tributary of the River of Time. "How heroic. You want to book the place?" Boss Toad decisively said, "Yes." "Sorry, I won't book the place." The storyteller refused. Boss Toad was surprised. Then, he silently released a second tributary of the River of Time, shocking the surroundings. The storyteller was speechless. "Friend, even if you release 10 or 100 tributaries of the River of Time, it's useless because it's useless to me. I'm not in the time sequence. But you can exchange it for everything you want." Boss Toad was certain that there was no tributary of the River of Time that couldn't be dealt with. If there was, there wouldn't be enough. Luin had plenty. The storyteller shook his head. "Why do I keep encountering weirdos recently? Forget it, it's not appropriate to talk about it today. If you still want to listen, please come early tomorrow." Boss Toad didn't expect that the storyteller really didn't want a tributary of the River of Time. He didn't believe it and followed him. The storyteller. "What are you going to do?" "Listen to the story." "Are you serious?" "Yes." "Only listen to the story? What else? You don't want a fate chart?" "You have a fate chart?" "You don't know?" "I don't know." "Do you want it?" Boss Toad stretched out his claws naturally. The storyteller looked at him. "Aren't you prepared to pay something?" Boss Toad threw out a tributary of the River of Time. The storyteller put away the fate chart and left. He felt that he was talking nonsense. Moreover, why did the conversation just now seem to have been said before? The guy from before was also like this. Did everyone like to listen to stories so much now? But telling stories wasn't his real purpose. The Toad boss followed the storyteller all the way out of the stone house and then squatted down to rest. The storyteller was completely speechless. The creature collecting the money was also speechless. Another one had come. Meanwhile, Toad OL4 had returned and used a tributary of the River of Time to buy destiny. A tributary of the River of Time was a considerable amount of wealth, enough to make the cultivator of the main path of destiny take it seriously. He then gave Toad OL4 quite a bit of destiny, which excited the Toad and made the other creatures jealous. They were jealous of the tributaries of the River of Time, and if they could take out 2, they could take out even more. But there was no other way, as they couldn't fight here. Besides, someone who could take out 2 tributaries of the River of Time was clearly not simple. Luin was just about to leave when a creature bumped into him and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Did you find Drag?" "Drag?" Luin looked at the creature beside him. "What Drag?" The creature looked at Luin. "Stop pretending. You didn't come out to find Drag. Why? Are the clan's resources not enough for you to use? Or do you want to use some resources that the clan doesn't know about?" Luin blinked and looked away. This creature had mistaken him for someone else, but he still wanted to continue listening. "You know the clan's rules. If everyone acted recklessly, the universe would have long since descended into chaos. If you don't follow the rules, don't drag us down with you. If other fellows criticize our clan, the ancestor will lose face. I'm warning you, Holy Bow. Since you've come out, keep a low profile and don't get discovered. Otherwise, you'll suffer when you return to the clan." Luin froze in place and slowly turned to look at the creature. Holy Bow? Did this fellow mistake him for the Holy Bow? Right, the image of his brand was similar to the bottle in the Holy Bow's hand. When he had branded this image, he had wondered if he would run into anything, but he had not expected to run into someone from the same clan. Drag, that's right. 3 runes lower, drag. Was the reason the Holy Bow left the sovereign race to find this drag? He had not expected to run into the karma juggernauts. Rules. Clan. Ancestor. Luin immediately followed behind the creature. The creature did not walk very far before stopping and turning back. When it saw Luin, its gaze turned cold. Why are you following me? Luin recalled the voice of the Holy Bow, but decided against imitating it. There was no need to do so, as it would be too abrupt. After all, there was a brand here, and who knew if this creature had changed its voice? What about you? I know the rules better than you. Luin feigned disdain, but he did not retort. The creature looked at Luin deeply. Change your brand. This time, we'll be dealing with the Tao of Death. A few other fellows have come as well, so don't get recognized. You're not on the list. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. You should take care of yourself first. You won't even know if you're being targeted. The creature was surprised and looked around. What do you mean? Luin sneered, you don't even know you've been targeted. Who's targeting me? Luin didn't say anything else, as he didn't want to make any more mistakes. He was already taking a huge risk, and he wanted to hear more from this creature. The creature looked at Luin, no matter who's targeting me, you're from the same clan as me. Helping me is the same as helping yourself. Luin had not expected this fellow to believe him so easily. Was the competition among the sovereigns that intense? This time, we're going for the Tao of Death. You're unlucky that you're not in the clan, so you're not on the list. But you're lucky that you came to this huge city. Let's work together. If we can get anything, we can share it with you. Why don't I look for it myself? Once your identity is exposed, the other races will accuse us of bringing you here since you're not on the list. With such a crime, the compensation will be far greater than what you'll receive. You should know that. Suddenly, it reacted and stared at Luin with killing intent. You're not the Holy Bow. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I am the Holy Bow. The creature stared at Luin, sizing up the brand on his body. There was no mistaking it, it was the Holy Bow's flask. Even though the flask looked similar, it was definitely the Holy Bow's flask. There's no way the Holy Bow doesn't know the clan's rules. Who are you? I told you, I'm the Holy Bow. Who am I? The creature barked. Luin looked at it coldly. You don't believe me? I'm asking you, who am I? The creature stared at Luin. Luin was helpless, as he couldn't get anything out of it. These fellows weren't stupid. You're the upper 5 rune saint. The last word was the creature's name, so Luin naturally didn't know it. Why are you here? Toto L4 came over. It had just been here, buying fate from the 2 tributaries of the River of Time. Luin had specifically instructed it to interrupt the creature if it needed to, and now it had come in handy. Luin looked at OL4, look at your fate. OL4 looked at the creature. The creature continued to stare at Luin, tell me, who am I? OL4 was astonished, it lost its memory? Luin said, it doesn't believe me. Wang Qinchin, tell it who I am. The creature stared at OL4 in shock, you're Wang Qinchin? The Holy Bow and Wang Qinchin had come to the Sleeping God Palace together, so Luin naturally had OL4 disguise himself as Wang Qinchin. OL4 looked at the creature and then back at Luin, let's not waste time here. There's something over there, let's discuss it. Luin heaved a sigh of relief and didn't want to waste time here. He had pulled OL4 over because he didn't want to immediately expose his identity as the Holy Bow. Of course, it didn't matter if it was exposed, as long as he could save some face. He turned around and followed OL4. The creature blocked in front, who are you? OL4 pushed it away rudely, you do your thing, we do ours, we have nothing to do with each other. Luin continued, don't worry, the tribe won't know I'm here, so I won't implicate you. Plus, I can help you at a critical moment. The creature shouted, you're not the Holy Bow. Why, do you want me to use the palm bottle to swallow your karma before you believe me? Luin pushed it away. When he passed by it, he said in a low voice, that's right. That fellow who was watching you also thinks that I'm not a Holy Bow. He's secretly working together. Smart. After he finished speaking, he left with old four. The creature stood there in a daze. It didn't mean that, as it really did think that Luin wasn't the holy bow. However, that fellow could understand the palm bottle's ability and knew that the holy bow was with Wang Qinshan. If that Wang Qinshan was real, then it was the holy bow, but if even Wang Qinshan wasn't real, then it looked around. It looked around. Were there any creatures staring at it? Why didn't it know? In the distance, Luin brought OL4 away from that creature and sighed, "It's getting harder and harder to trick people." "You used to trick people often?" OL4 asked and then grinned, "How was it?" "My performance wasn't bad, right?" Luin praised, "Not bad, you're smarter than OL5. "Of course, I've always been smarter than OL5, but I'm more interested in elegance. There's no other way, I'll leave the cleverness to OL5. Luin looked into the distance and saw that the city was getting more and more lively. There were all sorts of species here, and even the juggernauts had appeared. It seemed like the battle with the Tao of Death was getting closer and closer. The next few days were very peaceful, and Luin saw the juggernaut twice. He wanted to see who it had interacted with, but that fellow had always been alone. The toad boss continued to chase after the storyteller, and Luin didn't know how many stories it had heard. As for the Tao of Destiny, it continued to sell destiny as well. Just like that, one day, several years later, the city suddenly turned pitch black and shook violently. All of the creatures were at a loss as a corpse fell from the sky, followed by endless darkness that surged in all directions. This was the power of deathly stillness. Luin looked up at the sky and saw the power of deathly stillness fill the entire city. It was incomparably majestic, and he knew that things weren't good. As for that corpse, it was obvious at a glance that it was an old monster that was compatible with 3 of the universe's laws. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. All of the creatures rushed over to take a look. "No, that can't be, right? This is Liuan?" Liuan was a name that shook the entire Tao of Death. Just like the Pure Heart sect, he had left his name on the black and white books. He was a master of the Tao of Life and was incomparably powerful. He was treated with respect by the juggernauts and was in existence second only to the juggernauts in the entire universe. Now, he had fallen to the ground as a corpse. Liuan was a master of the Tao of Life, and he wasn't an ordinary existence that was compatible with 3 of the universe's laws. Life forms that focused on the Tao of Life were difficult to kill, and Liuan was one of the most difficult life forms to kill in the entire universe. But now, he had died here. More importantly, the giant city had been driven by Li Yuan's power in pursuit of the Tao of Death. Yet, he had died without a sound. Who could do this? Deathly stillness continued to surge out from his body, making his corpse seem like the source of the deathly stillness. The giant city fell silent, and no one spoke. Fear and unease filled the hearts of all of the creatures. This was because they couldn't leave the giant city. The entire city was enveloped by the power of deathly stillness. Luin looked around. This deathly stillness was boundless beyond his understanding, and it gave him a feeling that it surpassed the ocean of death. But the ocean of death was clearly the place where the most deathly stillness energy gathered. Furthermore, this deathly stillness energy was different from the one that he had absorbed. This wasn't the energy of an ordinary cultivator of the deathly stillness. Could it be? Just as he was thinking about this, the sky above the giant city rumbled, and the deathly stillness energy surged up like a tsunami. A black tsunami engulfed the world and enveloped the giant city. Soon after, white skeletons emerged from the black tsunami like white bone flowers blooming in the darkness. One after another, there was an endless number of skeletons that overlooked the giant city. It's death. Death. Death has descended. Run. Within the giant city, all of the creatures were panicking. They were clearly the ones pursuing the Tao of Death, and they should have been the ones to take the initiative in this battle. Why was this happening? Luin suppressed the trembling in his heart. He was afraid. No matter what he had experienced in the past, when faced with the surging darkness of death, an instinctive fear would appear. This was definitely the master of the Tao of Death. This was its power. The master of the Tao of Death had clearly escaped with the universe of death, but now, he had appeared in such a high-profile manner. what exactly had happened? The giant city couldn't be seen outside as it was shrouded in darkness. Outside, the city couldn't be seen clearly either. The giant city was completely shrouded in darkness, and it was filled with the aura of death. In the surroundings, the eyes of many creatures flickered. These were those who had not yet entered the city, or those who had just left. They were lucky enough to have left. Among them was the cultivator who had been selling fate. Just a day ago, he had felt uneasy and had wandered around the city. He had not expected something like this to happen. A white light lit up the horizon, the color of life. It seemed to illuminate the entire area. However, the white light flickered for only a moment before it was replaced by darkness. The endless darkness was like a colossus that covered the entire area as it rushed into the distance. Death, have you recovered? I recovered a long time ago. You're all stupid. If I had escaped with the death universe, how could you have found me so easily? I'm just walking you. If I don't get rid of you idiots, how can I vent my anger? Since you've recovered, why don't you return? Of course I'm going to return, but none of you idiots will be able to escape. I'll make you remember what death is. After speaking, a loud voice pierced through the power of deathly stillness and spread throughout the area. Both the city and the heavens could hear it. Idiots in the city, listen up. You will die without a doubt. Your deaths will come from the stupidity of the Tao of death that you rely on. It will come from your lack of basic understanding of the Tao of death. I am the Tao of death, and I bring death with me. Many creatures in the city were terrified. Death? Louis narrowed his eyes. Death? He looked up at the countless white bones circling the deathly stillness above his head. It felt like he had been thrown into hell, and it was truly terrifying. The Death Ruler's voice was like a cold current that swept through the hearts of all the creatures. It brought not only death, but also despair. Let's see if the Tao of death behind you can save you. Life? Fate? Karma? When everything dies, what's the point of all of that? However, there are no absolutes in the universe. Death also has life. This feast of death will only last for 3 days, and those who survive will be able to leave the city. This scene will be transmitted to the mother tree for the Tao of death to see. Do your best to survive. Death is the end, but living can also transmit death. Then, let the feast begin. As soon as he finished speaking, countless white bones rained down towards the city. At the same time, the power of deathly stillness peeled off layer by layer and pressed down on the city. Countless creatures heard a murmur. It was the bone language. Louis looked up, and aside from the endless white bones, he also saw a red doll-like object. It was the ocean of death's nether pressure. Other than the Death Sea's underworld pressure and the black immortal prison bone, G was definitely here. However, the 7 abysses had already suffered losses in the first place. Even if they were at their peak, how could they completely destroy those living within the giant city? There were quite a number of Eternal Realm experts here. Louis quickly found out. Not only in the sky, but beneath their feet, a black flower bloomed. That was the blooming of the power of death, forming a momentum that soared into the sky, bringing with it an indescribable valiance and majesty. It connected heaven and earth, fusing with all the creatures of the universe of death that descended. In an instant, all the creatures of the universe of death changed. The most obvious transformation of their deathly still power was soft devouring Xianxia's doppelganger. In the past, Louis had thought that Rocher Jinkuan was already dead, but through the 1,000 trickeries, he had learned that Rocher Jinkuan still had a clone. However, even if it was a clone, it would take a very long time for it to grow. But at this moment, 1, 2, 3, 12, 15, and so on. Many of soft devouring Xianxia's doppelganger directly expanded, as if this deathly still power had gathered together to decorate the sky with ink, sprinkling down and landing in this picture scroll written with life. Boom! The giant city collapsed. All the imprints on the surface of the creatures' bodies were shattered. Their powers weren't restricted in the first place, but once they used their powers, they would be expelled from the giant city. Now, let alone being expelled, it was impossible for them to even escape. As for their bodies that had shrunk 1,000 times, they were still the same and didn't change back. They would only return to their original state after leaving the giant city. Including the white bones of the Tao of Death, all of them had shrunk 1,000 times when they landed in the giant city. This was a battlefield that had shrunk 1,000 times. The Tao of Death, let's go all out. A creature screamed and charged forward, drowning under the endless white bones in the blink of an eye. There were too many. And it was still increasing. Around them, the white bones of the creatures tore open their skin and walked out. How powerful was the bone language's power? Even Luin felt his bones tremble. He hurriedly found Boss, OL4, and OL5 and tossed them into Mount Supreme. Then, his white bone clones silently walked out. It seemed that this battle had exceeded all of the Tao of Death's expectations. They had been completely led by the nose by the Death Dominus. In that case, he naturally had to stand on the side of the Death Dominus. Besides, he belonged to the Death Dominus to begin with. Around him, white bones fell down one after another. They glanced at Luin and then turned to kill other creatures. Killing was everywhere. Deathly silence covered the world as white bones tore open their bodies and walked out, dyeing the rivers and mountains red. 3 days. This feast of death would only last for 3 days. The Death Dominus wanted all life to die, and the creatures naturally tried their best to resist. It all depended on whether they could survive or not. There were quite a few powerhouses within the giant city. Outside the giant city, as the battle began, the darkness refracted the scene within the city for everyone to see. It was unknown how the Death Dominus did it, but this scene was constantly being transmitted to the distance. Just as it had said, it wanted everyone within the Mother Tree to see it. This was a celebration of its return, because it was death itself. Without a grand death celebration, it would not be able to welcome its return. In the distance, the creatures felt their scalps go numb as they watched the slaughter within the giant city. They watched as the creatures they knew were reduced to white bones, and the chill that seeped through their bodies caused them to fall silent. The one who had sold the destiny could only rejoice in his good luck. The darkness became the center. Even the whiteness of life had to give way. Hiss. Blood sprayed into the sky as Luin used Dawn's skeleton clone to attack. He did not show any mercy, and he quickly merged with the white bones of the Death Dominus. However, he did not use his full strength. In front of him, a blade of light slashed down diagonally. Luin casually pressed down on the blade and pointed out with a bony finger. The creature that had attacked was not weak and had reached the level of Dooku. In terms of realm, it was the same as Lu Yin's skeleton clone. Just as the bony finger was about to strike, the creature pulled back its blade to block. With a bang, the blade shattered, and the bony finger pierced through the sharp edge and into the creature's body. The creature grabbed onto Lu Yin's bony arm tightly. It looked as if it wanted to struggle free, but it was already dead. It could not believe what had happened before it died, and it had deliberately chosen an opponent that was almost at the same level as it to stall for time. How could the difference be so great? Luin allowed the creature to grab onto him, and he scanned it with his consciousness. He had an idea. Ever since Lu Yin's main body had broken through to the Eternal Realm, the Dai's 6 pips had also changed. For example, the Dai's pips could now be used to obtain not only the items within the Cosmic Ring, but also the items outside the Cosmic Ring. Furthermore, it was not limited to a single universe. The Dai's pips ability was even more exaggerated, and it was no longer limited to a range of 5 meters. It could now be used to fuse with the body that pips had previously fused with. This range had expanded to include the same universe. As for this clone, it could also be fused with. Just like when Nirvana's clone had fought against Meng Luo, it had been able to fuse with the clone's body in an instant, and it did not have to be Lu Yin's main body. However, Luin had not been clear about this at the time, and he had only realized it when he was within a range of 5 meters. Later on, Luin had tried a few more times, and his clones could fuse with the body that the Dai's pips had previously fused with. He had thought about the reason for this, but the only answer he had was consciousness. This was because regardless of whether it was Lu Yin's main body or his clone, they only had one consciousness, and that was Luin. It had nothing to do with the body. Thus, the Dai's pips ability could be used by his clones. Now, in the face of this sudden war, Luin was just as confused as the other lifeforms. Even though he could use Chen's clone to join the Tao of Death, would he be discovered by the Death Dominator? Chen's clone had been trapped in the abyss by the thousand trickeries back then, so why had it suddenly appeared in the Tao of Death? Lu Ying wanted to understand all of this. The best way to do this was to find a body that he could fuse with, or find someone he was familiar with, such as Ji. If Ji participated in the war, he would be able to find a body, but Ji might not be able to give him an answer. Now, he had found a body that he could fuse with. This skeleton's body must have come from Lu Su's withered abyss, and he had continuously fused with the bones of Lu Su's withered abyss. Since there were bones from Lu Su's withered abyss that had appeared here, then it was not unreasonable for a skeleton from the thousand trickeries to appear here. As for the thousand trickeries, Lu Ying had no time to worry about it. Since he could not escape, he might as well take a gamble. His consciousness fused with the skeleton, and his memories continuously appeared. The skeleton that he had fused with had indeed come from Lu Su's withered abyss. When the Death Dominator had dragged the Death Universe away from that area, all of the life forms in the Death Universe had seen an inconceivable scene. The entire universe had retreated like an endless line. That was the scene of the Death Universe and the seven abysses being dragged away. Although it was not like teleportation, which could instantly take away 3 universes, this speed was not necessarily slower than teleportation. Space had retreated into something tangible that could be seen with the naked eye, so one could only imagine how fast it was moving. These skeletons did not understand what was happening at all. They had stayed in Lu Su's withered abyss from beginning to end, day after day. The only difference was that Lu Su's withered abyss was no longer here. Until this war, they had been directly dragged over, and they were still within the power of death. That was how simple their understanding was. After looking through the memories, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to the heavens. Is that so? That's interesting. With a casual wave of his hand, the creature in front of him was torn apart. Lu Ying slowly looked around him. Since the Death Dominator wanted to embrace a feast of death, then he would be the icing on the cake. Bang! Lu Ying raised his foot and charged forward, the power of death exploding forth as he charged into the heavens. Darkness condensed into a sword beneath his skeletal hand, and he slashed out. The void was instantly pierced through, and all of the life forms in its path withered. These life forms were either subordinates of the sovereign or had sided with the sovereign. Regardless of whether they were Lu Yin's human form or Dawn's skeleton avatar, they were all enemies. Then, they would die. With a whoosh, the tip of the sword sliced through the void, and all of the life forms were killed. Along the way, many skeletons looked at Lu Ying, and some of them were almost caught in the crossfire. They wanted to angrily rebuke him, but as Lu Ying took another step forward, the power of death surged once more. It had already reached the limit of what his avatar could absorb. This power of death was comparable to the abyss. Although the avatar was only at the crossing calamity level, such a majestic power of death still shut the skeletons up. Lu Ying waved his sword again, and 2 figures appeared, attacking him from the left and right. They were both at the crossing calamity level, and one of them even cultivated the power of time. Their surroundings were filled with gray, and their figures were constantly illusory. However, it was useless. The sword swept across, and the void froze. The 2 figures were broken from top to bottom, fell, and died. The dark light illuminated Lu Yin's skeletal face. There were many creatures gathered in the giant city, and many of them were in the eternal realm. As Lu Ying killed in all directions, he finally attracted the attention of the eternal realm. Die. An eternal realm giant beast's claws fell, covering the sky and the earth. The terrifying power stacked layer upon layer, forming an earth-shattering blow. Lu Ying looked up, and the death rain descended. The power of death was like a monster, soaring into the sky, forcing the eternal realm giant beast to be unable to land its claws. With the release of the power of death, an incomparably dense darkness surrounded the eternal realm's body, causing its bones to vibrate, wanting to break out of its body. That was the bone language. Lu Yin's bone language. The eternal realm roared, "You're courting death." It suppressed its body. Not every creature could be controlled by the bone language, let alone the eternal realm, unless it was too much stronger than the power of death. Lu Ying exhaled, and the 3 deaths technique, death silence, was released. Boom! Another darkness rushed straight into the sky, instantly attracting the attention of many creatures around, including the nearest soft devouring tracer. These soft devouring tracer had reached the eternal realm under the blessing of the Death Dominator. They could tangle with the eternal realm in the giant city, but at this moment, they were swayed by Lu Yin's power of death. The death silence accompanied the release of the three deaths technique. The power surpassed soft devouring tracer, and it was like a black pillar connecting heaven and earth, attracting the attention of the Stygian immortal prison bone. At first glance, he was shocked. It was him? Far away, Ji also saw it. How could it be? Why did he appear here? The pressure of the Dead Sea was the most sensitive to the power of death. Sensing Lu Yin's release of the three deaths technique, he immediately looked over and was pleasantly surprised that this guy was still here. Great, the abyss would soon be repaired. Just as Lu Yin had seen through the bone's memories, the seven abysses had not communicated with each other when they were dragged away. This was because the Sovereign of Death had been moving without stopping, and this was the first time they had met after leaving that area. The Dead Sea's nether pressure admired Lu Yin. And Stygian immortal prison bone couldn't wait to crush Lu Yin again. The only thing missing was the 1,000 trickeries. Lu Yin didn't pay any attention to them at the moment. He was well aware that with the release of the three deaths technique, he would no longer be a nobody on this battlefield. His opponents had also risen from the bitter adversity realm to the eternal realm. But so what? This was what he wanted in the first place. Chen's clone wanted to use battle to nurture battle. Kill, carve out a path of blood and charge into the mother tree to see what was inside. Kacha, that eternal life realm expert, held in anguish. His bones were trembling and his skin was being torn apart. It could withstand the Death Dominator's bone language that covered the entire city, but it couldn't withstand Lu Yin's art of three deaths. This was a bone language that only targeted it, and it was a power that even an eternal realm expert would find difficult to resist. Stop, stop. The eternal realm warrior rushed towards Lu Yin, wanting to end the fight before Bonehead tore his flesh apart. However, as it raised its arm, a piece of white bone pierced through its flesh and blood. The bone claw viciously clawed at the eternal life realm expert's face, and he screamed. His flesh was badly mangled, and white bones kept crawling out of his body. It was hideous and terrifying. Lu Yin opened his arms, and the power of death spread out endlessly. At this moment, he was scarier than any white bones. At this moment, he attracted the attention of many people outside the city. At this moment, he even attracted the attention of the Death Dominator. He was the accompaniment for this feast of death, and it had only just begun. Bang! The eternal life realm expert's flesh was completely shattered, and his white bones crawled out. He glanced at Lu Yin and turned to kill other creatures. Behind Lu Yin, a colorful light flashed. He suddenly turned back and saw a bat biting at him with its sharp fangs. However, the fangs stopped less than half a meter away from Lu Yin. Death's descent isolated the bat. Lu Yin raised his sword and slashed out from the dark barrier. The blade flickered and landed directly on the surface of the bat's body. The hilt shook. It was ineffective? The bat's pupils flickered with purple. I bestow you with misfortune. Lu Yin suddenly retreated and released the hilt at the same time. A cultivator who focused on the path of destiny? And an eternal life realm expert at that. The bat's misfortune surged into the power of death. Lu Yin could use the green light to disperse it, but he could not. Other creatures could not see the green light, but the Death Dominator might not be able to see it. He could only keep retreating. The misfortune was similar to the first needle of Yama's gate. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. He did not want to be entangled with misfortune. The destiny of heaven comes when it is activated, and it will be destroyed when it is activated. The bat's voice sounded in his ear. Purple light enveloped him, and destiny crushed him. Lu Yin activated the three deaths technique and released the power of death again. The surging darkness blasted against the destiny of heaven, and the void trembled. The purple and black clashed, and for a moment, they were in a stalemate. The bat was shocked. There was still so much death. Power? Wasn't it consumed? The power of death that Lu Yin possessed was so majestic that ordinary creatures could not imagine it. Even the Death Sea's Pluto pressure did not expect it. If he released it all, it would be enough to shock all living creatures. Now, he had consumed a lot of it in his previous battles. Even so, there was still a majestic power of death. The purple and black clashed, and the black quickly gained the upper hand. This giant city was now filled with the power of death, and it belonged to the Death Dominator. Lu Yin's power of death continuously fused with the Death Dominator's power of death. Just like when the skeletons had descended, Lu Yin's power of death also underwent a transformation. His aura and might were constantly changing, but because it was so majestic, it took a long time for the transformation to take place. Now, it was about time. With a wave of the skeletal palm, the darkness suppressed the purple and enveloped the bat. The bat was shocked and hurriedly dodged, charging towards Lu Yin with extreme speed. The death's descent dissipated, as it did not believe that Lu Yin could block it. Lu Yin flickered, and heaven and earth's annihilation was activated. Light flickered continuously, transforming into rays of light that slashed towards the bat. However, the bat was not slow, and it dodged time and time again. It did not rely on speed, but rather luck. Its body was covered in purple, and it relied on pure luck to avoid heaven and earth's annihilation. This made Lu Yin's teeth ache, as this use of luck was too disgusting. However, luck could not protect the bat forever. Things could only move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. The skeletal palm slapped down. The bat opened its mouth and viciously bit at Lu Yin's skeletal palm with its fangs. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, and Lu Yin was stunned. No wonder this bat had tried to bite him so many times. Its fangs were terrifyingly tough, and they had actually shattered the life and death seal. However, when the bat bit down on the skeletal palm, Lu Yin's skeletal palm caught it. The bat's eyes were filled with mockery. Of the 5 destinies and 6 qis, it had also chosen qi and ignored all external forces that its body cultivated. It was confident that Lu Yin would not be able to harm it. However, it had overestimated itself and underestimated Lu Yin too much. Xianxia had been like this back then. Now, this bat was the same. As Lu Yin's palm tightened, the mockery in the bat's eyes changed to shock, fear, and despair. Impossible. Its body was being suppressed by a terrifying force, and it had actually suppressed all 5 destinies and 6 qis. This was impossible. It had Hong Yan's protection, so how could this be? Lu Yin raised his skeletal arm and exerted force under everyone's gaze. He crushed the colorful bat to death. For a moment, many battles stopped as they stared at him in disbelief. It was the same outside the giant city. That colorful bat was rather famous. It was called Qiu Ping, and it was a cultivator who cultivated the path of destiny. Any cultivator who cultivated the path of destiny would be treated as a treasure, and Qiu Ping was no exception. But now, it had been crushed to death. That was a human skeleton. Mingya from the ocean of death shouted, "Well done, Chen." Around them, many skeletons silently retreated. This was a ruthless character. Having good luck did not mean that one would not die. Luck had a long and short duration. Short-term good luck did not determine one's long-term lifespan. For example, one could go out and pick up a treasure. It was luck when one picked it up, but because the treasure was targeted by a powerhouse, it was fate. Unless one's good luck lasted until the treasure was truly owned, controlled, and protected. Life had a long duration, and so did luck. It could only be said that Qiu Ping's luck was too short in front of Lu Yin. And Qiu Ping was the first Eternal Realm cultivator who cultivated the path of destiny to die in the giant city. Lu Yin released the skeletal palm and allowed Qiu Ping to fall. The corpse fell to the ground with a purple pouch on its finger. This was the symbol of a cultivator who cultivated the path of destiny. He did not put the pouch away, instead, he threw it away. This action shocked the other life forms. Who would ignore a pouch that cultivated the path of destiny? Did this guy not know or what? Lu Yin took a step forward and continued. The feast of death had just begun. It was a pity that so many Eternal Realm cultivators died. If only they could increase his karma heavenly Dao. Although Lu Yin's battle was shocking, it was not the most eye-catching. At the end of the day, no matter which path one belonged to, it was only in accordance with one law of the universe. The truly eye-catching battle was in accordance with 3 laws of the universe. Zhongyi, the master of time, had also entered the giant city. Its opponent was the Black Immortal Prison Bone. The Black Immortal Prison Bone could teleport. If it was not stopped, the giant city would soon be massacred. Under the power of the Master of Death, the karma binding did not increase. Mingya from the Ocean of Death was besieged by a few existences who were in accordance with two laws of the universe. One of them was the Master of Life. Luin had his eyes on one of them. The Tower of Death, the Master of Time who had participated in the Jade Universe battlefield. He seemed to be ranked 17th. It was not a high or low ranking. Any Master of Time was an expert. The Tower of Death was naturally a powerhouse who was in accordance with two laws of the universe. It did not expect Luin to have his eyes on it. Its current opponent was an Eternal Realm skeleton, which it easily suppressed. It had time to look around and think of a way to escape. However, Lu Yin's arrival interrupted it. Human skeletons all looked similar. Luin and the Tower of Death had seen each other in the Jade Universe battlefield. The Tower of Death did not recognize him. Luin was none other than Chen, who was hiding from the Holy Bow's pursuit in the Jade Universe battlefield. However, the Tower of End had seen Lu Yin's attack and was rather concerned. After all, someone who could kill Qiu Ping was a rogue. However, it hadn't expected Luin to target it. Why? Did Luin really think that he could fight against it just because he killed Qiu Ping? It raised a giant green arm and slapped it horizontally. Grey time flowed over the arm, and the void rumbled. Lu Yin's momentum suddenly stopped as the deathly still power swept past him and headed straight for the Tower of End. The terrifying deathly still power was like a monster. The Tower of End's other arm smashed the bones of the Eternal Realm and punched out. The immense power was accompanied by an indescribable might, and the deathly still power was scattered. This was the power of Lu Yin's deathly still power and the Death Dominus deathly still power, but it was scattered by a single punch. This was the true power of a temporal realm cultivator. Luin had only faced the seat and Dao's interior with his true body, and he had only been able to fight against the Holy Bao with his clone's full power. The Tower of End might not be much weaker than the Holy Bao. The Holy Bao relied on its innate gift as a ruler. The Tower of End also had the temporal realm. Their realms were the same, but because of their status, the Tower of End and the division kept a low profile in the Jade Universe battlefield, but that didn't mean that they were weak. Luin raised his palm, never forgetting technique. The Tower of End's body suddenly disappeared. It was enormous and its head was like a tower. Its entire body was green, and it looked like a strength-type creature. Luin hadn't expected it to cultivate the temporal realm and be so fast. A chill ran down Lu Yin's spine as the Tower of End appeared, and it slapped out with both arms. Die, little thing. Luin stood up and raised his arms. The deathly still power was like another skeleton as the three deaths technique circulated within his body. There was a loud rumble as the Tower of End's palms slammed into Lu Yin's bony arms. Luin felt his body tremble. It really was a strength-type creature. It was truly terrifying. However, the deathly still power that he had fused with the Death Dominus wasn't weak. Since it was easy to disperse, he would condense it. At the same time, things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. Luin took a step back, and the Tower of Eradication was about to chase after him when a sudden darkness enveloped it. This was the Tao of Death, and it believed that when things reached an extreme, there would always be a backlash against death. Although there were Eternals in this world, if they were killed, they would still die. How could they be truly eternal? Undying. Theories were just theories. The darkness continued to spread, and Luin took the opportunity to release his deathly still energy, which surged wildly into the darkness. Within the Tower of Doom's body, even its bones were trembling. It had never thought that it would be affected by the bone whispers. Suddenly, the bony palm pierced through the deathly stillness power and ruthlessly struck its body. This was the second time that the Tower of Doom had felt Lu Yin's power, and the first time it had withstood the attack. Lu Yin's palms were already shocking enough, but this time, his body was penetrated by a single palm strike. This was a combination of Lu Yin's strength and the power of death. The Tower of End roared, and Luin did something that caused his body to suddenly fall. It was not due to gravity, but rather, it was as if he was supposed to fall. This was the Tower of End's law, which was similar to the Skyleaf powerhouse who had frozen karma. Luin released the power of deathly stillness from his body once more to stop his descent. He looked up, and his force was like a bow with time as the bowstring. The power of deathly stillness condensed at the tip of the arrow, and he shot it out. Deathly Silence's arrow pierced through Tower of End's body. The Tower of End was resisting the power of the Tao of Death. This was the result of things reaching an extreme. It had no choice but to bear the weight. Luin shot out arrow after arrow, and they continuously pierced through the Tower of End's body. Finally, with a furious roar, the Tower of End broke free from the Tao of Death's control. Blood flowed from its body, and it stared at Luin as another arrow was shot. Its tower-shaped head lit up, and the deathly stillness arrow disappeared in an instant. Luin raised his brows and shot out another arrow. It disappeared again. How could this be? The Tower of End stared at Luin as if it wanted to see through him. A non-immortal level powerhouse had actually injured it so severely, but it could be considered a trick. If not for the Tao of Death's sudden attack, the Tower of End would not have ended up like this. Had this life form been protected by the Death Sovereign all this time? It did not know that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It had only thought that the Death Sovereign had suddenly attacked. Although Dawn's clone was powerful, it could not use its divine power and lacked the solitary divine arrow. It could not use its full strength, and it could not even use the 7 needles of Yama's gate. It felt like something was missing. "It's you?" The Tower of End was shocked. It looked at Luin for a while and suddenly recognized him. Luin knew that it would recognize him. After fighting for so long, it would be strange if it did not recognize him. In the Jade Universe battlefield, he had used Dawn to avoid Wan Qinshan and the Sacred Bow's pursuit. In this battle, Dawn's clone would definitely be noticed. Once it was connected to the Jade Universe battlefield, it would easily implicate the Sacred Bow's life and death. However, he did not care about this because there were also sovereigns on this battlefield. If he could kill them, he would kill them, but if it involved the Unknown and the Glittering Jewel sect, it would be troublesome. The Tower of End and the division had to die. He could only deal with the Tower of End first. However, the Tower of End was definitely not weak. What happened on that battlefield? Why are you here? The Tower of End did not understand. Luin sneered. You still don't know? We were the ones who set this up from the start. Regardless of whether it was you or the Unknown, you all have to die. Be prepared to die. The Tower of End did not know if Luin was speaking the truth, but the entire battle was under the control of the Tao of Death. Their current situation was just as Luin had said, and it could not refute him. Luin took a deep breath as the deathly stillness around him continuously surged into his body. He leaped up and attacked. The Tower of End's eyes seethed with killing intent, but it actually began to dodge Lu Yin's attacks. It did not attack, and Lu Yin's attacks were mysteriously neutralized. This was the temporal technique. The Tower of End was using the temporal technique to absorb Lu Yin's attacks in the form of time. It was obvious that the Tower of End was trying to find a way to escape. With the support of the temporal technique, Lu Yin's attacks could only be nourishment for time. The temporal technique was naturally countered by the Tower of End's own temporal technique. Luin observed that every time he attacked, his attacks would be absorbed by the Tower of End in the form of time. Every attack had a time limit, and with time, it could be absorbed. Then, why did it not have time? Luin turned around and raised a hand that streaked across the void. A gray arc was drawn from his palm that curved and curved like water. It was a trace of time. Ruthless falling dust used momentum as a bow, time as the string, and time as the arrow. This was its power, and because time could not be reversed, the arrow would never miss. Although Luin had learned the basics, he had not yet reached a level where it could not be reversed. He was not time. The ferryman of the Eternal River was far inferior to Li Luochen in terms of the Tao of time. Although he could not achieve irreversible time, he could do it by fixing it. Mr. Mu had once stopped space-time every time he appeared. This was very simple because Mr. Mu had only stopped ordinary cultivators. If Luin wanted to fix time in front of the Tower of End, he could only make time visible. This was different from the sequence that he had encountered in the past who could visualize time. This visualization was fixed and could be grasped. It was the River of Time. He could fix all of his attacks in the River of Time in advance. This way, even if the Tower of End wanted to absorb time, even if he could not stop it, he would still know how much it had absorbed and compete for it. As he thought about this, he pointed out with a bony finger and followed the arc of time towards the Tower of End. The Tower of End's head lit up, and the arc immediately distorted as it moved towards its head. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his other bony hand grabbed onto the arc. Force became the bow, and time became the string. The arc was absorbed by the Tower of End while Lu Yin used the divine bow of time. The two forces constantly pulled at each other, and Lu Yin took the opportunity to tap the Tower of End's body. The Tower of End retreated step by step, but this finger was unable to injure it. When the arc was drawn, the Tower of End was already prepared, and its vitality completely gushed out to block Lu Yin's finger. It looked at Lu Yin again, and its eyes were filled with shock. You saw through my time technique in such a short time and even broke through it. Even someone in the time sequence would find it difficult. What kind of existence are you? Lu Yin grabbed the arc of time with one hand and continuously twisted it while the other pulled back his bony finger. He raised it arrogantly. I will compose a song for this feast of death. He then took another step forward, and the arc of time spread out. His other hand struck out with a palm, never forgetting one's achievements. All attacks originated from time, passed through time, and finally, time. The Tower of End was afraid, and the starry sky fell and sank. Lu Yin's body descended once more, and the Tower of End was unwilling to tangle with him, so it turned and left. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after it, but he discovered that the Tower of End had disappeared and was constantly flickering. It was similar to teleportation, but it was definitely not teleportation. Otherwise, the Tower of End would have long since escaped. Was this the Tower of End's trump card for escaping? This was the true time technique. What had just happened was just an application of the power of time. Lu Yin was about to chase after it when a low voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Kid, there's no need to chase after it. You can't beat it. Lu Yin stood in place without moving. He could tell that this voice belonged to the Death Lord, the ruler of the Tao of Death. The Death Lord was actually speaking to him. What had it seen? Lu Yin had divine power hidden in his bone marrow. Could the Death Lord have seen through it? The Thousand Trickery had reminded him that the Wang Wen's goal was to use him to test the Death Lord. Whether he lived or died was not important, and neither was the bet. What was important was that when Lu Yin became the Abyss and paid his respects to the Death Lord, he would use the divine power in his body to test the Death Lord. In the end, the test did not succeed. The Thousand Trickery was not easy to deal with, as it valued the bet. But at this moment, the Death Lord was still paying attention to Lu Yin. This was what Lu Yin had expected, as this was the reason why he had acted so arrogantly. However, the moment he was noticed by the Death Lord, that chill, and that pair of eyes that seemed to stare at him from the unseen world still caused him to feel fear. That innate fear of death continued to grow. Gradually, it took over his entire mind. He saw that the world had turned dark, and everything was being devoured by the darkness and by death. The darkness grew, and his vision was completely covered. He could not see anything. His body felt like it was falling again, but not because of the Tower of End. Instead, it was because of the Death Lord. Just a single sentence had brought about the fear of death. It made him feel like he was falling into a bottomless abyss. He wanted to tell the Death Lord everything in exchange for that minuscule amount of life. Even if it was just a little bit, it would be fine. No. Suddenly, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He could not say anything. He could not say anything. Death? He could die since he was already in the city, but why not take the risk? He was Chen, the Chen who ruled the path of death. He was the Chen of the Thousand Trickeries, the Chen who could become the Abyss. He was a subordinate of the Death Tao. Why did the Death Lord want to kill him? It was just saying something to him, that was all. Lu Yin thought about it over and over in his mind. It was just saying something. It was the Death Lord, an existence that he could rely on. It would not kill him, so why should he be afraid? Why should he be afraid? Death was meant for others. Boom. There was an explosion in Lu Yin's mind, and the darkness receded like a tide. When he opened his eyes again, the battlefield was still the same. Blood filled the air, and darkness enveloped him. The sounds of fighting gradually reached his ears. He was still in the same place. The fall from before had been like an illusion. Had the Death Lord spoken to him? The eyes look at the heart, and the heart looks at the mouth. Heart and mouth as one. Heart and mind as one. The Death Lord's voice reached Lu Yin's ears again. Lu Yin did not know what the Death Lord meant, but he instinctively followed the Death Lord's words. Death's foot does not exist within, and the darkness of the outer world scatters. Looking up is not enough, suppressing is not difficult. As the Death Lord's voice fell, the world fell into darkness once more. This time, however, Lu Yin did not feel fear, despair, or fear. All he felt was a familiar warmth. This was the power of death. This darkness was not external. Instead, it was internal. He moved according to the Death Lord's words, and the power of death formed a dark cycle in his body. This cycle started from the entrance of his heart, from the mouth to the eyes, from the dome of the eyes, and from the top to the heart. It was as if there was an additional darkness in his body. This feeling was very similar to when he had first cultivated the starry sky in his heart. The only difference was that this darkness only contained the power of death. At this moment, Lu Yin's mouth seemed to be glued by this power, and he could not open it. He opened his eyes, and he could also see the darkness that had been sealed within the battlefield. As the dark cycle continued, he heard an endless stream of words in his ears. It was an indescribable feeling of completeness, as if there was another soul that was constantly merging with him. What kind of power was this? Kid, have you heard of the mouth art? Lu Yin couldn't speak. He wanted to open his mouth, but his instincts prevented him from doing so. If he couldn't open his mouth, then he would fail. It's easy for all living things to speak, but difficult for them to keep their mouths shut. The mouth is the outlet of speech, the source of food, and the beginning of life's instincts. When the mouth can't speak or open, life will stop at its beginning, and death will be the source of life. This is the art of keeping one's mouth shut. When you complete the first mouth-closed internal circulation, it will depend on your talent to see how much you can strengthen your deathly stillness. The longer you keep your mouth shut, the stronger the power of the deathly silence will be when you open your mouth. I look forward to your performance. Lu Yin stared blankly at the battlefield. In that instant, he thought of the 1,000 trickeries. How could the 1,000 trickeries not speak? Yes, it must be because of the art of silence. He was also unable to speak at this moment. The longer he remained silent, the more powerful it would be? Why did the Lord of Death impart it to him? Throughout the 7 abysses of the past, only the 1,000 trickeries had learned the art of silence. This technique might be as important as the 3 deaths technique, or else the 1,000 trickeries wouldn't have spent so much effort to learn it. The Death Lord had given it to Lu Yin, and his intentions were clear. In this feast of death, all the living things in the giant city were dancing, and it was time to see who could dance to the end. The Tower of Eradication flew into the distance. Lu Yin looked at its back. It seemed like a long time had passed since he had interacted with the Death Lord, but in reality, it had only been an instant. It felt unreal. He had really come into contact with the most powerful existence in the universe. It was also the existence that had destroyed the 9th base. Lu Yin stood where he was, and the 3 deaths technique continued to release the power of deathly stillness, constantly fusing with the Death Lord's power of deathly stillness. The Death Lord's power of deathly stillness was fundamentally different from Lu Yin's. Any creature in the death universe that fused their own deathly stillness with the Death Lord's would experience a metamorphosis, but this metamorphosis would only last for a short period of time. At most, the metamorphosis would increase one's strength by 1 level, but it might not be decisive. At this moment, Lu Yin could rely on Chen's clone to fight the Tower of Eradication without exposing his full power. He could even injure it, but it wasn't enough to kill the Tower of Eradication. It all depended on when the silence technique would be completed. He quietly stood where he was. Because of his previous massacre, no creature dared to provoke him. Lu Yin simply stood there. Not many creatures in the city paid attention to him, but many outside the city occasionally glanced at him, wondering why he was standing there without moving. He must have been hit by that creature with the head of a tower. That's the Tower of Eradication, the 17th sequence of chronology. A sequence of chronology? No wonder. He has the chronology technique. It's normal that he can freeze that skeleton in place. No need to pay attention to him. He's done here. After all, he picked the wrong opponent. That skeleton is very strong, but it can only be defeated by a sequence of chronology. Sequence Heavy One is also in the city. He's a master of the Tao of Death, and as long as the sovereigns don't appear, can anyone really kill him? Impossible. Hey, look, that's the sovereigns, the karma sovereigns. And over there, that's the life sovereigns. There are sovereigns as well. If all the creatures in the city die, it'll be like stabbing a hole in the sky. It's normal for a master of the Tao of Death. They represent death. Inside the city, Ji Xiao pushed away the Eternal Realm creatures in front of him and turned to look into the distance. He saw Luin standing there. Why wasn't he moving? He raised his foot and was about to rush over, but he was stopped by another Eternal Realm creature. At the same time, the Ocean of Death's Pluto looked at Luin. It did not want Luin to die in battle. The Seven Abyss had lost more than half of its members, and they urgently needed reinforcements. Especially at this juncture, if the Seven Abyss had too few members, it would only be suppressed by the Death Sovereigns. Although Luin was not an Eternal Realm creature, his combat power was comparable to the Abyss, and his absorption of the power of desolation was even more exaggerated. In the Ocean of Death's view, the upper limit of a master of the Tao of Death was the amount of desolation that could be absorbed. Once Luin broke through to the Eternal Realm, he would definitely become an absolute powerhouse. Bones continued to fall from the sky. The Death Sovereign did not care about the loss of these bones. With the support of the Death Sovereign's power of desolation, the strength of these bones rose to a whole new level. In this dark world, the white color became a color that could not be concealed. It was just that these bones looked very old. One creature after another died. Now in the giant city, creatures below the Eternal Realm were almost extinct, and only those in the Eternal Realm could survive. There were more than 20 Eternal Realm creatures, which was quite a terrifying number. This was under the premise that many Eternal Realm creatures had been lost. One could imagine how many Eternal Realm creatures there were at the peak of the giant city. The Tower of Death constantly scanned the giant city, constantly moving, and at the same time absorbing time. Whether it was attacked or not, time had to be absorbed. The more, the better. Only with enough time could it break through the power of desolation and connect to the outside world. Some Eternal Realm creatures approached the Tower of Death. Get lost. The Tower of Death shouted. It did not want to be noticed. The more obvious the target was, the less likely it was to escape. The Tower of Death's sequence, Junior Lu Fu, as a candidate, wants to escape with Senior. The Tower of Death's eyes were red. Get lost. Not far away, another Eternal Realm creature rushed over. Junior is also a candidate. Please take us with you. There is hope only if we join forces. The Tower of Death wanted to kill them. Wait, its eyes turned cold. Give me your time, I will take you away. The two candidates looked at each other, bewildered. The Tower of End shouted, do you want to leave here alive? Give all of your time to me, and I promise to take you away. At the same time, I will help you enter the time sequence. There is no limit to the number of time sequences. My divine palace of Ends has hundreds of tributaries of the river of time. Enough for all of you to enter. After cultivating to this level, you should know that despair is accompanied by life. This is the closest you have ever been to the chronological echelon. Do not make a mistake, or else you will all die. The two candidates had no choice but to grit their teeth and take out a tributary of the River of Time to attack the Tower of End. The Tower of End's eyes widened. This was great. It didn't bring many tributaries of the River of Time with it this time. It wanted to use them at a crucial moment. These two fellows came at the right time. As long as it had a few more tributaries of the River of Time, it would definitely be able to escape. Even the main sequence couldn't stop it. It was impossible for the Lord of Death to personally deal with it. There was hope. Suddenly, a gust of darkness rushed into the sky. Even though it was in this huge city that was shrouded in darkness, this gust of darkness was frighteningly pure. Many creatures subconsciously looked over. In the distance, Luin slowly raised his head. Within his body, pure darkness flowed against the current, breaking through the starry sky and connecting to the endless sky. It actually dispersed the Lord of Death's deathly still power. His black robes fluttered, and in his hand, the deathly still blade that had turned into pure black slowly rose up. He suddenly stared at the Tower of End. At this moment, an indescribable chill crossed the distance and was reflected in the Tower of End's heart, causing it to feel cold all over. How was this possible? How could the skeleton erupt with such a deep and cold deathly still power? At this moment, the Dead Sea's underworld pressure, the Stygian immortal prison bone, and the others were all shaken. The deathly still power that Luin had erupted with gave them the same feeling as when they had first met the Lord of Death. This deathly still power was even closer to the Lord of Death's clan. This kind of darkness carried a bone-chilling coldness and the depth of death. It was different from what they had cultivated. How did this human-shaped skeleton do it? Luin felt extremely good. He didn't expect that completing the first internal circulation with a closed-mouth technique would bring him such a carefree feeling. Compared to the increase in potential from the 1,000 trickeries, the feeling was more comfortable and free. It was as if he should be able to swim freely in the Dead Sea. It should be like this. This was the true deathly still power, the power that originated from the Lord of Death, one of the strongest existences in the universe. This power wouldn't be so easy to break through. He slowly bent his legs and rushed out, turning into a black stream of light. He didn't rush straight to the Tower of End. Instead, he made a turn along the way. The black blade flickered, accompanied by a dark monster formed by the deathly still power, directly engulfing an eternal realm. The giant skeleton stared blankly. When the darkness flicked its sleeves, the eternal realm fell to the ground, dead. This giant skeleton was Zhou, and on its shoulder was Yugu. Behind it was Zhu, and they were besieging an eternal realm. Luin had already seen that the eternal realm was not weak. It had reached the peak of a universal law, and even if they joined forces, they would not be able to take it down. So, he decided to help. It was just a turn. The black stream of light rushed towards the Tower of Termination. The Tower of Termination's pupils shrank, and it could not care about anything else. Stop him. The 2-time sequence candidates joined forces, and grey time filled the air. Luin did not know what they had used, but it caused the surrounding void to freeze. Luin brandished his black blade and slashed from top to bottom. A torrent of deathly stillness poured into the blade, turning into a black crescent that broke through the power of time of the 2-time sequence candidates. As Luin twisted, the power of deathly stillness wrapped around the 2-time sequence candidates like chains. With a light tap of the blade flashed past. The 2-time sequence candidates stared at each other blankly. How could this be? They could not resist Lu Yin's power of deathly stillness. The only thing they could see was the flickering dark blade and the tattered black robe. Luin gripped the blade tightly and slashed at the Tower of Termination. The Tower of Termination growled, "Do you really want to kill me? I won't let you have it easy." Then, a majestic life force boiled, and the tributaries of the river of time that originated from the 2-time sequence candidates were all absorbed. The Tower of Termination raised its arms and slapped at Luin. This slap was not only powerful, but it also brought with it the collapse of the void. It was in accordance with the laws of the universe. Lu Yin's blade slashed at the Tower of Termination. He did not care about the laws, he would use the power of deathly stillness to suppress it. Then, darkness descended and slammed down. Suddenly, Luin turned his face and saw the blade slashing behind him. No, it was in front and behind. So that was how it was. He understood. At first, he had thought that the Tower of Termination was in accordance with the laws of the universe, similar to the powerhouse who had frozen Karma, Skyleaf. It could cause the void to collapse and fall, but now he understood that this was not a fall, but an extension. It could extend all power in all directions. Down, it was similar to falling, and behind, it could be used for sneak attacks. Luin had almost been successfully sneak attacked. The tower's appearance did not match its sinister appearance. However, this was also a method. For living creatures to survive, all methods were reasonable. There was no such thing as despicable or not. Even though he had extended his blade to launch a sneak attack on Luin, he had still failed. The darkness behind Luin had completely enveloped the Tower of Eradication. The Tower of Doom only felt its entire body being twisted, squeezed, and dragged towards death. It felt as if Luin was carrying a dark monster on his back, one that was completely different from the darkness from before. If Lu Yin's deathly stillness had been as boundless as an abyss or as a monster, then the current deathly stillness was like a pair of eyes for that dark monster, giving it life and the ability to advance towards death. Ever since reaching the time sequence, the Tower of End had never felt so close to death. Boom! The Tower of Death fell down fiercely. It was difficult to break through this deathly stillness. Luin struck out with his palm, using the seal of life and death. The Tower of Eradication raised its head, and its body suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, it was already behind Luin. This time it did not run, as it knew that it had been targeted by Luin and would not be able to escape. Then kill him. Luin turned around and slashed backwards. The deathly stillness was a step faster, and the Tower of End's attack was ruthless. It ruthlessly slammed into the deathly stillness, which was imbued with death's descent, and blocked the Tower of End's attack. Lu Yin's blade pierced through the deathly stillness and stabbed into the Tower of End's body. The darkness followed the blade and entered its body. The Tower of End growled and disappeared once more. Luin used the bone language. The Tower of End appeared in the void, and its body bent as it spat out a mouthful of blood. White bones appeared and tore through its skin. Even the Tower of End could not easily avoid this deathly stillness. Dazzling 100 kills. The Tower of End growled and disappeared once more. Next, more Towers of End appeared in the void. Luin looked around. This was the Tower of End's time technique. It could freeze time in the void and distribute it to various locations so that it could appear at any time. As long as time was stored in that location, it could instantly teleport there. This was teleportation through the power of time. If one borrowed the power of the River of Time to send time far away, they could also teleport. The Tower of End's time technique was quite good. At this moment, all of the Towers of End attacked Luin at the same time. This was the dazzling 100 kills. Luin could block the attacks of one Tower of End, but he could not block the attacks of 100 Towers of End. The distribution of time allowed each Tower of End to be real. However, Luin had encountered a similar power before, although the method was different. The Tower of End would distribute time itself to form 100 kills. Back then, Chu Yuan had used the time realm to freeze time and fuse all of the attacks into one. The principle was similar, but it depended on the user's ability. The Tower of End was more suitable for the dazzling 100 kills. It had observed Luin for a long time and jumped out with 100 attacks that covered Lu Yin's entire body. Unless Luin could teleport away, he would not be able to escape. This was the Tower of End's confidence. However, Luin did not think of escaping. He held his blade with both hands, raised it high, and slashed down. At the same time, the Tower of End's dazzling 100 kills approached, and the first Tower of End punched out. Grey time circulated around Lu Yin's arm and spread to his body. When the first Tower of End's attack appeared, Lu Yin's blade suddenly dropped, and the power of deathly stillness coiled around it, blocking the punch. Next, the second Tower of End used time as a blade and slashed down. Luin raised his blade at the same time. Bang! The third Tower of End. The fourth Tower of End. Every Tower of End was blocked by Lu Yin's blade with the power of deathly stillness. The strangest thing was that Luin always had one blade slashing down in front of him. This slash was very, very slow, and it overlapped with the blade that blocked the Tower of End's attack. It was as if every blade that blocked the Tower of End's attack would fuse into that very slow slash. Everyone looked at Luin. Outside the giant city, the chronological echelon widened their eyes. This was the use of time. This skeleton actually knew how to do it, and it was not weak at all. Every slash fused together, and in the blink of an eye, the 100 blades had all fused into a single slash. Up ahead, the Tower of End was aghast. Impossible. Where did this guy get so much deathly stillness from to block its attacks? This should not be possible. No one had expected this. Only the Sea of Death's Pluto pressure knew that the amount of deathly stillness Luin possessed was far too exaggerated. Rather than saying that Lu Yin was using his blade to block the Tower of N's attacks, it was more accurate to say that he was using the power of deathly stillness. When the 100 blades finished fusing, Lu Yin looked up and took a step forward. A dark light flashed as his blade flashed past the Tower of End, and his body stopped. A breath's time and the blade broke. Behind him, the Tower of End's head fell off, and his body fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Everyone who saw this scene held their breaths. That skeleton had killed a chronological echelon cultivator. Within the giant city, many people were shocked, because they knew that Lu Yin was not an eternal realm cultivator. Outside the giant city, although it caused a stir, it was not obvious. Although the death of a chronological echelon cultivator was a big deal, it was not as big as the death of a chronological echelon cultivator. Even a chronological echelon cultivator had died. The Tower of N's death was very normal. No one knew how many people were still alive in the giant city, and they might all die. After all, there were still sovereigns in the city. High above the giant city, Lu Yin retracted his hand and looked at the broken blade. He slowly looked up, as if he wanted to see the Death Lord. He was truly powerful. The art of silence had allowed his deathly stillness to transform to an incomparably valiant state, allowing this clone to kill a chronological echelon cultivator. He had truly reached the peak of power that was compatible with two universal laws. This was even stronger than when Lu Yin's main body had been at bitter adversity. Back then, Lu Yin's main body had found it difficult to resist Samsara Palm. The Tower of End's strength was not any weaker than Samsara Palm's. After killing the Tower of End, Lu Yin did not move again. Instead, he stood where he was and began to absorb the deathly stillness. He had used up too much of his deathly stillness, and now that he had killed the Tower of End, he had brought enough shock. It was time to replenish it. Around him, the deathly stillness turned into a whirlwind that rushed towards Lu Yin. He raised his arms and used the 3 deaths technique to absorb it. The battle in the giant city continued. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. Most people died on the first day, and on the second day, only the Eternal Realm cultivators were left. Lu Yin continued to absorb the deathly stillness, and at the same time, he looked at the entire battlefield. He did not see any Eternal Realm cultivators, which was strange. There were more than 10 Eternal Realm cultivators left in the giant city, and the countdown to death was only a little more than a day. Those who could survive until now were not weak, especially Zhong Yi, who had fought with the Stygian immortal prison bone, and those who surrounded the Death Sea. Lu Yin knew that he had killed a group of powerhouses, but it was not enough. It was not enough. It was shocking. Thinking of this, he raised his hand. His power was like a bow, the chronological echelon was the string, and the deathly stillness was the arrow. He aimed and shot. The deathly stillness arrow pierced through the void like a black meteor and shot towards an Eternal Realm cultivator. That Eternal Realm cultivator had been hiding his strength, and from time to time, he would erupt with power to save his life. He secretly joined forces with several other Eternal Realm cultivators, planning to risk everything to break through the giant city and escape. As long as he could make a hole, it would be fine. But he did not expect to be targeted by Lu Yin. Seeing the deathly stillness arrow descending, that Eternal Realm cultivator hurriedly dodged. He avoided the arrow, but he could not avoid the deathly stillness power that came with it. The deathly stillness power tore through the void, tearing the Eternal Realm cultivator's body apart. That Eternal Realm cultivator looked at Lu Yin, who was looking down from above, and hurriedly fled. This ruthless character had killed too many powerhouses, and even the time sequence had died. He knew that he was no match for Lu Yin, so he could only escape. But Lu Yin targeted him. He shot out arrows, which constantly pierced through the void. Even the white bones in the death universe were affected, and many of them were shattered. Lu Yin did not care, and neither did the Death Lord. Finally, that Eternal Realm cultivator could not resist and was pierced by Lu Yin's arrow. His body was pressed into the ground, and he was killed. Lu Yin's gaze turned, and he targeted another one. He also shot out a deathly stillness arrow. He stood high in the sky, like the Grim Reaper, and no one could stop him. Outside the giant city, more and more eyes were focused on him again. His combat power made many creatures speechless. Luyin was just about to finish off the Eternal Realm cultivator that he had targeted when the world behind him suppressed him. He turned around and saw a strange image floating in the starry sky towards him. What was that? He immediately shot an arrow, but the deathly stillness arrow pierced through the image and into the void. It was useless. The image continued to distort and move towards him. Was this karma? Lu Yin's gaze pierced through the image. There was a creature that looked like a fox and a wolf at the back. It was a member of the Karma Juggernaut clan. If he was not wrong, it should be the one who had spoken to him and had mistaken him for the holy bow. This guy was not dead yet. The image of karma covered Lu Yin, and deathly stillness shot up from beneath his feet, overturning the image. Lu Yin leaped up and aimed an arrow of deathly stillness at the creature before firing it. Outside the giant city, many creatures cried out in alarm. He actually wants to kill the sovereign race? Although the Lord of Death had said that he wanted to exterminate all living beings in the giant city, it was still a little unrealistic if the juggernauts were involved. In the eyes of many creatures, the ruler race's creature was the Death Lord's bargaining chip. But now, that skeleton was actually attacking the sovereign race. It doesn't matter whether or not he really wants to kill the sovereign race. In terms of strength, the sovereign race is even more terrifying than the chronological echelon. They have the innate abilities of their race, so how could they be so easily killed? That skeleton is dead. The fact that the sovereign race dared to take the initiative to attack him is a clear indication of the outcome. Within the giant city, the Ocean of Death's Pluto and the others had not expected Lu Yin to take the initiative to kill the sovereigns. There were a few sovereigns present, but they had all been left until the very end, waiting for the Death Lord to decide whether or not to kill them. To the Death Lord, it didn't matter if he killed or not. Even if he were to be killed, perhaps he would leave it for the rulers of the Death Universe and not them. Chen was really daring. The deathly silence arrow pierced through the void, heading straight for the creature from the Karma Sovereign clan. The creature's eyes overlapped, and 5 pairs of eyes appeared. Its eyes were slightly pink, and it spoke in a clear voice, "You're from the Death Sovereign clan." As he spoke, he raised his claws and slapped down. The Qiankuan dual qi exploded, forcefully blocking the silent arrow. The Tao of Death also had a juggernaut. Lu Yin did not know what the juggernaut of the Tao of Death was, but when he heard this creature's words, the first thing that came to mind was that it was a creature created by the Death Lord. Some were even in human form. Could that be the sovereign clan of the Tao of Death? Otherwise, why would this creature mistake him for someone else? Also, this voice was not right. It was different from what he had heard before. Had the voice changed? As he thought about this, he didn't stop attacking. Deathly stillness arrows shot out non-stop. He knew that the Karma Sovereign clan had Qiankuan dual energies, and the Qiankuan dual energies of the Sage Bao had left a deep impression on him. He had to use them up. Here, the deathly stillness was boundless, but the qis of heaven and earth were different. The creature leaped up, but it was quickly pressed down by the silent arrows. The silent arrows rained down like black rain, tiring the creature. Its eyes stared fixedly at Lu Yin as it waved its claws, causing a painting to appear above its head. This painting was done without a brush, and it depicted mountains, rivers, and even the outline of Lu Yin's skeleton. At the same time, Lu Yin felt uneasy and continuously retreated as he recalled the sacred bow's ability. This thing must have done something to his karma. Outside the giant city, a creature exclaimed, "I know who it is. Saint. 5 runes. Upper calligraphy. An expert of the Karma Juggernaut's clan. His name is Cold Moon Kite." So that's it. Within the giant city, Lu Yin stared at the painting and watched as more and more brushless paintings appeared. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and since he was uneasy, he had to destroy it. As he thought of this, he loosened his grip. The bow and arrow scattered. His hands clenched the void, grasping the darkness. He leaped up and charged forward. He suddenly rushed towards the saint painting. No matter what you do, since you can't avoid that uneasiness no matter how far you are, you have to get closer. The saint painting's eyes widened. It hadn't expected Lu Yin to actually rush over. The Qiankuan qi on the surface of its body rotated, transforming into a hurricane that swept out. Lu Yin's palms struck out horizontally, and the darkness behind him fiercely collided with the Xianxia. A thunderous boom resounded throughout the giant city. The Xianxia collided with the Xianxia, and for a moment, there was no clear victor. The Tower of Eradication couldn't withstand the Xianxia at this moment, but the Xianxia was different. This was a power bestowed by the Karma Juggernaut, and it was rumored to be able to evolve heaven and earth. It was an absolute power comparable to the Xianxia. The saint painting was able to withstand it for a while, but if this continued, the victor would definitely be Luin. The Xianxia was constantly being consumed. You're not an eternal realm cultivator, but the Death Juggernaut's clan actually produced such a ruthless character like you, the saint painting said, its voice crisp and clear. Luin stared at it as grey time flowed around his body. The Xianxia condensed into a blade above his head, and he slashed down. Just like when he had killed the Tower of Eradication, this blade was very slow. After witnessing the death of the Tower of Eradication, this slow slash naturally sent chills down the sacred painting's spine. It let out a cry, and the original brushless painting suddenly shrank and folded. Finally, it folded into a paper kite and rushed towards Luin. The kite's feet seemed to be stepping on it was as if a cold moon had frozen the void. When the kite came crashing over, Luin blocked it with his blade. Another phantom blade slowly descended towards him. More painting scrolls appeared and folded into paper kites that rushed towards Luin. There were more and more of them than the previous Xianxia, and they formed white raindrops. Lu Yin's blade light frantically slashed in all directions to block the paper kites. However, the paper kites were endless, and the blade light couldn't completely seal them off. The paper kites collided with Lu Yin's body and left a dent on his white bones. The saint painting was shocked. Just a dent? It knew all too well how strong the impact of a paper kite was. An ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to block it. How could the skeleton's body be so tough? Another paper kite collided with Lu Yin's body, but his body only swayed for a moment before he recovered. Blade light flashed continuously, and when the blade fell, the skeletal palm at the hilt reversed. He took a step forward and gathered all the blade light. The saint painting's eyes stared at Luin. Behind it, the painting scroll unfolded and started painting. At the same time, the Xianxia gushed out along with the vitality, forming an arc around its body to block the blade light. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the saber slashed down, slicing through the void, tearing the entire city apart. The saint painting was also sliced apart by the saber. The Xianxia dual qi was also sliced apart, leaving behind a huge bloody wound. Luin took the opportunity to chase after it, his black blade slashing down again. There was a crack as the blade shattered. He gripped the hilt tightly and stabbed out viciously. The saint painting raised its claws, and the paper kites flew out and collided with Luin. Luin was sent flying, but at the critical moment, he flung out his blade. The broken hilt pierced the saint painting and sent it flying. Luin was also bombarded by the paper kites. They crashed into the ground. The two fell at the same time. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The city was shocked. Luin wasn't an Eternal Realm cultivator, but he was able to fight an Eternal Realm cultivator from the sovereigns. Moreover, he was an existence that was compatible with two universal laws. The people outside the city were equally shocked. Lu Yin's attack was a killing move, and he really wanted to kill the saint painting. Bang! Luin crashed to the ground, flipped over, and rushed out. Across from him, the saint painting clawed at the ground and charged out again. Countless paper kites cried out as they rushed towards Luin. Luin casually waved his hand, and the deathly silence drowned out the world, transforming into a torrent that pressed down on the kites. The Xianxia swept up, supporting the deathly silence as countless paper kites charged towards Luin. Luin raised his palm and struck out, one palm hitting the kites while the other struck the saint painting itself. The saint painting had been distracted by using the Xianxia to resist the deathly silence, so it didn't pay much attention and was struck by the forgetful world technique. The divine chronology bow condensed in Lu Yin's hand, and the deathly silence arrow shot out. The deathly silence arrow pierced through the saint painting's body, and Lu Yin himself was drowned out by the countless paper kites. Once again, both sides had suffered heavy losses. Lu Yin's bones were cracking. The saint painting's power was definitely not inferior to the sacred boughs, and it had been going all out against Luin from the very beginning. Compared to the sacred bough, this kind of attitude was much more difficult to deal with. The saint painting only woke up the moment the deathly silence arrow pierced its body. It looked up at the deathly silence arrow that had pierced its body, and its pink eyes stared fixedly at Luin. It actually regretted its actions. It had originally wanted to capture Luin because it had seen how much effort he had expended against the Tower of Finality and that he would definitely be injured. It had wanted to use Luin as a hostage. From its perspective, Luin was definitely an existence of the Death Sovereigns and was extremely important. It hadn't expected that it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Every time it dealt a heavy blow to Luin, it would also be injured. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth as a scroll appeared behind it. Since that was the case, then it would just die. The Xianxia returned. This time it had a brush. It used the Xianxia as a brush and the words on it as a painting. Its 5 pupils overlapped as it stared fixedly at Luin. Luin completely endured the bombardment of countless paper kites. If not for the resistance of the Deathly Silence Arrow and the Deathly Silence Arrow, he might have been blasted into pieces. Even so, it was not easy for him, and there were many cracks on his body. He looked up and saw the scroll and the Xianxia brush. A strong sense of unease welled up within him, and he could not allow it to draw. He struck out with a palm, never forgetting his merit. With the lesson from before, the saint painting would not be struck so easily again. It dodged regardless of the power of this palm. Luin condensed the chronological bow again and shot out an arrow. The Deathly Silence arrow shot towards the scroll, intending to tear it apart. The paper kites around the saint painting cried out and rushed towards the Deathly Silence arrow. With a bang, the paper kite shattered, and the Deathly Silence arrow continued to shoot towards the scroll. However, a second, a third, and so on were soon followed by countless paper kites. No matter how many Deathly Silence arrows there were, it was useless. Darkness spread beneath Lu Yin's feet. It was a dead end. The saint painting hurriedly retreated, but the dead end did not only extend to it, but also to the entire giant city. Regardless of whether it was the battle between the Onyx Immortal Prison Bone and Zhongyi or the battle over at the Dead Sea's nether pressure, a dead end had appeared. The dead ends brought unease to the giant city, and Luin had used the power of the Deathly Silence to create them. With creatures blocking the dead ends, those who could survive were not simple. More than one dead end had been destroyed, but the remaining dead ends could still converge, and the gathering point was where the saint painting was. At the same time, as more and more paintings appeared on the scroll, Luin knew that things were not good. His karma was being depleted. The dead ends continued to converge. The saint painting began to dodge, and the scroll disappeared along with it. Luin could clearly see that the painting was actually using his own karma as the ink. At first, the Xianxia of the sage painting had been used as the brush, and its own karma had been used as the ink. However, later on, the ink had automatically connected to his own karma. His karma was going to complete the painting. Outside the giant city, a creature sighed. The words on the scroll are paintings. This painting can draw out karma and set karma. It is only a part of the painting, and the remaining part is supplemented by the karma of the creature in the painting until the karma of the creature in the painting is exhausted. The creature in the painting is completely exhausted. When the karma is exhausted, its life will also disappear. This is it. The words on the scroll are paintings. Among the karma juggernauts, there are a few who often come out, and one of them is this expert who uses the words on the scroll. Many powerhouses have died at its hands. Rumor has it that when it first broke through to the eternal life realm, it used the words on the scroll to kill a creature who had reached the peak of 2 universal laws. That's right, this is not a legend, but a fact. This is the ability of the juggernauts. Within the giant city, Luin felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, the paths of death converged, and no matter how the sage painting dodged, it still left traces behind. Darkness rose from beneath the sage painting's feet like a fog, and it knew that things weren't looking good. The black fog coiled around the painting like snakes, and most of it surged towards the painting. The Xianxia dual cheese brush was unable to continue as it tangled with the power of death, trying to break free. Luin took advantage of this opportunity to use worldly annihilation, fusing both near and far. The power of time spread out, causing the void to constantly freeze. It looked like Luin was disappearing inch by inch only to reappear in front of the sage painting in the blink of an eye. The sage painting's fifth-level eyes stared fixedly at the void, clearly seeing Luin disappear and reappear every time. However, it couldn't keep up with his movements. What the hell? Worldly annihilation used the power of death, but now that the power of death had transformed, the paths of death, worldly annihilation, and even death's descent had all changed. The sage painting suddenly attacked, gathering vitality in its claws as it slapped out. Luin grabbed the claw, and suddenly, the Xianxia dual cheese brush above his head pierced towards him. This was the sage painting's ultimate move. It had used itself as bait to set up this move. The Xianxia dual cheese brush could be used to draw and attack, and it was the sage painting's trump card. It was even stronger than the cold moon kite. It was over. Luin looked up, watching the Xianxia dual cheese brush stab towards him, and he tilted his body to avoid it. Grabbing the sage painting was equivalent to the sage painting grabbing him. This was why the sage painting had thought that it was over. It wouldn't give Luin any chance to dodge. Using itself as bait was a move that had only been used by peak existences who had just broken through to the eternal realm. How could it possibly let Luin break through after paying such a huge price? Touching it was something that countless creatures wouldn't even dare to dream of. Think about it. Die. But then, its expression changed. Impossible. It was actually being dragged by Luin. It knew that Luin was strong, and it had been constantly probing him during the battle. It had been trying to estimate Lu Yin's strength from the very beginning, using that as a foundation for this move. Thus, it wasn't just relying on strength, but also the invisible world. That's right, the sage painting had used the invisible world. Luin had fought against the Karma sovereigns many times, but he had never seen them use the laws of concord or the invisible world. They had spent their entire lives researching the way of karma, and they only used the laws of concord to break through and reach a higher realm. If he couldn't even defeat his opponent in the Tao of karma, then it would be even more useless to conform to the laws of nature. However, the saint painting was different. It always felt that it was better to have a trump card. He didn't have to rely on the laws of the universe, but he had to have an invisible world. The world it cannot see is called the formless body. As the name implied, it was a formless entity that would cooperate with its own body to stall Luin. It would then borrow its own life force and its own absolute suppression of Lu Yin's realm. From its point of view, Luin would not be able to move. However, reality had shattered its understanding. Luin actually moved. Although he only dodged slightly, that slight movement caused the Xianxia dual chi brush to miss. It fell right in front of Lu Yin's eyes, piercing through the city. As Luin stared at the painting, the black fog that had been swirling around him suddenly expanded as the death rain descended. In his other hand, the deathly silence arrow had appeared at some point, and he grabbed the tip of the arrow and swept it across. His blood splattered on the ground. The saint painting wailed as the deathly silence arrow tore its arm apart and then pierced its neck, penetrating it. The saint painting's pupils flickered, and the 5 layers of pupils first became unfocused. Then, they stacked again. Luin slapped down. Bang! The saint painting's head was hit hard, and its pupils shook and became unfocused. Luin struck out again. The saint painting wanted to break through to the 6th layer, just like the saint bow. How could Luin give it the chance? At this time, the Xianxia dual chi from below the ground bound Lu Yin's arm. At the same time, the paper kite cried and rushed out of the saint painting's body, shaking Luin away. Luin was about to attack when he felt uneasy again. This time, it wasn't because of the painting, but because of what was behind him. He turned around, but there was nothing. It was an invisible world. He didn't know what had descended. Luin opened his bony palm, and the power of deathly silence condensed and danced like a blade. The void was split into 2. No matter what this invisible world was, it couldn't surpass the power of deathly silence at this moment. He would just kill it. Pfft. The saint painting spat out blood, and its pupils flickered as it tried to break through. Blood flowed from the corners of its eyes, and its pink pupils were dyed red. It frantically retreated, trying to distance itself from Luin. The divine chronological bow condensed in front of Luin, and the deathly silence arrow was aimed at the saint painting. The saint painting hurriedly dodged, avoiding the deathly silence arrow. The next moment, the arrow pierced its neck, causing blood to drip down. The saint painting stared blankly at the deathly silence arrow that had pierced its neck. How could this be? Inside and outside the giant city, many creatures were stunned as they watched the saint painting's neck being pierced. This deathly silence arrow was the same arrow that Luin had used to tear the saint painting's arm and pierce its neck. Now, that arrow had been guided by the power of deathly silence and became the second arrow that pierced the saint painting's neck. Who said that arrows had to be shot? Luin pulled the bowstring, and the deathly silence arrow condensed and shot out. The saint painting was shocked and stared blankly. The deathly silence arrow was approaching. Impossible. How can he kill me? He can't kill me. I'm a member of the sovereign clan, a saint painting. SSSSS. A teeth-numbing sound flashed by as the arrow pierced the saint painting's forehead, completely obliterating it. The saint painting's vision blurred, but it was too late for regrets. It watched as the saint painting's corpse fell. Luin put down the divine chronological bow. This was the end. Whether it was the saint painting or the divine chronological bow, they must have wished that they were in the eternal realm. Only an eternal realm cultivator could cause them to suffer a karmic backlash. They had not reached the level where they could bind someone who was not in the eternal realm. Many creatures looked at Luin. This figure that stood in the void would never be forgotten. He had killed Xiaoping, the Tower of Eradication, and the Eternal Realm cultivators. None of that mattered. But now, he had killed an existence from the sovereign clan, and an extremely famous saint painting at that. He had dared to kill it. He was definitely from the Death Sovereign clan, or else he would not have been so decisive. Within the giant city, Xianxia and the Stygian immortal prison bones battle stopped as they looked at Luin. Especially the Stygian immortal prison bone, which refreshed their understanding of Luin. They recalled how they had crushed this fellow and tried to kill him several times. An inexplicable chill appeared. What exactly was this fellow? Why was the power of death different from theirs? No one could describe what they were feeling at this moment. Luin stood high in the sky and moved his arm. He had finally killed it. The sovereign clan was really strong. He twisted his neck and looked around the battlefield. This way, he could be considered to have danced a song in this feast of death. He had lived up to the Death Sovereign's art of silence. However, there was no karmic mark. It seemed that the Death Sovereign had blocked it. Otherwise, killing the saint painting would definitely have been marked. Even the Aeon Lord's subordinates would hunt him down. The shock only lasted for a moment, and the battle continued. The giant city had long since been destroyed and could not withstand so many powerhouses fighting. However, because of the power of death in the outside world, no one could leave. Even if the giant city was completely destroyed, they would still have to fight in space until the end of the last day. In the blink of an eye, the second day ended. In the entire giant city, there were only 6 Eternal Realm cultivators still alive. Aside from Xianxia and the 3 who were attacking the Dead Sea's Pluto, who were at the peak of 2 universal laws, there were 2 more who were also at the peak of 2 universal laws. One was on the verge of death and could die at any moment. The other. The incense was clearly a master of the Tao of Life. Luin looked at the master of the Tao of Life. It was from the Life Sovereign clan. Before this, only 2 sovereigns had come to the giant city. One was the saint painting, and the other was this creature. None of the other sovereigns had died in battle. Luin felt that it was a pity, but there was still one more. This Life Sovereign looked like a snowman, but it was only the size of a palm and had wings. At first glance, it looked rather cute, but its attacks were extremely vicious. Wherever it passed, skeletons would shatter. The Tao of Life allowed one to see a creature's lifeline, but these skeletons' lives originated from the power of death. Luin stared at the snowman, trying to find out the Life Sovereign's abilities. The snowman was terrified. The saint painting was stronger than it, but it had still died. Being stared at by Luin, it felt a chill run down its spine. It immediately changed its route to get as far away from Luin as possible. Ji chased after the snowman. The power of death bombarded it, and the black moon scimitar slashed down, but it was useless. The snowman was not injured at all. No matter how Ji attacked, no matter how strong the power of death was, it could not suppress it. However, it did not attack Ji. It only destroyed the skeletons that had not reached the eternal realm. This pursuit continued without end. Soon, another eternal realm cultivator who was at the peak of 2 universal laws died. He was buried under countless bones. The only ones left were Xianxia, the 3 eternal realms who were attacking the Dead Sea's Pluto, and this snowman. It was not accurate to call it a snowman. It was not a snowman, it just looked like one. Its name was Life. October Jade. Luin found that the names of the sovereigns were very special. Their names seemed to reflect the power they controlled, or perhaps their status in their clan. Time continued to pass. Ming Lu fled frantically, almost being besieged by all the skeletons. Among them were eternal realms like Boss Zhou, as well as soft devouring Xianxia and so on. However, it was not injured. Its vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. There was still half a day left before the Feast of Death was over. The Death Lord wanted to kill everyone in the giant city. Luin silently condensed the chronological bow, aimed at Ming Lu, and fired. The arrow of death shot towards Ming Lu. Ming Lu was shocked. It kept staring at Luin. Sure enough, this guy was going to attack again. Looking at the Death Dao cultivators in the giant city, not to mention the Dead Sea's Pluto and the Black Immortal Prison Bone, it was Lu Yin's turn next. Lu Yin's battle record was too strong, causing other creatures to panic. As Luin attacked, Ming Lu fled even more frantically. As long as it could hold on for half a day, the Death Lord would not be so shameless as to attack it. Zhongyi would not be defeated so easily. Although the Red Doll had a lot of power of death, it lacked decisive means. Otherwise, it would have dealt with the 3 eternal realms that besieged it. However, it only needed to hold on for half a day. The silent arrows continued to shoot out, leaving behind streaks of black light that attracted the attention of the creatures outside the city. They had assumed that Luin would not attack again. All of the creatures fell silent. Most of them did not recognize the ruler clan, and as they watched Luin chase after Ming Lu, a sense of absurdity welled up within them. The sage painting was already dead, but the skeleton still wanted to kill the sovereign race. Even if he belonged to the Sovereign of Death's clan, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Once the Sovereign of Death returned, the Sovereign of Life and Karma's clan would surely reunite with the Sovereign of Life. Their revenge was no laughing matter. No matter how he thought about it, Luin had still taken action. He didn't care about the sovereign race. If he could kill as many as he could, it would be even better if he could force them to reveal their true abilities. These primary Tao beings were destined to be the enemies of human civilization. Now that there was a dead person to take the blame, it was fine to kill him. As he thought about it, more and more deathly silence arrows appeared. They were formed by condensing the surrounding deathly silence energy and did not consume much energy. He even had the ability to absorb the deathly silence energy while releasing the deathly silence arrows. Countless deathly silence arrows fell. Ming Lu was not able to escape all of them. It was also shot, but unlike the saint painting and the others, it could not be injured. Once it was shot, it would immediately be healed by the flowing white light of life. It was quite troublesome. Luin didn't believe it. He took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Ming Lu. Although Ming Lu had never experienced the world never-forgetting technique before, she still avoided it as much as she could because of her fear of Luin. Luin began his pursuit, bombarding Ming Lu with the power of death, the seal of life and death, silent arrows, universal annihilation, and so on. Ming Lu was constantly struck, but she remained calm and unharmed. No matter how Luin fought, it was always under the premise that it could heal itself. This can't go on. By relying on the art of silence, Luin had already raised his power level to the point where he could defeat peak existences that were compatible with 2 universal laws. However, Ming Lu had used her Tao of Life to forcefully raise her body's limit to an unknown level. She was completely beyond Lu Yin's ability to break through her defenses. At this rate, even if the Black Immortal Prison Bone and the Dead Sea's underworld pressure killed those Eternal Realm experts, no one would be able to deal with Ming Lu. Minglu knew that, so she didn't fight back and let him hit her. If he could use the solitary god arrow, he might be able to break through the defense. At this moment, the silent god arrow formed by the power of death and God was extremely powerful. It was a pity that he couldn't use it in front of Death Lord. However, did the Lord of Death really not see that he had divine power? Time passed again. The Death Sea's nether pressure had already dealt with 2 Eternal Life Realm experts. There was only one left. As for Zhongyi, he was still entangled with the black immortal prison bone. In the end, if there were any creatures that could survive, it would be Zhongyi and Ming Lu. Lu Yin chased after it as well, but the upper limit of Life Jade's endurance was too high. Only by making a move would there be a chance to break the move. No move was better than a move. This fellow was constantly on the run and focused on healing himself. There was no way to kill him. Little guy, don't you know how to be flexible? The 3 deaths technique is just a storage container? Lord Death's voice came again. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Be flexible? Vessel? But even if it's easy to store, it can still be moved. The Death Lord's words reminded Lu Yin of the method he had used to deal with the butterfly ancestor. At that time, the butterfly ancestor had unleashed her full power. He had poured the power of deathly stillness into the butterfly ancestor's body to severely injure her. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to kill her. And now, the art of 3 deaths? Vessel? The words of the 1,000 trickeries also appeared in his mind. The 3 deaths technique was a type of treasure. After using it for a long time, it could be treated like a treasure, but it could also be snatched away. Since it could be snatched away, it could be moved. It could be placed in his own body, and it could be placed in someone else's as well. He took a step forward and chased after Ming Lu, no longer attacking from a distance. Instead, he charged straight at Ming Lu and reached out to grab her. Ming Lu was shocked. This guy had been keeping a distance from her all this time. Why was he suddenly so violent? She stared at Lu Yin as her lifeline was severed. Lu Yin had always been on guard against this move. His Tao of Life could see his opponent's lifeline and use it to sever it. He had encountered this back in the core space, where he had used all sorts of powers to strengthen his own lifeline. Since he had dared to charge over, he had naturally come prepared. The power that could strengthen a lifeline the most was naturally the power of deathly stillness, as there was simply too much of it. Ming Lu realized that she couldn't sever Lu Yin's lifeline. Lu Yin's hand descended, and she flapped her wings and disappeared. Lu Yin's hand had missed, she was too fast. Actually, anyone who could cultivate to a level where they could harmonize with 2 universal laws wasn't weak in terms of speed or strength. However, Lu Yin's strength was too great, which made his opponent seem weak. Ming Lu didn't use strength to fight Lu Yin, instead using speed to escape. Lu Yin used worldly annihilation, and his figure disappeared inch by inch. Ming Lu was shocked. You've already killed Sage Painter. If you kill me, even if the Death Lord brings you all back, you won't be able to survive among the sovereigns. Lu Yin waved his hand, and a black blade sliced through the void. The surrounding skeletons that had been chasing after Ming Lu all avoided him. Lu Yin didn't need them to do anything, the Death Lord had already warned him, so he could kill Ming Lu. But as for the future, that could be discussed later. The black light continued to sweep past, and the Death Realm descended. The power of deathly stillness spread out, and at the same time, the death path formed. Lu Yin used the power of deathly stillness to seal off all of Ming Lu's escape routes, forcing her to face him head-on. The black blade slashed down. This attack was very slow, but the creatures outside the city were familiar with it. This attack had slashed through the Tower of Eradication. Ming Lu watched as the blade fell, but she didn't stop it. Instead, she raised her arm, revealing a round white arm that was quite cute. She pointed a finger at Lu Yin, and in that instant, it was as if a bright moon had risen high in the sky. The blade collided with the finger, and with a bang, it shattered. Ming Lu's figure was forced back by the attack, and she turned to flee. Lu Yin was stunned, she'd actually blocked that attack? Outside the city, a creature muttered, "Life Battle Manual, Life Finger." I finally see it. Wrong, it's not Life Finger, but Life Finger of Month. It's a battle manual of the Life Sovereigns, and it uses their boundless vitality to display it. Life Finger of Month is equivalent to all the vitality of an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator condensing into a single finger. As for Life Finger of Month, it's equivalent to the vitality of an entire civilization. Life Finger of Month is equivalent to an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator condensing the vitality of an entire civilization into a single finger. The strength of this finger depends on the vitality of the 1 month. It's far more powerful than an ordinary life finger. If it was just an ordinary Eternal Life Realm life, it would have been beheaded by this blade. How could it block this blade? Legend has it that the Life Sovereigns can cultivate for 100 months at their peak, and with the Life Battle Manual, they're invincible. This is their ultimate technique, and it's our fortune to be able to see it. That skeleton is the strongest. It's that attack that can't even break Life Finger of Month. He can't win this battle. Within the city, Lu Yin held the broken blade in his hand and looked at Ming Lu. Ming Lu's voice rang out, "This finger is just a warning. Don't bother me anymore. I don't only know how to use 1 finger." Lu Yin grinned and raised the broken blade, causing it to condense into a deathly stillness once more. It was shaped and restored, and he opened his other hand at the same time. Another black blade appeared in his hand, and the gray time around him fluttered in the wind like a cloak. He took a step forward, turned around, and slashed. With a single slash, his body seemed to split apart, and time seemed to freeze around him. It wasn't just a single body, but different bodies that appeared as time froze. The blade's light slashed out from various angles. Ming Lu was furious that Lu Yin was still bothering her. The Life Sovereigns could cultivate for 100 months, and she had already cultivated for 27 months. This meant that her body contained the life of 27 civilizations. It seemed exaggerated, but it would still be consumed. She had originally planned to use all of her life force to protect herself until the very end instead of wasting it here, especially since there was a master in the Tao of Death. She wanted to hold on until then. But this guy was still bothering her. Helpless, she decided to dodge again. However, unlike before, her dodge was like a flowing white light that prevented Lu Yin's frozen blade from touching her. Lu Yin's figure kept disappearing, and every slash was useless. He couldn't touch Ming Lu at all. What kind of footwork was this? Lu Yin stared at Ming Lu. No, it wasn't an exquisite footwork, but rather a life force that was being used to drag her away. Although Ming Lu was alone, her life force was released as if there were countless external forces pulling her away, allowing her to escape her current predicament. Limitless. What boundless life force? The Twin Life Steps was a living battle technique, but to Ming Lu, it should be called the Twin Life Steps. It used the life force of 2 ordinary Eternal Realm cultivators to support the life force of 2 civilizations. Although it was constantly being consumed, no one knew where its bottom line was. Lu Yin stared at Ming Lu's movements. Although she was able to escape the restrictions of life, the pull of external life force had to come from her own thoughts. As long as he could understand her thoughts, he would be able to understand how she was dodging. He stared at Ming Lu, and no matter how far she ran, he could still see her clearly. The city was only so big. She didn't dare to approach a battlefield that conformed to the 3 laws of the universe. Outside the giant city, even more people were paying attention to the battle between Lu Yin and Ming Lu. The main reason was that the Tao of Life was too mysterious, and it was very rare for a Tao of Life cultivator to appear in the outside world. If there were 10 chronological echelon cultivators, then there were at most 3 who could light up an inextinguishable star atlas. As for the Tao of Life, it was even rarer for the Tao of Life to appear. However, there was one thing that everyone was certain of: Lu Yin couldn't take down Ming Lu. Ming Lu's attacks might not be strong enough, but her life-saving abilities were the best in the Tao of Life. No cultivator on the same level could compare to her. This was the Tao of Life. It could bring life to others, but it could also bring life to oneself. This was just the Twin Life Steps, but Lu Yin was already helpless against it. Only the heavens knew how much life force Ming Lu had. Lu Yin watched for a long time as time continued to pass. Aside from him, there was no one else in the Tao of Death who could deal with Ming Lu. More than half of the 3rd day had passed, and soon, the 3-day feast of death would end. Since Ming Lu wasn't dead yet, she wouldn't die. Lu Yin stood silently in place, then suddenly moved. He condensed the divine chronological bow and shot out an arrow of silence. It was difficult to passively observe Ming Lu's movements, so he had to take the initiative. Death silence arrows shot out continuously, and Ming Lu dodged continuously. The death silence arrows were fast, but they were still ineffective against the two birth steps. Lu Yin did not care about the energy consumption, as the Death Lord was the source of the death arrow's power, not his own. Ming Lu realized this. After dodging for a while, the death silence arrows were too weak, and they could not hurt her at all. Since that was the case, there was no need to dodge. Lu Yin put down the chronological bow, that was enough. The next moment, the power of death started to condense in all directions around the dark city. If one looked closely, they would discover that these condensed points were the void where the death silence arrows had passed through. As the power of death surrounded the city, it finally formed a giant sourcebox array. This sourcebox array was the Tai Ching array that Lu Yin had carved onto the bone. The Tai Ching array could isolate certain external influences, and it had even been able to isolate the flask and a palm's ability to absorb karma. Although the array was too weak and could not last for long, it was still effective. In that case, it might be able to affect Ming Lu as well. At the very least, it would be able to hinder Ming Lu's movements. Ming Lu looked up into the void. A sourcebox array? How could the skeleton know how to do that? With a wave of his hand, Lu Yin used the Tai Ching array to drag the power of deathly silence that permeated the entire city. For a moment, the power of deathly silence, which had completely sealed Death Lord, was drawn down and transformed into a huge spear that shot towards Ming Lu. The black spear continued to descend from the sky. Ming Lu hurriedly dodged, but it was too fast and crashed into the Tai Ching array. Although it was not stopped by the array, it was still restrained for a moment. Lu Yin was waiting for this moment, as a single mistake would be enough to disrupt the skeleton's thought process. This was in addition to his previous observations. Lu Yin chased after Ming Lu as the death silence spear descended. His movements were similarly strange, as he was not specifically targeting Ming Lu, but he was getting closer and closer. Finally, he clashed with Ming Lu. Ming Lu gritted her teeth. "You're courting death." White light condensed into a sword on her round arm. The sword light was gentle and did not have any sharpness, but this strike still shocked Lu Yin. He had successfully gotten close to Ming Lu, but he had to face this sword. Everyone had underestimated Ming Lu, or rather, they had underestimated the battle cannon. The battle cannon didn't only have finger and movement techniques, it also had killing techniques. The sword pierced through Lu Yin. Even though he was a skeleton, it still managed to shatter the bones in his chest, and the white light exploded within his body. Lu Yin grunted as he struck Ming Lu with a palm. Ming Lu loosened her grip, and the white sword suddenly exploded, transforming into a burst of life force that soared into the sky and broke Lu Yin's skeletal body in half. This was the most serious injury Lu Yin had ever suffered since he had participated in this battle, and he had almost been smashed to pieces. Ming Lu couldn't believe it. How could he withstand that? It could not understand how Lu Yin had managed to hold on. From the very beginning, it had been fleeing, creating the false impression that it was not proficient in killing. In reality, its killing methods far surpassed the sacred paintings. Otherwise, the Life Dominator's clan would not have sent it to the giant city to participate in the pursuit of the Tao of Death. It had never cared about existences like the sacred painting, and this strike had been perfectly executed. Logically speaking, even an old monster that had harmonized with the three laws of the universe should have been smashed to pieces, so why hadn't the skeleton survived? Lu Yin admitted that he had underestimated Ming Lu and had almost been smashed to pieces, but Ming Lu had also underestimated him. His body was not made of ordinary bones, his periosteum was made of godly power while his marrow was made of deathly stillness. It was precisely because of these two powers that he had been able to delay the sword's explosion. Otherwise, he would have died. Ming Lu had planned this from the very beginning in order to survive this feast of death. Lu Yin's body flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. Ming Lu had only been pushed back by a single palm strike, and she had not been injured at all. Outside the giant city, many of the creatures were not surprised. The skeleton's defeat was certain. The Tao. of life had never been weak, and its tenacious vitality did not mean that it did not have any killing techniques. Throughout this battle, Ming Lu was definitely second only to Zhongyi in terms of concealment. She was much more powerful than those who had attacked the Ocean of Death. It could only be said that the skeleton had chosen the wrong opponent. Being able to kill the sacred painting did not mean that it could kill Ming Lu. It was lucky that the skeleton had not died. Ming Lu looked deeply at Luyin. The Death Lord will definitely return to the Mother Tree once he recovers. Don't bother me anymore. I'll see you in the Cloud Court. With that, she turned and left. The third day was about to end. Ming Lu had only taken a few steps when she suddenly paused. She looked down and saw a triangular symbol in front of her where Lu Yin's bone palm had struck. What was that? The next moment, the entire giant city shook. Endless amounts of deathly stillness gathered towards the triangular symbol, the first to bear the brunt of the impact being the deathly stillness spears that had fallen into the ground. One spear after another pierced towards Ming Lu. Ming Lu was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but it was useless. The deathly stillness spears still pierced the triangular symbol. The expected injury did not appear, and the deathly stillness spears completely sank into the triangular symbol. Ming Lu was shocked. Following that, all of the deathly stillness spears, even the Tai Ching array that had been set up in the void, surged towards the triangular symbol. Across from her, Lu Yin slowly stood up, his injured body still surrounded by a white light. He used the power of deathly stillness to disperse it, but his eyes were fixed on Ming Lu. What did you do? Ming Lu did not understand. Lu Yin grimaced and shut his mouth, unable to speak. Underestimating Ming Lu had injured him, but in terms of true power, even if he had not underestimated her, Dawn's clone would not have been Ming Lu's match. Ming Lu's life force was unfathomable, even if she used her divine power. He could not win. However, this was a giant city with an endless amount of deathly stillness that came from the Death Lord. Although this power could not harm Ming Lu, it could still be absorbed by the Three Deaths technique. At this moment, the Three Deaths technique was on Ming Lu's body. Lu Yin knew that he could not defeat it, but he was not going to fight it himself. Instead, he was going to fight the world's deathly stillness. More and more deathly stillness surged into the triangular symbol, causing the entire city to sway. Ming Lu was uneasy, and it continuously used its life force to repel the triangular symbol. It was just a single strand of energy that could be repelled. However, it was useless. Even if it had used its full strength at the beginning, it might not have been able to repel the symbol. The Three Deaths technique contained Lu Yin's own boundless deathly stillness energy, and as more and more of it gathered, the pressure on Ming Lu increased as well. Boundless life force surged around Ming Lu's body to resist the Three Deaths technique. Two strands of energy, one black and one white, clashed inside and outside the triangular symbol, consuming each other. Ming Lu's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger, because there was too much deathly stillness energy. There was also an endless amount of deathly stillness in the outside world, so how could it compare? It could only hope that this battle technique contained less deathly stillness energy. No matter how much deathly stillness energy there was in the outside world, as long as it could absorb less here, it would be able to suppress it. As the Three Deaths technique continued to absorb the deathly stillness energy, Ming Lu continued to consume it. Lu Yin attacked with a palm strike, using the unforgettable technique. Ming Lu was unable to dodge this palm strike, as all of its attention was focused on the Three Deaths technique. When it was struck by the unforgettable technique, its eyes went slack, and it was stunned for a second. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the divine chronology bow condensed. The arrow shot out. Ming Lu stared at Lu Yin, and the incense stick that had been lit was extinguished. It lit another stick in front of it. You're courting death. The incense stick had two states. One was to inform the inextinguishable astral chart, and the incense would devour the enemy's life. The other was to inform the inextinguishable astral chart, and the incense would protect one's own life. Ming Lu had been trying to protect itself because it wanted to last until the very end. Its final opponent would definitely be an existence that controlled the Tao of Death, but it didn't have time to think about that now. It just wanted to get rid of Lu Yin as quickly as possible, because the 3-day deadline was almost over. If it couldn't even deal with Lu Yin, how could it survive? The incense stick slowly burned, shooting straight into the heavens. Even the deathly stillness energy that covered the entire city couldn't suppress it. It allowed the incense stick to pierce through the deathly stillness, heading somewhere unknown. Ming Lu stared at Luyin, die. Luyin didn't move. Ming Lu blinked. Luyin stared at Ming Lu, and then at his own body. What had happened? There was nothing there. Ming Lu was stunned, but then it suddenly remembered that the Tao of Death was life itself. Wasn't their life force the power of deathly stillness? The backlash from the Tao of life was life itself, but Ming Lu's life force was deathly stillness energy, and the surroundings were filled with deathly stillness energy. How could it counterattack? Right, Ming Lu had thought of this from the start, which was why he hadn't used the backlash. At most, he'd just cut his lifeline. How could he have forgotten? Outside the city, the various creatures watched on. They didn't understand what was happening, but it seemed like Ming Lu was at a disadvantage. What was going on? Only the two combatants knew what was going on. Luyin was using the Tao of Death's deathly stillness energy to deplete Ming Lu's life force. The three deaths technique was the breakthrough, but it was impossible for Ming Lu to kill Luyin. Now, it was Lu Yin's turn to not approach it. Ming Lu thought of this and hurriedly charged at Luyin. As long as it killed him, the triangular symbol would also disappear. Luyin wouldn't give it the chance to do so, and he constantly dodged. The three deaths technique frantically absorbed the power of the deathly stillness. In the eyes of the other creatures, Ming Lu was clearly a Tao of life, but it was enveloped in a storm of deathly stillness. What was it doing? Was it absorbing the power of the deathly stillness? No matter how they looked at it, that seemed to be the case. But could someone who focused on the Tao of life cultivate the Tao of death? No matter how the outside world thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. The white light around Ming Lu's body continued to dim as its life force was continuously depleted. So what if it had 27 months? No amount of life force could withstand such boundless deathly stillness energy. Left with no choice, it could only burn incense again and pray to the inextinguishable star chart to save its life. But here, under the Tao of Death's gaze, even the life-dominus power couldn't protect it. The three deaths technique was still absorbing the power of the deathly stillness, and Ming Lu's life force was completely depleted. Darkness enveloped its entire body, and its snow-white body was suffused with deathly stillness. Its wings decayed, and its body fell to the ground. It looked up at the sky, "Don't kill me, Tao of Death, don't kill me." No matter how many life-saving methods it had, they were useless against the Tao of Death's power. Luyin watched from afar, not daring to approach. He would no longer underestimate Ming Lu, who knew what other abilities the life dominus had. "Tao of Death, don't kill me, don't." Ming Lu cried out as its entire body was submerged in darkness, and nothing could be seen. The third day was about to end. Luyin looked up. The dawn of the fourth day was about to arrive. But Ming Lu was destined not to see it. This was a powerful opponent, but unfortunately, it had not been given a chance to fight fairly. It could be said that Ming Lu had been tricked to death by Luyin. Of course, it was also because of the Death Lord's guidance, or Luyin would not have been able to kill it. The darkness slowly dissipated. Ming Lu had died on the spot. Luyin walked over and looked at it for a while before opening his hand. The three deaths technique floated up and entered its body. Xianxia's speech was correct. The three deaths technique was a unique treasure after being cultivated for a long time. Now, the deathly stillness contained within the technique was incomparably vast. Even though it had borrowed the Death Lord's deathly stillness, if his own three deaths technique could not absorb that much deathly stillness, it would not have been able to suppress Ming Lu. It could be said that he had killed it with his own hands. He put away the three deaths technique and looked into the distance. The Death Sea's nether pressure had already finished its battle and was looking over. Finally, only Zhongwan remained. Onyx Immortal Prison Bone kept teleporting, and Zhongwan threw out tributaries of the River of Time to fight against it. Without a killer move, Zhongwan would be the only one to last until the end of the 3 days and survive the Feast of Death. Suddenly, Zhongwan stopped and slowly landed on the ground. Kneeling, Zhongwan worships the Death Lord, and begs for the Death Lord's blessing. Onyx Immortal Prison Bone stopped and stared at Zhongwan. Luyin was not surprised. The Death Lord had been abandoned and chased by the Death Lord, and now that he had finally recovered, he used death to announce his return. How could he give Xianxia a chance to live? Xianxia understood this, so even if it was only an instant until the fourth day, it would not struggle. Only by seeing the situation clearly could it survive. If it did not surrender and did not die, it would be trampling on the Death Lord's dignity, which was not allowed. Outside the city, the Death Lord's voice rang out, "Smart, you can." With that, the deathly stillness descended, connecting heaven and earth with Xianxia below. No one stopped it, not even the Time Lord. The Death Lord used the death of the city to announce his return. He was venting the fact that he had been abandoned and chased by the Death Lord for countless years. The living beings in the city were also a form of respect from the other lords, or rather, a gift. Thus, from start to finish, no other lords made a move. From the start, the Feast of Death's success. The fact that Xianxia was able to survive until the end and surrender was the finishing touch. It represented the Death Lord's strength and dominance. The darkness of the giant city dispersed. Countless skeletons towered in space, and Luin also walked out of the giant city and surveyed his surroundings. Quite a few creatures were looking in his direction. Some of them were the ones he had encountered before, while others had been lucky enough to leave the giant city ahead of time. Although he couldn't recognize any of them, he was certain that they were among them. He just didn't know if the storyteller was dead or not. If he wasn't dead, then he had left in advance. Above the starry sky, death quietly floated. The power of deathly stillness surrounded him, allowing him to gather as he laughed. "Why? Do you want to play a few moves? Lord of Death, congratulations on your recovery." A voice rang out. Death Lord laughed. "Don't be a hypocrite. You have been testing me for so many years, and you even left an unknown to deal with me. Is it useful? I am the overlord of the Tao of Death. How could those ants test me? What belongs to me will always belong to me. No one can take it away from me. You can scram now. I'll settle the score with you soon." Another voice rang out, "Settling the score? I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many creatures you created are left." Death Lord was calm. "Then open your eyes wide and take a good look." With that, the darkness behind him suddenly dispersed, revealing many figures. Some were standing, some were squatting, and some were sitting. There were all kinds of creatures. Although they were blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, they still gave off a stifling feeling. Luin, the ocean of death's nether pressure, and the others looked over as well. These were the creatures created by Death Lord, and they could be considered part of the Death Lord's clan. Luin stared at one of them. It was the creature that had easily crushed Lu Gu's memories and left him disappointed. The power they used was known as darkness. Under the darkness, all kinds of figures were entrenched, some large and some small. They brought a stifling pressure to the starry sky. Luin looked at the creatures of the Death Lord's clan and suddenly saw Eternity. Eternity was actually part of the Death Lord's clan? How could this be? Wasn't he created by Wangwen? Could it be? Eternity also looked at Luin. They had watched the entire battle in the giant city, and it wasn't just Eternity. Several creatures were also staring at Luin with expressions of interest. Luin and Eternity looked at each other. The skeletal eyes couldn't see anything, and Eternity seemed to be thinking about something. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. "As expected, you have recovered. Then, we will wait for you." The starry sky suddenly brightened. There were no changes, but Luin felt as if something had left. Immediately after, the creatures retreated and left. Death Lord snorted and turned into a dark shadow above all the creatures. The ocean of death's nether pressure, prison bone, and the others bowed. All the creatures of the Death Lord's clan bowed as well. Luin naturally bowed as well. "Greetings, Death Lord. Greetings, Death Lord. Greetings." The Death Lord announced his return with the Feast of Death in the giant city. Death Lord was darkness, and darkness was Death Lord. There was no way to see clearly, and only his voice could be heard. "Anyone who wishes to give a gift, stand in the ocean of death and fight for it. No one can take away what belongs to me. Before I send a message, create chaos outside the mother tree. Let death banish life." With that, darkness fell in all directions. The ocean of death's nether pressure, prison bone, and Ji all landed in front of Luin. There was also darkness falling in front of the Death Lords. This darkness was a gift from Death Lord. He allowed them to build the ocean of death and fight for the other lords' territories outside the mother tree. Immediately after, Death Lord enveloped the void with darkness and took away most of the creatures of the Death Lords. They disappeared in an instant. Luin stared in front of him. The darkness dissipated, revealing two creatures. One was a soft devouring tracer clone, and the other was an oval-shaped creature with 4 round claws. It shook a few times when it was revealed in front of Luin. Then, it climbed onto Lu Yin's shoulder and lay still. Luin glanced at it and didn't know what it was used for. He needed to study it. The soft devouring tracer's use was simple. It caught Eternal Realm creatures and gave them the bone language to strengthen the Ocean of Death's Eternal Realm combat power. The previous soft devouring tracer was dead. Under the Death Lord's power, these clones actually reached the strength of the previous soft devouring tracer. They just lacked a real soft devouring tracer. These soft devouring tracers didn't know anything and were just tools. Receiving this gift meant that he also had to build the Ocean of Death and help Death Lord announce his return. This would cause chaos outside the mother tree. Things were getting more and more interesting. Everything he had done in the giant city had been acknowledged by Death Lord. It seemed that he was now at the abyss level in Death Lord's eyes. Now that Death Lord had left, the surrounding deathly still energy was constantly being absorbed by the various creatures of the Death Universe. Even Xianxia was absorbing it. Although it had been bestowed with deathly still energy by Death Lord, it still needed time to adapt. Thus, it was trying its best to increase its deathly still energy. However, the Ocean of Death's underworld pressure didn't move. Ji didn't move either. Stygian Immortal Prison Bone stared at Luin. Luin looked up and met Stygian Immortal Prison Bone's gaze. He didn't care about it. The current situation was clear. Death Lord wanted them to create death outside to announce his return. At this time, the Death Universe couldn't fall into chaos. The giant city collapsed, and the countless skeletal creatures that had participated in the war returned to their respective abyss. Among them, Boss Zhou brought Gu and the rest of the skeletal creatures towards Luin. Zhu also came, but it didn't seem to be of his own volition. He was dragged over by Boss Zhou. Luin had been to 3 abyss before, and he had spent the longest time in Legu's withered abyss. Now, those who had submitted to him were all skeletal creatures from that abyss, and all of them still recognized him. The skeletal creatures of the Thousand Trickery Abyss were all posing in the abyss, but they didn't have much battle power to let others comprehend the Death Boundary Codex's battle techniques, so they weren't here. The last one was the Ocean of Death, Pluto Abyss. The skeletal creatures of that abyss naturally went to the Ocean of Death. The only one left was the Sword Test Stone, but it didn't appear in this battle. Luin also discovered that the Ocean of Death had changed. The Ocean of Death was no longer there. Death Lord wanted them to build the Ocean of Death, but it wasn't the Ocean of Death that Pluto Abyss used to be. That Ocean of Death had been brought into the Mother Tree. In other words, the Sword Test Stone and Holy Time Chariot had been taken away. If they were here, Luin would kill the Ocean of Death and bring them back. The skeletal creatures that followed Ji were from Li Luo's withered abyss. Xianxia was alone and didn't have any skeletal creatures following him, but he didn't care. After all the skeletal creatures chose the Ocean of Death, Stygian Immortal Prison Bones spoke, "Each of you choose a direction to worship the Death Lord and announce the return of the Death Lord. I hope you don't die first." These words were said to Luin, because the Ocean of Death's Pluto Abyss also conformed to the 3 laws of the universe, and so did Xianxia. Among the 4 creatures that could build the Ocean of Death, only Luin was special. Not to mention conforming to the 3 laws of the universe, he wasn't even in the eternal life realm. The Ocean of Death's Pluto Abyss looked at Luin. "Chen, you've cultivated the art of silence?" Luin looked at the Ocean of Death's Pluto Abyss and nodded. The Ocean of Death's Pluto Abyss praised, looking at the Death Tao, "There aren't many who are qualified to cultivate the art of silence, and the only one who is qualified to teach the art of silence is the Death Lord. You've just been taught it, right? You've already made such a huge breakthrough after cultivating it. When you break through to the eternal life realm, you'll definitely be stunning and invincible. Zhongyi also looked at Luyin. It was a three-headed eagle, and its whole body was burning with gray flames. It was unknown whether it was the time or the temperature, but it looked at Luyin with a cold gaze. Of course, it wasn't directed at Luyin. It looked at everyone with the same gaze. Luyin glanced behind him, and then called Boss Zhou over. He let Boss Zhou translate his words. He learned the acting of 1,000 trickeries and snapped his fingers, and his voice entered Boss Zhou's ears. Boss Zhou understood and began to translate Luyin's words. I've learned the art of silence long ago. The ocean of death's Pluto abyss was surprised. You've learned it long ago? Stygian immortal prison bones also stared at Luyin. Luyin snapped his fingers again, and Boss Zhou translated, it's very simple, isn't it? The ocean of death's Pluto abyss and Stygian immortal prison bones looked at each other. The mouth-sealing technique was the same as the three deaths technique. It was a consummate skill that focused on the Tao of Death. Any Tao that focused on the Tao of Death had a combat skill that could dominate the entire universe. And to be able to learn both at the same time, even in the entire Tao of Death, was rare. 1,000 trickery was one. Chen was also one. Could it be that Chen's appearance in the 1,000 trickery abyss was not a coincidence? Then why did he stay in Legu's withered abyss? They could not see Luyin clearly for a while. This was exactly what Luyin wanted. Back then, Stygian immortal prison bone had almost killed him, and it was 1,000 trickery that healed him. This matter had always been a thorn in Stygian immortal prison bone's heart, and as long as there was a chance, he would find a way to kill Luyin. But now, it was different. Luyin's relationship with the Death Lord was vague, and Stygian immortal prison bone did not dare to act recklessly. There was also Heavy One, who knew what he was thinking. Luyin also hoped to use them to spread the news. This way, his identity would be a form of protection. Where is Senior 1,000 trickery? Luyin asked Boss Zhou to translate. Stygian immortal prison bone said, disappeared. It disappeared when the Death Lord brought us away from that area. Did it die in the hands of the unknown? Luyin pretended to be uneasy. Stygian immortal prison bone sneered, it won't die so easily, it will definitely return. With that, he looked at Luyin deeply before turning and disappearing in a direction. Heavy One also left, and the surrounding deathly silent. Energy was exhausted. He did not dare to stay, after all, he had betrayed the Tao of Time and joined the Tao of Death. Now that the Death Lord was in the limelight, the Tao of Time did not find trouble with him, but he definitely wanted to kill him to wash away his shame. In the end, only Luyin and Stygian immortal prison bone were left in space. He knew that Stygian immortal prison bone had something to say to him. Stygian immortal prison bone's voice only entered Luyin's ears, quickly break through to eternal life, our enemies are not just the Tao of Death. Luyin was shocked, not just the Tao of Death? Stygian immortal prison bone's body floated in space, dark red and evil, or rather, not just the Tao of Death. The Death Lord clan? We are a different species from them. We are different from the other primary Tao. The other primary Tao's sovereign 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 Tao was created by the sovereign Tao of Death. The Dead Sea's nether pressure looked at Luyin. You've seen them in the Dead Sea before. They don't communicate with the abyss and can cultivate the power of poverty. Frankly speaking, they look down on us, who don't cultivate the power of poverty. They think we're lower than them. Now that you've killed the living beings of the Karma Dominator clan and the Life Dominator clan, you'll definitely become a thorn in their side. It's only a matter of time before they find trouble with you. They want to prove that they're stronger than you, so for you, breaking through to immortality is the key. Luyin was puzzled. Why are you telling me this? Stygian immortal prison bone's voice was low. From what I know, the Lords of Death have a supreme position in the Tao of Death, but we are different. The creatures created by the Death Lord have not made a move yet, and at most, they have only fought with the abyss occasionally. They did not attract much attention, but with the return of the Death Lord, they will definitely establish their position. So, in the end, we must fight them. For the sake of the Lords, they will do their best to suppress us, but I don't want to be suppressed. We, the Abyss, are directly responsible to the Death Lord, why should we be suppressed by them? This is an irreconcilable conflict. Luin understood, so you think I am your weakness. The 4 creatures confirmed by the Death Lord to build the Death Sea could also represent the 4 abyss. The other 3 were in line with the 3 Tao of the universe, but Luin was an exception. He was not even an eternal life realm, so if those creatures wanted to make a move, the first one they would look for would be Luin. Stygian immortal prison bone reminded, being recognized as a weakness is better than having no value at all. Break through as soon as possible. Compared to us, those creatures are more willing to suppress you, because you are more famous than us. Stygian immortal prison bone left with the Death Sea. Before leaving, Luin hurriedly asked Boss Zhou, "Where is your Death Sea?" Stygian immortal prison bone replied, "It was taken away by the Death Lord." Luin stood in place as he watched the Death Sea's pressure disappear. Behind him, many skeletal creatures stood quietly, waiting for Lu Yin's orders. Luin turned around and looked at the skeletal creatures. Other than Boss Zhou, who was an eternal life realm warrior, the rest were not. Yugu, Zhu, and a few others were at the crossing Calamity realm, but most of the skeletons were progenitors. Those below that were almost all dead. These skeletal creatures were different from humans. They did not need to be mobilized or anything. Luin could just order them, even if he wanted them to die. The Death Sea? Luin looked at the bone palm. If they wanted to mess up, then so be it. It was in line with his plans. The so-called Death Sea was built for 2 reasons. The first reason was to use the power of death to contain the skeletal creatures. Even if it was the Death Sea, one would have to find turbid treasures like the building blocks themselves. The second reason was for the skeletal creatures. The bone language would suffice, as long as one found a suitable civilization and bestowed the bone language, they would be able to obtain it. It was the same for the eternal life realm skeletons. Luin looked at Boss Zhou and Yugu. They were also looking at Luin expectantly. Lugu was gone, and Luin was equivalent to the abyss. "How have you been these years?" Luin asked Boss Zhou directly. Of course, only Boss Zhou could hear it, but there was no need for translation. Boss Zhou said, "Lugu is gone, and the abyss was dragged away by the death universe. We have been staying in the abyss all this time until this battle. It hasn't been long." A few thousand years was indeed not long for Boss Zhou and the others. The building blocks were dragged away too? Yes. Luin was speechless. This Death Master was really ruthless. The turbid treasures were useless to him, so why did he drag them away? The Death Sea was gone too. Although he was confirmed to be at the abyss level, everything had to start from the beginning. He was only left to these skeletal creatures. Yugu was very happy. Luin was the boss, and Lugu's good days were coming. Lu Yin's gaze fell on Zhu, and he asked Boss Zhou to translate, "What's going on with the Eternal?" Zhu replied, "I don't know. After you left Joy City, he left too, one after the other. Where did they go? I really don't know." Luin realized that the Eternal was still haunting him. No matter how high he went, the Eternal would always appear. Now, the Eternal was one step ahead of him, and he had no idea what his relationship with Wang Wen and the Death Universe was. He looked at Zhu. "How much do you know about the Eternal?" Zhu was helpless. "I'm just a bait thrown out by the Death Universe. Other than the things I did in your human civilization at the beginning, the rest has nothing to do with me. There are too many creatures like me in the Death Universe, and I don't know much." Luin knew that Zhu was telling the truth, but he could never forget the scene of Wang when walking out of the portal on the surface of its body. That scene had left a shadow in his heart, and Luin did not dare to interact with any creatures or civilizations that had come into contact with Wang Wen. Who knew where Wang Wen would come from? The scariest thing about this guy was not his combat power, but his intelligence. Lord Chen? Where are we going now?" Yugu asked carefully. Luin asked Boss Zhou to translate, "Anywhere." Then, he led all the skeletal creatures in one direction. The 4 creatures that built the ocean of death left in 4 different directions. The domain was about to be messed up, and this was what the Death Lord needed. The creatures outside the giant city hurriedly spread the news, wary of imminent death. Luin didn't leave without a purpose. He just wanted to avoid the sight of some creatures before releasing the Toad clan. The Toad clan had been worried about what would happen after entering Mount Supreme, and they only relaxed when they saw Lu Yin's clone. Lu Yin briefly explained the situation, and Boss Zhou and the rest looked at the toads in surprise. Were they from the same tribe as that toad? They had interacted with Old Six before, and the impression was too deep. Now that they saw Boss Toad, they were naturally surprised. Lu Yin then released Mian and asked Boss Toad to find the location of the Interrogation Department and the Tower of Termination's Divine Palace. The Tower of Termination was dead, but the Divine Palace and the Chrono Vault were still there. It would be a waste not to take them, and C had to die as well. Mian knew these two chrono echelons, or else he would not have been lured to the Jade Universe battlefield. Not long after, Lu Yin's main body appeared and took the entire ocean of death into his heart. He then teleported towards the Tower of Termination's Divine Palace. Once news of the battle in the giant city spread, the zone outside the Mother Tree was thrown into chaos. The Master Paths had their own ways of contacting the other echelons, and the news quickly spread, causing the other Master Path subordinates to panic. The Master Path of Death was clearly looking for trouble, and no one wanted to be targeted. 2 juggernauts had died, so the others were even less likely to survive. For a time, the other echelons under the Master Paths hid themselves, the most obvious being the Chrono Echelon's Divine Palace. All of their altars were closed, and their divine envoys were not allowed to leave the Divine Palace. The cultivators who had fixed their karmic natal charts also stopped using their charts to search for creatures to harvest their karma. The cultivators from the Master Path of Fate were not afraid, as they believed that they were lucky and would not encounter them. However, when they heard about Qiu Ping's death, they all quieted down. No one could guarantee how long their luck would last, and it was best to wait until the situation was clear. The Death Lord had been abandoned and even chased down by the other Master Paths for revenge, but this revenge would eventually come to an end. The Master Path would not allow the Death Lord to act so recklessly. In outer space, Lu Yin teleported to the Tower of Termination's Divine Palace. It was quite far away from the God's resting palace, but it was still within range. The Tower of Termination's Divine Palace was the same as before, and the altars were not closed. Since the Tower of Termination had died, and the divine envoys here could not use the Mirror of Time to contact the other echelons, they had no idea that the Tower of Termination had died. Lu Yin directly entered the Divine Palace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not bad, there were 5 divine envoys here. Then, bang! One fell to the ground and fainted, but Lu Yin caught it. A second, a third, and even a 5th were all caught. After that, Lu Yin sent some creatures to the battlefield to notify the divine envoys guarding the battlefield and lure them back. Another 3 divine envoys appeared. There were 8 divine envoys in the divine palace of the Tower of Termination, which wasn't too many or too few. These 8 divine envoys were very ordinary and couldn't even compare to the other divine palaces or command divine palaces. Lu Yin captured all of them and pried open the time vault. He took the hundreds of tributaries of the River of Time and left. Next, the Divine Order Palace. There would be a battle. Not long after Lu Yin left, a figure appeared outside the Divine Palace of the Tower of Termination. It was also a person, Blind Man. Blind faced the Divine Palace of Tower of End and muttered to himself, "Since you are already dead, there's no point in keeping these treasures. It doesn't matter who benefits, why don't you just give them to me, old Blind?" After saying that, he took a step forward and reappeared in the Divine Palace. He felt that something was wrong the moment he entered the palace. There wasn't a single divine envoy, and he thought that there would be a battle. Why was it so quiet? Blind Man looked around. He couldn't see anything, but he knew that there were traces of a battle here not too long ago. Not good. He immediately searched for the time vault, but it was gone. Even the tributaries of the River of Time were gone. Blind Man frowned. "Who is it? You're actually faster than me?" Just as he thought of this, a creature entered the palace and saw the time vault open. It also saw Blind Man and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Blind Man shook his head and disappeared. That creature turned into a pool of blood. Many creatures had seen the death of the Tower of Termination, and they naturally had designs on the Divine Palace of the Tower of Termination. Unfortunately, none of them were faster than Lu Yin. Teleportation was convenient. The Divine Order Palace was also easy to find. With teleportation, he arrived in just a few days. This time, he didn't plan to attack directly. Instead, he wanted to test the Glittering Jewel Heaven's ability. The Glittering Jewel Heaven could project power, so it would be a waste not to use it. Luyin stood in the void with Boss Toad, OL4, OL5, Jian Wushuang, Boss Zhou, and himself beside him. There were 6 creatures in total. They entered the Glittering Jewel Heaven's mirror and then threw weapons at the Divine Order Palace. These weapons were the source of the projected power. They were similar to the 9 Tribulations Heaven's White Cloth and the Stones of Wanren Mountain. Luyin was also particular about the weapons that were projected. The 6 weapons headed for the Divine Order Palace, and C was the first to discover them. Before Luyin had arrived, it had already been informed of what had happened in the giant city, and it was glad that it hadn't gone after the Tao of Death. The battlefield in the Jade Universe made it feel uneasy, and why would a Death Universal life form appear out of nowhere? Since the entire Tao of Death was fleeing, why did that creature still exist? And so powerful? Could he survive the attacks of the Holy Bao and Wang Qinshan? The Tower of End didn't care. It was going to chase after the Tao of Death, but it didn't plan on going. Sure enough, when the news of the huge city's destruction arrived, the Tower of End was also dead. It was said that it died under the hands of a human-shaped skeleton. The first person it thought of was the human-shaped skeleton in the Jade Universe battlefield. If it was really him, then what about His Excellency the Holy Bao? Where's Wang Qinshan? The first thing it did was to close the altar and hide the Divine Palace. Inside the Divine Palace, there were 9 Divine Envoys and 10 Divine Envoys guarding it, hoping to avoid the disaster brought by the Dead Universe. It also wanted to leave the Divine Palace, but if it left as soon as it heard the news, it didn't know what would happen. After all, he was on the time sequence. Moreover, the Divine Palace was so big that it ruled over a region with many civilizations. It was not a place that could be left just like that. Even if he wanted to leave, he would have to wait and see what the situation outside was like. C could never have imagined that he would be the first to react to the situation in the outside world. 6 weapons rushed towards the Divine Order Palace. C was shocked because one of them contained the power of death. Not good, it was the Tao of Death. It immediately let the 9 Divine Envoys attack while it stared at the 6 weapons. Strange, why were they all weapons? A fierce battle broke out in the Divine Order Palace. The situation made C unable to understand. There was a creature that specialized in the Tao of Death, but why was it a weapon? There were 6 weapons, some strong and some weak. The weaker ones were naturally Boss Zhou, 4th Toad, and 5th Toad, while the stronger ones were Luyin, Boss Toad, and Jian Wushuang. Especially Boss Toad, when he attacked with all his strength, the gravity was perfectly projected. As the dark gravity descended, the 9 Divine Envoys were forcefully suppressed. Before they even came into contact, they had already lost more than half of their battle strength. Jian Wushuang's weapon was a sword. With a slash of his sword, another 2 Divine Envoys were seriously injured. These who had stepped into the Eternal Realm with the help of the universe's reboot were too weak. C became more and more uneasy and immediately fled. Since it dared to attack the Divine Palace so brazenly and had the power of death, it must be the Tao of Death. Why was it so unlucky? Suddenly, a blade cut across the void and slashed down. This blade projected Lu Yin's battle strength, and a huge force accompanied by the energy of life slashed horizontally. C hurriedly responded. C's battle strength was about the same as the Tower of Terminations, and he was in existence at the peak of 2 laws of the universe. Luyin had fought enough in the giant city and did not want to waste time with C, so he ended the battle after a while. His main body walked out. He left the Divine Order Palace to Boss Toad and the others while he stared at C and teleported away. Invisibility and teleportation, followed by Never Forget the World and Yama's First Needle, combined with the 10-eyed crow's innate gift. No matter how strong C was or how mystical his temporal technique was, he still fell in front of Luyin in the end. Lu Yin's main body was much stronger than his avatar and had many more tricks up his sleeve. If his main body had attacked the Tower of Termination with all his strength in the giant city, the Tower of Termination would not have been able to last long. C fell heavily into the Divine Order Palace, and around him, divine envoys fell one after another as they looked on in disbelief. They could only see the 5 weapons. Lu Yin himself was invisible and could not see him at all. "You specialize in the Tao of Death? I'm willing to join you," Xi shouted. Even Zhongyi had joined them, so he did not hesitate to join them. Unfortunately, he was different from Zhongyi. Lu Yin had dragged him into the battlefield of the Divine Order Palace to increase the heavenly Tao of Karma and then killed him to remove the restraints of karma. He had wasted so many Eternal Realm cultivators in the giant city, but he could not waste these. Eternal Realm cultivators were his greatest resources. His heart became more and more ruthless. Anyone who could cultivate to the Eternal Realm would not kill innocents. They would kill many, or else they would not have reached this step. They themselves knew that they might fall at the hands of others in the future, and this was a quarrel. The Divine Order Palace also had hundreds of tributaries of the River of Time. Now, Lu Yin had more than 15,000 tributaries of the River of Time. He felt a sense of crisis as if he had a huge treasure. He did not know where to use it. After leaving the Divine Order Palace, Lu Yin found a spot and began to roll his die. He wanted to know how the 3 universes were doing, and the only way was to use the die's 6 pips to see if he could merge them into the body of a cultivator from the Be Divine Palace. This place was rather far from the Be Divine Palace, and it had only been about 200 years since he had left, which was not too long. Now, he would give it a try. Lu Yin raised his hand and tapped it with a finger. He watched the die slowly spin. This die was a turbid treasure, and it was definitely not a simple one. With this thought in mind, he tapped it, and a useless item fell out. He continued. He tapped it again, and after 5 times, the die had 6 pips. Lu Yin's consciousness entered the dark space, but there was nothing there. He exited the space and continued. He used the Be Divine Palace's cultivation system to roll the die. Even if he could merge them into the body of a cultivator from the Be Divine Palace, it would not be easy to find a ball of light that he could merge with because the distance was too far. Time continued to pass. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin was still rolling the die. He had entered the dark space many times, but he had never seen a ball of light that he could merge with. At the same time, a few figures were heading in his direction from an unknown distance away. 2 years passed. During these 2 years, Lu Yin had stayed in that position without moving. He only focused on rolling the die and did not ask about the outside world. Of course, he did not obtain any information either. The distance between civilizations was too great, and there was no communication between them. The creatures of the Master Tao communicated, but the communication had nothing to do with him. Finally, one day, he saw a ball of light that he could merge with. Although it was very dim, he was more excited than ever before. Lu Yin rushed over and merged with it. When he opened his eyes again, a familiar scene greeted him. He was in space outside the Be Divine Palace. He had merged with the body of an Origin Realm battle god. An Origin Realm battle god would be considered a decent expert in the Be Divine Palace, and above them would be the Divine Palace's echelon and then the Divine Envoys, who were qualified to enter the Be Divine Palace. He had already used up all of his returnants and void force, so he could no longer use those 2 powers to roll the die. Aside from Origin Force, the other cultivation powers of the Be Divine Palace's system had been scattered throughout the cosmos by the Be Divine Palace's Divine Envoys. Only Origin Force could be cultivated through one's mental state, and it was a shortcut for one's mental state to reach immortality. Of course, this shortcut would not be of much help. Lu Yin searched through the memories of this Origin Realm battle god as he rushed into the Be Divine Palace. In his memories, the Be Divine Palace was fine. He would occasionally see the stone golems and tyrant melts, but everything was peaceful. Lu Yin controlled this creature to the Be Divine Palace, but just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a Divine Palace echelon member who was also an Origin Realm battle god. However, his status was higher than the creature that Lu Yin had merged with. "Move aside. Can't you see that we're all waiting for Divine Envoys?" Lu Yin turned around and saw the stone golem approaching. The stone golem was currently living a rather comfortable life, and its status in the Be Divine Palace was extremely high. A bunch of creatures listened to it, and it did not need to be a yes man in the 3 universes. It arrived in front of the Be Divine Palace and was about to enter when a voice rang out in its ears. It paused and turned around to look at the creature that Luin had merged with. Then, it revealed a flattering smile. It was quite uncomfortable for a large stone to reveal such a smile. Luin was not in the mood to care about such things, so he had the stone golem take him to the three universes. Has anything happened recently? Esteemed Master Lu, nothing has happened. It's been very peaceful. Have you discovered any foreign creatures or any new civilizations? We've discovered a civilization, but it's very ordinary. Not long after, Luin entered the three universes. Everything was normal, but that was only on the surface. The Bee Divine Palace had been destroyed. Luin quickly learned that the person who had told him was Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch Lu Yuan knew that Luin had merged with this creature. Just over 10 years ago, Shaoli reported that the Bee Divine Palace had been defeated. The Divine Realm civilization entered the Bee Divine Palace and immediately searched for the Chronos Vault, but there was nothing there. After I received this news, I had Shaoli return. There's no need to continue monitoring. Once the war is over, the Divine Realm civilization will have the energy to look around. They might discover him. Luin replied, yeah. I'm very far away, and I can't find my way back yet. Let's ignore the deity realm for now, they won't be able to find us. Right, there's one more thing. Patriarch Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. That invisible civilization has come out. Luin was puzzled. They've come out? Patriarch Lu Yuan nodded. They didn't tell us. Every once in a while, a few creatures will walk out. They remain hidden and stay far away from us, but they don't know that we have technology that can detect them. Luin was amused. What do you mean? Are they planning to ambush us? Or are they planning to slip away? Patriarch Lu Yuan replied, I'm not sure yet. Those invisible creatures are all gathered together far away from the palace. We've been keeping an eye on them. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Don't touch them for the time being before I return. However, if you discover any ambushes, destroy them immediately. Although this race can conceal themselves, they shouldn't be that strong. When the three deity palaces had started fighting, Luin had deliberately let those invisible creatures go, making it seem as if he could not find them. Back then, he had wanted to leave something up his sleeve to deal with the deity realm, but he had not expected to deal with the deity realm so quickly. However, he had left something up his sleeve for the invisible civilization. He had always been curious about what this invisible civilization was, but they had threatened to destroy the seed that could make an eternal realm expert invisible, which was why he had not made a move. However, not making a move for now did not mean that he would never make a move. Since the other party had made the first move, he would not hold back either. What was troubling was that he had to find his way back. Right, there's one more thing. Wei Rong has been possessed. Luin was stunned. What? In the Heaven's Origin universe, in the Heaven's sect, swords were hanging upside down. They reflected the sunlight and were rather dazzling. The Heaven's sect was very large, larger than an entire galaxy. Although there were many swords hanging upside down, they were far from enough to affect the Heaven's sect. It was only because Wei Rong was the one hanging upside down that he had attracted the attention of many. No one knew why Wei Rong had hung his swords upside down, and he did not tell anyone. Luin had arrived and was standing outside Wei Rong's courtyard, looking at the swords that extended outwards. Wei Rong had just hung up a sword when he saw Luin. Their eyes met, and then he stepped forward and bowed. He knew that Lu Yan's consciousness existed within this lifeform's body. Greetings, Master Lu. Luin grunted, there are many times when you do things that we don't understand. Most of your actions are useless, but there are some that have miraculous effects. So no matter what you do, I won't ask. But this really makes me curious. What are you doing? Wei Rong replied, I don't know. Luin was astonished. Wei Rong looked at Luin. Your subordinate truly does not know. There are some things that cannot be explained. Furthermore, I don't know if I should do it this time. Luin nodded, you're rarely at a loss, but since you've decided to do it, you should see it through to the end. I believe in you. Wei Rong watched Luin leave, his eyes filled with confusion as he muttered to himself, do you believe me? But I don't believe it myself. He looked at the swords hanging upside down and did not move for a long time. The origin power vanished. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his eyes as he exhaled. The swords hanging upside down were very ordinary, and the entire matter did not seem to be worth paying attention to. It was just like a normal person casually walking around, and it did not affect anyone. However, it was precisely because Wei Rong was the one who had done it that it had attracted attention. This was the most confusing thing that Wei Rong had ever done, and Lu Yin could see that. There was clearly no point in hanging swords upside down, but Wei Rong was still confused. There had to be some other reason. However, just as Lu Yin had said, he chose to believe in Wei Rong. At the very least, he chose to believe in Wei Rong before he was able to explain things clearly. Lu Yin also needed to hurry back as soon as possible. He would first cultivate his origin power so that he could try to merge with the bodies of other cultivators from other divine palaces. This would be a guarantee before he could rush back. At the same time, those figures were getting closer and closer to Lu Yin's location. They seemed to have locked onto Lu Yin's position. On this day, the Toad Boss stared into the distance. This direction caused its heart to palpitate, and it felt as if something was approaching. Suddenly, its pupils shrank, and gravity suddenly erupted, causing the heavens to shake. Lu Yin suddenly woke up. What was going on? Enemy attack. The Toad Boss raised his pitchfork and fiercely stabbed forward. The void split open in front of him, and a peach color appeared before his eyes as it collided with the pitchfork. The peach color and the black color clashed, splitting the entire heavens into two. Lu Yin was shocked. Bloody peach blossoms? Boss, let's go. The Toad Boss raised both of its claws and used the Star Toad star-plucking hand. Illusory stars were grabbed by its claws, and it fiercely slammed forward. The blood-colored peach blossoms danced in the air, bringing with them a pressure that conformed to the laws of the three universes. A low voice rang out, "The glittering jewel sky is right here. You can't run away. Return it to us, and we'll spare your life." Boom! The Star Toad star-plucking hand pressed down on the peach blossoms, and the entire area trembled. The Toad Boss went all out, and for a moment, the bloody peach blossoms were unable to break through the obstruction. Lu Yin took the opportunity to grab the Toad Boss, OL4, and OL5. Just as he was about to teleport away, a ring of yellow soil appeared around him. It had definitely come from neither abhorrence nor offering. The yellow soil permeated the air, adding an earthy yellow color to the black gravity. Lu Yin flicked his finger, and a tremendous force struck the void, causing ripples to appear. He then teleported away. On the spot, the yellow soil was swept away. Neither abhorrence nor offering appeared. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely be able to tell that neither abhorrence nor offering's appearance was equivalent to an earthy yellow creature from the Life Dominator clan. He didn't notice it during the battle in the glittering jewel sky. The black gravity was torn apart, and the bloody peach blossoms descended. They were pink leaf-shaped creatures, and they stared in one direction. Chase. Lu Yin kept teleporting away, fleeing into the distance. He didn't expect to be targeted by the bloody peach blossoms. When? It definitely couldn't have been when he was in the giant city. Although the bloody peach blossoms were at the level of conforming to the laws of the three universes, they couldn't have gone that far without the Jade Cross. Right, this place was originally near the God's Sleeping Palace. It seemed far away from the God's Sleeping Palace, but the God's Order Palace and the God's Final Tower were also adjacent. In other words, this place might be close to the glittering jewel sky, which was why they could catch up to him. They could detect the location of the glittering jewel sky. Troublesome. Every teleportation exceeded the distance of an ordinary eternal realm by a few hundred years, constantly widening the distance between him and the bloody peach blossoms. The speed of the bloody peach blossoms couldn't compare to teleportation, so they could only go further and further. As long as the distance between him and the bloody peach blossoms couldn't detect the glittering jewel sky, he would be safe. Just as he was thinking, a black awning ship stopped in the void in front of him. Lu Yin saw it immediately. It wasn't a coincidence, but rather an illusory shadow that could be seen by countless creatures. As long as one had enough vision, they would be able to see it. The black awning ship became the center of a region. That was the old blind man's ship. Who was he trying to attract? He was too daring to do this. If he attracted someone not to be trifled with, he would be finished. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, then teleported closer to the ship. As a human, the blind man had been disgusted by the sacred bow in the Jade Universe battlefield. Although he wanted to fight for it in the glittering jewel sky, he hadn't used his full strength after being stopped by the old man. He had always been very polite. Lu Ying really wanted to communicate with him. However, it couldn't be his main body. If this guy still wanted to fight for the glittering jewel sky, his main body could give him a surprise. With his main body's full strength, he wasn't afraid of powerhouses who conformed to the laws of the three universes. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape. And this blind man didn't seem to be that kind of old monster. Most importantly, the blind man didn't know that the glittering jewel sky was in Lu Yin's hands because the one who had snatched it was Lu Yin's main body. Of course, Shi Chen had gone missing after snatching the glittering jewel sky, and then he had entered the battle in the giant city. As he thought about this, Lu Yin let Chen's clone walk out and drag the Dead Sea closer to the ship. Chen's speed was far slower than the Blood Peach Blossom and the others, so he would be caught up soon. However, before they could catch up, he would have already boarded the ship. Inside the ship, the blind man was sipping tea. When Lu Yin approached, he turned around and smiled. So it's Chen. It's been a long time. Beside Lu Yin, Boss Zhou said, Chen can't speak, so I'll translate for him. The old blind man nodded. As you wish. Can I board the ship? Of course. Then I won't be polite. You didn't hold back at the glittering jewel sky either. Lu Yin looked at the blind man. What do you mean? Have you heard of this before? The eyes are blind, but the heart isn't blind. Your strength is completely different from the person who attacked you, but to me, you are the same person. I don't rely on my eyes to judge people, but my heart. The battle in the glittering jewel sky was too hasty and chaotic. If I had known that you were the one who had snatched it, I wouldn't have attacked. Now that you mention it, it's quite interesting. You, who went missing in the glittering jewel sky and was chased by the holy bow, actually went on a killing spree in the giant city. You even killed the holy painting. You're amazing. Lu Yin looked at the blind man. He didn't expect the blind man to be so certain that he was the same person as Lu Yin. He even knew what had happened in the giant city. Some things couldn't be confirmed based on speculation, but the blind man didn't need to speculate. There was a way. Suddenly, he thought of the blind man's terrifying consciousness. Lu Yin's clone didn't have the turbid treasure on him, but he could still use the die's 6 pips to enter the body of a creature that he had already merged with. That was because the consciousness was unique. That's right, the consciousness was unique. Lu Yin's clone might be able to fool most creatures, but it might not be able to fool those with strong consciousnesses. He had to be careful when he encountered the main consciousness in the future. He regretted getting close to the blind man. They were both humans, but they might not be friends, even though the blind man had never shown any hostility. Senior, you won't steal my glittering jewel sky, right? Lu Yin admitted it, so there was no need to explain further. The blind man smiled. I never steal things that have an owner, so you don't have to worry. Besides, since you dared to come, you aren't afraid that I'll steal it. Lu Yin looked behind him, and Big Boss translated. I have no choice, there's trouble chasing after me. Senior can decide whether to let me board the ship. The blind man looked into the distance. He paused for a moment. It's them? How interesting, we meet again. Little Chen, if you can't board this black awning ship, is there a way to get rid of them? Lu Yin shook his head. The blind man smiled. Then please come up. The Death Master recovered after much difficulty and returned to the main path. He can't just fall into the Death Sea. Lu Yin brought old Zhou onto the black awning ship, and a deathly aura spread out. Old Blindy took a deep breath. Is this the aura of death? I've come into contact with all the Daos except for the Tao of death. Little friend, shall we go now? Where to? Where do you want to go? To find death. To bring death? Yes. Old Blindy's head hurt, and he rubbed it. I've roamed the universe for many years, and we're all friends. It's not good to bring death to them. Luine was about to say something when the black awning ship moved. Old Blindy's excited voice sounded. Let's go and find friends. Luine looked at him. Really? Find friends? The black awning ship's speed was much faster than Dawn's clone, and it was almost on par with Shui Tao's. Luine knew that old Blindy was not simple, and they could resist Shui Tao's attacks if they worked together. However, he did not expect that old Blindy would not even bother with them. He could just bring them along and run. Senior, are you thinking of using Shui Tao and the others? I don't have such plans, but I can't shake them off. Behind them, Shui Tao stared at the black awning ship. It remembered that this ship had appeared in Linling Heaven before, and it was an expert. Chase. The black awning ship and Shui Tao chased each other through the universe. Inside the black awning ship, Luine sat across from old Blindy and looked at the steaming teacup in front of him. He then looked at his own skeleton body. Is he inviting me to drink tea? Old Blindy picked up the teacup and took a sip. Comfortable. Little friend Dawn, why aren't you drinking? Luine was speechless. Old Blindy suddenly understood. Look at my memory. Right, it's a skeleton. It's fine, just drink. Luine declined. Senior, who are you looking for? Old Blindy put down the teacup. 2 old friends. The kind that's very good? Quite good. We meet often and even bring gifts. Oh? Little friend, are you interested? I'd like to hear the details. Old Blindy recalled. How long ago was that? I can't remember clearly. Back then, I was still being chased by the Tao. The Tao's power covers the universe, and I couldn't escape. I was like a torch in the darkness. I was constantly experiencing life and death situations. That's when I met my 2 friends. Hey, for me, you fought all the way, spilling your blood all over the starry sky. After going through untold hardships, this old man was able to survive. So from then on, this old man would visit them every once in a while, praying for good friends to be in good health. Let us drink in the starry sky. Yu Huihai tasted the tea. Luine couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, why did Senior bring me to them? Wasn't he afraid of causing trouble for them? Blood Peach Blossom and the others are not to be trifled with. Moreover, this junior wants to bring them to their deaths. This? Blind said, those 2 friends of mine are not to be trifled with, so don't worry. Luine nodded. It seems that Senior's friend is very strong. He was worried that this blind man wouldn't team up with his 2 good friends to snatch his glittering jewel heaven, right? For a moment, he wanted to get off the boat. We're here. So fast? Luine was surprised. Immediately after, a furious roar came from the front. Damn blind man, come on, let's fight. Either you die or we die. Come on. Luine looked at blind man. Blind man sighed ruefully. Do you see that? It's them, little friend Chen. This is a friendship that goes through thick and thin together, a friendship that goes through life and death together. If I die, they die too. Looking at life, how many people can you meet who can die with you? Friends? Luine was stunned. Was that what he meant? The next moment, the black awning boat was attacked by the 2 creatures that blind man had called friends. Luine saw blind man turn and run, and the black awning boat swayed. They were 2 cultivators with fixed karmic natal charts, and both of them had battle strength that corresponded to 2 laws of the universe. They weren't weak, and they attacked blind man from both sides with overflowing hatred. Senior, are they good friends? Yes, they are different from us humans. Their way of expressing friendship is a little rough, don't mind them. You said that you would fight your way through. Could it be that they were chasing you at that time? How do you know? Luine looked into the distance. He was worried that blind man would team up with others to snatch the glittering jewel heaven, but it turned out that he had really lured the Blood Peach Blossom and the others here to deal with these 2 cultivators. The black awning boat quickly slipped away with a whoosh. The Blood Peach Blossom and the others chased from another direction. As expected, a great battle broke out. In the distance, on the black awning boat, Luine was puzzled. Senior, how are you so sure that they will definitely fight? Blind man sighed ruefully. My two good friends are a little deranged. Once they explode, they don't recognize anyone, so they are a little rough. Why are they deranged? Sigh, I often visit them, and every time I visit, I can't avoid a rough exchange of friendship. Over time, they became like this. How many times have you visited them? I can't remember clearly. Luin let out a breath. They had been forced to go crazy. This old blind man was definitely not a kind person. To be able to survive the pursuit of the main path and make them give up on the pursuit, only heaven knew what methods he had. As for the two cultivators with fixed karmic natal charts, they must have fallen into a deranged state because they had fallen into his trap. Maybe Blind Man often brought his enemies over to lure them into battle, and over time, they became like this. He glanced at Blind Man. How many friends like this do you have? Blind Man thought about it and tapped the deck with his bamboo pole. A batch. Luin. The battle in the distance was rather intense. At the start, the bloody peach blossoms and the others had held back, as they did not want to fight with unrelated creatures. Their goal was to take back the glittering jewel skies, but the two cultivators with fixed karmic natal charts seemed to have gone crazy and were stubbornly holding them back. They had no choice but to kill them. 3 against 2, and one of them was the bloody peach blossoms. The result was obvious. Luin admired Blind Man. He was able to make the two cultivators with fixed karmic natal charts fight to the death even though they knew that the other party was a creature that conformed to 3 laws of the universe. He felt that Blind Man could not be offended. It's almost over, but they won't kill the bloody peach blossoms. Karmic binding is no joke. My friend Chen, it's your turn to harvest death. Luin looked into the distance. Harvest death? He wanted to use the bone language to harvest 2 helpers. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. He raised his hand and pulled out the temporal bow and deathly silence arrow. The power of deathly silence gathered, and the darkness swayed the black awning boat as it transformed into a shooting star that shot into the distance. The bloody peach blossoms easily deflected the deathly silence arrow and stared over. Luin had expected this. How could his attack penetrate the bloody peach blossoms' blockade so easily? Hand over the glittering jewel skies, or I'll chase you to your death. The bloody peach blossom's voice rang out. Not far away, the 10,000 firmaments mountain charged towards the black awning boat. Luin watched quietly as the deathly silence arrow that had been deflected by the bloody peach blossoms dissipated and transformed into a deathly silence force that surged towards one of the cultivators with fixed karmic natal charts. A murmur sounded around Lu Yin's skeletal body. He did not speak, but the bone language still appeared. Blind Man spoke up to stop him. The bone language of the path of death? I advise you not to do so. Luin did not understand. Why? There are taboos between the paths of death, and some taboos cannot be broken. Although I've never come into contact with the path of death, using the bone language to control another path of death is definitely a taboo. Be careful not to get into trouble, Blind Man said. Luin thought about it and gave up on the bone language. Instead, he took out the bone sun. The glittering jewel skies appeared behind him, and the mirror attracted Blind Man's attention. Luin no longer concealed himself and had Boss Toad, OL4, OL5, and Jian Wushuang walk out. They entered the glittering jewel skies and projected their power. The projection of the glittering jewel skies directly landed on the bloody peach blossoms battlefield. He randomly chose a few items and attacked. The bloody peach blossoms stared at the black awning boat. They were getting closer and closer to the mountain. The bone sun started to play gentle music. Luin had already figured out the use of this toy. It played music to bring about death. This toy seemed to be alive and could crawl. Death would be guided away by the music. As for how it would reach the Death Master, Luin did not know, and he did not need to know. All he needed to do was play the bone sun. This was the music of death, and it rang out on the battlefield. OL4, OL5, and Jian Wushuang's power projections were quickly obliterated by the bloody peach blossoms and neither hate nor offer. However, Boss Toad still managed to crush the 2 experts who had frozen their karma to death. The bloody peach blossoms did not stop Boss Toad and the others. The life and death of the cultivators of the karma natal chart had nothing to do with them. It was better if they died, as that would allow them to pursue Luin with peace of mind. Blind Man stood at the side of the boat and raised his bamboo pole. "You can't board my boat." With that, he struck the mountain with his bamboo pole. The mountain was a steel knight without a physical body. It raised its metal and collided with the bamboo pole. Bang! The bamboo pole was forced back, bringing the boat with it. At this moment, Boss Toad and the others walked out of the glittering jewel skies. Luin put down the bone sun and glanced at the mountain. "Senior, let's go." Blind Man controlled the boat and immediately left. The mountain could not catch up. Only the bloody peach blossoms could catch up, but they could only maintain a certain distance. Seeing the boat leave, the bloody peach blossoms chased after it, bringing the mountain along with them. They had been used. The bloody peach blossoms were not stupid, but they had no choice. Those two cultivators had fought them to the death. However, there were not many such cultivators, and this boat would not be able to escape. On the boat, Blind Man and Luin faced each other again. This time, the glittering jewel skies was beside them, and Luin did not put it away. Blind Man looked at the glittering jewel skies and then back at Luin. It is not the character of a gentleman to take away another's treasure. However, if I want to borrow the glittering jewel skies, will you agree? Luin asked Boss Joe to translate. If you borrow it, will you return it? Of course. If you return what you borrow, it will not be difficult to borrow it again. Senior, what else do you want to borrow? That depends on what you have. Alright, I will lend you everything that you need. Haha, thank you very much. Blind Man was happy and wanted to pour tea for Luin. However, he saw that the teacup was full and put it down. Luin was curious. Who are you looking for next? Another good friend of mine. You got to know him when you were being chased by the Master Dao? Yes, I was on the run back then and made quite a few good friends. I would like to hear the details. It was a hot evening. This friend was a little far away, taking half a month to arrive. This was the speed of the Black Awning ship, which was equivalent to the speed of 3 universal laws. Senior, this ship is very fast. Do you like it? I exchanged my life for it. Why do you say so? This is a turbid treasure. There's nothing special about it, just that it's fast. At its fastest, it can't even catch up with time. Luin understood. That's why you could use this ship to avoid the unknown white door. Haha, you must be joking. It's not this ship's credit, it's my ability. If you want to know, I can tell you, but you have to wait. My friend is here. In the distance, an eternal realm appeared. What surprised Luin was that the other party was only in accordance with one universal law. It didn't seem very powerful to him. Luin was puzzled. With such strength, why don't you deal with it yourself? The blind man was helpless. It's a rule set by the master. If the master doesn't pursue me, I can't kill any living beings of the master's path. Is that so? Let's start. In the distance, the creature rushed over as soon as it saw the Black Awning ship. It was fearless, but Luin knew that it was certain that the old blind man wouldn't kill it. But when it saw Luin on the Black Awning ship, it turned and ran. Just because the old blind man didn't kill it didn't mean that others couldn't. If it were other creatures, it would be fine as they would be wary of the master's path. But Luin was obviously a human-shaped skeleton, especially a skeleton. Wasn't this the master's path of death? Its scalp went numb. Run. The farther it ran, the better. Luin looked at the old blind man. The old blind man said, "This fellow is smart. After so many years, it hasn't broken down under my torture. But it doesn't matter. Use the power of the glittering jewel heaven's projection to throw it to the bloody peach blossoms and the rest." No need. Luin used the power of the glittering jewel heaven's projection to get Boss Toad to catch the creature. Surprisingly, the creature was quite strong. Boss Toad spent a lot of effort to catch it. Of course, it was also related to the fact that glittering jewel heaven couldn't completely project Boss Toad's power. It was far from enough. The glittering jewel heaven is useful, the blind man praised. Luin asked Boss Toad to translate. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the bloody peach blossoms catches up. Blind said, this one is quite important, it is the son of Xianxia. Main Tao of Consciousness, main sequence. Luyin was shocked. Master of the sequence? He looked at the creature that was caught by Boss Toad. It had already fainted. It was actually the son of the master sequence. The main sequence was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. He was on the same level as Zhongyi. In terms of strength, he was not below Shuehua. It was no wonder that Big Brother Toad found it so strenuous just to conform to the laws of the universe. Back when I was being hunted down, this little thing also made a move, but I crippled its cultivation. Now, it has cultivated again. If I want to find Xianxia, I'll need it to lead the way. Did Xianxia also chase after Senior? No. After a pause, he continued, but it deserved to die. Luyin was puzzled. Blind stood at the side of the boat. I am of the main consciousness path. Ever since the disappearance of the main consciousness path, the main consciousness path has split up. This Xianxia has joined forces with other main consciousness paths to harm the main consciousness path living beings. I have always wanted to kill it. What happened to the main consciousness? Also, didn't Senior come from a camp? Why did you join the main consciousness path? Blind smiled. Many things happened too long ago. You don't need to know. You just need to know that the main consciousness path is different from the main death path. One is that the main consciousness path is missing, but the main consciousness path is preserved. The other is that the entire main consciousness path is expelled and hunted down. Then why were you hunted down? I heard that you were the only one who escaped from the camp. Not the only one. There was one who was even more ruthless. He almost overturned the camp. Luyin waited for Blind to continue, but Blind did not say anything. My friend, there are some things that I cannot say. Only by not saying anything can I save my life. For example, if you are here, where is the holy bow? Luyin moved his finger. Blind continued, little friend, what is your relationship with the unknowns? I have never asked about these. Luyin let Big Brother Zhou translate. I don't know where the holy bow is. Perhaps it was killed by Shuehua and the others. Hee hee. Blind laughed. Luyin. Why did he learn from old man Hee hee? Shuehua and the others chased closely. The speed of the boat was neither fast nor slow. It just happened to maintain a certain distance from Shuehua and the others. Shuehua naturally knew that she was being used, but she had no choice. For glittering jewel skies, she had to follow even if she was being used. Luyin wanted to get rid of Shuehua and the others as soon as possible. He had to find someone powerful and throw Shuehua over. At the same time, that person had to fight with Shuehua and the others. This was very difficult. It was very difficult for Old Blind to torture such a strong person to the point of mental breakdown. He might not even be able to see them. Originally, there were a few old friends. But since you want to find someone powerful, then let's go with Xianxia. The main sequence should be powerful enough, Old Blind suggested. Luyin looked at him and let Big Brother Zhou translate. Senior, do you know where Xianxia is? Just ask Xingyu. Senior, you have already calculated it. Of course, this is for your sake. Luyin looked behind him. Xianxia? A main sequence, an old monster that was compatible with 3 laws of the universe. He was indeed powerful. Soon, Xingyu was thrown out. He looked at Luyin in fear. A creature of the Tao of Death. Luyin looked at him calmly, but it was Big Brother Zhou who spoke. What do you know about the Tao of Death? Xingyu did not hide anything and told Luyin everything he knew. Currently, they were in the area of a square inch. Actually, it was not accurate to say that they were in the vicinity, as the area covered was very large. It was much larger than the area of an unknown location. In such a large area, news of what had happened in the giant city had already spread. This was because all the main sequences had hidden themselves, as they knew that the Tao of Death was going to cause trouble. Luyin listened quietly. Had they all hidden themselves? This was normal and within his expectations. Where is Xianxia? Xingyu did not hesitate to tell Xianxia where he was. His value was to lure Xianxia out, but he knew his own limits. My father will not fight to the death with you for me. Luin looked at Old Blind. Old Blind smiled. You underestimate your father. He believes that he will not fight to the death with us just to save you. What are we? One of us is a blind man who is compatible with two laws of the universe, while the other is not even an eternal realm cultivator. Isn't it easy to save you from us? Xingyu wanted to say something, but he could not. This was the truth. He had a rough idea of Blind's strength, and so did his father. As for the person beside him, although he had captured Xingyu and was very strong and had helpers, he was at most a creature that was compatible with two laws of the universe. He was not strong enough to face three laws of the universe. The only problem was the creature that was chasing after Blind. You want to use my father to deal with the creature that is chasing after you, Xingyu said. That's impossible. We'll see when the time comes. I have my own methods, Blind said. The boat changed direction and headed towards Xingzhui. Luin asked about Xingzhui's strength. He would not underestimate any of the main sequence powerhouses. Even without considering Xingzhui's own strength, just the backlash from cooperating with the main sequence's power was unbearable. Blind recalled. Xingzhui. I haven't fought him in a long time. He's very strong, very strong. How should I put it? He has a suffocating strength. Luin stared at Blind. Can he suppress Xuehua and the rest? Blind laughed, but it was a strange laugh. You should be asking if Xuehua and the rest can hold him back. Lu Yin's face was skeletal, so his expression could not be seen, but his heart sank. Xuehua was an existence that was compatible with three laws of the universe. He's so powerful, and you still want to deal with him? Blind said, the more powerful he is, the more valuable it is to deal with him, right? Think about it. If you deal with Xingzhui, what kind of treatment will you receive from the Death Master? Shocking treatment. The greatest benefit of killing Xingzhui is that you will receive great glory and not have to bear the wrath of the main sequence. Because Xingzhui belongs to the main sequence. No matter where he betrays the main sequence and joins, that main sequence will not be able to avenge him. It's not worth it to kill a genius that has been praised by the Death Master for a traitor. Aside from Xingzhui, you will have to bear the consequences of killing any other main sequence. This was the truth. Luin really wanted to get rid of a few of the master sequence beasts, but the influence of such a target was too great. Killing Xingbiao and Ming Lu in the giant city had already caused a huge commotion, but such a commotion would only attract the attention of the sovereigns. The juggernauts of the universe's laws could not attract the old monsters. But killing a main sequence was different. He was also afraid that the Death Master would reach an agreement with the other juggernauts and sell him out. Although the possibility was not high. Killing Xingzhui did not have this burden. Young friend, I am thinking for you. If I lied to you, I would not have told you Xingzhui's strength, Blind said. Luin glanced at him. Killing Xingzhui is also your wish. Blind nodded. So now he is our common target. Also, if Xingzhui is not strong enough, how can he help you deal with the rest? Luin exhaled and picked up his teacup to look. He let Boss Zhou translate. Tell me more about Xingzhui's strength so that I have an idea. Blind spoke slowly and told him what he knew about Xingzhui. The more he heard, the less Luin wanted to go. No wonder Blind was worried that the blood peach blossoms would not be able to hold Xingzhui back. The main sequence naturally had the ability to backfire on one's consciousness, just like the backfire on time and the backfire on karma. This was because every creature had consciousness. The difference was that the main sequence's backfire on time could only be used by the juggernauts, while the backfire on karma required one's fate chart to be fixed and used in conjunction with Qianku and Qi. The backfire on one's consciousness could be used by any sequence. Every sequence cultivated the eternal realm of knowledge. It was the eternal realm of knowledge again. Luin really wanted to return to that space and use 100,000 years to cultivate his consciousness. Blind Man slowly explained, before the mind sovereign disappeared, he bestowed a consciousness sequence position that could drag one's consciousness into the eternal realm of knowledge to cultivate and strengthen one's own consciousness. Only after entering the eternal realm of knowledge can one use consciousness backlash. Consciousness backlash is very simple. It connects one's own consciousness with the enemy's and activates the eternal realm of knowledge. Since one has cultivated the eternal realm of knowledge while the enemy does not, the enemy's consciousness will be torn to pieces. This is called consciousness backlash. Aside from consciousness backlash, the consciousness sequence master can also cultivate the EK scripture. This is a cultivation method that is specifically used to complement one's consciousness and is used for. Xianxia's body is compatible with 3 laws of the universe. I have never fought with him before and am not qualified, so I do not know which laws he is compatible with. Perhaps you can ask Xianxia, but what I know is that he cultivates a powerful technique. This technique is called the running leg technique. The running leg technique allows one to transform everything into a bag and use one's own feet to measure all things in the world and the universe's stars. By borrowing the power of the universe's stars, one can rise from the ground. Luin calmly picked up his teacup again, but he did not drink it. There was no point in drinking it. I think it's best not to provoke Xianxia, Boss Zhou translated. His translation sounded a little off, and even Boss Zhou was nervous. Xianxia was too powerful, and Boss Zhou felt that he would be slapped to death if he faced Xianxia. Blind man smiled. Scared? A little. Luin asked Boss Zhou to translate, and he spoke bluntly. Blind man shook his head. Whether it's Xianxia or any other master sequence master, it's the same for you. Any master sequence master can borrow the power of the master's Tao and possess the power granted by the master. For example, Xianxia seems to have betrayed and joined the master's death. Xianxia has the art of time. Do you think his art of time is easy to deal with? That doesn't even include the tributaries of the river of time that he controls. There's also the master sequence master of karma. Let's put it this way, he's in a group of 2. Luin. As for the master sequence master of luck, don't even think about it. Even if you're lucky enough to meet one, you can't do anything if he wants to run. You can't catch him. It's not a matter of speed, it's just pure luck. As for the master sequence master of life, you can't kill him even if he stands there and lets you kill him. Luin looked at the blind man. It wasn't that Xianxia was suitable for him, but that he had no other choice. Blind shook his head. Xianxia is very strong, but if you kill it, you might be able to kill the other main sequences. This is just the beginning. No matter what, the beginning is very difficult. Of course, the most important thing is that Xianxia has a EK Sutra. Luin was puzzled. EK scripture? Isn't that the power that Xianxia cultivated? That's right. In order to cultivate the Imperial Will Scripture, you must first obtain the Imperial Will Scripture. The Imperial Will Scripture comes from your consciousness. Only by obtaining the Imperial Will Scripture and pouring your consciousness into it can you use the Imperial Will Scripture to cultivate that power. However, even I haven't mastered it. There are many beings in the path of consciousness, but only the sequence one has the EK Sutra. If the other sequences want to cultivate the EK Sutra, they have to pay a price to borrow it from the master sequence. This is no ordinary price. Once we kill Xianxia, we'll be able to snatch the EK Sutra. No matter if we use it for ourselves or sell it to others, it's still worth a lot. It's like you have 10,000 tributaries of the river of time. Luin was speechless. He really did have 10,000 tributaries of the river of time. Was this old blind man testing him? He pulled Xianxia out again and asked him about Xianxia's strength. Xianxia spoke a lot and had no intention of hiding anything. He spoke almost the same as blind, but Xianxia added a bit more. My father lit up the inextinguishable star atlas. Blind was shocked. He joined the main path of life? Xianxia nodded. Luin was surprised. You don't know? Blind's tone was low. I know that Xianxia betrayed the main path of consciousness and harmed many beings in the path of consciousness, but I don't know which side he joined. I didn't expect him to join the main path of life and even light up the inextinguishable star atlas. This is annoying. This Xianxia originally had boundless vitality. Now that it's combined with the power of the main path of life, the difficulty of killing him has increased by more than a few times. Luin took a deep breath and asked Boss Zhou to translate. I'll say the same thing again. Why don't we pick something else? Blind's tone was low. Let's not talk about the other main sequences first. At least we've figured out the ins and outs of this Xianxia. Although he's strong, it's not like we can't fight him. Don't underestimate Xianxia and the others. Luin was speechless. He can still kill us with the other half of his life. Blind was helpless. Little friend, this doesn't sound like something a living being who is in charge of the Tao of Death would say. You are someone who has been recognized by the Master of Death and established the Dead Sea. You are a ruthless character who has created a blood debt in the huge city. If you can leave your name in the black and white books of the camp, then you'll truly be famous in the Starry Dome. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Leaving one's name in the black and white books of the camp. He remembered what the storyteller had said before. Everyone who could leave their name in the black and white books was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. That was the main past annals of history and could also decide the fate of some of the beings in the camp. Life and death. Fight it out. No matter how powerful this Xianxia was, his main body could still escape. He asked Boss Zhou to pat Xingyu, what other abilities does your father have? Tell me quickly. Xingyu's eyes flashed with viciousness, but he did not dare to hide, I don't know anything else. My father didn't tell me about his ability to conform to the laws of the universe. I've never seen him attack. Normally, there were very few opportunities for a main sequence to attack. At this level, they did not even need to worship the master and had considerable freedom. Furthermore, they could enter the main branch of the mother tree. They were existences that could truly move freely in the universe. After making up his mind, the black awning boat rushed straight towards Xianxia. A gray mountain range stretched across the starry dome. Its size was larger than a universe. This was where Xianxia was. There were no living beings in the entire mountain range. It was dead silent, and Xianxia was the only one. This was Xianxia's world. The black awning boat shuttled past. Luin looked into the distance, what a huge mountain range. Blind was solemn, we have to be careful from now on. Xianxia might appear at any time. This mountain range is not simple. It's extremely sturdy. Even an eternal realm would need a long time to destroy it. It's said that Xianxia had his eyes on this place. He massacred all the civilizations in this mountain range and took it for himself. This Xianxia is extremely ruthless. Oh, right. I forgot to mention something. Luin was uneasy, bad news? Blind smiled, good news. Luin looked at him. Blind said slowly, because the master of consciousness is missing, the main consciousness does not have the means to remove the karmic restraints. Therefore, the probability of Xianxia killing us is not high. Luin listened calmly. With the karmic restraints, there would be scruples. They would not be so unrestrained when attacking. This was good news. However, behind them, Xianxia and the rest were getting closer. Luin asked Boss Zhou to translate, are we going to use Xingyu to threaten Xianxia to attack Xianxia and the rest? It's time, Blind said. How? What if Xianxia is unwilling? What methods do you have? Young friend, do you dare to bet? What do you mean? Luin was uneasy. Blind said, throw glittering jewel heaven to Xianxia. Luin understood, so your so-called method is glittering jewel heaven? Blind looked at Luin seriously, we must kill Xianxia. When the time comes, we can still snatch glittering jewel heaven back. But if we don't use glittering jewel heaven, Xianxia will not attack Xianxia and the rest. So you did not forget to tell me that Xianxia cannot remove the karmic restraints. You deliberately did not tell me. Without the means to remove the restraints, how could Xianxia attack Xianxia and the rest? Blind, you're really good at calculating. This was what Luin had thought when he heard Blind say that Xianxia could not remove the karmic restraints. Young friend, don't misunderstand. I really forgot about this matter. It's not too late to say it now. Besides, isn't this good news? We can definitely snatch glittering jewel heaven back. Luin turned to leave. He did not want to participate in this matter. At most, he could escape with Xianxia and the rest. Blind was using him. Seeing that Luin was about to leave, Blind said, young friend, compared to Xianxia, who killed Sacred Bow and Sacred Painting, how will the Master of Karma view you? The turbid treasure in glittering jewel heaven is a suppressive artifact. How will the Master of Karma view you? And the person who attacked Glittering Jewel Heaven, what is his status to you? What's your relationship with the unknown? Luin suddenly turned around. Blind, are you threatening me? Blind turned his head and looked at Luin helplessly. Yes, I'm threatening you. I have no choice. Who asked you to be so cowardly? If you don't force yourself, you'll never know the outcome. This is a gamble. But you're using my things to gamble. Boss Joe's translation was also filled with anger. Blind laughed. You and I, there's no distinction between us. Luin clenched his fists. They're here. It's here too. After saying that, Blind suddenly faced the mountain range and roared, Xianxia, I've caught your precious son. The mountain range trembled. Majestic aura of life and matter of eternal life surged into the sky, turning into a vast expanse of the heavens and the earth. Accompanying it was an extremely low and furious roar. Blind man, it's you again. Blind urged, quick, Xianxia. Luin hurriedly grabbed Xianxia. At the same time, the bloody peach blossom and the rest were getting closer and closer. The mountain range shattered as Xianxia walked out. He was a huge creature that looked like an elephant. He had 6 legs and was able to push open the sky and the stars. His huge body blocked the line of sight as he looked down at Luin and Blind. You dare to touch my son? Blind, you're courting death. Xianxia roared, and his voice transformed into a hurricane that swept out. Blind grabbed Xianxia. Don't act rashly, or I'll kill it. The hurricane whistled past, and the black awning boat flipped up and down. It could capsize at any time. Luin was afraid. Putting aside Xianxia's aura that was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe, just the power of his voice was already very exaggerated. This was a creature that specialized in strength. Xianxia lowered his head and stared at the black awning boat with his huge eyes. The Master of Death Dao? After saying that, he suddenly looked behind. Who was it? Luin knew that the bloody peach blossom and the rest were about to arrive. Blind urged again. Quick, Glittering Jewel Heaven. Luin hesitated. Blind shouted sternly, with a pincer attack from 2 sides, you won't be able to escape. If we don't let them fight to the death, you and I will both die. This Xianxia will definitely not attack Blood Peach Blossom and the rest for no reason. We have to let Blood Peach Blossom and the rest deal with him. Luin took a deep look at Blind Man and took out the Glittering Jewel Heaven. Xianxia, the Glittering Jewel Heavens is yours, Blind roared, his voice spreading in all directions. Xianxia was staring at the blood peach blossoms in the distance as they approached. There were strong practitioners of the same level there. Suddenly, he heard Blind's roar. Glittering Jewel Heaven? Was it the legendary suppressing artifact Turbid Treasure? As soon as the words Glittering Jewel Heavens were uttered, the bloody peach blossom sped up even more, its gaze fixed on Xianxia. Naturally, it had also noticed this huge creature long ago. However, no matter who it was, anyone who tried to stop them from taking the Glittering Jewel Heavens away was an enemy. Glittering Jewel Heaven carried Lu Yin's deathly stillness energy, like a bright lantern in the night sky as it flew towards Xianxia. All eyes were focused on him. No one was stupid. It all depended on whether the benefits were great enough. Blood Peach Blossom was willing to give up everything for Glittering Jewel Heaven. For Xianxia, Glittering Jewel Heavens and Xingyu alone might not be enough to deal with Shuehuahua and Shuiyu, but now there were 2 of them. Lu Yin and the others had taken control of Xingyu's life and even thrown him out of the glittering jewel skies. As long as it could defeat the Blood Peach Blossom and the others, it would be able to obtain this fortified turbid treasure. At the same time, Blind also promised that they would release Xingyu once the Blood Peach Blossom was dealt with. This was a condition that Xianxia could not refuse. The value of Glittering Jewel Heaven itself was high enough. Blind man, you dare to use me? You can treat it as employment. Xianxia grabbed Glittering Jewel Heaven. Through the mirror, he saw Shuehua and the other 2 approaching. Look after my son. If he dies, I will hunt you down forever. Blind laughed loudly and rowed the black awning boat far away. Xianxia raised one of his legs and slapped Blood Peach Blossom and the others at an angle that did not match his body. Terrifying power collapsed the starry sky. Boom! The black awning boat continued to sway, and Luin grabbed onto the hull of the boat. As the driving all collided with the blood peach blossoms, their powers were constantly being pushed away. Now that the glittering jewel heaven is in Xianxia's hands, he won't give up. The blood peach blossom and the others won't either. This battle is going to last for a long time. Let's stay further away, Blind said as he rowed the boat away. Luin asked Boss Zhou to translate, this battle will only determine victory and defeat, not life and death. Even the blood peach blossoms and the others will not give up their lives here for the glittering jewel paradise. This Xianxia can't kill any of them. If you want to kill it, you'll have to do it yourself. I can't attack. Have you forgotten that I can't kill any creature of the Master Path? Blind said. Luin looked at the intense battle in the distance. That's why you're still scheming against me. You want me to take action so that you can take back the glittering jewel skies. Blind shook his head. Little friend, let him come out. With his strength, he can decide the outcome. Of course, he was referring to Lu Yin's main body. Luin could tell that the blind man had been scheming against his main body from the very beginning, not his clone. Perhaps using the black awning boat to lure Lu Yin wasn't part of his plan, but the moment he saw Lu Yin and confirmed that Lu Yin was the powerhouse who had snatched glittering jewel heaven, the current situation was already within his calculations. Lu Yin wouldn't underestimate any expert, but he was at a disadvantage because he didn't know Blind well and had been caught by him. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Lu Yin looked at Blind. Blind laughed. You won't. Regardless of whether it's your body that's in charge of the Tao of Death or the body that snatched the glittering jewel heavens, they both represent the standpoint of humanity. That last Wang Qinshan might not be able to tell, but how can I not? Human, you and I have the same goal. Even if it's not because of the standpoint of humans, you still have to worship the Master Path of Death. I'm also helping you. Don't worry. Although I can't kill Xianxia, I didn't say that I can't help you. You can only get rid of him with my help. Otherwise, hee. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He had encountered more than one human enemy. He didn't attack Blind because he hadn't figured out Blind's standpoint and because he wasn't confident. His main body was strong, but Blind wasn't weak either. Xianxia's first sentence was you again. This meant that Blind had crossed paths with him before. Blind was definitely hiding his strength. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He would wait until the battle in the distance was nearing its end. A battle that conformed to the three laws of the universe was exceptionally terrifying. It had forced 1,000 Feet Mountain and neither hate nor offer to retreat. They looked around and targeted the black awning boat. Blind was surprised. Why are those two still attacking us? Lu Yin looked over. He didn't understand either. Glittering jewel skies was no longer in his hands. Little friend, in this battle, I can't help you deal with Xianxia directly. I'll just take care of these two fellows. I'll do my part. With that, Blind rowed the boat and rushed towards the 10,000 feet mountain. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with Boss Zhou and Xingyu beside him. He looked at Blind going up against 1,000 feet mountain and neither hate nor offer, then at Xianxia and Shuihua's battle. He suddenly became an outsider. Then, it was time. He looked at Xingyu and Boss Zhou translated. Why did you chase after Blind? Xingyu couldn't hear his conversation with Blind, so he wasn't clear about their relationship. If he wanted to understand Blind, Xingyu had a point. Previously, he had been with Blind so he couldn't ask. Now, he could. Xingyu was surprised. You don't know? He saw Lu Yin with Blind and thought that he knew. Lu Yin was indifferent. Tell me what you know about Blind. Xingyu looked into the distance and said in a low voice, this blind man escaped from the camp. I don't know how exactly he escaped, but I know that after he escaped from the mother tree's main trunk, he was pursued by the Master Tao. Countless Master Tao beings are searching for him. The universe is vast, but there's no place for him to hide. Even beings who haven't reached the eternal realm are searching for him, hoping to capture him and claim credit from the Master Path. But all of a sudden, the main path stopped chasing after Blind. It's very strange, and I can't understand it either. There has never been a life form that could escape from the camp without being captured and still live well. There's a rumor that Blind has latched onto someone from the Master Path. There's also a rumor that he knows the secret of the Master Path, which is connected to life and death. Once he dies, this secret will be made public. I don't know the details either. I only know that even though Father had the chance to kill him, he didn't do it. He can't kill a being from the Master Path, but a being from the Master Path can't kill him either. Luin was surprised. The Master Path can't kill him? Yes. Luin looked at Blind. No wonder he was so fearless. Xianxia's threats were just empty words. Up until now, he was in the most danger. However, he had already been caught, and his weakness was in the hands of this blind man. What did he do? What did he do? Something related to humans. Xingyu thought about it. I'm not too sure. Oh, right, there's something. Back then, Wang Qinshan from the Wang family tried to kill him, but she failed several times. Even though the Master Path doesn't allow the killing of Blind, Wang Qinshan still pursued him. I'm not sure why, but I heard that Blind did something that disgusted the Wang family. Luin didn't understand. Disgusted the Wang family? Or disgusted the Master Path? The Wang family and the Master Path were one, but they didn't seem to be one. The Master Path couldn't kill Blind, but that didn't mean that the Wang family couldn't. Then what exactly did this blind man represent? People who came from the Eternal Kingdom were human in nature, but their temperament wasn't. Then, what about people who came out of the camp? Although Wang Qinshan was a crazy girl, she killed Luin to protect the dignity of humans. She must have her reasons for pursuing Blind. Xingyu looked at the battle in the distance and whispered, "My father doesn't care about me at all." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Xingyu. Xingyu continued, "I was quite surprised by what you said just now." "He thinks highly of you?" "Yes." Lu Yin looked into the distance. "Surprised?" Xingyu was surprised. Why did Xianxia say that? He looked at the battle between Xianxia and the bloody peach blossom very seriously. He was so serious that he was sure that Xianxia wasn't using his full strength. If he didn't know Xianxia's strength, he wouldn't have dared to say so. Xianxia was stalling for time. He looked at Blind again. This blind man took the initiative to deal with the 10,000 feet mountain and neither hate nor offer. He shouldn't be so active. There must be something that Luin didn't understand. He immediately asked his original body to come out. He didn't care if Xianxia and Blind saw it because he felt more and more uneasy. Both Xianxia and Blind had their own goals, and he was afraid that their goal was him. After all, now that the Master Path of Death had walked out, it was possible that the outer realms would work together to deal with him. He had to figure out the situation first. When his original body appeared, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was trapped and suppressed. He looked around and couldn't see anything, but something definitely wasn't right. Since he couldn't see anything, Luin put away Xingyu and teleported into the battlefield between Xianxia and the bloody peach blossom. He touched the glittering heavens, and the next moment, Xianxia's power surged. He had sensed Lu Yin's appearance. How could he let Luin take the glittering heavens away? Up. But who was this creature? Where had it come from? No matter how fast a teleport was, it still took a breath, and that was enough for a powerhouse like Xianxia to stop him. However, Luin was prepared for this. The moment he grabbed the glittering heavens, he shot out Yama's first needle. Xianxia used his power to stop Luin from leaving, but he was pierced by Yama's first needle. His eyes went slack, and Luin took the opportunity to teleport away. The entire process happened in an instant. By the time Xianxia reacted, Luin had already disappeared with the glittering heavens. He looked around. Gone? The bloody peach blossom stopped at the same time, turned around, and rushed into the distance in that direction. Xianxia glanced in the direction where Lu Yinchen and Xingyu had been. They were gone. Had they been taken away by that creature? Xianxia didn't know that Luin and Chen were the same person, and he thought that Luin had intercepted him. On the other side, Blind was stunned. What was going on? Where was that Chen? Xianxia and the bloody peach blossom had both rushed in the same direction, so where had the glittering heavens gone? His heart sank. He had miscalculated. He had thought that everything was under control, but who would have thought that Chen would not care about anything and just run away? As expected, his other identity was very powerful. How could he have left so quickly? In a battle between two powerhouses who were compatible with the three laws of the universe, not only had he escaped, he had even snatched the glittering heavens away. That was impossible. Wan Manishan, Buhan, and Buxian chased after the bloody peach blossom. Blind was the only one left standing on the black awning boat. He smiled bitterly. After so many years, I've met a character who doesn't play by the rules but is still very powerful. In this battle, Luin had no idea what had happened. He thought that he and Blind had joined hands to scheme against Xianxia. They had used Glittering Jewel Heaven and Xingyu to force Xianxia to deal with the Blood Peach Blossoms, thus helping him escape the pursuit of the Blood Peach Blossoms. However, everyone had their own plans behind the scenes. Perhaps Xianxia did not care about Xingyu at all, nor did he attack Shui Peach Blossom and the others because of his greed for the Glittering Jewel Heavens. The reason why he had attacked and delayed the battle with Shui Peach Blossom was because of Luin. It wanted to capture Luin and use him to claim credit from its master. Luin was the only one who could tempt Xianxia into taking action. What glittering jewel skies? What Xingyu? During the battle with Shui Hua, it had already contacted the experts under its command to kill both Luin and Blind Man. Thus, it was stalling for time. This was something that Luin could think of, as his skeleton clone was extremely valuable. As for Blind Man, his goal was to get rid of the Walking All. The Blood Peach Blossom was the first to exhaust the Walking All's strength, and the second was Luin. This was because Blind Man knew that Luin had the ability to steal Lin Lang from the Unknown White. The clone in the sky had confirmed that Luin had the strength to exhaust the Traveling All. Of course, he was aware of Xingjui's plans, which was why he had purposely dealt with 10,000 Feet Mountain and Buchan Buxian. His goal was to wait for the experts under Xingjui's command to arrive and surround Luin. With the strength of those experts, they would definitely be able to force Lu Yin's true body to take action. On the battlefield between 10,000 Feet Mountain and neither hate nor offer, they let the outside world consume each other. Don't even think about leaving. In the current situation, Xingxue wanted to capture Luin, but at the same time, he didn't want to give up on the Glittering Jewel sect. As for Xingyu, that was just a side benefit. They wanted to snatch the Glittering Jewel Heavens. Luin was surrounded, but he did not want to give up on the Glittering Jewel Heavens. Everyone had their own interests, so none of them should even think about running away. In the end, Blind would decide how to clean up the mess. This should have been Blind's plan. It could be said that he had seen through Xingxue, Bloody Peach Blossom, and Luin. The only thing he had miscalculated was that he had not expected Luin to run away so decisively. Luin had actually managed to escape. From his point of view, even if Luin did not care that Xingxue had a handle on him, it would still be impossible for him to leave this battlefield. Xingxue had not allowed Luin to leave, and there were still many experts under Xingxue's command rushing over from all directions. Blind was the one who had leaked the information to prevent Luin from escaping. But this guy actually managed to escape, and even succeeded. What kind of ability was that? Could it be the legendary teleportation? Wasn't this talent only found in the most chaotic square-inch space? He thought of something, and the black awning boat also chased into the distance. Far away, Luin constantly teleported. It was very difficult for him to escape the pursuit of the three universal laws. The Traveling All was not a Blood Peach Blossom, and it had the ability to attack from a distance. Its range exceeded the maximum distance that Luin could teleport to. He had no choice but to teleport while dodging. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Otherwise, if he was weaker, he would not have been able to escape with his instant movement. Back then, when he wanted to teleport away with Old Ancestor Shan, he was unable to do so. Old Ancestor Shan knew that the distance of his teleportation was too short. In the eyes of an old monster like Old Ancestor Shan, it was no different from having a fast speed. But now, things were different. The mirror beam technique extended the distance of his teleportation by a lot, and he could still withstand the attacks. If he wanted to, he could even turn around and attack twice. Under this premise, the longer he stayed, the easier it would be to shake off the traveling all and the others. Behind him, the traveling all gave chase with all its might. It was about to join forces with the blood peach blossom, but Luin pulled further and further away until Luin completely disappeared from its field of vision. He had temporarily escaped. The blood peach blossom would definitely be able to chase after him through the glittering jewel skies, but it would still take some time. Now, he had to think of a way to meet up with Blind. He had to deal with the threat that was Blind. How could he not care about his weakness? The matter of the holy bow was not that big of a deal. After all, he had already killed the holy painter, and he did not care about taking on another life. Besides, the holy bow was still alive. What he cared about was that the matter of his clone and main body could not be exposed, especially in the unknown and dead universe. Otherwise, it would disrupt his plans. After calculating his route, the blood peach blossom would need some time to catch up to him through the glittering jewel skies. During this time, he would think of a way to meet up with Blind and try to deal with him. Luin looked in a certain direction and teleported away. He circled around the blood peach blossom and the traveling all to look for Blind. Not long after, he returned. No, there was not enough time. He had to lure the blood peach blossom and the others further away. Blind's strength was uncertain. In the starry sky, the traveling all followed the blood peach blossom in a certain direction. The peach blossom's speed was much slower as it tried to determine Lu Yin's position. Suddenly, it sped up and appeared. The traveling all hurriedly followed. The traveling all could actually let go, but it was an existence that was compatible with the three laws of the universe. It had also called over its own experts, but in the end, it had not obtained anything. Even Xingyu had been captured by the other party. It had lost a lot of face, and it could not allow such a thing to happen. It had to capture that creature. Luin brought the traveling all and the blood peach blossom and slipped away for a while before disappearing. The blood peach blossom's speed slowed down again. What happened? You lost it again? The traveling all roared as he stared at the peach blossom. The peach blossom faced the traveling all. What's your goal? The traveling all and the peach blossom looked at each other. That skeleton. You don't want the glittering jewel skies? You don't have to. Then why did you stop me before? I wanted it before, but I don't want it now. The peach blossom understood. You used me to stall for time so that you could capture that skeleton. Fine, I can take you to it, but you have to return the glittering jewel skies to me. If possible, the traveling all naturally wanted the glittering jewel skies as well. However, he realized that the peach blossom was not easy to deal with, and he was also bound by karma. The peach blossom seemed to be willing to sacrifice everything for the glittering jewel skies. He could not afford it. Fine, the glittering jewel skies is yours, and that skeleton is mine. But who was the one that escaped from me just now? The skeleton should have been captured by him. The peach blossom's tone was low. I know him. He was the one who took the glittering jewel skies. I don't know his relationship with the skeleton, but this creature is very strong. It's unexpected every time it appears. The traveling all's gaze shifted. Every time it appears? More than once? What I know is twice. The traveling all looked into the depths of the starry sky. That skeleton had been able to kill Xianxia, Ming Lu, and the others in the giant city and become famous after that battle. It was likely that he was from the Death Dominator's clan, and his status was not simple. In that case, this creature might have been sent by the Death Dominator to protect him. The value of capturing him was greater. I must capture him. In the distant starry sky, there was an incomparably large ship. It was a black-on ship. Luin looked into the distance and saw a familiar scene. The blind man had used this trick to lure him over, and now he was using the same trick again. The blind man was waiting for him. Was he that confident? He really had to try. Luin took a step forward and appeared outside the black-on ship. This time, he did not conceal himself. Invisibility was one of his trump cards, even if the blind man knew about it. Inside the ship, the blind man slowly turned around and poured tea into a cup. He gestured for Luin to drink. You can drink now. Luin looked at him calmly. You knew that I was coming for you. The blind man smiled. You wanted to silence me. It's not that serious, and it shouldn't be easy. It's not that difficult. Do you have so little confidence in yourself? The blind man calmly faced Luin. I think too highly of you. Luin slowly raised a hand, and the blind man smiled. Young friend, there's no need to rush. Let's talk after drinking some tea. Bang! A huge force struck the Black-on ship. Talk? There was nothing to talk about, just like how he had teleported away from the battlefield without hesitation. To those who wanted to scheme against him, he either had to beat them into submission, kill them, or wait until later to kill them. There was a third option. The Black-on ship's endurance was not weak. After all, it was a turbid treasure that could withstand the speed of the blood peach blossom. If it was too weak, it would not be able to withstand that speed. Although the ship could withstand it, the blind man almost fell. He sighed and placed his bamboo pole horizontally. One end of the pole was stuck inside the ship, and he used the momentum to stabilize himself. Young friend, there's a misunderstanding between us. Luin raised his hand and placed his right palm on the Black-on ship. His 5 fingers curled. If you threaten me, there's no misunderstanding. After he finished speaking, he exerted force and struck the Black-on ship, pushing it horizontally. This time, the blind man still managed to stabilize himself. The bamboo pole stuck even harder. Young friend, so you're really here to silence me? Luin struck for the 3rd time. He was testing the Black-on ship's ability. After talking so much about the Walking Owl's power, who knew what this blind man's ability was? Luin did not believe what he saw on the surface, especially this Black-on ship. It could survive the unknown white banishment and avoid the blood peach blossom's pursuit. It was average. However, the 3rd strike was blocked. In front of him, the bamboo pole struck horizontally and collided with Lu Yin's palm. The strong force bent the pole and caused the Black-on ship to be pushed back. The blind man grabbed the pole tightly. Young friend, stop before you go too far. Lu Yin's palm turned into a claw. His 5 fingers clenched tightly onto the pole and pulled back forcefully. He wanted to pull the blind man out of the Black-on ship, but there was a strange vibration from the pole that forced Lu Yin's hand away. Luin was surprised. The pole turned and pressed down hard on his head. Luin raised his arm. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. He flicked his finger, and there was a bang. The vibration of the pole collided with the vibration of his finger. His finger and the pole did not touch, but there was a vibration of power in the middle that kept twisting and spreading outwards. In the next moment, the void shattered and countless ripples shattered the starry sky, filling the sky with fragments. The blind man was surprised. Luin was even more surprised. This blind man actually had such strength. It should not be. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem like a strength type. Young friend, is that enough? That's not pure strength. It's using one's consciousness to imitate strength. You're good, blind. The blind man was helpless. I was seen through in the first move. How can I fight later? How about I surrender? Let's talk. Alright, hand over the pole and the ship. Young friend, is the glittering jewel skies not enough? Not enough. Luin struck out with his palm. The blind man tilted his head. This palm is not right. As he spoke, his figure moved. The phantom collapsed and was penetrated by the palm. The blind man himself retreated far away. The black awning boat revolved beneath his feet, following his movements. Luin continuously used the forgetful world technique while simultaneously concealing the first needle of the Yama gate, but the blind man still managed to dodge all of them. The blind man's eyes were blind, but his heart wasn't. This blind man saw far more than those who could see the world. Suddenly, the bamboo pole and the blind man disappeared. Behind Luin, the blind man held the pole and bent down to strike. Luin easily dodged, but he was instantly restrained by an invisible force. It was a consciousness that Luin was very familiar with, but it was completely different from his own. It was an indescribable difference that could not be described. The bamboo pole viciously struck Lu Yin's waist, and just as the blind man was about to pull it back, Luin grabbed it with a flip of his hand. His entire body withered, and the blind man shook the pole once more. This time, it wasn't as smooth as before, as Luin was forcefully restraining it with his own strength. The bamboo pole continuously trembled as the two forces clashed once more. Luin suddenly kicked out, and the blind man subconsciously used his hand to protect his heart. His entire body was struck by the powerful force, and if he did not loosen his grip, he would be unable to bear the full brunt of it. Only by letting go of the pole would he be able to release the force. The blind man did not loosen his grip and took the full brunt of the kick. A footprint appeared on his back, and he looked up to face Luin. There was a whoosh as the vibration traveled from the pole to the void. It was accompanied by the explosion of the blind man's consciousness. Luin almost fainted from the impact. The blind man took this opportunity to pull the pole back and turn around to stab at Luin again. Luin teleported away, and the pole missed as Luin appeared behind the blind man. The blind man had expected this. Teleportation? Just as he finished speaking, Luin turned around and released his consciousness once more. Just like before, his entire body turned into a consciousness monster that attacked his surroundings. Luin released his vitality, which evaporated into the sea and completely erupted to clash with the blind man's consciousness. The two forces collided and both retreated at the same time. The blind man took several steps back, and the black awning boat appeared beneath his feet. Luin also took several steps back, and with a wave of his hand, he released the consciousness that was suppressing him. The heavens were silent, and only the aftermath of the battle had yet to dissipate. There were spatial cracks everywhere. Luin felt that something was very strange. The blind man seemed to have a power level that was compatible with two universal laws, but it also seemed to be more than that. However, Luin couldn't clearly sense it because the blind man was always at ease when facing him, but he was always injured. Luin had no choice but to continuously raise his power level, even using the fifth needle of Yama's gate. Blind sighed in admiration. Little friend, I'm impressed. You are able to harmonize with the laws of the universe, yet you are able to beat me until I can't even fight back. If we were on the same level, I would have been defeated long ago. But you still seem to be suppressing something. Luin stared at the blind man, slowly clenched his fist, and punched out with the starry fist. The starry sky map was the spectrum, the civilization was the stars, and the invincible fist intent was the strongest and fiercest. Blind raised his head, and his bamboo pole rotated to block in front of him. His consciousness followed the rotation of the bamboo pole and transformed into a round shield visible to the naked eye, blocking in front of the starry fist. Lu Yin's punch used strength as the foundation, the starry fist as the technique, and the chi of life as the supplement. Its power was peerless, but when it reached Blind, it actually turned into streams of chi that scattered in all directions. Blind had forcibly dispersed the fist will of the starry fist. Even though he was still retreating and his entire body was bent from the pressure, he still managed to block the starry fist in the end. Lu Yin teleported close to Blind Man, and Blind Man immediately released his consciousness. This indiscriminate attack depended on the strength of one's consciousness, and no matter how Lu Yin attacked, the consciousness continued to bombard him. Lu Yin couldn't get close for a while. Heaven and Earth lock. Lu Yin released his consciousness as well, and chains descended from the astral dome towards Blind Man. Blind Man was shocked. Heaven and Earth lock? Little friend, this is a battle technique from my main consciousness path. How did you learn it? Lu Yin didn't answer and just stared at Blind Man. As long as the Heaven and Earth lock locked him down and merged with the green light, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the Heaven and Earth lock couldn't lock Blind Man, as Blind Man knew how to do it too. Blind Man also used the Heaven and Earth lock, and the chains intertwined and collided in the starry sky. Blind Man was the only one who remained unaffected. Behind him, Lu Yin slashed out with the triple firmament sword intent. Blind Man was shocked again, as this was also a battle technique from his main consciousness path. He also used the triple firmament sword intent. Even in the main consciousness path, not all living beings know the triple firmament sword intent and the Heaven and Earth lock. Little friend, who exactly are you? Lu Yin looked at Blind Man. What realm are you at? Blind Man shook his head. Little friend, you think too highly of me. I'm just a blind man who knows a little bit of miscellaneous things but doesn't specialize in matching two laws of the universe. Luin looked at the battle between the heaven and earth lock and the triple firmament sword intent and said indifferently, I'm just a normal cultivator who knows a little bit of miscellaneous things and doesn't specialize in matching one law of the universe. Little friend, I really know a little bit of miscellaneous things but doesn't specialize in them. Although I have many techniques, the effects aren't great. Same to you. Hey, you've fought for so long. Little friend, have you calmed down? Can we talk now? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's talk. Then this attack? I can't stop. Blind man? This was the first time he heard that he couldn't stop attacking. Of course, Luin wouldn't stop. Blind man's consciousness was terrifyingly strong and bottomless. He was using the triple firmament sword intent and the heaven and earth lock to deplete blind man's consciousness. After all, there were too many triple firmament sword intents in the God Sealing catalog. His goal was to deplete blind man's consciousness with the triple firmament sword intent. Little friend, are you trying to deplete my consciousness? I'm also depleted. You're clearly treating me as an enemy. Luin looked at blind man. You lured me to deal with Xianxia, used my things to start a war, and even threatened me to help you. You've been using me from start to finish. Even if I lose in the end, it won't affect you. Blind man laughed. What if I say that I'm testing you? You're not worthy, Luin said bluntly, and his attacks became even fiercer. The God Sealing catalog appeared, and the triple firmament sword intents continuously slashed out. Blind man stopped fighting and instead stepped onto the black awning boat to dodge. He didn't go far and instead circled around Luin. Little friend, everything I did before was to test you. I wanted to see if you were worthy enough to cooperate with me. If you weren't a human, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be tested by me. Is that so? Although he said that, he didn't stop attacking. Especially when the gray color appeared, which was the power of time. Blind man was shocked. Little friend, why are you attacking even harder as you speak? Luin said, I'm giving you a test. Blind man was speechless. Little friend, there's no need. There's really no need. We're both humans, so why be so ruthless? You still know that we're both humans. If you weren't, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to find you. That's a test for you. With a test, there's naturally an opportunity. Tell me about it. Stop first. I can't stop. Not only did he not stop, but more gray time appeared. He even took out a tributary of the river of time. Luin realized that he was really stupid. There were so many tributaries of the river of time, but he didn't use them. Why was he talking nonsense with blind man? The tributaries of the river of time could not only be used for transactions, but they could also be used for attacks. For example, now that the tributary of the river of time had appeared, the gray time seemed to be boiling as it surged toward blind man. Blind man had no choice but to retreat. Such majestic power of time could easily cause one's own time to become unstable upon contact. If it was light, it would hinder one's battle power, and if it was heavy, it could even cause one's body to decay. And this was just the most ordinary use of the power of time. Luin was originally proficient in the power of time. He raised his hand, and a longbow formed. The divine bow of time had no deathly stillness or god power, only the power of time. Using the power of time to form the divine arrow of time and shoot it out. This arrow was easily dodged by blind man. However, one arrow after another was shot out. The power of each arrow was different, and they all landed at different points. The time and speed of each arrow were all different. Time was constantly changing. Sometimes it would freeze, sometimes it would disappear, sometimes it would accelerate, and sometimes it would even stop. This made blind man feel fear. The more time Luin took from the tributary of the river of time, the more time he was able to extract from it. The arrow of time also became more and more profound. Blood splattered across the starry sky as blind man covered his arm. Young friend, your archery skills are becoming more and more strange. Luin was indifferent as he shot another arrow. Blind man sighed. There were many injuries on his body, but the clearest one was a footprint on his back. Luin had kicked him in the front, and the force of the kick had passed through his body and into his back. Tap. There was a soft sound as Lu Yin's arrow suddenly changed direction. It seemed to have met with some kind of obstruction as it brushed past Blind Man's face. Blind Man stood in his original position without moving. Lu Yin frowned and shot another arrow. Blind Man still stood in his original position, as if he was looking at the tributary of the River of Time. Lu Yin's arrow still brushed past his body without causing him any harm. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was really strange. No matter how powerful the next arrow was or how fast it was, even if it paused for a moment, it would still end up missing its target. Young friend, do you know that once a tributary of the River of Time emerges, it can also be snatched? Blind Man didn't move, but the black awning boat appeared behind Lu Yin and pierced straight into the tributary of the River of Time. Using the boat to drag the tributary, Blind Man pulled away from Lu Yin. The difference between them was huge. Lu Yin nodded. Of course it can be snatched. The moment he said that, the boat stopped, and Blind Man looked in Lu Yin's direction. You? The next moment, an indescribable chill caused Blind Man's expression to change. He turned around and left. The black awning boat suddenly shook off the tributary of the River of Time and appeared under his feet. He disappeared. Once he did, that feeling disappeared again. Lu Yin's expression turned grave. Blind Man's senses were very sharp. Just as he had guessed, Blind Man wasn't easy to deal with. There was a possibility that Blind Man was an existence that conformed to the three laws of the universe. Just now, Lu Yin had wanted to use the River of Time's tributary to let Blind Man snatch it away on purpose so that he could use the main River of Time to suppress Blind Man. But he hadn't expected Blind Man to run away in advance. He put away the tributary of the River of Time and stood quietly in place. After a while, Blind Man returned and stood on the black awning boat. He faced Lu Yin. Young friend, if I hadn't run fast enough, I might have been defeated. Lu Yin said coldly, you're too humble. I can't beat you. Young friend, you're too humble. Teleportation combined with strength and various battle techniques, as well as that technique just now that shocked me, it's not impossible to say that you can beat Xianxia in a one-on-one battle, Blind Man praised. Lu Yin was disdainful. You don't have to put me on a pedestal. I'm not Xianxia's match, and I'm not your match either. I'm not your match. Without waiting for Lu Yin to speak, Blind Man continued, can we talk now? Or do you want me to show you some sincerity? How did you do that? Lu Yin was curious. The Blind Man smiled. Is this the sincerity you want me to show you? Lu Yin nodded. You can understand it that way. It allows you to talk in peace. The Blind Man sighed in relief. That's good. Then, I can tell you that it's in accordance with the laws of the universe. Lu Yin realized that many lifeforms' laws could not be understood without an explanation. The one that had left the deepest impression on him was Red Hero's invincibility, but this Blind Man's laws were not that easy to understand either. Simply put, I can change the order of an enemy's attack. Of course, I'm not forcefully changing the enemy, but rather changing the attacks that have already been launched. After you shoot an arrow, I can make every arrow return to its original path. With so many arrows, there will always be a path that intersects with your next arrow. As long as I can find this intersection, I can change the direction of the arrow and make your arrow collide with mine. Lu Yin sighed. That's a very powerful ability. You flatter me. This is my sincerity. I'll use my own secrets in exchange for a chance to speak. Do you agree? The Blind Man asked. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. All right, speak. Lu Yin had roughly seen the Blind Man's strength, but he was not confident that he could deal with him. The Blind Man made an inviting gesture, and Lu Yin boarded the boat and sat across from him. He picked up the teapot and poured tea for Lu Yin. It's not easy to have a drink with you. Lu Yin picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. It's not bad. The Blind Man laughed. You haven't introduced yourself yet. There's no need for nonsense. Just say what you want to say. Lu Yin put down the teacup. The Blind Man nodded. Then I'll get straight to the point. Have you heard of the eternal realm of knowledge? Lu Yin's gaze shifted as he looked at the Blind Man. I mentioned it when I introduced Xianxia, and I've heard of it before. The reason Mian was able to lure you to the Jade Universe was because of the eternal realm of knowledge. The blind man said, whoever controls the eternal realm of knowledge can become the consciousness overlord. This is a publicly acknowledged fact in the core space. The mind sovereign has gone missing, and no one knows whether he's dead or alive. However, the eternal world of knowledge still exists. Countless living beings have searched for him over the years, including the sovereigns of other major daos, but none have been able to find him. His eyes seem to have opened, and his voice slowly flowed out, I know where it is. Luin was stunned. You know where the eternal realm of knowledge is? The corner of Blind's mouth curled up. Not bad. Luin stared at the blind man. Where? He knew about the distance between the realm of eternal knowledge and the square inch. Could it be that Blind also knew about it? Blind found it funny. Little friend, do you think I will easily reveal such an important secret? You have to know that this secret can be exchanged for everything. Is this the reason why the primary path didn't pursue you? Of course not. It has nothing to do with the master path. If the master path knew that I knew the location of the realm of eternal consciousness, they would never have let me go. Right now, only you, little friend, know this secret. Lu Yin's expression changed. Don't spout nonsense, I don't know. Blind smiled. You don't know now, but you will definitely know in the future. Lu Yin's tone was cold. You told me that you knew the location of the realm of eternal knowledge, but you didn't tell me where it was. Are you planning to use this to threaten me so that I won't reveal it? This was Blind's method. If Luin told others that Blind knew where the realm of eternal knowledge was, others would look for Blind, but they would also look for Luin because they believed that Luin would know as well. This was why Blind dared to tell him this without fear that Luin would spread it. Blind said, little friend, if you don't want to harm me, why would you threaten me? Luin picked up his teacup and took another sip. What are you planning to do? Thump. Blind slammed the teacup down with a serious expression. Do something big. Luin was stunned. What? Blind said, this old man wants to do something big. What do you mean? The realm of eternal knowledge is a huge temptation, just like the master path of death. However, compared to the master path of death, the realm of eternal knowledge is safer because the consciousness dominator is missing. If you want to replace the consciousness dominator, you only need to control the realm of eternal knowledge. This knowledge is the prerequisite. Then, with this prerequisite, how many life forms will try to find the realm of eternal knowledge? How many life forms want to become the new master path? This includes the master path itself. Don't you want to control more power? Power is limitless, and there is no such thing as an invincible life form. Even the dominator wants to control more power. Therefore, this old man wants to use the realm of eternal knowledge to move the master path. Luin stared blankly at Blind. Move the master path? Blind said, this old man knows that it's difficult, and it can even be said to be impossible. However, it's not impossible to move the master path. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, it'll be enough to pry open a crack. You're doing this for revenge? Yes. With just the two of us? You and I are just the schemers. All the life forms that covet the realm of eternal knowledge are involved. They are the real competitors. No matter how strong they are or how high their status is, they will all kill each other in front of the realm of eternal knowledge. This is our chance. Luin did not understand. Why do you think that I'll help you? Blind said bitterly, at first, I wanted to threaten you, but now, I think that threats won't work. Let's make a deal. This old man will help you control the realm of eternal knowledge. Luin laughed. Do you think that I'm an idiot? Blind said, this old man helping you doesn't mean that this old man won't try. Compared to you, this old man has a greater chance, and what you have is just a chance. However, you have to understand that this chance is something that countless life forms can only dream of. Aside from this old man will not tell anyone about your secret. At the same time, I promise to help you with one thing, no matter what it is. Of course, if this old man can't do it, then I won't force you. When the realm of eternal knowledge appears, the dominators will definitely try to seize it. Do you think that your plan will succeed under the dominators' noses? Young friend, why do you think this old man is doing this now? Dead master? That's right. To those dominators, it doesn't matter who seizes the realm of eternal knowledge, because no one can control it in a short period of time. That's simply impossible. As long as they know where it is and whose hands it is, that's enough. It's as simple as seizing it. The Juggernaut will not appear immediately. The Death Lord will appear at the right time. They will only guess if this is the Death Lord's plot. Similarly, the Death Lord will also guess if the other lords are plotting against it. On a deeper level, they will all at a deeper level, they have misgivings about the missing mind dominator. To the masters, everything in the universe belongs to them. Since they have misgivings, then they won't appear immediately. Otherwise, what's the point of raising those masters? Why did the mind dominator go missing? Why did the realm of eternal knowledge appear? Do you think that the dominators, who are already standing at the peak, won't consider it? Compared to the realm of eternal knowledge, they're more interested in finding out the secret behind the mind dominator's disappearance. Luin tapped lightly on the table and thought for a moment before looking at Blind. You seem to think that I'll definitely help you just for the realm of eternal knowledge. Blind smiled. Isn't that enough? It's enough, but the prerequisite is that this realm of eternal knowledge is real. Young friend, do you know of other realms of eternal knowledge? I've heard more than one piece of news, and all of them know where the realms of eternal knowledge are, but in the end, they're all fake. Blind, how many realms of eternal knowledge are there? Blind laughed involuntarily. Naturally, there's only one. Then how can you be so sure that the realm of eternal knowledge you speak of is real? Luin questioned. Blind fell silent. Luin was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and waited quietly. In order to prevent Luin from revealing his secrets, Blind could use Lu Yin's secrets to threaten him. However, if he wanted Luin to help plot against the master, then threats would not work. Luin would have to sincerely help him. Luin did not believe that Blind had not considered this point, but he had never mentioned it. Either Blind had not expected Luin to be able to escape from his previous trap and had not thought of a suitable way to lure Luin in, or he had thought of a plan that was later discovered to be incorrect. Applicable. Regardless of which possibility it was, it would be very difficult for Blind to convince Luin at the moment unless he could prove that the realm of eternal knowledge was real. Luin knew where the eternal realm of knowledge was, and he had even been there before. Thus, the blind man was still lying to him. However, Luin wanted to see what exactly the blind man was trying to achieve by lying to him. If the blind man really wanted to scheme against his master, then Luin was more than happy to help him. But Blind was trying to harm him. With his previous experience, Luin had to be on guard. The main reason was that Blind was too powerful, and Luin did not have the confidence to deal with him. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Blind to scheme like this. Luin could even hear the constant calculations in Blind's mind. After a while, Blind poured Luin a cup of tea. Young friend, don't you want to deal with the master yourself? Luin smiled. Are you trying to kill me? We're on the same page. If we're on the same page, then let me introduce you to the Death Lord. The Death Lord wants to deal with the master more. The Death Lord is too high to reach, and this old man does not have the qualifications to meet him. However, young friend, you were once a human, so there must be a blood feud between humans and the master. Now that you've joined the master's side, there is also a blood feud between humans and the master. If I were to give up on the master's side, young friend, you should be more proactive. Luin looked up. What blood feud do humans have with the master? Blind frowned and tilted his head slightly. Young friend, you don't know? Let's hear it. Luin neither admitted nor denied it. Blind exhaled. So the Wang family lied to the master. There is a surviving human civilization outside the Mother Tree's main branch. In that case, I'm not too sure about the relationship between human civilization and the Lord's path. I only know one thing, and I'm absolutely certain of it. At this point, he looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze with his blind eyes, as if he could see. He could see the same thing. In the master's rules, there are only two humans. One is the Wang family. The other is the wandering camp. Other than them, there shouldn't be a third type of human. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're not the third type? Moreover, the unknown belonged to the master's side. How could he not know about the existence of human civilization in that area? It was just that the master's side understood the situation, but the outside world did not. On this point, Lu Ying knew more than Blind. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Blind Man mocked himself, I'm no longer human. I'm just a stray dog. But even a stray dog will bite, and the bite will be more painful and vicious. My young friend, my grudge is not important to you. What matters is what you think. As long as the master path exists, the human civilization will never be able to rise. Even if the master path of death returns, it will still be the master path. Furthermore, the master path of death is the most ruthless to the human civilization. There are some things that the mother tree cannot say. I can only say that the master path of death became like this because it participated in the war against human civilization. You can either join the Wang family or become a refugee. There is no third path for humans. Lu Yin's voice was melancholic. But I'm no longer human. You've seen another me. That's the real me. Blind Man did not refute, as he did not believe that the skeleton was the real him. However, he continued, so from the standpoint of the master path of death. The master path of death has no standpoint. Lu Ying interrupted and looked at Blind Man. You said it yourself. The master path is the same, and the master path of death is the same. If I have a standpoint as a human, it will go against the master path of death. If I don't have a standpoint as a human, why would I go through so much trouble to deal with them? The master path of death wants to return to the master path and take revenge, not risk everything for revenge. Blind Man laughed. You underestimate the master path of death. Although I've never interacted with the master path of death, do you think the master path of death is so simple? Exile, pursuit, almost being replaced. How can such a huge grudge be washed away by a massacre in a huge city? I can say without hesitation that the master path of death is waiting for you to make a move. I'm guessing that before the master path of death left, he allowed you to attack as much as you want. The more ruthless you attack, the more power he has. My young friend, you're right to be worried. If you kill too ruthlessly, the other masters will not let you go. But what if you kill so much that even the master path of death is shocked? Blind Man suddenly leaned forward and stared at Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin looked into Blind Man's blind eyes and felt like he was looking into a pair of extremely gloomy eyes. Kill until the sky turns dark, kill until even the Tao of the Lords trembles in fear. Kill until the Death Lords, they will not give up on you. Little friend, in order to survive in the universe, never hand your life over to others. This is even more so for the Death Lords. They can use you to exchange for other lords. But if you kill to a certain extent, no benefits will be able to move you. You should understand this principle. That's why I said that I was helping you. Because you've already killed Sagebrush and Lifejade. The hegemons have their eyes on you. Perhaps the hegemon of life and the hegemon of karma are currently negotiating with the Death Lord to trade you for benefits. You shouldn't trust the Death Lord. Lu Ying sneered, then who should I believe? You? Blind nodded seriously. What you should believe in is your goal and your standpoint. But I'm afraid that you'll sell me out again. One traveling all won't be enough to keep me here. If 2 or even 3 traveling alls come, and you guys have already scouted out my background, I won't be able to escape. Blind was helpless. I am absolutely irreconcilable with the Lord. It's fine if you don't believe me, but you have to believe in this hatred. Benefits and hatred are the only things that can be seen clearly. Then let me see clearly, Lu Ying said. Blind was confused. What do you mean? Lu Ying said, a cultivator of the Slayer path. Blind frowned. No. Lu Ying stood up. Then there's no point in continuing this discussion. Right now, we both have secrets. If I die, I'll definitely reveal your secrets, and if you die, you'll definitely drag me down with you. Since that's the case, let's never meet again. Blind hurriedly said, young friend, we've already explained the importance of this matter. Do you really not want to participate? Lu Ying walked off the boat without looking back. I want to, but I don't want to follow you. I'm afraid that you'll sell me out. What exactly do you want? Luine stopped and looked back. A cultivator of the Slayer path. Blind wanted to say something, but Luine continued, I need to have something that can be used against you. Otherwise, I won't be confident. Blind was helpless and sighed. Who do you want to kill? Luine tossed out a creature. Blind was stunned. A holy bough? Luine said, kill it, and I'll believe you. Blind looked at Luine. I thought that you'd already killed the holy bough. I wanted to kill it, but I didn't get the chance. I'll leave it to you. Impossible. If I kill the holy bough, I'll be targeted by the entire universe. Do you know the terrifying consequences of killing a ruler? That's why I believe you. If I'm targeted by the entire universe, then I'll be useless. Luine thought about it and felt that it made sense. In that case, he tossed out the black beetle. Blind was puzzled. Who is it? An eternal realm that offended me, but it's from the Slayer path, Luine said. Blind was still hesitant. Luine calmly said, I'll count to 3. 1. Whoosh. There was a soft sound, and the black beetle died. Blind slowly put away his bamboo pole and sighed. I don't want to face the karmic bind either, but you're too forceful. There's no other way. I hope that the rest of the plan goes smoothly. Luine looked at the black beetle's corpse. Blind had made his move and killed the black beetle in a single move. His actions were clean and efficient, and the karmic bind on his wrist had increased a little. The consciousness sovereign was missing, and the main consciousness was unable to remove the karmic bind. This was the case for both Xianxia and Blind. Are you satisfied now, young friend? Once you announce that I'm the culprit behind this fellow's death, I won't be able to escape. The sovereigns have their own methods to verify the truth. Is my sincerity enough? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Not quite. Blind? Luine tossed out the transparent jellyfish. Kill it. Blind was dissatisfied. Young friend, this is another eternal. Do you want my karmic bind to reach perfection? That won't do you any good. Luine replied, it's just a very ordinary eternal realm. You've already dealt with one, so one more won't matter. Blind slowly turned his bamboo pole, feeling that something was off. He faced the transparent jellyfish, and just like the black beetle, it couldn't speak. Its injuries were so severe that it would collapse at a single touch. Who is it? Blind asked. Although he knew many creatures, it was impossible for him to know all of them. The transparent jellyfish and the black beetle wandered around the periphery of the Bee Divine Palace, which was too far from here. He might know the holy bough, but Blind was unlikely to know it. It's just an eternal realm that offended me, Luine replied casually. Blind's frown deepened. It was the same sentence again. The more he spoke, the more uneasy he became. That's all? What else? What else can an eternal realm that conforms to the laws of the universe do? It? I'll leave if you don't attack. Don't worry, I won't tell you about killing the black beetle. Anyway, I have many secrets, so one more won't make a difference. Luine turned to leave, but Blind stopped him and killed the transparent jellyfish. In the past, Luine wanted to rely on the transparent jellyfish and the black beetle to learn more about the situation in the mother tree. It would be best if he could learn more about the sovereigns. But now it was clear that the situation there couldn't be understood through them. Even if he wanted to know more, the holy bough was in his hands, so these two couldn't compare. Why would he need them when he had the holy bough? Human civilization didn't need more eternal realms. Is it okay now? Blind's tone was full of helplessness. Luine smiled at him. It's okay. Then, let's go. The black-owned boat headed in a direction. Blind didn't know that in addition to capturing the holy bough and killing the holy painting and Ming Lu in the giant city, he also killed Xingyun. Once the outside world knew that the black beetle and the transparent jellyfish died at his hands, they would definitely confirm that Xingyun's death was caused by him. This wasn't as simple as killing an ordinary cultivator of the main path. Blind was scheming against him, so he had to scheme against him. Blind, since you know where the eternal realm of knowledge is, why don't you find a way to control it yourself? Do you think it's so easy to control the eternal realm of knowledge? That's the power of a dominator. How can I control it? It's hard to explain. Anyway, you just need to know that the chances are slim. Otherwise, why would I share it with you? I can do whatever I want when I become a dominator. Blind, there's a flaw in your words. Little friend, are you confused about something? Whatever. Where are we going now? The eternal realm of knowledge. How do we lure the primary path cultivators there? I have my ways. You'll know when we get there. I'm very picky about my environment. Tell me where we're going first and see if I can adapt. Blind was speechless. I've never heard of a cultivator not being able to adapt to their environment. Ordinary people adapt to their environment, but cultivators can change it. This is the true meaning of cultivation. Luine said, I can't adapt to the universe, but I can't change it either. Haha. Don't learn from that guy. It's uncomfortable to hear. Hurry up and tell me what the environment is so that I'm mentally prepared. Alright, the ocean. Luine? Blind said, I knew you wouldn't understand. Yes, it's the ocean. It's a floating ocean that can accommodate many universes. I don't know how it was formed, but it might have something to do with the consciousness dominator. There are unique life forms there, and it's a dangerous universe. Of course, it's a place where you and I can roam freely. The only thing is that we have to avoid those two old monsters. Luine glanced at Blind. He had indeed been lying to him. The eternal realm of knowledge was clearly in the same area as before. He had no idea what Blind was scheming, so he had to be careful. What old monsters? Blind looked into the distance. Those two old monsters occupy that ocean and fight each other all year round. They're both existences that conform to the laws of the three universes. One of them even saved me before. Of course, I still don't know the reason, but those two are very powerful. It's best not to provoke them if you can. Wait until I've made my arrangements and attracted enough attention from the primary path. Luine only listened, as there was nothing truthful coming out of the blind man's mouth. Perhaps the old freak who had saved him was also his so-called good friend. Luine finally understood why Wang Qianqian had been so rude to the blind man. Wang Qianqian had probably been plotted against. 3 years passed, and the black awning ship continued to head towards the ocean that Blind had mentioned. That ocean was called the Remnant Sea. Luine did not understand. Blind man didn't know why it was called the Remnant Sea, nor did he know how it had been formed. He only told Luine that it was the most suitable place for cultivators who cultivated the path of killing masters. Because the Remnant Sea was huge, it also had the ability to weaken the path of killing masters. Luine finally understood why he had gone to the Remnant Sea. It is because of this ability that it is normal for the eternal realm of knowledge to be located in the Remnant Sea. This isn't normal, right? The main Dao's creatures have never investigated before, so why is it like this? I'm sure they have, but there shouldn't be any results. It's also possible that we don't know what the results are. Who cares? Let's go. Luine suddenly thought of something and asked, what about the blood peach blossom and the others? If he keeps chasing after me, if he chases me all the way to the Remnant Sea and encounters a living being from the Master Dao, it will be troublesome if he spreads the news about us. Blind said, I almost forgot about them. He was deep in thought. Luine did not disturb him and just drank his tea quietly. Not long after, Blind poured a cup of tea for Luine and whispered, little friend, do you dare to bet? Lu Yin's gaze paused as he looked at the blind man. These words sounded familiar. Blind smiled mockingly. Little friend, don't worry. There definitely won't be any mistakes this time. I know a place that can definitely bury the blood peach blossom and the others. Another main sequence? Luine countered with a question. Back when he had used the glittering jewel heavens to lure the blood peach blossoms into attacking Xianxia, that was what the damned blind man had said. Blind said, not only that, that place is not simple. Looking at the entire universe, there are only a few people who know about it. I, Blind, only found out about it by chance. Young friend, you should know that the sovereigns live in the main trunk of the mother tree. However, if the sovereigns leave the main trunk of the mother tree, where will they go after they leave? Luine frowned. So what if they left? Everyone has their own destination, so where else could they be? Don't tell me they're still together? Blind clapped his hands. That's right. Get together. Don't be fooled by the fact that the clan of sovereigns is very strong and arrogant. They're actually very afraid of dying, especially since they're so well protected by their respective sovereigns that they have to be very careful when they go out, for fear of being killed. Think about it, my young friend. On the surface, no one dares to touch the sovereigns, but who knows what will happen in secret. For example, the Deqian civilization's Chu Wuli had once killed a ruler. How many civilizations were there in the universe? How many sovereigns are there? They can't afford to lose. Even if I can take revenge and have the entire universe hunt me down, a loss is a loss. There's no way to revive me. So, once they leave the main trunk of the mother tree, they will gather in one place before they travel the distance of inches. That place is called the courtyard. Luin was astonished. Side courtyard? To the sovereigns, this area is used for traveling. Courtyards are nothing out of the ordinary, Blind said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was indeed the case. Camp meant a camp with flowing water, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Villa, a place only for tourists and vacationers. This was the sovereign race. Blind continued, since this courtyard can become the first stop for the dominators when they come to the square of inches, there are naturally strong practitioners guarding it. Even if some ruthless people want to deal with them, they won't be able to do it. Although the monastery's hall master doesn't belong to the main Dao, he still helps the main Dao protect the monastery. He's an expert who is compatible with 3 of the universe's laws. The monastery often has experts on the same level as him walking around. At the very least, there are several experts who are compatible with 2 of the universe's laws. As long as we lure the blood peach blossom and the others over, they will definitely die. Luin asked, you want to use the glittering jewel skies to lure them over? That's right. Then wouldn't my glittering jewel skies be gone as well? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Blind hurriedly said, don't worry, my friend. The glittering jewel skies will definitely be returned without any losses. That's what you said when we were dealing with Xianxia. I was the one who snatched the glittering jewel skies back. Otherwise, it would have been gone, Luin said coldly. Blind smiled. I didn't lie to you about Xianxia. I will definitely help you snatch the glittering jewel skies back. It's just that you're too impatient. Seeing Lu Yin's gaze turn colder, Blind hurriedly said, of course, it's even safer this time because the monastery's hall master is a good friend of mine. Luin was shocked. Your good friend? Blind nodded. Yes, my good friend. What kind of good friend? Someone like Xingyu? Of course not. He's really a good friend who has gone through life and death together. The kind who tried to kill you? Blind was helpless. You misunderstand me too much. Alright, let's talk face to face. Luin was alert. Don't tell me this monastery is the place where you want to deal with me? Blind was helpless again. Since you don't believe me, I'll bring that good friend here and tell you the details. That should be fine, right? You can leave at any time and make any preparations. No need. Leave your ship with me, Luin said. Blind looked at the black awning ship and then at Luin. Luin slowly said, your ship is also a turbid treasure. Leave it with me and treat it as a hostage. If you don't return from the glittering jewel skies, you can forget about keeping your ship. After spending a few years together, Luin had specially learned about the black awning ship. This ship was extremely important to Blind and was even compatible with Blind's strength. Compared to the glittering jewel skies, Blind was more willing to keep the black awning ship. It was possible to use this ship as a hostage. Blind agreed without hesitation. As long as you're at ease, I'll do anything. In any case, I'll definitely bring the glittering jewel skies back for you. Then, please take out the glittering jewel skies. I'll have to do something. The courtyard was a place that was unknown to the public, a place that was closely guarded. Anyone who understood the monastery was unwilling to come into contact with it because there were powerful beings there. However, anyone who did not understand the monastery wanted to know more about it because there were powerful beings there. Mingue was such a being, and he was very excited at this moment. He was finally going to enter the monastery, which was where the sovereigns gathered. Only by entering the monastery could he be considered to have come into contact with the sovereigns and truly join the sovereign Tao. Other cultivators did not want to come into contact with the sovereign Tao, but Mingyue was different. He hoped to enter the main trunk of the mother tree and not just wander around outside. He was a cultivator of the path of fate and was extremely lucky. All the civilizations he met treated him with respect, but he was not satisfied with his current situation. Only by truly coming into contact with the sovereigns could he enter the core of the path of fate. His dream was to become a master. It should be right ahead. Mingyue strove forward, but suddenly, a flash of light attracted his attention. He turned around and saw a mirror. In the distance, very far away, almost to the limit of his vision, there was a mirror that was reflecting light. This was the dark and deep universe. How could light reflect here? Mingyue's habit told him that he had found a treasure. Because of his good luck, he often found treasures, and this time was no exception. He was just vexed that the sovereigns he had met in the monastery had not given him enough gifts. He wanted to see what this thing was. Soon, Mingyue arrived in front of the mirror and examined it. He touched it and found that it was not broken. What a tough mirror. He did not know what use it had. Forget it, he would just take it with him. The person who had introduced him to the monastery had not given him much time. He did not have the qualifications to make the monastery's master wait. Mingyue put the mirror away and headed for the monastery. Far away, in a place where Mingyue could not see, Lu Yin and Blind Man stood in outer space and calmly watched. I don't know if this little guy's main path of fate is good or bad. Blind Man smiled. Lu Yin said, I don't think that the main path of fate is good. Blind Man shook his head. That's because you haven't seen it. Luck has a length, and anything that is within the length of a person's luck will not be detrimental. There will only be benefits. This is an ability that others envy. However, this little guy's luck is clearly not long enough. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Focusing on immediate benefits is similar to luck. Blind Man smiled and did not speak. The resplendent bell rang in Mingyue's ears. He looked at the shining golden tree in front of him as if he was on a pilgrimage. Wasn't this the mother tree? Of course, it was the mother tree that had shrunk countless times. Even so, it was comparable to a universe. This was the monastery? Indeed, he could only look up. Why have you come? A majestic voice descended like the sound of heaven, causing Mingyue's heart to tremble. At the same time, he felt an incomparable pressure. It had been far too long since he had experienced this kind of pressure. In the outside world, even those existences whose realms surpassed his would be polite to him. Why would they oppress him? Only the monastery was like this. This pressure gave him a feeling that it was stronger than all the experiences he had experienced in the first half of his life. It even included the power of the main path of fate that he had found in the brocade pouch. This should be an expert that was compatible with 3 laws of the universe. Mingyue hurriedly bowed. Main path of fate. Mingyue, please enter the monastery. Yes, with a single word, the golden light guided Mingyue in. Mingyue didn't even dare to raise his head until he heard the laughter. He looked up and saw a creature looking down at him. There were 2 creatures behind him. They were eternal creatures, and they were compatible with the laws of the universe just like Mingyue. He didn't know who the creature in front of him was. He could only bow respectfully. Mingyue greets Senior. The creature sneered. I'm called Saint. 3 stripes. Lower word. Lien. Mingyue's body trembled. Karma Dominator? He looked at the creature in front of him. Yes, it was like a wolf but not a wolf. It was indeed the Karma Dominator. He hurriedly knelt down again. Mingyue greets Saint. 3 stripes. Lower word. Lien. Xing Lian sized Mingyue up. You're quite polite. Go in. After speaking, he swept past Mingyue and was about to leave. Behind Xing Lian, the creatures coldly glanced at Mingyue and left with Xing Lian. Mingyue hurriedly said, Sir, please wait. Xing Lian looked back. Mingue respectfully took out an item and raised it. It's Mingue's greatest fortune to be able to see the true appearance of the Dominator race. This is a small gift. On behalf of all living beings in the universe, Mingue praises you and the Dominator race. The creatures that followed Xinglian were stunned. This was too much of an exaggeration. Xinglian was full of praise. Good. You know how to speak. As he spoke, he received the gift and looked at it. Although this gift isn't much, it's rare for you to give it to me. Speak. What do you want from me? Mingue respectfully said, I wouldn't dare trouble you. I'm just expressing my respect to the ruler race. If it weren't for the ruler race's protection, we wouldn't exist. This is something I ought to do. Xinglian laughed. Good, good, good. Right, which Tao do you belong to? I belong to the Tao of Luck. You belong to the Tao of Luck? Unfortunately, that fellow just left. Otherwise, I would have introduced you to him. He can also be considered your master, said Xinglian. Mingue was excited. Master? Could it be that he belonged to the ruler race who belonged to the Tao of Luck? If he could get close, he would have reached the heavens in a single step. To be able to meet Xinglian, I have no more regrets. The creatures following Xinglian looked at each other. When they had first entered the courtyard, they hadn't been so lowly. Although they were also in awe, their words were only normal. This fellow in front of them was truly disgusting. But if he could win Xinglian's favor, perhaps his status would be above theirs in the future. Thinking of this, their gazes toward Mingue changed. No matter how lowly Mingue was in front of Xinglian, if he received the praise of the ruler race, his status would soar. Xinglian said a few more words to Mingue. Mingue's words were so pleasant that he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he brought Mingue to see the other ruler race beings. Mingue was immediately filled with gratitude. In the distance, a pair of eyes watched this scene and muttered to themselves, that damned Blind really knows how to pick people. That fellow is amazing. Blind hadn't thought about what Mingue would do. He had thrown the glittering jewel heaven to Mingue so that the courtyard master would cooperate and expose it. He hadn't expected Mingue to immediately climb up to the ruler race. The courtyard master guessed that the glittering jewel heaven wouldn't be exposed for long. As expected, Mingue gave a gift to every ruler race being he saw. These gifts had been accumulated over countless years. The ruler race beings were very happy. As expected of someone who belongs to the Tao of Luck. His luck is really good. Although the items aren't much, we've received his kind intentions. The one speaking was from the life ruler race. Its plump body floated in the air, emitting a gentle light. Mingue didn't dare to look directly at it. It was called Life Moonchild. Another voice rang out, if only those living beings in the square-inch world were as tactful as you are. The one who spoke was a dragonfish, and it looked quite imposing. Dragonfish was the form of the sovereign lords of time, and its name was Time Third Transformation. Quite a few creatures looked over from the distance. They weren't from the sovereign race. Many of them served the sovereign race or protected them. Although Mingue was lowly, he was very eye-catching in their eyes. At this moment, footsteps could be heard. The surroundings were quiet. Even the sovereigns calmed down and looked off into the distance. Mingue looked back. Eh? He wasn't from the sovereign race. The newcomer was Wang Qinshan. After the battle at the Glittering Jewel Peak, Lu Yin had snatched the Glittering Jewel Peak away. No one had known that the blood-stained peach blossoms had left her alone, and they had allowed her to leave. After Wang Qinshan left, she went to the courtyard to rest. She had heard about the battle of the giant city. A human skeleton had slaughtered everyone, slaughtering the sovereign race, and the Death Lord had returned. The human skeletons immediately reminded her of Chen. During the battle at Glittering Jewel Sky, Chen and the Holy Bow were both gone. She really wanted to find Chen. Now that he was preparing to go out, he happened to pass by. Wang Qinshan glanced at the numerous life forms, but she didn't pay any attention to them. She didn't care about the sacred bow, so these juniors of the sovereign race naturally didn't care either. Wang Qinshan, you're leaving? Ming Tong asked. Wang Qinshan grunted in acknowledgement. Ming Tong and Xing Lian exchanged glances. They didn't like Wang Qinshan, but they didn't dare offend her. She was one of the rare existences that they didn't dare offend even though she wasn't from the sovereign race. Her status was comparable to that of the sovereigns. Are you going to find Senior Sacred Bow or what? Xing Lian asked coldly. Wang Qinshan ignored him. Xing Lian was furious and glanced at Ming Gui. You. Ming Gui was taken aback, but he quickly bowed respectfully. Yes. Do you know who she is? Ming Gui was confused. I don't know. Xing Lian said, her name is Wang Qinshan, and she's an extremely powerful powerhouse. She can fight against the sovereigns, and she's in line with one of the universe's laws. Ming Gui was shocked. She was that powerful? If you know, then why aren't you going to pay her a visit? Xing Lian barked. Ming Gui didn't want to go, but he wasn't stupid. He could tell that Wang Qinshan wasn't on good terms with the sovereigns, but Xing Lian had told him to go, so he had no choice but to walk towards Wang Qinshan. Wang Qinshan stood where he was and looked at Ming Gui walking over. Ming Gui bowed respectfully. I'm Ming Gui. Greetings, sir. Wang Qinshan wasn't in a hurry to leave, not because of Xing Lian and the others, but because he wanted to ask Ming Gui about the situation outside. Where's the sovereign's path of death now? Do you know? Ming Gui said, I don't know, but I heard that the Divine Order Palace was destroyed. Wang Qinshan pondered. Ming Gui, didn't you give us gifts? Why don't you give them to Wang Qinshan? Also, don't forget any of those words, Ming Tong said. Ming Gui came to a realization. Although he didn't know the situation, he just had to obey. The grudges of these big shots had nothing to do with him. He hurriedly took out a gift. This is a small gift. On behalf of all living things in the universe, Ming Gui praises you and the sovereigns. Wang Qinshan's gaze turned cold. Praise the sovereigns? Ming Gui sensed that something was wrong. There was indeed a grudge between the two sides. He had no choice but to bow down without saying a word. Wang Qinshan looked at Xing Lian and the others. They smiled at Wang Qinshan. This was to let Wang Qinshan know who was the sovereigns of the universe. No matter how high a human's status was, could he overturn the heavens? Wang Qinshan, you don't like Ming Gui's gift? Shizhong asked, looking at Ming Gui. He doesn't like it. Change the gift and repeat it. Ming Gui had no choice but to change the gift. Fortunately, there weren't many sovereigns in the courtyard, so he had prepared enough gifts. This is a small gift. On behalf of all living things in the universe, Ming Gui praises you and the sovereigns. Wang Qinshan frowned. Are you guys itching for a beating? Xing Lian said innocently, we were kind enough to let this guy give you a gift. Why, is Wang Qinshan not giving us face? Or do you not like the gift? Ming Gui, change the gift. Ming Gui could only continue to change the gift. Wang Qinshan ignored him and turned to leave. Ming Tong hurriedly blocked him. Wang Qinshan, he's giving you a gift. It's not polite to leave like this. Wang Qinshan stared at Ming Tong and silently raised his hand. A spear appeared in his hand. Ming Tong was nervous and took a step back. What are you doing? Xing Lian and Shizhong were nervous too. What did this woman want to do? Wang Qinshan smiled. My hands are itching to cultivate. Don't get too close. I don't care if you get involved. With that, he swung his spear at Ming Tong. Ming Tong hurriedly dodged. He was also an existence that conformed to the laws of the universe, but he was too weak compared to Wang Qinshan. After a few moves, he was hit by Wang Qinshan and sent flying. Wang Qinshan, are you crazy? You dare to kill us? I said I'm cultivating. Get lost. We'll definitely report you to the Wang family. They won't let you off. The sovereigns have dignity too. I'll help you protect your dignity. Crazy woman. Ming Gui was stunned. There was such a thing? Weren't the sovereigns the heavens? How could there be other living beings who dared to hit the sovereigns? What about those living beings who were comparable to the heavens? Wang Qinshan's attacks were fierce. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Dean, save us. Dean. Wang Qinshan wants to kill us. We're sovereigns. You can't kill us. I'm helping you protect the dignity of the sovereigns. Stand up. Sovereigns can't kneel. Then why did you hit my leg? Dean. After a while, the dean spoke again. That's enough, Qinshan. You can stop. Wang Qinshan put away her spear and looked around with satisfaction. The sovereigns need to be unyielding. I'll help whoever loses their dignity get it back. With that, she turned and left. She quickly left the courtyard. Ming Gui didn't move from his spot. That Wang Qinshan was too terrifying. Outside the courtyard, Wang Qinshan walked out and exhaled. She looked exhausted, but she quickly recovered and headed into the distance. Lu Ying saw her from another direction and was shocked. That crazy woman was here too? This aura. Wang Qinshan? Blind man was shocked. Lu Ying said, it's her. She hasn't gone back yet. It seems like she's looking for the holy bough. What's up with her? She's a genius of the Wang family and has entered the Tao of life. She's comparable to the sovereigns, and it's rumored that she has a mysterious master. Not even the sovereigns dare to provoke her. Lu Ying watched Wang Qinshan's departing figure and didn't say anything else. Very quickly, another few years passed. That Ming Gui stayed in the courtyard and did not leave. Blind man said, Shuehua and the others haven't caught up yet, but it won't be long. One day, 2 years later, Lu Ying suddenly turned around. They're here. Blind man immediately contacted the dean and asked for his help in exposing Glittering Jewel Heaven. The dean had thought that Ming Gui wouldn't need his help in exposing Glittering Jewel Heaven, since the sovereigns had given him a gift. He hadn't expected Ming Gui to be so well prepared. Wang Qinshan returned in the same direction that Shuehua and the others had come from. Lu Ying watched as Wang Qinshan disappeared into the courtyard. Why was she in that direction? Wang Qinshan found the dean the moment she entered. The dean was shocked. Who is it? A powerful enemy that once fought with us. I accidentally discovered them, and they're heading in this direction. The Holy Bow's disappearance must be related to them, Wang Qinshan said. She had also suspected Lu Ying of the disappearance of the Holy Bow, but since they had encountered Shuehua and the others, they had to deal with them first. However, the dean refused. My responsibility is to protect the courtyard. As long as those people don't cause trouble, I won't do anything. Wang Qinshan's repeated requests were to no avail. Eventually, she found Xinglian. Xinglian was still thinking about how he had been beaten by Wang Qinshan several years ago. Now that he heard Wang Qinshan's words, his first reaction was disbelief. However, Wang Qinshan had already told him about the battle in Glittering Jewel Heaven. As long as Shuehua and the others appeared, Xinglian had no choice but to believe them. I don't have the time to care about your matters, but since the Holy Bow came with me, I'll do my best to find it. What you need to do now is ask the dean to help me deal with them. Otherwise, I won't be able to take them down alone, Wang Qinshan said. Xinglian thought about it. Although he hated Wang Qinshan, she was proud and arrogant. She disdained lying, so he finally found the dean. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you. There was no exception. He was still rejected. No matter what Xinglian said, the dean only said, as long as he doesn't disappear from my courtyard, it's none of my business. The sovereign race was high above, but they still had to show respect to an existence that conformed to 3 laws of the universe. This was a completely different concept from the eternal life realm that conformed to 2 laws and 1 law. The news of Xinglian and Wang Qinshan working together to find the dean quickly spread, attracting the attention of many creatures in the courtyard. They were all discussing it. In the outside world, Blind was anxious. The blood peach blossoms were coming. If Glittering Jewel Heaven wasn't exposed, they wouldn't be able to lure them to the courtyard. Although the dean was his good friend, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack others. They had to be exposed. He contacted the dean again. After a day, Ming Gui returned to his residence, exhausted. The sovereign race's big shots were arguing. Xinglian hoped that everyone would pressure the dean, but Ming Tong and the rest didn't care about the Holy Bow's whereabouts. They were still arguing. He could only return first. Not long after he returned, he heard a voice. Mingue. Mingue was shocked and hurriedly bowed. He didn't know where the voice came from. Dean. You don't seem to have given me a gift. Mingue was stunned. What? Did he hear wrongly? The dean was here to ask for a gift? He was stunned for a moment and hurriedly knelt down. I wish to give you a gift, but I'm afraid of offending your dignity, so. You're thinking too much, said the dean. Mingue took a deep breath. He was excited. He had a gift. As long as the dean wanted it, he could give as many as he wanted. This was an existence that conformed to 3 laws of the universe. Countless creatures didn't have the chance to climb up to him. Thank you for giving me a chance to offer. He hurriedly took out a gift and presented it. Please accept it. The dean said, I don't like this gift. Give me another. 1. Mingue felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it and changed the gift. Not interested. Change. 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 Mingue was bitter. He had already changed a few gifts, but they were all gone. Right, he took out the mirror he had obtained previously. He had been in the courtyard for many years and had forgotten to study it. He took out the mirror. The dean suddenly exclaimed, Why do you have glittering jewel heaven? This exclamation shook the courtyard. Wang Qinshan, Xing Lian, and the rest all looked. What? Glittering jewel heaven? Mingue was confused. What did he hear? Glittering jewel heaven? Of course, it knew about the glittering jewel heaven. Not long ago, Wang Qinshan had said that His Excellency the Holy Bao had gone missing because he had participated in the battle for the glittering jewel heaven. From that moment on, it knew about the turbid treasure that was the glittering jewel heaven. But what did that have to do with it? How could it have the glittering jewel heaven? Wait, this mirror? Many figures appeared and stared at the mirror in front of Mingue. Wang Qinshan was shocked. Why would the glittering jewel heavens appear here? Boom! The courtyard shook as pink peach blossoms descended. The hall master's face darkened. This is bad. With that, he disappeared. Wang Qinshan and the others were still staring at the glittering jewel heavens in disbelief. Wang Qinshan came closer and stared at Mingue. Why do you have glittering jewel heaven? Mingue was dumbfounded. This is glittering jewel heaven? The courtyard shook again, and the courtyard master shouted, Who are you? Do you know where this place is? How dare you attack? The pressure of the 3 universes descended. The 2 pressures caused the entire monastery to tremble. Xing Lian and the rest looked up. They couldn't care less about Mingue and the glittering jewel heaven. They had never thought that the courtyard would be attacked. Even Wang Qinshan looked outside. She knew who it was. It was the blood peach blossoms and the rest. They must have attacked the courtyard for the glittering jewel heaven. However, before the glittering jewel heaven had appeared, they had already come in this direction. The glittering jewel heaven was here. She felt that this matter was strange, but she didn't have time to think about it. The attackers weren't weak. If something happened to the courtyard, it would be as shocking as the massacre in the giant city. Outside, Lu Yin and Blind looked into the distance. They had finally made their move. The blood peach blossoms and the rest could sense the location of the glittering jewel heaven. Even if they didn't expose the glittering jewel heaven, they would still attack the courtyard. This had been decided the moment Mingue brought the glittering jewel heaven into the courtyard. However, even if they attacked, they could still confirm who had the glittering jewel heaven. It didn't mean that they had the ability to take the glittering jewel heaven away from the courtyard. One of their goals was to lure the blood peach blossoms into attacking the side courtyard. Using the side courtyard to deal with them was one of their goals. The second goal was to expose the glittering jewel heavens. Only by exposing the glittering jewel heavens to everyone could they unleash the blind man's spell. Leave a backup plan. Now, everything was done. All that was left was to bring them back to the glittering jewel heaven and wait for the battle to end before leaving. The blood peach blossoms and the rest attacked the courtyard, and an intense battle ensued. The courtyard master threatened them, but the blood peach blossoms and the rest only had eyes for the glittering jewel heaven. Not long after, Xianxia arrived as well. He was stunned as soon as he arrived, as he hadn't expected to chase them all the way to the courtyard. He obviously knew what kind of place the courtyard was. At the same time, he also saw the glittering jewel heaven. He couldn't do anything about it. Ming Tong, Xing Lian, and the other sovereigns had ordered him to kill the blood peach blossoms and the rest, so he had no choice but to do so. The blood peach blossoms and the rest were surrounded by the courtyard master, Xing Zhui, and the other experts in the courtyard. "They're finished," Blind said. Lu Yin nodded. If Xing Zhui hadn't followed them, they would have had a chance at survival. Although the courtyard master is powerful, he can't kill the blood peach blossoms and the rest. With Xing Zhui's participation and the sovereign's coercion, they'll definitely die. Even if they conform to the 3 laws of the universe, they're no exception. Blind sighed. This is the current state of the universe. So what if they conform to the 3 laws of the universe? Under the sovereign's laws, they're all ants. The sovereigns can respect such powerhouses, but they can also kill them. Lu Yin stared at the battle in the courtyard. Seeing that Wanren Mountain had been destroyed, Xing Zhui had shown no mercy. His target had been Chen, Lu Yin's clone. He had wanted to take credit for killing Chen, which was why he had followed the blood peach blossoms and the rest. Under the circumstances, the sovereigns had forced them to kill the blood peach blossoms. The blood peach blossoms and the rest weren't stupid. When Xing Zhui had attacked, they had prepared to flee, but it had been too late. This was what Lu Yin was most curious about. The blood peach blossoms and the rest don't know about the sovereigns? They knew that they were up against a powerhouse like the courtyard master, but they still dared to snatch it. Strange. Blind said, that's why it's said that knowledge is one of the universe's greatest weapons. Without knowledge, they lack respect. They think that they can do whatever they want with their own power, but in reality, they don't even know who their enemy is. Logically speaking, given how they used the jade cross lines to fish out countless life forms, they should have a good understanding of the universe, but this is the result. And they really are a bit reckless. It's like they lack spirituality, Lu Yin finished. Blind said, yes, they lack spirituality. Lu Yin had always felt that his interactions with the blood peach blossoms and the rest had been strange. Now, he could see that they lacked spirituality. This was the so-called cleverness. They were focused on chasing after Lu Yin, and any normal person would know that in order to shake them off, Lu Yin would definitely set up an ambush. They would definitely set up an ambush, but they would still charge forward. This kind of behavior was hard to understand. The most eye-catching part of this battle wasn't the battle between the blood peach blossoms, the Hall Master, and Xing Zhui, but rather neither abhorrence nor sacrifice. Neither abhorrence nor sacrifice's appearance had attracted Lifechild's attention, and it had been pursued. Lifechild had joined forces with several other experts in the courtyard to surround and attack neither abhorrence nor sacrifice. It was the only sovereign that had taken action, all for the sake of killing neither abhorrence nor sacrifice. After watching for a while, Lu Yin understood. Neither abhorrence nor sacrifice really did have something to do with the life sovereigns. It looked like a member of the life sovereigns, except that it was khaki-colored and of a different color. It was also a disgrace that had been banished by the life sovereigns. To the life sovereigns, it should have been exterminated long ago. Blind said, all species can mutate, and the sovereigns are no exception. However, in order to maintain their so-called dignity, the mutated species will be exterminated to maintain the purity of their species. This neither abhorrence nor sacrifice actually came from the life sovereigns. It's destined to be a tragedy. As he spoke, the battle in the courtyard continued, and the blood peach blossoms could not escape at all. Blind begged the Hall Master to kill the blood peach blossoms and the others, but the Hall Master did not agree at first and only agreed to expose the glittering jewel heavens. However, now that Blind had killed the blood peach blossoms and the others, it was fine as long as the blood peach blossoms could not leave the courtyard. Time continued to pass, and neither abhorrence nor sacrifice was killed by Lifechild. Lu Yin did not care about its death. Thus, of the original 4 life forms in the glittering jewel heavens, the 9 tribulations heaven had been captured, and neither abhorrence nor sacrifice had died at 10,000 feet mountain. Only the blood peach blossoms were left. If the Hall Master had gone all out, the blood peach blossoms would have died as well. However, he was only responsible for intercepting them, and the task of killing them was left to Xing Zhui. Xianxia did not want to kill them, but under the watchful eyes of the sovereigns, he had no choice but to go all out. At the same time, Wang Qinshan and the others entered the glittering jewel heavens and found the traces that Blind had left behind. Can see. It was just 2 words, but they had been written with his consciousness. This consciousness had been left behind by Blind when he cultivated the eternal realm of knowledge, and the aura of the eternal realm of knowledge was constantly being detected in the outside world. Countless life forms had searched for it, but it was all fake. However, this time was different. This aura had been left behind in the turbid treasure that was the glittering jewel heavens, and the Kansi was also a special place. It's the eternal realm of knowledge. It's definitely the eternal realm of knowledge. Sage exclaimed. Lifechild and the others exchanged glances. The turbid treasure, the blood peach blossoms, and the Kansi were all proof of the uniqueness of this matter. None of the previous discoveries of the eternal realm of knowledge had been as shocking as this one. There was an extremely high possibility that the eternal realm of knowledge was in the Kansi. Wang Qinshan looked at the 2 words, and that strange feeling appeared again. It felt like something was pulling him along, but he could not tell if it was fake or not. The blood peach blossoms and the other 3 were not weak. The glittering jewel heavens and the jade cross were both powerful turbid treasures, and the Kansi could weaken the influence of the sovereign Tao to a certain extent. It was reasonable for such a combination to be hidden in the eternal realm of knowledge. They all had their misgivings, and in the end they all stared at Wang Qinshan, afraid that he would silence them. Even though they were sovereigns, they were still panicking at this moment. In the outside world, Luin looked at Wang Qinshan as he ordered Lifechild and the others to walk out of the glittering jewel heavens. What a pity. I wanted to take a few sovereigns with me. Blind asked, how do I proceed with my plan if I take them with me? When do you want them back? Up to you. Luin watched the battle in the courtyard. This was a battle that had nothing to do with him, but it was as intense as a battle between giant cities. He had watched a good show. He could clearly see the power of the bloody peach blossom and Xianxia, and he was simulating a battle with them in his mind. The bloody peach blossom was not important, as it would definitely die. However, he would meet Xianxia again in the future. He had to wait a little longer. The bloody peach blossom was growing weaker and weaker. It was strong enough to fight against white, but it could only die in the face of an encirclement. Luin felt that it was about time to take the glittering heavens. He took a step forward and teleported. While invisible, he teleported to the side of the glittering heavens. The headmaster was the first to sense it, and it glanced at the glittering heavens discreetly. However, it did not interfere, as it had promised Blind. The other person who sensed it was Wang Qinshan. Wang Qinshan suddenly stabbed out with her spear, giving Xinglian and the rest a fright. She could kill them in the glittering heavens, so why was she attacking them now? However, Wang Qinshan's spear was not aimed at them, but at Luin. Who are you? Luin raised his hand and grabbed the spear. A terrifying power shook and forced Wang Qinshan back. He did not have the time to teach this crazy woman a lesson. Just as he was about to take the glittering heavens away, the bloody peach blossom suddenly charged over. It did not dodge Xianxia's attack, and it only charged into the glittering heavens. Luin hesitated for a moment, but he still allowed the peach blossom to charge in. He then teleported away with the glittering heavens. Xianxia watched the glittering heavens disappear. It had also sensed that a creature had taken the glittering heavens away. The invisible creature had to be the one that had stolen the glittering heavens from it. The headmaster's eyes flickered. This invisible creature was interesting. Where's the glittering heavens? Xinglian exclaimed. In the courtyard. Everyone looked at the empty space. The glittering heavens was gone. They had all seen Wang Qinshan's attack, so it could not have been her. However, while the glittering heavens was important, the eternal realm of knowledge was even more important. Xinglian and the rest looked at each other and immediately contacted the outside world. Wang Qinshan remained where she was, looking at the spear with a grave expression. Traces of 5 fingers could be seen clearly. Her own spear to such a state, and such terrifying power. It was no wonder that she could fight with white in the glittering heavens. The storm of power had even affected her. But who was this invisible creature? Wang Qinshan, Xing and the headmaster all had some knowledge of the glittering jewel heavens and Lu Yin's group. If they combined their knowledge, they might be able to come to a conclusion. However, each of them had their own opinions, and it was impossible for them to selflessly reveal everything they knew. Now that Yuchun was in this state, no one knew who had done it. This was within Lu Yin's expectations, as all living beings were selfish. Otherwise, he would have died long ago on the path of cultivation. Human nature was like this, and so were other creatures. Under the starry sky, the black-awned ship shuttled back and forth across the boundless distance. In the black awning boat, Blind exclaimed, "So this is teleportation, ignoring space and time. No wonder it is called a legendary talent. Speaking of which, little friend, why do you have this talent?" Legend has it that this gift only exists in one kind of life on the body of the object, and that creature is located in the chaotic square inch. Logically speaking, with this innate gift, one should be able to deduce where Lu Yin had come from. However, it was impossible for ordinary people to use this innate gift to deduce Lu Yin's origins. No one would have thought that an innate gift of teleportation could be planted. Humans didn't have this talent, so how could this talent be used to deduce people's origins? Up until now, Lu Yin had never heard of anyone obtaining another person's innate gift, even in the main path's power system. Lu Yin teleported again and again. What's so special about that chaotic square inch? You don't know? I'm not too sure. There's nothing special about it. It's just that there was once an unimaginable war in that square inch. The main path of death also weakened after that war and was abandoned by the other paths. It's said that there was once a world-shaking existence born there. At this point, he paused for a moment. There was also once an old enemy of the main path. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Blind. At this moment, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror in glittering jewel heaven. Peach blossoms were reflected on the surface of the mirror, as if they were about to burst out. Lu Yin stopped. He had teleported many times and was far enough away. He looked at the mirror and didn't move. Blind also looked at him calmly. He thought that the blood peach blossom would rush out of the mirror, but who would have thought that it would also stop and not rush out? Instead, it wanted to fight for glittering jewel heaven. It had found the mirror pearl. Lu Yin took a step forward and entered glittering jewel heaven. He saw the blood peach blossom at a glance. Compared to the first time he saw its original body, the blood peach blossom was much more miserable now. Its surface was full of cracks, and the pink glow was extremely dim. It was obvious that it had been severely injured. Lu Yin appeared in front of the blood peach blossom. In his invisible state, the blood peach blossom still couldn't see him, but it could sense his presence. "Who are you?" Lu Yin sized up the blood peach blossom. "I'm very curious. How did you notice glittering jewel heaven?" "We were so far away, and I even put glittering jewel heaven away. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have been able to sense it. Aren't you afraid that I'll set a trap for you? As an Eternal Realm powerhouse, you shouldn't be so reckless." The blood peach blossom's weak voice was heard. "This is our destiny." Lu Yin was puzzled. The blood peach blossom was still trying to control the mirror pearl. Lu Yin waved his hand and a huge force pushed it back. Lu Yin might not have been a match for the blood peach blossom at its peak, and it would have been difficult to snatch glittering jewel heaven from its hands. However, the blood peach blossom now didn't even have 1% of its peak strength. It was far from being Lu Yin's match. It couldn't use any of its innate gifts anymore. It would be easy for Lu Yin to kill it. The blood peach blossom was pushed back and headed for the mirror pearl again. Lu Yin attacked again and again, but the blood peach blossom didn't care. It only had eyes for the mirror pearl. Lu Yin stopped and let the blood peach blossom try to control the mirror pearl. At this moment, it couldn't replace Lu Yin. All its attempts were futile. After a while, the blood peach blossom stopped. It tried many times, but it couldn't take back glittering jewel heaven anymore. If we leave glittering jewel heaven for too long, we will lose ourselves. So no matter what you do, we have to find glittering jewel heaven. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? The blood peach blossom's voice was extremely weak. You can understand that we are the weapon spirits of glittering jewel heaven. Lu Yin was shocked. How could it be? Indeed, some civilizations used unique methods to seal spiritual wisdom in the weapon when they created powerful weapons, giving birth to weapon spirits. However, weapon spirits weren't necessary for powerful weapons. For example, the turbid treasures didn't need to have weapon spirits. However, they could have weapon spirits. Even if weapon spirits existed in glittering jewel heaven, how could there be 4 of them at once? Furthermore, they were all so powerful. Weapon spirits weren't prevalent in the universe. At the end of the day, the weapon had to be controlled by the user, and the initiative was always in the user's hands. If a weapon spirit existed, no one could guarantee that the weapon spirit would be completely controlled by the user. No one could guarantee that the weapon spirit would be completely controlled by the user. No one could guarantee that the weapon spirit would be able to cooperate perfectly. In battle, the slightest mistake could lead to death. No one wanted a weapon to exist in 2 ways. Thus, most people wouldn't allow a weapon spirit to exist, as it didn't make much sense. Although we call ourselves weapon spirits, we can't really be considered weapon spirits. Our existence is connected to glittering jewel heaven, but glittering jewel heaven can do without us. In the end, we're just another tool. For countless years, we've tried to break free from this shackle. For this reason, we've constantly searched for civilizations with Jade's crosslines and used the blood of civilized creatures to try and change everything. Although the possibility was very low, we had no other choice. But in the end, it still ended up like this. What happened? Luine asked. The blood peach blossom stopped talking. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I've lived for too long, and I'm tired. I couldn't wait for him to return, and I won't be able to wait forever. Luine kept asking, but the blood peach blossom didn't say anything. It was truly prepared to die. The peach blossom didn't say anything, but Luine wanted to see for himself. The peach blossom existed because of glittering jewel heaven, which meant that the master of glittering jewel heaven wasn't them. Now that glittering jewel heaven was in his hands, what if that master returned? Only the heavens knew how powerful that master was to be able to control an existence like the peach blossom. A conservative estimate was that he was an existence that conformed to 3 laws of the universe. Luine needed to know what he would face in the future. He used the karmic spiral to pierce through the peach blossom as he continued to observe. The Black-Gaunt ship continued to head towards the remnant sea. Days passed, and the peach blossom's aura continued to weaken. However, if no one interfered, it would still be far from death. Luine was constantly using karma to check on the peach blossom's past. It had lived for too long, and it wanted to see things that were useful to it for a long time. Thus, 30 years passed. During these years, Luine had been investigating the peach blossom's karmic past. He was too tired, so he kept a close eye on it. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only continue if he didn't see anything useful. During this time, he also asked the 9 tribulations heaven, but it didn't know why it was bound by glittering jewel heaven. The answer it gave was only known to the peach blossom. However, there was one thing that Luine knew. It was a sentient being that was passively born. The 9 tribulations heaven told Luine that its body existed from the moment it gained sentience. The first creature it recognized was the peach blossom, followed by the 10,000 feet mountain. It didn't hate or offer up anything. This was equivalent to saying how this body had grown before. It had no impression of where it was born. It was as if another body had been stuffed into this body. Luine became more and more curious as to who would do such a thing. The 9 tribulations heaven was like this. If the peach blossom was the same, then the creature that did this was somewhat terrifying. On this day, Luine used the karmic spiral to pierce through the peach blossom. Suddenly, a scene shocked him. Peach blossoms danced in the air, and a white ferret leaped about. Under the blossoming peach tree, there was a person sitting. A person. It was really a person. The scene flashed by, but it was forever fixed in Luine's mind. He stared at the peach blossom as his body slowly appeared. He was no longer invisible. The peach blossom saw Luine's real body and was surprised. Human? Luine looked at the peach blossom. The peach blossom also looked at Luine. Neither of them spoke. You're human? Luine asked, You know about humans. The peach blossom was silent for a moment. Of course. Over countless years, many humans have died in the Jade Universe battlefield. Just this? Then what else? Luin exhaled. How long has he been sitting under the peach blossom tree? Shui Peach was shocked. You? Who is he? You saw him? You saw him through karma? Who is he? Luin asked again. Shui Peach stared blankly at Luin, not saying a word. Luin walked in front of Shui Peach and stared at it. Tell me, who is he? What is your relationship with him? Shui Peach's tone was deep. There are many humans. He has nothing to do with you. Luin stared at it. Then I want to know his origin. I don't know. Is he the one who gave you your knowledge? Yes. What is his name? I don't know. Where is he? Shui Peach said, we are also waiting. We have been waiting for countless years, and we are still waiting. What happened in the past? Tell me, Luin asked. Shui Peach sneered. What good will it do me to tell you? Luin stared at it. Shui Peach was determined to die, and no benefits could move it. He thought for a long time before saying, if I can wait for him, I can help you pass on a message. Shui Peach trembled and stared at Luin. Luin said, you can pass on any message. This is my promise. Shui Peach's gaze was agitated, and it seemed to want to say something, but it did not know what to say. It closed its eyes and said in a trembling voice, help me tell him that we all hate him. We hate him for giving us knowledge. We do not understand anything. Growing, withering. This process may be long or short, but he gave us knowledge, emotions, and the desire to live. The yearning for freedom. We did not understand these things at first, but he made us understand. He bound us to this knowledge for countless years. Actually, it is good that we do not understand anything. Everything can develop naturally. Why do you want to harm us? Can't you let us maintain our most primitive happiness? Shui Peach became more agitated as it spoke. Since he gave us knowledge, why did he imprison us? Why force us to never leave Glittering Jewel Paradise? It stared at Luin. Do you really think we care about Glittering Jewel Paradise? We have had enough of that place. We wanted to escape, but we could not. We will never be able to escape. That is a cage that will trap us forever. Luin listened to her quietly. This was different from what he had imagined. Fighting to the death, chasing after and seizing Lu Yin's treasures without any regard for the consequences, but it was also an extension of Lu Yin's life. Was it sad? It was truly sad, and Luin didn't know what to say. We hate him. We hate everything about him. We hate his race. That's why we didn't do anything when his race was destroyed. Why did he think that we would help his race? We no longer care about life and death. It doesn't matter if I die. If I can live, I'll live. If I can't, then so be it. It doesn't matter. Luin interrupted, you're just going to watch as his race perishes. What do you mean? Shui Peach Blossom smiled. Why? Do you care about your own race? Luin stared at it. It said, humans really do care about their own kind. He bestowed us with knowledge and spent many years with us. He had been teaching us and using his unique power to continuously raise our cultivation base and combat power. Before he left, he told us to look at a universe. That universe was filled with human beings. Because he said that if the humans in that universe were to encounter a desperate situation, we should help them. But we didn't. He left. After an unknown period of time, the humans in that universe encountered a desperate situation. They were attacked by all kinds of insects. Those people tried their best to resist and used all kinds of methods. They even used time to drag the universe's past and present. In the end, they won. However, with the help of an eternal life realm expert, the humans in that universe were completely defeated. Other than a portion of the humans who escaped, the rest died. They were all wiped out. From the beginning to the end, we were watching. We could have helped because that universe was not a real one. It was just a projection from Glittering Jewel Paradise. We could have easily interfered with everything there, but we didn't. We just watched as they perished. This is our revenge against him. We hate him and everything about him. Luin frowned as he looked at Xue Peach Blossom. He suddenly thought of the lost race and the universe that had disappeared. What's that universe called? I don't know. We never projected anything there. The only thing that was projected was the universe itself, and there were no other external forces that interfered. This was done by him. He was hiding from something and was unwilling to expose himself, but he also wanted to protect the humans in that universe. Those humans originally had no place to stay, and he was the one who projected the universe with the thought that he could help those humans at any time. He was too naive. After he left, how could we care about the humans in that universe? That's because we couldn't wait to destroy them ourselves. How did they fight? Luin asked sternly. Xue Peach Blossom thought for a moment. Cards. It's the same as him. He used cards before. Luin stared blankly at Xue Peach Blossom. Cards, a vanished universe, and insects. They had originally won, but they had been defeated by an eternal realm cultivator. The lost race. It was definitely the lost race. Was the last batch of humans taken away by a card? How did you know? Xue Peach Blossom was shocked. Luin closed his eyes. So that was how it was. It really was the lost race. He did not know what to say. Was this fate? It was truly unfathomable. The Lost Race's universe had originally been a projection of the Glittering Jewel Sect's universe. It was not a real universe at all, which was why that universe had disappeared. The humans of the Lost Race could have been saved, but because of Xue Peach Blossom and the others, they had been exterminated. Xue Peach Blossom and the others had been born from that hymn. That hymn might have come from the third stronghold, and the Lost Race was the third stronghold. Everything had a cause and effect, but cause and effect did not necessarily follow one's wishes. He had created Xue Peach Blossom and the others in the hopes that they would take care of the humans of the Lost Race. In the end, they had allowed those humans to be killed, and Xue Peach Blossom and the others had been imprisoned in the Glittering Jewel Sect for all eternity. Luin did not know what to say. Fate was determined by the heavens, and who could do anything about it? Even someone as strong as the Tao Master could not see through fate. Fate, human nature, and cause and effect. No one could understand them clearly. Xue Peach Blossom's laughter still echoed in his ears. Luin was at a loss. The cause that he had created might not necessarily bring about the effect that he needed. Then, what was this cause and effect? Was it an established fact? But if it was a fact, then how could it be controlled and cultivated? Cultivation was to change everything, but in the end, nothing had changed. Then, what was the point of cultivation? Luin walked out of the Glittering Jewel Sect and out of the Black Awning boat. He did not know where he was going, but he just wanted to walk forward step by step. He did not know where the end was, but where was the starting point? Where was the cause? Where was the effect? He walked through the universe in a daze. On the Black Awning boat, Blind Man was puzzled. Young friend, what are you doing? Luin did not answer. He just walked through the universe, not knowing where he was going. Blind Man shouted a few more times before entering the Glittering Jewel Sect to ask Xue Peach Blossom. Xue Peach Blossom did not say anything, as it did not know what Luin was thinking. Blind Man walked out and saw that Luin was ignoring him. He could only control the Black Awning boat and slowly follow behind him. Luin was at a loss. He recalled everything that had happened since he had started cultivating and deduced the cause and effect of each event. Yes, he had lost his memories, which was why he had landed on the Fifth Mainland and joined Big Sister's mercenary group. Because of a piece of paper with the surname Lu, he had killed 7 people. That was why he had hidden on Earth and used Earth as a starting point to step into the universe. Because he was a descendant of the Lu family, Lu Xiaoxian. That was why the Dai had 6 innate gifts from his 6 brothers and sisters. Because of the Lu family's seal in his body, he had been able to bring the Lu family back. Because of Yusang Tian's invasion of the Tianyuan universe, he had led a group of people to the spiritualized universe. Because of being chased by an eternal realm monster and being forced by Master Green Grass, he had gone to the ninth heaven universe. Because. 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 This was karma. Everything was exceptionally clear. There was a cause, and there was an effect. This was what he had comprehended. Yes, this was karma. If he had been wrong, he would not have been able to comprehend karma. But now? Karma existed, and so did karma. However, this karma was not clear. The karma that he had thought of was not the real karma. Then, was the karma that he had thought of the real karma? He was really at a loss. He looked at the deep starry sky and began to doubt himself. Behind him, on the black awning boat, Blind Man looked at Luin and felt that his aura was unstable. He asked again, "Young friend, what are you thinking about?" Luin muttered to himself, "What is karma?" Blind Man said, "The law of karma? I have not comprehended it yet. Otherwise, I could have fixed my fate with Ling Long. No, that is not karma," Luin said. Blind Man was at a loss. What is not karma? I have not comprehended karma yet. That is not right. How can karma be such a simple force? If you can see it, touch it, and cultivate it, is that karma? Young friend, you are overcomplicating karma. Blind Man said, I also want to comprehend karma, but my cultivation is too complicated. It is not that I do not have the ability, but that I do not have the time. If you want to cultivate, I can help you. Haven't you already comprehended karma? Luin did not bother with Blind Man and continued talking to himself. Blind Man realized that this kid was not talking to him at all. This was too awkward. Fortunately, no one saw it. Why did I obtain Glittering Jewel Heaven? The black awning boat accelerated and rushed in front of Luin. Blind Man stared at Luin even though he could not see him. Young friend, are you asking me? Is it because of the battlefield in the Jade Universe? Is it because of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad? Or because of the cheap fish? Blind Man was speechless. Luin was not talking to him. Wait, what was a cheap fish? If not for the cheap fish, I would not have taken that path. I would not have been able to see the battlefield in the Jade Universe, much less go there. But if not for the departure of the 7 treasures Heavenly Toads, I would not have gone there either. But all of this is based on the mission given by the unknown. The existence of Glittering Jewel Heaven is the one who restrained the blood peach blossoms and forced them to fish for living creatures. Not only did the cross lines of the jade consume blood, but it also forced them to attempt to break free. Is breaking the restraints the source of all this? No, the source of all this is Glittering Jewel Heaven itself. It is the creator of Glittering Jewel Heaven. But why did that creator create Glittering Jewel Heaven? Where is his karma? I cannot see the karma of all this clearly. What I see is just my own karma. Just like fate, it is temporary. Blind suddenly shouted, Young friend, you're thinking too much. Luin looked at him. Blind said solemnly, no one can see through the cause and effect of everything. If there is, then the cause of everything lies in the universe itself. Lu Yin's mind buzzed. The universe itself? The universe itself? Blind said, even the sovereign of karma can't see the origin of everything. Why are you thinking about this? Luin and Blind looked at each other. Then, shouldn't we care about the origin of some things? What can you do about it? Blind retorted. Origin represents time and time. It represents everything in the universe. Even the sovereign can't do anything about it, so what right do you have to do it? Lu Yin's eyes widened. But the sovereign is trying to control everything. Blind was stunned. What did you say? Luin looked up at the dark sky and spread his arms. That's right. The sovereign is trying to control everything. This is the sovereign Tao. The origin of everything, time, space, karma, fate, they all originate from the universe itself. Once you grasp the origin, you will grasp the sovereign Tao. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Blind frowned. Was this brat crazy? He had thought that Luin had gone berserk, so he had to enlighten him for the sake of the grand plan. Why did he become crazier the more he tried to enlighten him? Luin was just a life form that fit the laws of the universe. No matter how strong he was, what right did he have to guess the sovereign's realm? However, although this brat's words were crazy, they made sense. The sovereign was just like that. Understanding, origin. These are the most fundamental things of the universe. Luin retracted his gaze and released his karma heavenly Tao. Karma is never a single thing. It's not a single line, but a surface that is made up of countless lines that cover the entire universe. A single line is just a part of karma. I was too narrow-minded. Cause, effect. If there is cause, there is effect. One is the starting point, and the other is the end. However, there are many processes. One line, one line, one line. No, it's a surface. Countless surfaces. Luin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He sat down cross-legged and slowly rotated his body. The karma spiral descended towards him. Karma heavenly Tao contracted towards him. A voice reverberated through the starry sky. The only one who isn't here will be replaced by benefits. The only one who is transformed will be replaced by none. With a clear heart, I am fearless of personal matters. I am as firm as a rock. I am fearless of myself. I am the one who illuminates the heavens. Will of karma, I look towards the heavens and see the boundless distance of all living beings. I protect the universe and return of all living beings. Without seeing the origin of karma, the realm of karma. Unintentional karma leads to the end of karma. Without seeing, there is also no heart. Karma is also indefinite. Indefinite turns into 10,000 certainties, and 10,000 certainties illuminate all living beings. Karma has no linear line. Blind stared in a daze. Had he broken through? Damn it, how did he break through? What did he do? He gripped the bamboo pole tightly. His heart was tangled, as if he was struggling. After a while, he sighed and shook his head. He returned to the black awning boat and sat down quietly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luin suddenly opened his eyes. Karma was not linear. He raised his arm, causing karma to spiral together. He clenched his fist and released it, causing karma to transform into countless rays of light that scattered. He looked at the light of karma, and his eyes flickered. So that was how it was. So, this was the truth of karma binding. Some powers were like the might of the heavens when one first came into contact with them. However, when one cultivated to a certain level, one would be able to see clearly that these powers were actually not that magical. However, so what if one could see clearly? The more one saw clearly, the more one would understand the gap between them. Luin rested for a while and returned to the black awning boat. On the boat, Blind exclaimed, I've seen many amazing life forms, but compared to you, they all pale in comparison. Including Xianxia? Luin asked. Blind replied, I'm not sure about Xianxia's path of cultivation, so I can't compare. However, no matter how amazing Xianxia is, he won't surpass you. Luin stepped into glittering jewel heaven and stood in front of Xianxia again. Xianxia looked at Luin, you know the human civilization that was destroyed? Luin looked at it, what else do you want to say about him? Xianxia asked, will you help me pass on a message? Yes. That's good. He never told me anything. I only know that he was the one who gave us knowledge. I know that he was being hunted by certain forces until the day he completely left. He only told us to protect that human civilization. I don't know anything else. What kind of power did he use? What kind of weapon? I don't know. His appearance. Xianxia drew it without hesitation. This appearance was engraved in its heart, and it would never forget it. Luin had only seen it briefly in Xianxia's memories, and he hadn't seen it clearly. Now that he saw it clearly, it was a middle-aged man with a valiant appearance. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he was the type that was pleasing to the eye. His eyes were dim, and there was a hint of worry between his brows. This person looked familiar. Luin stared at this face and felt that it was somewhat familiar, but when he thought about it, he definitely hadn't seen it before. So where did this sense of familiarity come from? He raised a hand and sent the karma spiral into his body. Since this person looked familiar, there must be a reason, and he had to find that reason. This person was clearly here, far away from the square inch from before, and he had also disappeared. There must be a problem if he looked familiar. The karma spiral continued to penetrate Lu Yin's body, and Shuehua couldn't understand what Lu Yin was doing. Suddenly, Lu Yin stopped as another face appeared in front of him. This was Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Faces appeared one after another, and they belonged to the Lu family: Lu Tianyi, Lu Qi, Lu Bujing, and even himself. He stared at these faces in shock. Their eyebrows, sideburns, and the shape of their faces, this was where the sense of familiarity came from. This person was very similar to the people of the Lu family. Could this person be an ancestor of the Lu family? Impossible. Even Patriarch Lu Yuan could only trace his ancestry back to the 3 realms and 6 daos, but this person was even more ancient. Could the Lu family's inheritance have originated from the Nine Walls era? Yes, the Lu family couldn't have appeared for no reason. Patriarch Lu Yuan had also said that innate gifts weren't necessarily determined by the heavens. They could come from the strength of one's ancestors. For example, the general appointing platform was an innate gift that had originally existed in the Lu family. Patriarch Lu Yuan had also said that the general appointing platform innate gift had likely come from an ancient powerhouse of the Lu family. This person had used the fertile earth realm and the laws of the growth sequence to plant the divine seal catalog. He had hoped to compare himself to his ancestors and allow the Lu family's legacy to continue. Perhaps the general appointing platform innate gift had come from this person, or perhaps it had come from the family behind him. Lu Yin hadn't expected to find a senior from his family. It was a pity that this senior was gone. The Lu family should have originated from the Nine Walls era, but Lu Yin didn't know which wall they belonged to. This senior had been able to control the glittering jewel skies and give Xue Tao and the others knowledge. He had to be an extremely terrifying powerhouse. This was all that Xue Tao knew about this person. Lu Yin took out the general appointing platform hell and tossed Xue Tao inside to increase his karma. After a while, the increase in karma ended. Lu Yin looked at Xue Tao and said, "Since you've lived such a hard life, I'll send you on your way." Xue Tao said, "You just have to pass the message to him. We hate him." Hate him? Giving them knowledge was equivalent to giving them a new life. However, this new life might not be what they wanted. A powerhouse's self-thinking and value to the universe didn't represent the weak. Perhaps many people hoped for peace and a peaceful life, but Lu Yin couldn't do that. Peace couldn't be built on the pity of others. Humans couldn't hide forever. They had to kill their way out. If he didn't kill, his descendants would. Since that was the case, whether it was the price of war or the infamy, he could bear it. Xue Tao died, but Lu Yin didn't kill the 9 tribulations heavens show. This was because the 9 tribulations heavens show's use of experience reminded him of the crazy director. Perhaps it could help the crazy director achieve a breakthrough. Or perhaps it was because of the scene he saw. Lu Yin, who was sitting under the peach tree, and the white ferret beside him. The black-on ship shuttled through the darkness and continued towards the remnant sea. At the same time, the outside world was in an uproar. The originally silent universe was shaken by the appearance of the eternal realm of knowledge. Many of the Master Path's cultivators who were hiding because of their fear of the Master Path of Death also came out and headed towards the remnant sea. No one could reject the eternal realm of knowledge. Even if it was fake, this rumor was the closest to the truth since the disappearance of the consciousness dominator. No one wanted to give up. Of course, the remnant sea wasn't a good place. Firstly, it could weaken the backlash of the Master Path's power to a certain extent. Secondly, there was a powerful civilization in the remnant sea itself. Thirdly, there was always an unfinished battle between 2 existences that were compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. The battle between Huaiji and Huai has been going on for too many years. Do you really want to go? Once the eternal realm of knowledge appears, no battle can stop me. A battlefield that is compatible with the 3 laws of the universe will attract countless ant-like creatures because of the eternal realm of knowledge. The remnant sea is destined to be filled with bloodshed. Huai. That's the Master Path of life. They are extremely powerful and comparable to the Pure Heart sect. They have been chasing after Huaiji in the remnant sea for countless years without a clear victor. If we go to the Remnant Sea now and get involved in their battle, we will be in trouble. But we can't not go. The more chaotic it is, the more we can get what we want. If the eternal realm of knowledge is really there, even the master path will go there, but it won't be so soon. Fate is determined by the heavens. I think we should rope in a cultivator who is a master path of fate first. Agreed. Father, are you really going to the Remnant Sea? Not to mention that it's not a good place to begin with, the master path of death will definitely go there too. The huge city was massacred, and the universe is in chaos. I have no choice. The temptation of the eternal realm of knowledge is too great. However, I have an advantage in the Remnant Sea. My name is in the Remnant Palace. What? Father, your name is in the Remnant Palace? When is it? I have been cultivating for countless years. How can you know everything? Alright, don't worry. The Remnant Palace is not weak. If it was in the outside world, I wouldn't dare to compete with the Master Path and the Master Path of Life. However, the Remnant Sea can block a portion of the Master Path's backlash. I will take you there after I obtain a slot to enter the Eternal Realm of Knowledge. Many creatures can enter the Eternal Realm of Knowledge? Of course. Otherwise, how do you think the backlash from the Master Path of Knowledge came about? They all enter the Eternal Realm of Knowledge to cultivate. Right now, the Master Path of Knowledge is weak and almost belongs to the other Master Paths. However, with the appearance of the Eternal Realm of Knowledge, they are in high demand again. Without the Master Path of Consciousness, the Eternal Realm of Knowledge is destined to never belong to them. They don't even have the chance to enter. Otherwise, how can the other Master Path's creatures compete with them? They are just tools to be used. When everything was peaceful, the universe was still the same. Civilizations couldn't communicate, and the palaces might not even know each other's location. However, the Eternal Realm of Knowledge had broken this peace. Countless creatures were eager to communicate and find the location of Remnant Sea. The universe was bustling with activity. Many creatures around Remnant Sea were already rushing there. Remnant Sea was a vast ocean floating in the universe. No one knew how it was formed. This ocean was fixed within a certain area. Even if the water was scattered, it would eventually shrink. This vast ocean was large enough to fill many universes. Such a vast area naturally had countless creatures. Some of these creatures occupied an area, while others gathered together. The most powerful of them all was the Remnant Palace. The Remnant Palace was formed by all the powerful creatures in Remnant Sea. Remnant Sea was once invaded by creatures from the outside to fight for resources. In order to protect Remnant Sea, the Remnant Palace was born. Today, it had become an extremely powerful force under the command of the Universe Master. It wasn't any weaker than the Deqian civilization. Within the Remnant Palace, many figures appeared in the light pillars. They were blurry, and only their voices could be heard. Is the Eternal Realm of Knowledge really in Remnant Sea? This is news from the side yard. Creatures that fit the laws of the three universes invaded the side yard to steal the turbid treasure of glittering sky. This news was spread from the turbid treasure. Our Remnant Palace has been suppressing Remnant Sea all this time, yet we have no idea. If the Consciousness Master really put the Eternal Realm of Knowledge in Remnant Sea, how would we know? That's true. But where is the Eternal Realm of Knowledge? I don't know. This should be the doing of the Consciousness Master. The outside world has been searching for creatures of the Consciousness Path to find a way to explore Remnant Sea. How can we let them explore Remnant Sea as they wish? Chase them away. You're overthinking. Anyone who dares to come to Remnant Sea is either a creature of the Master Path, a powerful civilization, or a member of the sovereign race. The word sovereign race silenced the Remnant Palace. No matter how powerful the Remnant Palace was, it wouldn't be able to maintain its competence in front of the sovereign race. The most troublesome thing now is that some creatures have their eyes on us and want our Remnant Palace to help them search. That's not all. Once the sovereign race gets here, what are we supposed to do? There's another problem nearby. The battle between Chaos and Hawaii hasn't stopped. We can't stop them from fighting. If a sovereign dies here, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. If there's really no other way, let's retreat first. Of course not. Retreating now will only make the living beings in the outside world think that we've already obtained the realm of eternal knowledge. That's just courting death. This won't work, and that won't work. What should we do? We can only take one step at a time. No matter who comes, we will not help them. Of course, we will still fight for it. We also want to obtain the eternal world of knowledge. Oh right, what about Zhu Guang? This name also made the ruined palace quiet down. Let it be. Even Seri Zhu, the master of time, can't control it. It will definitely fight for it. Troublesome. In the Can Sea, there was a Shen palace. The name of the Shen palace was Zhu Guang. Unlike other Shen palaces, there were no god envoys here. Not a single one. In the entire Shen palace, other than Zhu Guang, there was only a group of slaves imprisoned by it. Those slaves were located in a corner of the Shen palace. That corner was called the Little Camp. In the Little Camp, countless living beings lived numbly. Although there was no one guarding it, none of the living beings inside dared to escape. In the Little Camp, the living beings also lived in their own clans. Let me see. How many clans are there now? 357? Too many, too many. Today's game will reduce the number of clans to 200. Let's begin. In the Little Camp, countless living beings were shocked. 200? Over 100 clans were reduced in an instant? How could this be? The game in the Little Camp designated by Zhu Guang had never been so extreme. After all, this little camp was the entertainment it created. But no matter what the living beings inside thought, the war still began. The clans fought against each other. Occasionally, there would be traitors. It was like a true competition between civilizations. The pair of eyes looked down from above. The more it watched, the more excited it became. It could never get enough of this kind of game. However, there were too many ways to play this game. This was just the most common way. It still had to go to the Little Camp to play and see how the sovereigns played the game. Interesting, too interesting. In the Little Camp, a clan was exterminated. Blood stained the mountains and rivers. That clan had millions of living beings, and all of them died. In the blink of an eye, another clan was exterminated. Numbers were meaningless here. The unit of measurement here was the clan. After a long time, the killing stopped. The pair of eyes finally left. Comfortable. This kind of simple killing game is still the most comfortable. The eternal realm of knowledge? It actually appeared in the Remnant Sea. Hee, I don't believe it. But since you are here, show me. This is the biggest game. Let the Remnant Sea become another little camp. Ha ha ha. In the Little Camp, there were millions of humans who built their own cities to live. This war caused rivers of blood to flow outside the cities. Fortunately, they held on. But they might not be able to hold on if it happened again. There were still 200 clans outside. Who knew what kind of clans would be added next time? They had to endure this kind of life endlessly until they were exterminated. In the deep starry sky, far away from the Remnant Sea, a colorful tree stood tall. Beside it was a deep cliff. Hanging coffins were tied by vines and hung down. This was an unknown place. The Remnant Sea actually appeared in the eternal realm of knowledge? 8 colors, is this true? I don't know. Should we go and take a look? 8 colors said, now, I don't know the situation. Everyone knows. Let's not move for now. The unknown white voice said, the Master of Balance hasn't returned yet. We can't take the initiative in many things. For example, we failed to seize the glittering heavens. Even you failed. This is something I didn't expect. It was the unknown black voice. Sixth Toad laughed and said, thank you, White, for bringing Little 18 to me. The unknown White captured Little 18 in the Jade Universe battlefield and used it to force Boss Toad and the others to deal with Skyleaf and Earthleaf. After returning to the unknown realm, Little 18 was useless to it, so it gave it to Sixth Toad. The unknown White said faintly, it's useless to keep it. Although Sixth Toad thanked it with a smile, its voice was low. Hee, the old guy directly told it about how White forced Boss Toad and the others. Sixth Toad remembered this. However, it didn't expect Luin to be there too. It wasn't easy to leave that place alive. But other than it, no one else should know that the skeleton was Luin. I could have succeeded, but Purple helped that invisible being and caused my failure, the unknown White said. Hee, White, I've said this many times. I was helping you because I saw you use the portal and thought that you would be able to seize the glittering heavens. That's why I helped you block the bloody peach blossoms, Wang Qinchin, and the others. I didn't expect you to lose. You didn't help me. Hee. Eight Colors said, let's put the past aside for now. Everyone, this place is no longer the same as before. Our rules need to change, but we'll have to wait for the Master of Balance to return. For now, please change your identities and join the Master's faction. Join the Master's faction? The Celestial Palace? Fixed fate chart? Eight Colors said, either is fine, but you can return when summoned by the unknown. Now is the perfect opportunity. Skyleaf and Earthleaf are dead, and the Master's attention is focused on the Death Universe. With the appearance of the Eternal Realm of Knowledge, you can only join now. Hee, disguise your identity? Interesting. Alright, it's time to go out and take a look. It was indeed uncomfortable being watched, but I can't guarantee that I'll definitely return. Eight Colors said indifferently, whether you return or not is up to you. If you don't know, I won't force you. In the blink of an eye, 200 years passed. During this time, Luin had been studying the way of karma on the boat. He had seen through the truth of karma, which opened a new door for him. He could increase or decrease karma, and he could even trigger karma within a certain range under certain conditions. Although the range was extremely small, this power could not be exposed to the Master's faction, or it would attract the attention of the Sovereign of Karma. He would not use it if he could. The boat continued towards the Remnant Sea, but it was still very far from the Remnant Sea. Far away, many cultivators had already gathered in the Remnant Sea. These cultivators had all entered over the past 200 years for the Eternal Realm of Knowledge. In the beginning, all the cultivators searched excitedly. Every single one of them felt like they were destined to be found. Every single one of them felt that they were different from the rest. However, as time passed, they began to grow numb to this excitement. It was fine for them to search for years or even decades without any results. After all, the weakest cultivators here were in the primordial realm, and they could spend a long time in seclusion. However, when none of the cultivators could find the eternal realm of knowledge, numbness began to spread. This was because among the cultivators searching for the eternal realm of knowledge, there were experts who were compatible with the three laws of the universe. These experts could see through everything in the universe with a single thought, and their searching efficiency was incomparable. If these experts could not find the eternal realm of knowledge after so long, it would be pointless no matter how much time they had. Because of this, the enthusiasm for searching for the eternal realm of knowledge decreased. However, these cultivators did not leave. No one knew what they were waiting for. Aside from searching for the eternal realm of knowledge, the Remnant Sea had two other things that attracted them the most. The first was a seat in the Remnant Sea. Any cultivator who entered the Remnant Sea could apply to become a seat in the Remnant Sea. The Remnant Sea had no choice but to do this so that it would not become the target of public criticism. After all, the Remnant Sea was the largest faction in the Remnant Sea. If it did not accept outsiders, the search for the eternal realm of knowledge would become a process of the Remnant Sea being besieged by outsiders. The Remnant Sea had no choice but to accept outsiders. Only by accepting outsiders would it not be targeted. This could be considered a precedent for the Remnant Sea. The other thing was to kill Hun Ji. The war between Hun Ji and Hua Yi had lasted for far too long. No one knew when it started, but Hua Yi had guarded the Remnant Sea alone just to kill Hun Ji. The main Tao of life did not stop him, so Hun Ji had a reason to die. However, there was no progress even after countless years. Recently, about a few hundred years ago, chaos suddenly became active. It ran all over the Remnant Sea and fought fiercely with Hua Yi. This fierce battle had continued until now. It was very difficult for Hua Yi to kill it, but because the eternal realm of knowledge attracted a large number of cultivators to the Remnant Sea, there were living beings under the Master's command. Naturally, they helped Hua Yi to kill chaos. At first, there were only a few of them. Later on, there were dozens and even hundreds of them. Regardless of their cultivation, they dared to wait for chaos in any corner of the sea. They would attack as soon as chaos appeared. Regardless of whether they could hurt chaos, many of them wanted to leave a good impression on Hawaii. In other words, they thought that if they attacked chaos, they would be showing their loyalty to the master. Of course, there were also powerful existences that could threaten chaos. One was Zhu Guang from the Time Divine Palace in the Waning Sea. Although he was at the peak of 2 laws of the universe, his true combat strength was comparable to the 3 old monsters. He possessed unparalleled killing methods, as if he was born for the sole purpose of slaughter. Another was Chu Jing, the leader of the Dacian civilization. He was a master who truly matched the 3 universal laws. The last was the Broken Palace. These 3 parties guarded different parts of the sea and narrowed the encirclement around chaos. They swore to help Hawaii kill chaos. Because of these 3 parties, chaos was injured and the range of escape was narrowing. He had thought of escaping from the sea. However, if it was before, the master was not here. Although he would be attacked by the master's power if he escaped, as long as he was careful, he would be fine as long as he did not encounter the master. It was not that he had never left. However, he could not do it now. The eternal realm of knowledge attracted so many cultivators. The master might be here too. Once he left the sea, what awaited him might not be better than being surrounded here. Boom! On the side, the tributary of the Time River surged. The power of time spread out like a fan and approached chaos. Chaos immediately turned around. Another troublesome one. On his back, Bai Qian, Zhang Dingtian, and Lu Xiaoge were pale. Ever since they climbed onto Chaos's back, they had been hunted down. At first, it was just one old monster, but now there were more and more. At first, they were quite relaxed. They even had time to cultivate while hiding on Chaos's back. However, since groups of cultivators entered the sea, they had to keep their eyes on the sea at all times, let alone cultivate. They were afraid that they would be affected. It was like dancing on a steel knife. If I had known earlier, I would have left the Can Sea. What's going on? Don't tell me they're all here to kill me, Chaos said angrily. Bai Qian's voice was cold. Absolutely not. They came here for other purposes. Coincidentally, we were being chased, so that's why we're out of luck. It's all your fault. If it weren't for the 3 of you, I wouldn't have had to run away. Bai Qian said helplessly, I'm sorry, Senior. Lu Xiaoge and Zhang Dingtian looked at each other. They had been scolded many times over the years, but Chaos Silence did not really blame them. However, if this continued, the range of escape would become narrower and narrower. Even if Chaos managed to escape in the end, they would definitely die. Thinking of this, the 3 of them felt exhausted. Ever since he came here by following the Jupiter altar, he hadn't had a good day. His cultivation had improved very quickly, especially recently because of Chaos's guidance. However, if he died, what was the point of improving his cultivation? They all missed their days on Earth. In the distance, a sinister smile descended like a dark cloud. It was Zhu Guang. He licked his lips and said, Hun Ji, come and let me eat you. Chaos's eyes widened. Get lost. With a loud roar, Zhu Guang was forced back, but he was not afraid. Ha ha ha, you'll be eaten by me soon. And those 3 cute snacks on your back, are they humans? How sad. You're a creature that the Master Dao must kill, and humans are ants that can only survive in camps. You all have to die, ha ha ha. Chaos's gaze was gloomy as he turned to run. In the starry sky, on the black awning ship, Luin looked into the distance. How much longer? Blind calculated. Less than 100 years. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. Less than 100 years? With the black awning ship speed, less than 100 years was still a long distance for ordinary Eternal Realm cultivators. Blind, there must be many experts gathered in the Remnant Sea. Are you sure you can make them kill each other? Blind was confident. Don't worry. I've set this up for too many years. No one can see through it. After all, no one will give up on the Eternal Realm of Knowledge. You overestimate yourself, but you might also underestimate them, Luin said. Luin asked. It was impossible for a blind man to kill such a large group of powerful beings just by relying on a single setup. The eternal realm of knowledge was tempting, but this eternal realm of knowledge was fake. Blind thought that Luin did not know that. Indeed, if this was the real eternal realm of knowledge, even sovereigns could fight for it. Could those powerful creatures really not see through the eternal realm of knowledge? Not necessarily. Luin was curious about how Blind could deceive them. He was just fishing in troubled waters. Blind said, "Let's wait and see." Actually, the Master Dao is not that difficult to deal with. They've been at the top for too long. It's normal that they can't see the conspiracy in the dark corners. Lu Yin's gaze shifted as he looked at Blind. So that's how it was. Was he also considered a dark corner? Just like scheming against the above heaven sect's eternity. Not long after, Luin looked up. There's a creature. Blind smiled. An ordinary eternal realm cultivator actually went in the opposite direction of the remnant sea. It seems likely that it left from the remnant sea. Just in time to ask it about the remnant sea, Luin said before teleporting away. Soon, Luin returned with a strange creature in his hand. It was dark red in color and had tubes extending from its body. Its vitality had been scattered, and it had clearly been suppressed by Luin. It could not see Luin as he was still invisible. However, it could see Blind. "Why did you capture me?" the eternal realm creature asked nervously. Blind looked up and faced it. "How is the remnant sea?" "The remnant sea? I don't know. I didn't go there." "Is that so? Then I might be a little rough with my next questions. Please forgive me." Soon, screams could be heard. After a short while, the creature told Blind everything it knew. Blind sighed. Quite a few big shots have gone there. Luin heard that there were chronological echelons, sovereigns, and even overlords. He had heard of Cai Zhu, Xing Zhui, Chu Jing, and so on. There were definitely some that he had not heard of, and there were definitely hidden experts among them. Because there were too many experts, I knew that I wouldn't be able to get anything from this fight. That's why I left. Plus, the remnant sea is too chaotic now. The shockwaves from the battle could kill me at any time. It's better to leave first. Blind was shocked. The remnant sea has already started fighting? It can't be, right? The eternal realm of knowledge hasn't even appeared yet. Luin was also surprised. Cultivators from the master path weren't that stupid. The eternal realm creature said they have started fighting, but it has nothing to do with the eternal realm of knowledge. It's the master path that is attacking chaos. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Chaos? Blind understood. No wonder. It seems like chaos has appeared. That's right. With so many master path creatures gathered in the remnant sea, if Hua-Yi doesn't take this opportunity to get rid of chaos, it will be more difficult in the future. Luin looked at Blind. Chaos? Blind said, "Do you remember that I said that there are two old monsters fighting in the remnant sea? They are Hua-Yi and chaos. Hua-Yi is the master path of life, while chaos is the existence that the master path wants to kill. It has been hiding in the remnant sea. Hua-Yi is in charge of hunting it down, but he hasn't succeeded for countless years. Now is the perfect opportunity." Luin didn't expect chaos to be in the remnant sea. This meant that cheap fish lured him to the remnant sea. Although he was taken away by the battlefield in the Jade universe, he still had to go to the remnant sea eventually. But now, because of Blind's scheme, chaos was surrounded and killed. What should he do? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. If chaos died because of this siege, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "I have to reach the remnant sea as soon as possible." Blind was puzzled. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Don't worry, as long as the eternal realm of knowledge doesn't appear, those guys won't leave." Luin said in a low voice, "I feel the aura of other dead seas." Blind was surprised. There are other dead seas approaching? If other dead seas reach the remnant sea first, I won't be able to do anything. You can play by yourself then, Luin said. Blind was anxious. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Luin grabbed the eternal realm creature and Blind kept the boat. They teleported and hurried on their way. This time, they relied entirely on teleportation and arrived outside the Remnant Sea in just a dozen years. Looking into the distance, Luin didn't expect such a majestic sea to exist in the universe. He couldn't understand where it came from. He thought of Barong. Barong came from a floating sea in the universe. Could it be this sea? It shouldn't be. Who knew how far away the sea was from the previous one? Even Eternal Realm creatures couldn't cross this distance, let alone Barong. With doubts, Luin teleported into the Remnant Sea. The Remnant Sea was completely different from the universe's starry sky. It was like the bottom of the sea. After entering, he felt an intermittent barrier between him and the universe. This feeling is the power of the main Tao? Yes, you can feel it too. Although the power of the main Tao still exists, it's weakened greatly in the Remnant Sea. This is also the reason why chaos hides in the Remnant Sea all year round. It's also the reason why the Mind Dominator chose to place the Eternal Realm of Knowledge here. Luin glanced at Blind. This old man didn't forget to trick him at all times. He even used the Mind Dominator to talk. If Luin didn't know where the Eternal Realm of Knowledge was, he would have been tricked. What do we do next? I'll bring the Eternal Realm of Knowledge out. You protect me. I'm not free. Blind? Luin stared into the distance. He was a little excited when he saw Chaos. Wait, is that Bai Qian on Chaos's back? And Zhongding Tian and Lu Xiaoga? Lu Yin's pupil shrank. He didn't expect Bai Qian and the others to be with Chaos. Could Jupiter's altar teleport them here? That's too exaggerated. However, Chaos was in a miserable state right now. His range of escape was constantly shrinking as experts surrounded him. Some of the powerhouses were shocked. Young friend, what are your plans? Blind man asked. Luin replied, find the Eternal Realm of Knowledge yourself. I have some matters to attend to here. With that, he teleported away. Blind man was stunned. Matters? What matters? Why did I ask you to come here if you ran away as soon as you arrived? No matter what Blind man thought, Luin had already left. There was nothing he could do. But the next moment, Luin appeared again. Blind man, when will the Eternal Realm of Knowledge be settled? Blind man stared blankly at Luin. Young friend, I didn't invite you here to watch a show. Don't you want to enter the Eternal Realm of Knowledge? But... Luin interrupted, alright, I know my limits. It's useless even if you give me the Eternal Realm of Knowledge. Just tell me when it will appear. Blind man felt that his rhythm had been disrupted. He had a lot of things to say, but he couldn't say them out loud. It was a strange feeling. Did this brat know that the Eternal Realm of Knowledge was fake? He said, 10 days. After 10 days, I can summon the Eternal Realm of Knowledge. Are you sure? Yes. Alright. Luin teleported away again. Blind man stood in place and pondered for a moment. No matter what, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be fired. He had invited this brat just in case. On the other side, Luin stared at Chaos figure. The moment Chaos attacked, he teleported onto its back and appeared beside Bai Qian, Lu Xiaoga, and Zhongding Tian. Chaos immediately sensed it and was shocked. Was this teleportation? The innate gift of those mixed hairy birds? Be careful. Bai Qian and the others couldn't see Luin at all. Hearing Chaos' warning, they could only look around, but the creatures surrounding them were still far away. At this moment, Chaos' powerful life energy swept up and surrounded Bai Qian and the others. It then blasted towards Luin. Lu Yin's figure appeared. Senior, Junior Luin greets you. The life energy suddenly stopped, and Chaos movements paused for a moment. Lu Yin's appearance had clearly startled it. Bai Qian and the others were even more stunned. Luin? They never imagined that Luin would suddenly appear here. Luin looked at Bai Qian and the other two and smiled. It took me a long time to find you three. Bai Qian and the rest stared at Luin in shock. Why are you here? On the side, two huge figures flashed and attacked Han Ji at the same time. They were both in the Eternal Life Realm, but Han Ji pushed them away with his claw and shattered the void like a slate. Do you know each other? Luin turned invisible once more. I'm sorry, but I can only speak like this. My identity cannot be exposed. Are you really Luin? Zhang Dingtian couldn't believe it. Lu Xiaoge stared in the direction where Luin had hidden himself, unable to believe what he was seeing. Hunji asked, who is he? Bai Qian said, if he's not pretending, he's our friend. Luin said, Senior Hunji, I'm Luin, the master of the above heaven sect. I'm also the master of the Tianyuan universe. You're the master of the Tianyuan universe? Hold on, the Tianyuan universe actually gave birth to an eternal stage expert? And a human? Luin asked. When Senior left, humans had yet to appear, but Senior is no stranger to humans. Is it because you've returned once through the door to the spiritualized universe, or did you already know about humans before that? Hunji shifted his body and dodged in another direction, avoiding the encirclement. You seem to know me very well. Luin said, not really, but I know some things. For example, you've encountered the insectoid civilization. Of course, I'm not sure if they caught your eye. Senior, do you still remember the Great Baron Celestial Beast? You're indeed from the Tianyuan universe. The Great Baron Celestial Beast only exists in the Tianyuan universe, but why do you have the gift of teleportation? I planted it. Hunji. You can plant it? My Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan, planted the immortal plume teleportation with his own gift. Lu family? You're Luin? You're from the Lu family? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, you know? Hunji said, I can understand if you're from the Lu family. The Lu family was indeed from the 9th base, and Hunji was also related to the 9th base. Kid, are you trying to teleport us away? Of course not. Teleportation isn't omnipotent. You know about this? You're so young, but you're already at the peak of your generation. However, it doesn't mean that you can't leave. After all, no one knows that I can teleport. Luin looked around. Even if he could leave, now was not the time. Once he teleported Hunji and the others away, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. The civilization that came from the square-inch space knew that he could teleport. Whether it was the battle in glittering jewel skies or the battle with Blind Man and Xing Jue, the information was scattered. What they lacked was a source to integrate the information. If they teleported away now, the source might appear. That was why he had looked for Blind Man to confirm when the eternal realm of knowledge would appear. Senior, we can't teleport away yet. I'll accompany you and fight our way out, Luin said in a low voice. Hunji's gaze was piercingly cold. Are you sure? Kid, do you know what kind of existence is surrounding us? Luin smiled. Isn't it just a master? We'll kill them all sooner or later. Hunji looked up. This kid is crazy, but I like it. Alright, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Don't go overboard. Also, those 3 kids don't have the ability to play together. Luin looked at Bai Qian and the others. You guys enter Mount Supreme. This battle has nothing to do with you. Bai Qian and the others obediently entered Mount Supreme. They would only be a burden if they stayed on Hunji's back. They didn't know why, but they felt relieved when Luin came. Even though Luin was about the same age as them. When Bai Qian and the others entered Mount Supreme, Luin sighed. Senior, delay for 10 days. 10 days later, we'll fight our way out. 10 days? Alright, I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. Then let's kill. Hunji changed his direction and rushed in a direction that no one had expected. There was one of the 3 strongest forces in that direction. It was a powerhouse from the Broken Palace. Hunji had been avoiding them before, but now he was rushing in that direction. In the distance, figures of all shapes and sizes looked at Hunji from afar. Hunji is here. What's going on? He's coming towards us. Retreat. We're only participating in the encirclement, not the killing blow. With that, the creatures from the Broken Palace retreated one by one. However, the surrounding creatures that were participating in the encirclement were exposed. Hunji's target was one of them. It was a fat, round creature. The thing that disgusted Hunji the most was the noise it made. This noise was compatible with its talent and the laws of the universe. Every time it got close to Hunji, it would explode in Hunji's head. Even though it wouldn't hurt Hunji, it would make Hunji deaf. It was the first thing Hunji wanted to kill. That fat creature didn't expect the broken palace to retreat and Hunji to rush over. It was shocked and hurriedly ran away. On Hunji's back, Luin, who was invisible, raised his arm. His body withered and terrifying power gathered in his body as he punched out. Heaven and earth exploded. Seawater rushed into the sky and distorted the stars. That fat creature was smashed into pieces by the punch, dyeing the ocean red. Hunji was shocked. What power! However, this punch looked familiar. The fat creature was an existence that was compatible with one law of the universe. It was considered a self-breakthrough and was very talented. It was close to being compatible with two laws of the universe, but it could only be used as a distraction to kill Hunji. If Luin wanted to kill it, it would only take a single punch. More importantly, this creature couldn't see Luin at all. By the time it sensed danger, the punch had already landed. Only the broken palace could help it, but it didn't and allowed it to be killed. Everyone stared at the scene, not understanding what had happened. They didn't even see how Hunji had attacked. "Senior, there's no need to be polite with me. You can try killing whoever you want," Luin said. Hunji laughed. "Kid, I like you. Ha 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 ha." He then changed direction again. "The next opponent won't be easy. Be prepared." Luin clenched his fist. "Let's try. If we can kill it, then we'll kill it. If we can't, then we'll run. I don't mind." "Ha ha ha ha, that's more like it. Just don't fight to the death like those idiots you humans." Hunji laughed. It had been a long time since he felt so carefree. The remnant sea shook and the stars were drowned. Countless attacks were directed at Hunji, but they were all swept away by his tail. Luin blocked the sneaky attacks for it, and the two of them worked together to form a seamless defense. Even the attacks from the broken palace couldn't do anything. "Something's wrong. Hunji is impenetrable. We could have hit him just now," a creature in the broken palace said. A low voice came from the side. "It should be because he kept the three humans away. He had to protect them before." "Something's wrong." A voice sounded in their hearts, shaking them. This voice came from the first seat of the broken palace. It was also the founder of the broken palace. It was the strongest being who had harmonized with three universal laws, Xianxia. Xianxia, a legendary creature, was born in the Remnant Sea but was chased out. At that time, the Remnant Sea was bullied by other creatures. It was only when Xianxia's cultivation level was high that he started killing in the Remnant Sea and built the broken palace step by step. At that time, Xianxia had only harmonized with one universal law, but he already had the ability to rival the chronological sequence. He was known as the strongest creature in the Remnant Sea. Now, Xianxia had reached the level of harmonizing with three universal laws. No one knew how strong he was. However, compared to the past, Xianxia had been quiet for far too long. He was so quiet that many creatures thought that the broken palace was weak. Even the battle between Hunji and Huai couldn't stop it. The name Xianxia had long been forgotten. Now, Xianxia had come out and led the broken palace to kill Hunji. However, he had only participated in the encirclement. Just as the broken palace had said, he didn't participate in the killing. "There's something on his back." Xianxia's low voice made the creatures in the broken palace feel inexplicably at ease. "On his back? What is it? Try it." "There's no need." Xianxia stopped him. "What we need to do is to prevent chaos from breaking through from our side. Everything else has nothing to do with us." After saying that, he led the creatures of the broken palace to chase after chaos. However, their speed was the same as chaos. They were unable to catch up. The death of the fat creature frightened the other creatures, and the encirclement of chaos silence widened. Right now, chaos only had one goal. "Kid, be careful. Remember what you said. Run if you can't kill him. This guy isn't simple." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Chaos had to be a powerhouse if he could make Luin warn him like this multiple times. Just as he thought of this, an indescribable panic swept through him. Lu Yin's body trembled, and his eyes flickered. Fear? Was he afraid? At that moment, his brain turned cold, and he felt powerless to resist. He wanted to turn around and run. But how was that possible? He could feel fear, but something that could make him feel fear shouldn't have appeared on this battlefield so quickly. The next moment, there was a whistling sound as Luin stared into the distance. The void, the ocean, and even time were all distorting to form a face. It was a sinister and terrifying ghostly face that seemed to be able to peel open the deepest parts of a person's heart. It was the most direct confrontation. What was that? It's called Zhuguang. It's ranked 25th in the chronological sequence, but I think it's the strongest chronological sequence, Chaos reminded him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The strongest chronological sequence? Surpassed Mian? Mian was the number 1 chronological sequence, but he wasn't confident that he could enter the top 3. This Zhu Guang was regarded so highly by Chaos. Mian had encountered an even stronger chronological sequence before. Could it be this Zhu Guang? Ha ha ha, Chaos, where are the 3 little cuties? Are you hiding? It's useless. I'll peel your skin and break your bones. Where can you hide? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Guang laughed maniacally, and his voice seemed to overlap. It was deep and shrill, and it was rather uncomfortable to listen to. Luin finally understood why Chaos had attacked him. This guy's voice was disgusting, and there was a fear that came from the bottom of one's heart. It probably had something to do with his innate gift or laws of compatibility. Are you ready? Chaos shouted. Luin raised his head. Yes. Kill. Hunji charged towards Zhu Guang and stared straight ahead. Luin stared at Zhu Guang at the same time, but Zhu Guang did not retreat even half a step and stared in Hunji's direction. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that Zhu Guang was staring at Hunji's back. It could see that there was something on Mixed Ji's back. Whoosh below the ocean, the river surged. These were tributaries of the great river of time. Streaks of green swept past, piercing towards Chaos' silence. Chaos turned his head. This is Ci Zhu. I'll leave Zhu Guang to you. With that, he turned around and pressed his back against Zhu Guang. Luin took advantage of the situation. Assassin Zhu? The master of time. One was Ci Zhu, and behind him was an expert from a broken palace. In the other direction, there was a majestic life force. It should be Hua Yi. Chaos had no time to help him. In that case, it was time to meet the most powerful echelon of time. Zhu Guang raised its head. Its entire body was like a standing jackal. It looked at Chaos's back and roared angrily. Life chi surged out of his body and shot up into the sky. It kept twisting and turning into an even more terrifying face that slammed into Chaos's back. Luin raised his hand. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Bang! The palm slammed into Zhu Guang's life force, causing the ghostly face to distort. However, the expected dissipation did not occur. Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhu Guang's life force was unimaginably tough. If the Master of Time's life Dao had a majestic life force and boundless life force, then Zhu Guang's life force was condensed. It was boundless and condensed, extremely tough, and also extremely durable. It had only been distorted after taking Lu Yin's palm. Zhu Guang was equally shocked. This invisible creature had actually withstood its life force? Interesting. Too interesting. Dark green spread out around its body, turning transparent and then dark green in an instant. The entire world changed colors. Luin broke out in a cold sweat as fear descended once more. This time, it was even more obvious, causing his heart to turn cold. However, he was already prepared. He had encountered powerhouses that could control others' emotions before. Lu Yin's heart was just as tough. Fear? If he could resist, then he would. If he couldn't, then he would accept it. Everyone would feel fear, and even rulers were no exception. However, being able to attack while under fear was another matter altogether. In the face of Zhu Guang's fear, Luin raised his hand and struck out. Zhu Guang dodged, but the dark green continued to cause the world to change colors. Luin teleported closer and reached out with his left hand. Zhu Guang sneered and raised its claws as well. It swept out and collided with Lu Yin's palm. There was a thump, and Lu Yin firmly grabbed onto Zhu Guang's claws. Zhu Guang was stunned, it had not moved. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yin kicked out with a terrifying force that almost pierced through Zhu Guang's body. Zhu Guang spat out a mouthful of blood, and a spiked club appeared in its claws. It swept out, but Lu Yin took advantage of the situation and struck out with his left elbow. Suddenly, Lu Yin's body plummeted as the dark green around him rippled and turned scarlet. Behind Lu Yin, Zhu Guang, who had been attacking him earlier, also disappeared. Lu Yin looked up and saw the spiked club staring down at him, its spikes flickering with a cold light. Blood tea. A low voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears as the spiked club slammed down. Lu Yin raised his right index finger and middle finger together and flicked upwards. His life force surged like an ocean, rising straight up and rushing towards the spiked club. The spiked club ruthlessly pressed down on Lu Yin's life force, and at the same time, a faint stench of blood spread out along with the ripples beneath his feet, growing thicker and thicker. From a distance, one would realize that Lu Yin was standing in a teacup. Inside, he was standing in the middle of the teacup, and the spiked club was about to smash him into the tea. However, Lu Yin's strength and life force made it difficult for the spiked club to descend. Withered pond. Zhu Guang's voice rang out again, and the spiked club suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already sunk deep into the tea. In an instant, the tea beneath Lu Yin's feet dried up, turning into a withered pond. His entire body felt like it was about to fall into an abyss. In that instant, Lu Yin felt as if he was hallucinating about the outside world. Lu Yin teleported away, but even after that, he was still within the withered pond. His gaze turned cold. Teleportation required vision, and this withered pond not only restricted his body, but also his vision. The universe that he saw was not the real universe. His body continued to fall, and Lu Yin opened his hand and punched out with the starry fist. Civilization was like the stars, and the star chart rotated as the universe was endless. Under the starry fist, the withered pond shattered. The withered pond cracked open at a visible rate, and white figures crawled out from the cracks. They were skeletons. Crazy bones. The skeletons charged at Lu Yin, savagely tearing at him. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Scram. He punched out again, and the starry fist's power was fierce. It swept away all the skeletons around him, but more and more skeletons crawled out from the ground. It was as if hell had opened up, and an endless stream of skeletons crazily charged at Lu Yin. They screeched as they charged at him. These were not real skeletons, but rather battle techniques. This Zhu Guang was truly disgusting. However, even though they were not real skeletons, they still had the appearance of a skeleton, which was related to death. That was the life force. Lu Yin released his life force, not only suppressing the skeletons, but also entering the crack. Entering the crack was actually entering Zhu Guang's body. Lu Yin wanted to use his life force to fight against Zhu Guang, and he did not believe that Zhu Guang could withstand it. Lu Yin's life force had produced a phenomenon when he had broken through. Even though Zhu Guang's life force was boundless and tenacious, he might not be able to use all of it to resist Lu Yin's attack. As expected, the skeletons stopped crawling out after a short while, but Lu Yin's life force continued to pour into the crack, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Grass. Zhu Guang's voice rang out again. Below the withered pond, grass grew out from the side of the crack. Along with the rolling stones, the grass sealed the crack in an instant. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was this even possible? This guy was truly sinister. He had used the skeletons as bait to force Lu Yin to seal the crack. Then, he had used grass to seal Lu Yin's strength in order to defeat Lu Yin. After all, from what Zhu Guang knew, the only thing that could seal the crack was the thing that Lu Yin was most proficient in. Sealing the thing that Lu Yin was most proficient in would greatly reduce Lu Yin's power level. This was the ultimate goal of Lu Yin's previous moves. If Lu Yin had encountered an opponent who could easily seal the crack, Zhu Guang would not have fought against such a powerhouse. This was because such a powerhouse had already touched upon the level of 3 universal laws. However, Zhu Guang had never imagined that although Lu Yin had only reached the level of 1 universal law, he was also an old freak who could reach the level of 3 universal laws. After sealing Lu Yin's life force, Zhu Guang's figure appeared in the sky. He gripped his mace and smashed it down. Lu Yin raised his head and casually waved his hand, unleashing Yama's first needle. Zhu Guang sensed it and swung his mace, shattering Yama's first needle. However, needles soon appeared one after another, and Lu Yin teleported away from his original location. Yama's first needle was already difficult to see clearly, and Zhu Guang had sealed off the surroundings. Although it had indeed swept through most of Lu Yin's body, it had still managed to pierce Zhu Guang in the end. The moment Yama's first needle pierced Zhu Guang's body, Zhu Guang's eyes trembled, and he seemed to be at a loss. Lu Yin descended, grabbed Zhu Guang's arms, and kicked out once again. Rip. Zhu Guang's arms were torn apart, and blood splattered across the withered pond. Zhu Guang's mind cleared up, and he saw that the flesh on his arms was still connected to his bones. His mace fell to the side, and he was shocked. Your strength? In any battle, it was impossible for both parties to use their full strength. In a battle, it was a battle of strength, but it was also a battle of wits. Zhu Guang had successfully sealed Lu Yin's life force with 4 moves. Similarly, Lu Yin had concealed his strength from the start. Regardless of whether it was against that fearful face or Zhu Guang's body, he had not unleashed his full strength. At this moment, he had unleashed his full strength. As soon as he unleashed his full strength, Lu Yin had heavily injured Zhu Guang. Zhu Guang was very strong, and his body had not been shattered by Lu Yin's kick. However, it would only take a few more moves. Lu Yin kicked out once again. He especially liked to do this now. It was powerful, and he could also widen the distance between them. Zhu Guang suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Lu Yin's foot stopped abruptly. Why was he being so polite? Kneeling down? Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Why was Zhu Guang acting like this in the middle of a battle? Begging for mercy should not be so shameless. A second bow. Something wasn't right. Lu Yin immediately kicked out again. Time and space trembled in front of him, and gray time drew out tributaries from the river of time. Around him, the dark green world shattered, and the invisible world disappeared. Lu Yin and Zhu Guang appeared in outer space once more. Chaos was still stirring up the winds and clouds, resisting the other experts. You've fallen into Zhu Guang's world. Eh? 3 kneels and 9 kowtows? You've really forced it into a corner. Be careful, don't let it finish, or there'll be trouble, Chaos barked. Lu Yin knew that Zhu Guang had already kowtowed for the 3rd time. Around it, the power of time was even more majestic. Tributaries of the river of time appeared one after another, surrounding its body and using time to resist. The tributaries of the river of time continuously converged and flowed around it. It wasn't kowtowing to Lu Yin, but rather to time. Lu Yin took a step forward, wanting to teleport closer, but he failed. Time was warping around Zhu Guang, causing space to distort. What he could see might not be its surroundings. Since that was the case, a small boat of light appeared beneath his feet. Since there was a river, he would cross it. It had been a long time since he had used the boat. If it was just the power of time, the small boat wouldn't be able to get close at all, as it was too weak. However, not only had time changed around Zhu Guang, but even space itself had changed. Space itself was a force that constantly pushed the boat forward. It carried Lu Yin through the wind and waves, using space to chase after time, constantly approaching Zhu Guang. 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Zhu Guang had already begun the 4th kowtow, and its movements were very fast. Fortunately, although Lu Yin couldn't teleport to its side, he was already extremely close. The small boat carried Lu Yin, and he arrived at Zhu Guang's 7th kowtow. Zhu Guang was shocked. How had he gotten so close? He clenched his fist and punched out. Starry Fist. In an instant, not only did he release the Starry Fist, but he also released his own condensed power. All of it was aimed at Zhu Guang. Zhu Guang's pupils shrank, and he blocked with his mace. There was a boom, and his body was sent flying. His mace shattered, and his body continuously cracked. Blood splattered across space. Lu Yin attacked again, but suddenly, his heart palpitated. He turned around and saw a white streak across the horizon, turning into a sharp edge that swept over. Chaos's paw slapped out, and with a bang, the edge's edge shattered. But Chaos's claw. This was an extremely terrifying edge. Let's go. Confusion turned and charged into the distance. Luine quickly teleported onto its back. That was the 5 Moons Life Burial Blade. An attack from the Tao of Life? That's right, it's from Hawaii. That old fellow is most proficient in sneak attacks and has been waiting for your battle with Zhuguang to end. Luckily, I understand him and have been keeping an eye on him from the start. If not, even if that slash of his wasn't able to kill you, you would have been heavily injured. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked back. Huai. He would remember this slash. At that moment, teleportation was impossible to avoid. The surrounding space was sucked dry by that blade, isolating him from the universe, or the remnant sea. If one were to take it head-on, they would definitely be injured. Speaking of which, you aren't bad. Zhuguang isn't weak, especially its 4 great killing moves and 3 Niels 9 Kowtows. The reason why you want to deal with it is precisely because you are worried about 3 Niels 9 Kowtows. What will happen after 3 Niels and 9 Kowtows? When it draws the river of time, it kneels to the river of time. The more pious it is, the more power it can borrow from the river of time. This is its time magic, which is different from the other time echelon cultivators who use the river of time. After a pause, Chaos said, you can understand it as using the river of time as a weapon. As expected, these fellows weren't simple at all. Chaos continued to bring Luine to avoid being surrounded. However, Zhuguang's miserable state caused many creatures to retreat. They had thought that killing Chaos would be a piece of cake and that if they worked hard, it would be easier for them to talk to the powerhouses of the Master Tao in the future. They hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. Pfft. Zhuguang spat out blood as it clutched the fragments of its spiked club. It panted heavily as its red eyes stared into the distance. It had lost. Although it hadn't used its full strength, it had still lost. It hadn't hurt its opponent at all, and it didn't even know what it was. Zhuguang. A figure appeared. It was much larger than Zhuguang, and its shadow loomed over. Zhuguang looked up. Hedgehog. What happened in the battle just now? Hedgehog asked. Zhuguang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a creature on Chaos' back. It was very strong, and I wasn't its match. Hedgehog said, you just didn't use your full strength. The other party didn't either. Can you tell where it came from? Zhuguang said, I can't. However, to be able to get close to me through my tributary of the river of time and prevent me from completing the 3 Niels and 9 Kowtows, it must be related to the Tao of space. Time and space aren't separated. They both belong to the Tao of time. The other party must have cultivated the power of time. He's very strong. Strength? Zhuguang didn't say anything more. Other than strength, the other party had an ability to get close to him in an instant. There was also an invisible move that could confuse him. There was no need to say these. What else? Zhuguang said, Master, why don't you try it yourself? I'm not his match, but you are different. You are an existence that fits the laws of the universe. What kind of power did you seal with your 4 moves? Hedgehog asked again. He didn't care about Zhuguang's attitude. Zhuguang was silent for a moment. Life energy. Hedgehog was shocked. Life energy? The other party suppressed your 4 moves with just his life energy? You can say that. Zhuguang said and then turned to leave. I'm injured in this battle, so I won't participate in killing Chaos for now. Master, please forgive me. After saying that, he left. Hedgehog looked at Zhuguang's departing figure with murderous intent. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Zhuguang. This bastard was lawless and had once ignored Hedgehog's warning. He had slaughtered all the creatures in a divine palace, including the civilization within the palace's range. If not for Hedgehog's suppression, this matter would have spread. Even so, the outside world still knew about it, but they didn't know who had done it. Zhuguang was too uncontrollable. Who knew what would happen once he broke through to the master level? But after thinking about it, Hedgehog decided not to act. There were too many cultivators gathered here, and he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be seen. Moreover, Zhu Guang wasn't stupid. If he didn't use his full strength, it would be troublesome if he escaped. Over the next few days, other than Hua-Yi, the creatures surrounding Chaos didn't attack. Instead, the area where Chaos could escape grew larger and larger. After holding back for so long, it's time to let them suffer. Kid, can you still fight? Chaos asked. Luin smiled. Of course. Okay, let's get rid of a few more to establish our dominance. There are only a few days left until the 10th day. When the time comes, we'll rush out in one go. Luin stood on Chaos' back and felt Chaos' strength. It was worthy of being in existence that was compatible with 3 universal laws. At such a close distance, Luin could feel the strength of Chaos' body. It wasn't something that he could destroy unless he was compatible with 2 universal laws. There were strong and weak experts among the 3. Under Remnant Sea, the altar was shattered. An Eternal Realm cultivator stared blankly at the altar and slowly closed his eyes. He still didn't make it. Luin teleported back to Chaos' back. This was the 3rd Eternal Realm cultivator he had killed. There weren't many of them, but they were a great deterrent. Chaos had completely vented his frustration from being surrounded and killed in the past few years. The 10th day had arrived. Senior, let's rush out. Okay, pick a tough one. Chaos found the right direction. Kid, you're here for the Eternal Realm of Knowledge, right? Luin didn't deny it. Yes. Not here, Mixed Silence said. Luin was puzzled. Senior, are you sure? I know where it is. Otherwise, why do you think Hua-Yi is watching me? He guessed that I know where the Eternal Realm of Knowledge is, so he used the excuse of killing me on behalf of the Master to keep an eye on me. Chaos said, listen to me, let's go together. It's dangerous here. Even if you can teleport, it's not safe. Chaos guessed that Luin didn't want to leave, so he said that. I'm different from you. You'll be surrounded and killed by all the creatures if you stay here, but I won't. Luin said. But there's no Eternal Realm of Knowledge here. I know. Hunji was stunned. You know about it? Luin asked, Senior, have you seen a blind man? He's a human. Chaos shook his head. I've been here for too long. I don't know the situation outside. Luin didn't say much. From the beginning, they didn't have time to talk. Now, they could chat. This was the leisure that came from killing. Those creatures that surrounded Chaos were mostly for the Master to see. They didn't have any hatred with Chaos. Now that Chaos and Luin wanted to kill, they naturally retreated. Only a few tough ones were still chasing after them. The Broken Palace was one of them. Since you want to stay in the Remnant Sea, the Broken Palace is your biggest threat. They know the Remnant Sea too well and are familiar with the locations of the altars. If you don't get rid of them, you won't be free. Chaos said. Luin frowned. Is the Broken Palace strong? Chaos's eyes were deep. It's not the Broken Palace, but Xianxia. Xianxia? The strongest in the Remnant Sea. It's compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. It once took back the Remnant Sea from the outside creatures and built the Broken Palace. It had just reached the Eternal Realm not long ago and was about the same level as you. Lu Yin's expression was heavy. Another one. One was Wang Qinshan, and the other was Xianxia. Sure enough, he wasn't the only genius in the universe. Those sovereigns might have been even more amazing when they were young. What a tough one. Chaos smiled. This Heart of Hearts is most proficient in the power of the soul and dreams. Its moves are seen as the years of time and dreams, beautiful yet strange. One move, Illusory Sea, Shattering Rain and Condensing Wind, is very powerful, but it met me. Do you know why Heart of Hearts has been hiding for so many years? It's because it's afraid that Hui invited it to kill me. Its moves are useless against me. Luin was surprised. Why is that? Chaos sighed. When it comes to the power of the soul, no one can compare to Xianxia. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The 5th Stronghold's techniques are coming? In the past, the 5th Stronghold had the Heart's Infallible Fate technique, and I came here under the Heart's Infallible Fate technique. It's Xianxia's bad luck to have met me. Of course, I didn't look for trouble with it. We came to an understanding after we fought once. Since then, it has been quiet. No one knows the reason except for me. Let's pick this bone to chew. Luin was excited, but then he thought, if that's the case, Xianxia must know that it can't threaten you, so it must have cultivated other powers. Do you think everyone cultivates all kinds of powers like the disc? Zhuguang used 4 moves to seal your strength. He thought he could suppress you, but you used other powers to defeat him. This kind of situation was very rare. Normally, a person can't focus on other powers, Chaos said. Even if Xianxia cultivates other powers, it can't threaten me. Luin was curious. The Disc of War cultivated many powers? At the mention of this, Han Ji's voice deepened. A lot. He wants to cultivate everything, but he can cultivate everything. It's really disgusting. He's one of the rare people that Mr. Freedom can't find fault with during the 9th base era. Mr. Freedom? Luin knew that Yu Che had mentioned him before. He was called the smartest person in 9th base era and liked to find fault with others, teaching them and looking at them as if they were idiots. Even Mr. Freedom couldn't find fault with him? We're almost there, Chaos reminded. A huge building loomed in the distance. It was the ruined palace. At this moment, the cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect Chaos to be coming for them. The masters of the ruined palace, who had been keeping a certain distance from Chaos, were especially shocked. Is it crazy? Is it going to attack our ruined palace? We didn't defend it, did we? Senior Xianxia. A figure passed by many cultivators and headed towards Han Ji. His eyes flashed. What do you want? We didn't really attack you. While he was thinking, 2 beams of white light flashed over his head and slashed at Chaos. Wu Yu, a life burial blade. Chaos looked back. Be careful. It's another life master. Bang. Chaos raised his claws and shattered the 2 blades. Hua Yi and a member of the Life Sovereign clan rushed out and attacked Chaos. Chaos's eyes widened. You're Ming Ji. Long time no see, Chaos. Life energy gushed out from Ming Ji's body, and it was much more boundless than Lu Yin's. At the same time, an incense stick slowly burned behind him. Chaos roared, "You're courting death." As it spoke, it bent its body and extended its sharp claws. At the same time, it opened its mouth. Terrifying light gathered in its mouth and blasted toward Ming Ji. Hua Yi stood in front of Ming Ji. He and Chaos had been fighting for a long time, so they knew each other very well. Therefore, he easily blocked Chaos's angry attack. Luin could not understand why Chaos was so angry all of a sudden. Little fellow, if possible, kill that member of the Life Sovereign clan. Fate plan? Yes, during the Battle of 9 Bases, many humans died by its hands. It specializes in killing ordinary people. Killing intent flashed in Lu Yin's eyes as he stared at Ming Ji. He specialized in killing ordinary people. 5 words were enough. It had to die. Be careful, this fellow has lived for a long time. Although he hasn't reached the level of conforming to the 3 laws of the universe, his life realm is extremely high. He has lived for close to 40 months. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, then retreat. There will be plenty of time in the future. After saying that, he charged at Hua Yi. Hua Yi coldly laughed. As expected, the plan to invite fate was correct. Otherwise, Han Ji wouldn't have taken the risk to fight. All this while, Chaos had never fought with it. Regardless of whether it won or lost, it would increase the karmic binding. However, it would not increase the karmic binding, which was disadvantageous to Chaos. Still, it could not do anything to Chaos. That was why it thought of Ming Ji. This was a creature from the Life Dominator clan that was hated during the 9 Bases era. However, all those who experienced that battle and saw Ming Ji in action all wanted to kill it. Among the sovereigns, there were very few who specialized in killing ordinary people like Ming Ji. Even Hua Yi looked down on him. Thus, Ming Ji had never been able to break through to the level of conforming to the 3 laws of the universe. It did not have the courage, but that did not stop it from being useful. It Although Mingji was not Chaos's opponent, it would not die so easily. With it around, Chaos would not easily escape. This battle was over. Boom! Huai and Chaos attacked each other. Chaos was completely enraged, and it did not care about the karmic binding at all. Luyin teleported behind Mingji and struck out with his palm, using Never Forget technique. Mingji was stunned and did not move, allowing Never Forget technique to hit him. Luyin took the opportunity to punch out and hit Mingji. Mingji's body was sent flying. Luyin teleported closer again. Mingji looked up, his round face inexplicably gloomy. Even the white light on his face was gray. You are indeed powerful. No wonder you could injure Zhuguang. Come, let's see if you can kill me. Luyin teleported and struck Mingji's head with his palm. Mingji was suppressed. Mingji did not resist at all. No matter how Luyin attacked, he did not resist. Any creature who saw this scene would not understand, but they would soon understand. Because Mingji was delaying Chaos. He was using his life to delay Chaos. Only when Chaos saw that he might die would he stay and fight. Otherwise, why would he stay? The more ruthless Luyin attacked, the more likely it was that he would kill Mingji, and the more Chaos would want to stay. Luyin understood. This guy was really evil. Was he too confident in his own life or underestimating Luyin? But it had to be said that Luyin had already fallen into Mingji's trap. Only when he was sure that he could kill Mingji would Chaos not run. This was Mingji's plan, and also Huai's plan. Luyin struck out again, releasing his power and causing Mingji's body to bulge. Mingji was sent flying, and the white light dimmed a little. However, he knew that he couldn't do anything to it, its life force was just too strong. It was much stronger than Minglu. Mingji had also burned incense. It must have burned incense to pray to the inextinguishable star chart to make itself immortal. The 100 moons was a power unique to the life sovereigns. Each month represented the vitality of a civilization. Minglu had used her 27 moons life realm to fight with Lu Yin's clone. If not for Deathlord's reminder, Lu Yin would not have been able to kill Minglu. Mingji's life realm was even higher than Minglu's. Although Lu Yin's main body was stronger than his clone, he did not have the power of death or the art of 3 deaths. He could not kill Mingji in this way. It would be extremely difficult to exhaust Mingji to death. The only thing was that Mingji did not intend to resist and allowed Lu Yin to hit him. But it was because of this that Lu Yin felt uneasy. The more he thought that he could kill Mingji, the more impossible it seemed. Mingji dared to do this because he was confident. In the surroundings, everyone watched in shock. Fate plans were continuously struck down, attacked by an invisible creature. No one knew what the creature looked like or which civilization it came from. There were too few creatures who had fought Lu Yin while invisible. Wang Qinshan and Xing Zhui were both, but they did not appear in the open. No one knew where they were. Perhaps they were also watching this battle. Lu Yin slashed out with the triple firmament sword while behind him, landing heavily on Mingji's body. Mingji saw through it. Do you know a battle technique? Do you train in the Tao of Consciousness? Lu Yin did not answer. Mingji's vitality was too strong, and he could feel that he was constantly exhausting Mingji's vitality. If he had enough time, he could kill Mingji, but no one knew how long that would take. At least with his current power level, he would not be able to kill Mingji while Huai and the others were busy. Aside from Huai, another expert had made a move against Chaos. Killing Chaos was something that many Tao masters wanted to do. As long as there was hope, they would make a move. Lu Yin hesitated. He could not be held back by Mingji. Mingji saw through Lu Yin's hesitation. It looked up and said, "Do you know the length of life?" Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at it. Mingji said, "Life has a length. In our eyes, life is a line. You know, a lifeline." Lu Yin did not answer. He continued to attack and weaken Mingji's vitality. A lifeline represents the life itself. It can be very strong or very weak. It depends on the strength of the life itself. Do you know? I love to hear the sound of a lifeline breaking. Bang wrong too. It should be crisper. That sound is like a flower blooming in my heart. It's so beautiful and intoxicating. Only the life dominators can hear it. However, many of our kind do not need to hear it. They have no goals. They only want to kill, survive, heal, and live. It's meaningless. Since a Tao Master can see the length of life, we should respect every life. When we break their lifeline, we must hear the sound of it breaking. Only then will there be a beginning and an end. Don't you think so? Lu Ying clenched his fist and punched out. At the same time, he continued to gather the power of the opposite. Mingji was holding him back. It could see that he wanted to leave. Mingji's voice continued, but those civilizations and creatures in the square inch are too stupid. The moment we see a lifeline, their lives are destined to be out of our control. Why don't we just give them respect? Respect? Why resist? The more they resist, the stronger their lifeline. It's harder for me to break it. If I want to break it, I have to go further away and try using all kinds of power. I hate this feeling. Mingji's eyes suddenly turned ferocious, and the dim white light around him dimmed. It was supposed to be an elegant thing, but it was ruined by their stupid resistance. The more I experience the resistance of those creatures, the less I want to respect them. However, I don't care if I respect them or not. What I want most is to hear about life. I want to hear the sound of a lifeline breaking. Then how can I hear it easily? Lu Ying sighed. Ordinary people. It's simple. Ordinary creatures. The more ordinary they are, the better. Those who don't cultivate can't resist me at all. However, the sound of their lifeline breaking is just as clear and intoxicating. I've fallen in love with that feeling. They're just like beans that I can squeeze to death. Have you ever squeezed a bean before? Isn't that crisp cracking sound very pleasant to the ears? What's so good about cultivating creatures? They can resist. Only those who don't cultivate can break 100 of their lifeline at once. 1,000? No, I like it. 1,000,000,000, because in every civilization, the more ordinary a creature is, the more they can break. Lu Ying slammed his palm against Mingji's body and sent him flying. Mingji looked up and continued, but gradually, I started to feel bored by those powerless normal life forms because there were too many of them, too many of them. Some things become boring when there are too many of them. I hope that they can resist and bring me some joy, but I also hope that they can maintain the feeling of popping beans at any time. Right, the civilization that once brought me endless joy was a civilization called the human race. Lu Ying paused and stared at Mingji. Mingji laughed happily and reminisced, that civilization was very interesting. They dared to rebel against the Lord and were exceptionally strong. Even the sovereign had a hard time dealing with them, and he had to team up with many fishing civilizations to attack them. That kind of civilization excited me because even the commoners among them were rebelling against the Lord. Can you imagine? Those ordinary people, none of them have ever cultivated, yet they stand on the ground and watch the battles. They don't retreat, they don't give way, they swear to live and die with those who are fighting. Their stupidity makes me want to laugh. They were singing war songs, and countless humans were shouting. I didn't know what they were doing. Could they bring strength to those who died in battle? Could they revive them? Impossible, but I was very happy that they were doing this because they had the will to resist and were still commoners. That's why. At this point, Mingji paused for a moment. My greatest joy, the greatest joy of my life, is here. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled and he clenched his fists. Billions, billions of humans, all of them severing their lifelines. It was so interesting, and the sound was so beautiful. It was like a piece of music that was specially played for me. The human race played it especially for me. It was so beautiful that I can still remember it. Someone told them to run, but they didn't move. They just stood where they were, allowing me to tear apart their lifelines and play the last song of their lives. That beautiful sound was played by me and countless other humans. They must be happy and cheering too. They can bring me joy. I love the human civilization. I love it so much. They are stubborn in their stupidity, but they are so cooperative. They are using their lives to please me. I love the human civilization to death. Ever since then, I've been collecting humans in the camps and raising them there. When they reach a certain number, I'll play it once. Unfortunately, I can no longer hear such a beautiful sound because the people in the camps don't resist. They're also ordinary people and no fear, unlike the humans in the past who didn't even know fear and dared to face the Lord. How I wish to return to that period. I promise that I will take away all the ordinary humans from that period and complete the most magnificent performance. I will let the sound of life strings being torn resound throughout the universe. This could be considered to be the only contribution those humans could make. Bang Luin punched Ming Ji hard in the face, teleporting to the side of Ming Ji and punching him again. Every punch was accompanied by teleportation, and Ming Ji was sent flying like a punching bag, unable to leave a certain range. Luin continued to throw punches at Ming Ji with all his might. It was enough to kill a life that was compatible with two universal laws. Ming Ji's life force was extremely strong, but under such intense attacks, it was visibly injured and its body was cracking. At this moment, Luin only wanted to kill Ming Ji. His reaction might have caused Ming Ji to guess something, but he couldn't care less. A ball of fire was burning in his heart, and the rage was so intense that it almost drowned out his rationality. How long has it been since he was this angry? The dignity and passion of humans were trampled under Ming Ji's feet. It was just Ming Ji's pleasure. It was the courage of countless people who stood with their ancestors without fear of death. Even if they were ordinary people, they wouldn't take half a step back. The pride of walking in the darkness without fear was trampled by Ming Ji. That was why Ming Ji wanted to kill Ming Ji. That was why Huai brought Ming Ji here. Ming Ji would definitely be able to kill Ming Ji. Bang bang bang. Luin didn't stop attacking Ming Ji. This state lasted for a full incense stick's worth of time, until the fate stratagem was completely blown away. Luin panted heavily and stared into the distance. Ming Ji was also in a miserable state, but it was still smiling. A white light flashed on its body and it immediately recovered. Its life force was too tenacious. You really are a human, Ming Ji said. Luin took a step forward and attacked again. Ming Ji still didn't resist. The more he attacked, the better. Little guy, go. Ming Ji shouted, his voice exploding in Lu Yin's mind. Luin kicked Ming Ji away and looked at Ming Ji. He didn't know when, but another old monster with 3 universal laws had appeared and helped Huai to attack Ming Ji. Around them, creatures crawled, and there was a hair-raising aura among them. They were surrounded. Huai smiled. Ming Ji smiled as well. They had succeeded and surrounded Ming Ji. Now, they couldn't escape. Luin looked at his palm, Senior, this Ming Ji deserves to die. Ming Ji's voice was low, of course I know, but its life force is close to 40. Even I can't kill it. Let's ignore it and go. Luin looked at Fate Stratagem, who was smiling proudly and saying something non-stop. But I want to kill it. You can't. Let's try. They thought that they had succeeded in surrounding Luin and Chaos. Even if they teleported, they might not be able to escape. However, they did not know that Lu Yin's true backup plan was blind, the eternal realm of consciousness that had lured all the creatures here. As long as the eternal realm of knowledge appeared, the so-called encirclement would be broken. Whether they escaped or stayed, the result would be the same. Instead, he wanted to try killing Ming Ji. What do you want to do? Ming Ji asked. Luin growled, use my limit to exchange for its limit. Then, he teleported and appeared in front of Ming Ji, kicking him again. Ming Ji was sent flying, but the smile on his face grew wider. Soon, when Ming Ji dies, you'll die too. Do you really think you can fight the juggernauts without paying a price? On the other side, Ming Ji rushed towards another creature that was helping Huai kill it. It was Seri Zhu, the overlord of time. It couldn't help but attack. However, Seri Zhu didn't expect Ming Ji to rush towards it. Suddenly, countless thorns shot towards Ming Ji. Serizu's body was similar to a cactus, and every thorn on its body was extremely powerful. It was also fused with the temporal law, and it could shoot out hundreds or even thousands of thorns at once. Ming Ji had been injured before, and it was using the same trick again. However, it wasn't Ming Ji who took the thorns this time, but Luin. Luin teleported in front of Chaos. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin's body withered as he forcefully received the attack. Ming Ji couldn't see Lu Yin either, but he could sense that Lu Yin was right in front of him. He was panicking, this brat better not die. When the first thorn pierced Lu Yin's body, his body instantly recovered, along with most of his body. Lu Yin hurriedly withered again and suppressed his strength, secretly shocked by Surizu's strength. As expected of an overlord of time, a killer move that combined 3 laws of the universe with the temporal law and innate gift was no joke. Lu Yin continuously blocked the thorns as his body withered and recovered. It was just like when he had fought against the white monster, accumulating strength. Once, he had used his strength to block the white monster's punch, and that storm of strength had shocked Wan Qinshan and the others. Now, he wanted to recreate that punch. This wasn't something that could be achieved through self-accumulation. At this moment, he could only feel his body being heavily injured. Although he recovered in an instant, the pain was extremely obvious. Soon, he was reaching his limit. Another few thorns pierced his body, but now was the time. Lu Yin raised his hand and used the Yama's 5th needle to pierce his palm. He teleported in front of Ming Ji and stabbed it for the 5th time. Ming Ji suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't retreat. The 5th needle pierced his body, causing the same damage as Surizu's attack. Before Ming Ji could think, Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched his head. At that moment, Ming Ji subconsciously wanted to retreat. There was something wrong with this attack, and the cost of taking it head-on was too great. He wanted to dodge, but his body was bound by the world lock, and the green dots fused together. Even the white monster couldn't escape, let alone Ming Ji. Ming Ji hadn't expected Lu Yin to actually trap him. The punch landed. Boom! There was a loud bang as the terrifying force struck Ming Ji's head, but it didn't hit its target. Instead, it was blocked by a white light that was Ming Ji's life force. Life War Tome, 9 lives. Ming Ji stared ahead and saw the white light sink into the shape of a fist. This was a human's fist. Lu Yin hadn't expected Ming Ji to be able to block his punch with a battle technique. It could only be said that Ming Ji's life force was terrifyingly high. This was the Life Sovereigns. While they didn't have much killing power, their self-healing and life-saving techniques were the best in the universe. However, the punch still landed on Ming Ji's body. It had only lost the power that Seri Zhu had accumulated to its limit. A single punch sent Ming Ji flying. The world lock dissipated. Lu Yin teleported to Chaos back. It still failed. Chaos Silence said in a deep voice, during the War of the 9 Strongholds, there were people who wanted to kill it, but it narrowly escaped death. Never underestimate the juggernauts, and especially not the juggernauts who specialize in cultivating their own race's power. Some sovereigns are more tempted by battle techniques than the outside civilizations. They cultivate a variety of techniques and can be very strong, but most can't master them. However, they usually don't have any weaknesses. Lu Yin looked around. We can only wait for the eternal realm of knowledge to appear. It should be soon. Chaos didn't say anything as more creatures attacked from the surroundings. Following this, he cooperated with Lu Yin to fend off the attacks. Ming Ji tried to lure Lu Yin away, but Lu Yin ignored him. However, this creature had to be killed. This situation continued for a while until a unique wave swept across Remnant Sea. All the creatures subconsciously looked in one direction, where a vast and ethereal consciousness rushed into the sky. The eternal realm of knowledge has appeared, someone muttered. The encirclement around Hunji dissipated, and the creatures rushed in that direction. To them, besieging Hunji was just an expression of their attitude towards the master. Their real goal was to find the eternal realm of knowledge. Even Huai was shocked. Was the eternal realm of knowledge really in the Xianxia? He didn't believe it at first, but this consciousness. He glanced at Hunji. Was this guy staying in the Xianxia because of the eternal realm of knowledge? At the same time, Lu Yin also looked into the distance. Under this fluctuation, the words eternal realm of knowledge appeared in his mind. How could it be? Wasn't the eternal realm of knowledge in that square inch? Why is it here? Hunji blurted out in shock. He was doubting life. Lu Yin was also confused. This consciousness was too majestic, and even Xianxia was far from it. Xianxia was the master of consciousness, but compared to this consciousness, it was like comparing a river to an ocean. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't the eternal realm of knowledge. However, the eternal realm of knowledge clearly didn't have such a majestic consciousness. Luin had entered it before. Although he had devoured the consciousness, he didn't have such a majestic feeling. Otherwise, how could he hide from the death universe and the unknown in that square inch? This was definitely fake, but it was more real than the real thing. Little guy, snatch it? Hunji was tempted. Luin said in a low voice, this is fake. How do you know? Hunji was confused. He was sure that there was no eternal realm of knowledge here, and Luin also said that he knew. Now, he was even more sure that this was fake. Because I've been to the eternal realm of knowledge. Luin didn't hide it. Hunji was shocked. You've been there? Yes. Where? Senior, don't you know? It's in the square inch where 9 bases used to be. Hunji blinked and looked again. He looked into the distance. You've really been there? I know it's there, but this. There's no time to explain. Senior, you can think of this as a trap set up by me and a blind man. I'm going, but I'm worried about that blind man, so I have to leave a backup plan. Luin finished speaking and left the Xianxia with Hunji. Outside the Xianxia, his original body was asleep while his clone walked out. He looked at Luyan's skeleton clone. Chaos was shocked. The Tao of Death? Luyan's skeleton doppelganger looked at Chaos. This doppelganger of mine is called Chen. He has joined the Tao of Death, but he is not controlled by the Death Lord. Senior, I will enter the Remnant Sea first. We will talk about the details later. After saying that, he headed towards Canhai. Chaos Silence looked at Lu Yin's back and glanced at Lu Yin's real body behind him. He sighed. The humans really have an amazing person. Only the main body could teleport. Avatars could not teleport. Therefore, either the avatar was asleep and woke up the main body, or the main body woke up and took the initiative to find the avatar. This was also the reason why he could not return to the 3 universes. It was useless to just leave an avatar in the 3 universes. Wherever the main body was, that would be the starting point of the teleportation. It was the same for this battle. He had purposely left his original body with Chaos to guard against blind. That blind man had tricked him once, so he wouldn't trust him a second time. Chaos Silence was different. Although Luin did not communicate much with it, there was an inexplicable trust between them. It was just like how he interacted with Mr. Mu and Uppermost Lotus. After so many years, Chaos Silence did not give up on Bai Qian and the others even when it was injured. Of course, even if something happened to the main body's defense would not be affected immediately. It would have time to react. Luin used Chen's clone to rush into the Remnant Sea. At this moment, a picture scroll extended from one corner of the Remnant Sea. It was exactly the same as the eternal realm of knowledge that Luin had seen in the previous area. The difference was that this eternal realm of knowledge not only devoured consciousness, but it also emitted a majestic and terrifying consciousness. It was like a monster was stirring up the entire Remnant Sea. Countless cultivators were fighting around the eternal realm of knowledge. All of them wanted to enter and kill each other so that they could monopolize the eternal realm of knowledge. Blind was nowhere to be found. He was not here. Very quickly, the weaker life forms either died or retreated. Those who had not reached the eternal realm did not have the qualifications to approach the eternal realm. Even those who had reached the eternal realm had ridiculously high power levels. When Luin approached the eternal realm of knowledge, the shockwaves from the battle in the distance caused the Remnant Sea to evaporate. He immediately saw the chaotic battle between Hua Yi, Cai Zhu, and Xing Zhuai. It was the most terrifying battlefield, where powerhouses who were compatible with 3 laws of the universe were fighting. In the distance, Zhu Guang and the others who were compatible with 2 or 1 laws of the universe were fighting. Hadn't Xing Zhuai entered the eternal realm of knowledge before? Couldn't he tell that it was fake? Or was he like Chaos Silence, who knew that it might be fake, but felt that it was too real and leaned towards the truth? Or could it be that the eternal realm of knowledge could display such a majestic state? the sovereigns were also fighting each other. Xing Lian, Ming Tong, Ming Ji, and so on. The sovereigns also had grudges against each other. Strands of incense slowly floated up, but the swaying of the remnant sea could not cause the incense to bend. The sovereigns' battle characteristics were too obvious. Tributaries of the river of time continuously appeared in the remnant sea. The grey power of time entwined around them, and they looked dangerous. Lu Ying did not approach them, as he was looking for Blind. At that moment, Wang Qinshan appeared. Her opponent. This was a giant beast with a black and white face. It had a pair of wings and was dressed in noble clothing. Although it had a ferocious appearance, it had a natural air of nobility. Karma lingered around its body, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was the power of karma. Soon, Lu Yin knew who this giant beast was. It was Chu Jing, the current ruler of the Deqian civilization, the son of the legendary Chu Wuli. The storyteller had mentioned that Chu Jing had betrayed Chu Wuli and joined the sovereign's path of karma. As a result, Chu Wuli had been captured and imprisoned, and the Deqian civilization had used this opportunity to climb up the ranks and become a powerful race in the universe. This was Chu Jing? It was different from what Lu Yin had imagined. Chu Jing was a powerhouse who was compatible with 3 different laws of the universe, and Wang Qinshan was having a hard time dealing with him. Lu Yin hid in another corner, afraid that Wang Qinshan would see him. His current appearance was rather conspicuous, with the power of deathly stillness beneath his feet. He was ready to play the Bone Sun at any moment to send off these life forms and reap their deaths. However, being conspicuous was one thing. The life forms vying for the eternal realm of knowledge did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Those who did pay attention to him were those who were not qualified to compete for the eternal realm of knowledge. These life forms hid even further away when they saw Lu Yin, afraid of being reaped by death. Destiny was something that could not be explained clearly. Although one's cultivation was low, it did not mean that they could not enter the eternal realm of knowledge. Thus, no one wanted to give up, especially if they were working with a life form that focused on fate. Even Wang Qinshan had a life form that focused on fate following behind her. Blind's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Where did you go? Why did you only appear now? Lu Yin brought out Boss Zhou to translate. You've been summoning the eternal realm of knowledge all this time and haven't left? I didn't have the time to leave. You saw it for yourself. The moment the eternal realm of knowledge appeared, these fellows all came. No one would give up on the chance to become a master. You didn't sense the ruler's arrival? I already said that the ruler would not personally come to snatch it. Otherwise, the impact would be too great. The distribution of benefits is not as it appears on the surface, and the dead lord has returned. This is the best opportunity. When Lu Yin fell silent, Blind continued, and what do you think will happen to these echelon cultivators? Lu Yin looked into the distance and watched the cultivators fight to the death. They will try to control the eternal realm of knowledge themselves, but there is also another possibility, which is to hand it over to the ruler behind them. This is because it is difficult for them to do so, and the ruler knows how difficult it is to control the eternal realm of knowledge. As long as the eternal realm of knowledge appears, it will eventually fall into the hands of the ruler. This is something that they, and even we, know. Lu Yin's mood sank, and Boss Zhou's translation lowered his voice even further. Then why did you say that you would help me enter the eternal realm of knowledge? Blind replied, the premise for all of this is that no one can control the eternal realm of knowledge, which is why I said that I would give you a chance. If you cannot control the eternal realm of knowledge, then it will eventually fall into the hands of one of the rulers. You can see this as a law. The ruler is the ultimate law of the universe. As long as they want it, everything is theirs. Snatch? There's no need for that. Lu Yin understood. Using the eternal realm of knowledge to lure these fellows into a trap and then erase them. Then, using the eternal realm of knowledge to one of the rulers, freeing yourself from this predicament. This is your plan. Blind smiled. Something like that. Then, the ruler that you offered the eternal realm of knowledge to should be the Death Lord, right? Blind looked at Lu Yin but did not say anything. Lu Yin continued, that's why you took a liking to me. You invited me to join forces with you to deal with them so that I could harvest their deaths. It's a good thing for you. Harvesting the deaths and contributing to the eternal realm of knowledge will allow you to stand firm on the Tao of Death. No matter what you do, the Death Lord will protect you. Isn't that good? Luin was calm. This blind man had indeed been scheming against him. The eternal realm of knowledge was fake, and Blind wanted him to harvest the deaths. In the end, Luin would bear the karma of killing these creatures. Of course, there was one thing that Blind was right about. Even if he did not contribute to the eternal realm of knowledge, he would still be protected by the Death Lord. The two of them stopped talking and quietly watched the struggle in the distance. Blind believed that he had Luin in his grasp. He knew Lu Yin's secret, and at the same time, he had also given Luin a way to stand firm on the Tao of Death. He had even given Luin the chance to try and control the eternal realm of knowledge. From his point of view, Luin would not refuse. Luin, on the other hand, really wanted to get rid of these Tao of Death. No matter what Blind's plan was, Lu Yin's goal was to eliminate these existences and reduce the obstacles for him to deal with the Tao of Death in the future. There were many experts here, and Fate Stratagem was a creature that Luin had to kill. Blind had tricked Luin with the eternal realm of knowledge, and Luin had joined in. Both of them had their own goals. Time continued to pass, and the war wiped out many lives. Several temporal realm experts had died, and more than 10 eternal realm experts had died. This was the fiercest war in the history of the Remnant Sea. Half a month later, at Huai, Ciizhu, and several other Tao of Death experts stopped, and the war slowed down. Luin and Blind retreated far away and watched as they discussed. In the end, they entered the eternal realm of knowledge together. Of course, only the Tao of Death's subordinates entered. Other than Xianxia, it was an existence that was compatible with the 3 laws of the universe, and no one could expel it. Xianxia belonged to the Tao of Karma, so he could naturally enter as well. As for what the rejected creatures thought, it was no longer important. The Tao of Death was the Tao of Death. Blind was excited. This moment had finally arrived. Every step of the plan had to be taken into consideration. Although it was impossible for it to be perfect, as long as half of it was successful, the plan would be complete. Fighting for the eternal realm of knowledge and then entering it together was inevitable. These life forms were not stupid, so how could they fight to the death outside the eternal realm of knowledge? The real plan was inside the eternal realm of knowledge. When one stood outside the eternal realm of knowledge and looked inside, another version of themselves would appear and share their vision with the outside world. This was something Luin had experienced before. It was the same in this eternal realm of knowledge. A group of life forms surrounded it and looked inside. Inside, life forms appeared one after another. It seemed like they could walk around freely, but it was useless. They had to remember the carvings inside the eternal realm of knowledge. Luin turned to Blind, and Boss Zhou translated, "What should we do next?" Blind gripped his bamboo pole tightly. Wait. Wait. Luin did not understand. If they waited any longer, they would definitely discover that the eternal realm of knowledge was fake. Did they really think that the sequence sovereigns were stupid? Especially when there was Xianxia. No, this eternal realm of knowledge was fake. Since Blind was so confident that the two of them could deal with so many powerhouses, it had to be related to this fake eternal realm of knowledge. His so-called wait was to see what this fake eternal realm of knowledge could do. When the time came, he would not be afraid that Luin would discover that the eternal realm of knowledge was fake. But if he was here, how could he control this fake eternal realm of knowledge? There was only one answer. Xianxia. Lu Yin's face was skeletal, and his expression could not be seen. Otherwise, Blind would definitely see through it. Xianxia was one of the sequence sovereigns, so how could he not see that this eternal realm of knowledge was fake? However, he was more eager than anyone else to enter. It was precisely because of his eagerness that the other sequence sovereigns were convinced that if he joined forces with Blind, this would make sense. In this plan, Xianxia was the hidden party. Looking back, Blind had been scheming against Luin from the very beginning, including luring him to Xianxia. It seemed like he wanted to use Xianxia to deal with Luin and force him to fight to the death with Xianxia, but in reality, it was just to remove Xianxia completely. There was no way to suspect Xianxia. Xianxia had chased Shuexiuehua and the rest to the courtyard to complete this plan. And he was precisely the lever that Blind wanted to use to move the master path, because behind him was the Death Lord. Once he finished off these creatures, he would harvest their deaths and ultimately push everything to the Death Lord. The master path would then believe that the Death Lord had obtained the eternal realm of knowledge. It caused a great war. The Death Lord already had enmity with the other primary Tao, so this move would definitely weaken the strength of the primary Tao. Luin had thought it through. He had completely thought it through. The key to understanding this situation was that the eternal realm of knowledge was fake. If one did not know that the eternal realm of knowledge was fake, they would not be able to see through this situation. This was because the true eternal realm of knowledge would indeed cause the creatures that entered to fight over it, causing internal friction and even bloodshed. He had underestimated the blind man. His plan had started from the moment he lured the Black Awning ship over. No, it had started from the moment Deathmaster led the Death Universe. He had been waiting for the right opportunity. Luin sighed. Now that he had seen through the plan, it was time for Xianxia to make his move. Sure enough, not long after, the boundless consciousness of the eternal world of knowledge suddenly swept across the entire eternal world of knowledge, trapping all the creatures that had entered the eternal world of knowledge. These consciousnesses did not trap the creatures themselves, but their consciousnesses, because only consciousnesses could enter the eternal realm of knowledge. Once his consciousness was trapped, his body would not be able to move. It was difficult to deal with these experts, but it was much easier to deal with their consciousness. Because these experts did not cultivate the main consciousness, their consciousness was limited no matter how strong it was. What's going on? My consciousness can't move. What happened? Xianxia, can you move? Xianxia spoke in a low voice, I can't move either. Why is this happening? Xianxia shouted, this eternal realm of knowledge is fake. Someone used their own consciousness to create a fake eternal realm of knowledge and drew our consciousnesses in, trapping our consciousnesses and ourselves. How is this possible? Who would have such a boundless consciousness? No one believed it. If someone could do it, why would they enter the eternal realm of knowledge without any precautions? This power surpassed their understanding unless it was a ruler. But how could a ruler attack them? Huai spoke in a low voice, as a master of the main consciousness, even you can't move, Xianxia. I can't think of anyone else besides the consciousness ruler. Cai Zhu, Xianxian, Chu Jing, and the others could not understand. Whose consciousness was so terrifying that it could actually trap them all? Xianxia spoke in a low voice, I know who it is. Get out here, blind. Xianxia's voice resounded throughout the eternal realm of knowledge. When Blind heard this, he also laughed. Luin also heard it. How should he put it? When he saw through everything, Xianxia's shout only made him feel awkward. This was because Xianxia was only pretending now because of him. There was only one possibility for him not to be exposed. They were not only scheming against the creatures trapped in the eternal realm of knowledge, but also against him. Because he was the only outsider. What's going on? Luin pretended to be puzzled and asked Boss Zhou to ask. Blind faced him, young friend, I can tell you now that this eternal realm of knowledge is fake. Luin was shocked and stared at Blind. His deathly stillness surged, you tricked me? Blind hurriedly said, young friend, don't be angry. If I didn't do this, how would you have joined forces with me? Now that the plan is complete and they are all trapped, you can kill whoever you want. You can harvest their deaths at any time. You only have the chance to enter the eternal realm of knowledge, but I promise that if I find it in the future, I will give you this chance. Luin stared at Blind. So you brought me here to bear the karma of killing them. You have no intention of contributing to the eternal realm of knowledge. Blind replied, you can say that, but to you, harvesting their deaths is everything. The massacre in the giant city has already made you the enemy of the sovereigns. If the sovereigns are willing to pay a sufficient price, the Death Lord might just hand you over. That's right. Now that you've harvested their deaths, you will shake the entire universe. The Death Lord will not hand you over no matter what. Otherwise, who will believe it? Shaking a city will not be regretted even if you die. Shaking a region will be determined by the heavens. Shaking the heavens and earth, you will have no chance of dying. Young friend, I promise that after harvesting their deaths, you will become an existence second only to the Death Lord. Even the sovereigns will not be able to surpass you. Your status will be able to look down on the universe. Luin stared at Blind. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Blind's expression was solemn. That's all. You already know what you need to know. This is our greatest secret. You don't have to worry about me betraying you because I was the one who set up this trap. Once exposed, I will be hunted down by the sovereigns until I die. Your secret is also the reason why I don't have to worry about you betraying me. From now on, you and I will be in the same boat. Luin did not understand. Why do you want to kill these sovereigns? This is my grudge, and it also concerns my agreement with the sovereigns. I cannot speak of it for the time being. How did you forge this eternal realm of knowledge? This old man conforms to the 3 laws of the universe, Blind answered. Luin was not surprised, as he had already guessed that this old man had hidden himself too deeply. As the sovereign of the sovereigns, I abandoned the consciousness that I had cultivated for countless years to form this technique. Once I complete it, I will no longer have the same consciousness as before, and my combat power will be greatly reduced. This is the price I have to pay. Young friend, you don't need to worry. Mind your own business, Blind said. Luin looked into the distance and saw a group of figures surrounding the eternal realm of knowledge. 2 of them were humans, one was Xianxia, and the other was a man that Luin had never seen before. When they had surrounded and killed Hanji, the man had also taken action. He had slaughtered a race of creatures. That man must have come from a wandering camp, and his strength was about the same as Jian Wushuang's. Other than them, there was no one else that Luin cared about. Did they all have to die? Blind urged, young friend, things have already reached this point. If you don't harvest the deaths, then I will. But I can tell you that you will miss the opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step. With that, the Black-Oned ship headed toward the eternal realm of knowledge. Luin looked at Blind's back. If he really did not participate, then Blind would definitely become anxious. He could not do it himself, or rather, he could not be the only one doing it. Luin had to participate and drag the Death Lord in. Blind continued to approach the eternal realm of knowledge, feeling uneasy. Was this brat really not coming? That would not do. If he did not harvest the deaths, then how could he push everything to the Death Lord? How could he pry open the Death Lord's path? Blind had been eyeing Luin from the very beginning. He had even paid a price for that fellow to delay another powerhouse from the Death Lord's path, all so that he could hand over the death of Xianxia to Luin. He could not back down. Blind looked at the figures outside the eternal realm of knowledge. Behind him, Luin also moved and headed toward the eternal realm of knowledge. Blind sighed in relief. Luin put away Boss Zhou and came to Blind's side. The power of silence covered the sky, causing the consciousnesses within the eternal realm of knowledge to tremble. Blind, get out here. Xianxia shouted and looked up. Blind revealed himself and smiled at all the living beings. Everyone, it's been a long time. Some recognized Blind, while others did not. For example, Huai had always been in Xianxia. Blind, is this your doing? Is this eternal realm of knowledge fake? Sariju asked. Blind smiled and said, this eternal realm of knowledge contains all of my willpower. Are you satisfied with it? Wang Qinchin said, we underestimated you. Blind shook his head. But I have never underestimated any of you. Even if all of your consciousnesses are trapped, I know that I cannot kill all of you on my own. That is why I invited a companion. Luin revealed himself and looked into the eternal realm of knowledge. This fake eternal realm of knowledge was very similar to the real one. The key was that the real eternal realm of knowledge would not display such boundless consciousness. If the two were placed together, those who did not understand would definitely choose the fake one. Who would have thought that this fake eternal realm of knowledge was actually Blind's own consciousness? Blind was a master of the path of consciousness. After countless years of cultivation, his consciousness was terrifying. When they saw Lu Yin's skeleton clone, the life forms in the eternal knowledge world all paled. A being from the Tao of Death? It's him? It's the skeleton that killed Xinghua and Ming Lu in the giant city. A creature recognized the skeleton. The other consciousnesses were even more shocked. Xinghua and Ming Lu were both members of the Juggernaut clan. If this skeleton dared to kill them, then there was no one else it didn't dare to kill. Wang Qinshan stared at Lu Yin. It really was him. The one who had escaped from the chaos must have been that invisible being who had stolen the glittering jewel skies. That's right. That being had stolen the glittering jewel skies, but it had fallen into the courtyard and led to the destruction of the sea. The struggle. The blind man was the one behind all of this. Blind had long since joined forces with the Tao of Death. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the life forms, pausing for a moment on Wang Qinshan's face when he saw her expression. He knew that Wang Qinshan had figured out some things, but what she had figured out wasn't the truth. He then looked at Xianxia. This fellow was still pretending. Without Xianxia, even this fake eternal knowledge world wouldn't be able to trap so many powerhouses. Blind's consciousness was powerful, but he couldn't do without Xianxia, who was also a master of the Tao of consciousness. The two consciousnesses had to work together to trap these powerhouses. Powerhouses. Xianxian, Huai, Ciizhu, Xingzhue, and Chuzhen were all powerhouses who were compatible with the laws of the three universes. Any one of them could be considered an old monster if thrown into that area. What would happen if they all died? Furthermore, there were also juggernauts here. This was enough to stir up the entire Tao of universe. This was what Blind wanted, to move the lever of the Tao of Death. Finally, Lu Yin's gaze landed on the human male. This person was standing behind the karma juggernaut called Xingjian and was also looking at him. Blind, what are you trying to do? Wang Qinshan barked. Blind smiled. It's simple. I'll use everyone's blood to make the Tao of Death repay its debt. You want to kill us? Huaiyi's voice was deep. How bold, but can you do it? Even this consciousness isn't something you can easily kill. He then raised his voice. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy this fake eternal knowledge world. Eternal realm of knowledge. Blind shook his head. Since it's a setup, of course we have made preparations. With everyone's abilities, you can indeed break this place, but how long will it take? Everyone's hearts sank. Blind said, in the domain I'm most proficient in, I set up a power with the premise of losing this power forever. If I want to move it, I'll need 10 times the strength. Dare I ask, are there 10 main sequence masters present? Lu Yin looked on calmly. 10? He only knew of 5 of them. Perhaps some of the sovereigns were hiding their cultivation, such as Xingjian or Zijin. He couldn't see through any of them, but even so, they were all sovereigns. There were only 7 of them, and that included Xingzhue. Furthermore, even if there were 10 of them, there was still a traveling cone hidden in the consciousness that trapped them. Blind had not been completely exposed until now. That was terrifying. It was impossible for these creatures to break through the fake eternal realm of knowledge in a short amount of time. Although you won't be able to break through this place so easily, this old man is very cautious. Therefore, he turned to face Huai. I've never seen you before, but I've heard of you for a long time. Master of the Life Tao, please die. Young friend, attack. Blind raised his bamboo pole and stabbed it at Huaiyi's body. Huaiyi's consciousness was trapped in the fake eternal realm of knowledge. Without a consciousness, no matter how strong his body was, he couldn't unleash much of his power. He could only rely on the strength of his body to resist. However, he was facing Blind, an expert who had been in hiding for many years and was compatible with 3 laws of the universe. He also had Lu Yin's clone. The Bone Sun played, reaping death. Lu Yin played the Bone Sun. Behind him, the power of deathly stillness surged towards Huaiyi's body and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. Bone language. Within the fake eternal realm of knowledge, Huaiyi was alarmed. Everyone, attack. No one would wait for death. They immediately attacked, but they could only mobilize a limited amount of consciousness. Even if they worked together, it was just as Blind had said. Without 10 times the strength, it was impossible to break through. The fake eternal realm of knowledge shook continuously, but it couldn't be broken. Xingzhue, as the master of one of the main paths, you can't break through? Xingjian shouted. Xingzhue was unwilling to give up. Actually, Blind has used most of his consciousness to suppress me. Without me, the suppression would be much stronger. I've already done my best. Xianxia, Chuzheng, Ciai, and the others didn't say anything. They silently tried to break through. Suddenly, Huai held. His consciousness body flickered as the group looked outside the eternal realm of knowledge. Together, they could see themselves in the fake eternal realm of knowledge as well as their bodies in the outside world. And Huai's body had been pierced through by blind. Not only were Huai and the others shocked, even Luyin was stunned. Blind had displayed another kind of power. It was an indescribable but incomparably powerful power that made Luyin apprehensive. This was a power outside of the main path. Blind had long since cultivated a power that wouldn't backfire on him. But what kind of power was this? Luyin knew that he had cultivated a lot, but he still couldn't break free from the main path. Of course, he also had powers that weren't restricted by the main path. For example, the power of belief and mental techniques. These all originated from Jiolei. Jiolei had always been creating powers outside of the main path. He hadn't reached that step yet. As for blind, did he create them himself or did he learn them from somewhere else? Huai was pierced through, and the power of deathly stillness poured in through his wound. Under the bone whispers, the bones in Huai's body trembled and pierced through his skin. Huai roared, "Skeleton, how dare you? I'm the master of the life path. How dare you kill me?" Luyin was indifferent. Blind wanted to kill the main path, but he wanted to kill even more. Under the bone sun, death was reaped like a hazy river Styx being pulled apart. Death floated along the river Styx towards the Death Master. Bones pierced through Huai's skin, staining his body with blood. The other creatures were aghast and tried even harder to break through the fake eternal realm of knowledge. Screech. A bone pierced through Huai's head from bottom to top. Soft music flowed into Huai's ears along with the bone sun. It made him feel like he was seeing a different world. He saw a figure waving at him. That was death. That was the Death Master. He was actually being reaped by death. As the master of the life path, he was naturally opposed to death. Yet, in the end, he couldn't escape death? But he was unwilling to accept this. Why would he die at the hands of such a creature? Even if he died at the hands of a master of the death path, that would be fine. He was unwilling. He was truly unwilling. Every bone pierced through Huai's body. His consciousness grew hazy, and the other creatures were aghast. Suddenly, a majestic life force burst out from Huai's body like lightning. This was the life force it contained, as well as the life it had obtained by lighting up the inextinguishable star Atlas. If it were a normal battle, this life force would connect to the inextinguishable star Atlas and be on the same level. Powerhouses would find it difficult to kill him. Even if he couldn't attack now, this life force was so tenacious that it almost broke through Luyin's deathly stillness. You have to suppress this life force, Blind reminded him. Luyin obviously knew that this was Huai's final resistance. If he couldn't suppress it, then he would have to continuously consume his life force. That would take a long time, and there could be variables during that time. None of the trapped creatures were easy to deal with. Deathly stillness continued to surge out of Luyin's body as he unleashed the three deaths technique. Even Blind was taken aback. He couldn't understand how a skeleton that wasn't even in the eternal realm could possess such boundless deathly stillness energy. It was actually able to forcefully resist Huai's life force. This deathly stillness energy was so vast that it made one's scalp go numb. This skeleton was just a clone, and the main body was relying on the laws of the universe to fight against the main sequence. This person was too strange. Within the fake eternal realm of consciousness, Huai's consciousness grew hazy as he stared at Luyin. His physical body was already crippled, and he was relying on this life force to sustain himself. However, this life force was also being suppressed by the deathly stillness energy. "Skeleton, I can guarantee that the sovereigns won't let you off if you kill us," Fate Child shouted. Fate Child's eyes flickered. He had never imagined that he would one day be so close to death, so close that it was terrifying. Threats were meaningless. If he was truly afraid of the sovereigns, then this situation wouldn't have happened. Huai had only threatened because he was on the verge of death, but Fate Child had only threatened because of pure fear. Seri Zhu, Zhu Guang, and Wang Qinshan didn't speak. They were just thinking of ways to break out of this place. Xianxia sighed. It's been a long time since I've heard the sound of death harvesting, but it's still so familiar. Some sounds, once heard once, will never be forgotten. Xingjian also said, that's right. Back then, when we worked together to expel the sovereign's path of death, we should have known that today would come. However, it won't be easy to harvest us. As it spoke, it looked even further away. There were two cultivators with their karmic natal charts. They were the two from the courtyard called Fei Bai and Diren. Fei Bai and Diren exchanged glances with Xingjian and nodded. The next moment, outside the fake eternal realm of consciousness, the karmic natal chart floated out between Fei Bai and Diren, forming a visible barrier around them. Xingjian's physical body and Xing Lian's pupils suddenly overlapped. The overlapped pupils just happened to be staring at the karmic natal chart. Boundless karma was connected to them, protecting them. Luyin was shocked. Even after losing consciousness, could the original self still protect itself? Indeed, even if the trap was completed, it wouldn't be easy to kill these creatures. They had carved self-preservation into their bones. Then, he looked at Hua Yi. As expected, although Hua Yi's bones had pierced out of his body and he was on the verge of death, his vitality flowed like a snake towards Fate Child, Wang Qinshan, and Fate Child. Since they were all from the sovereign path of life, they also had to link their vitality to resist Luyin and Blind. The fake eternal realm of consciousness had been created by Blind after his consciousness had completely separated. It was his domain, and if one wanted to pry it open, they would need 10 times the power of this consciousness. In that case, if they wanted to pry open the other domains, they would also need a boundless amount of power. Cai Zhu, Zhu Guang, and the 13th sequence of the chronological sequence had grayness around them. That was the power of time. Zijin, Ming Gui, and the other 3 cultivators who had yet to reach the eternal life realm had purple blooming around them. That was the power of fate. Blind exclaimed, you all really have a backup plan. Then, what about these two? He was referring to Xianxia and Chuzheng. One belonged to Canhai and the other belonged to Deqian. Xianxia was helpless, they don't belong to the master path. It's hard for them to protect themselves. Chuzheng looked at Xingjian and the rest. Xingjian said coldly, karma can't reach you. You're on your own now. Chuzheng's expression turned ugly. Blind smiled, you all didn't disappoint me. The master path can instinctively protect itself. After all, you all have the same power. Hua Yi stared at Blind, when I get out, I'll chase you to death. Blind smiled, why didn't you do that from the start? You almost died. Furthermore, the 2 masters of life beside you didn't seem to have thought of this. Hua Yi's gaze was cold, they have never truly faced the danger of death. They don't know that this is the bottom line of life. Furthermore, who do you think I am? A kid who has just stepped into the world of cultivation? If you don't see the bottom line of your power, you won't use your trump cards. So, you think that you have seen through us and that we can't kill you? Blind asked. Hua Yi didn't deny it, if you want to kill me, you have to use our combined vitality. You can't even use my vitality, so how can you use mine? Blind chuckled and looked at Luyin, little friend, are you confident? Luyin shook his head. He really wasn't confident. Although the power of death was boundless and once he released the 3 deaths technique, the power of death in his body would be close to the death sea's pressure. However, he was facing Hua Yi, Ming Ji, and the rest of the master path of life. They also had immeasurable vitality. If he used vitality to measure the power of death, their vitality might not be any less than the death sea's pressure. He could use 1, 2, 3, and now there were 4. How could he do that? Blind was helpless, vitality, karma, time, are they all so difficult to use? This is a headache. Luckily, I'm prepared. In the Tao of the Lord, the Tao that is most easily suppressed. He raised his head. It is time. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and numerous tributaries of the river of time appeared. With a wave of his hand, they pressed down on Cai Zhu, Zhu Guang, and the others. Serpi Zhu and the others were shocked. Time was also connected and protected, but it was also very easy to obtain. Blind had prepared many tributaries of the River of Time, and with a wave of his hand, all of them pressed down. Instantly, the protection of time from Xianxia, Guang, and the 13th sequence of Suiyu was scattered. The main Tao has its own specialties, and the Tao of Time is easier to become a sequence. You just need to obtain a tributary of the River of Time, which is why there are many sequences of the main Tao of Time, but the corresponding weakness is also more obvious. Little friend, make your move. As he spoke, the bamboo pole swept towards Xianxia. Lu Yin's deathly stillness swept towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't expect that Hua Yi, who was supposed to kill Hua Yi, would turn around and kill him instead. Its body was instantly torn apart. Compared to Hua Yi, it did not have such boundless vitality. With its level of compatibility with the three laws of the universe, its body was also extremely hard. However, those who attacked it were all existences that could break its defense. Soon, Xianxia was heavily injured. It hurriedly asked, Blind, are you really going to fight to the death with the main Tao of Time? Blind did not reply. After heavily injuring Xianxia, the bamboo pole pressed towards Guang. He left Xianxia for Lu Yin. The power of deathly stillness surged into Xianxia's body, and the bone melody descended once more. At the same time, the bone sun's gentle sound also allowed Xianxia to see death reaping its harvest. No matter what Xianxia said, Blind and Lu Yin did not care. In the end, Xianxia was even willing to join the main Tao of Death, but Lu Yin did not care. This was because the main Tao of Death was also an enemy. If Lu Yin was really from the Tao of Death, he might have been tempted. But he was not. When Xianxia was willing to join the main Tao of Death, Blind's action stopped. He was also worried that Lu Yin would be tempted. In the end, Xianxia died. One was compatible with the three laws of the universe, the main Tao of Time and the main Tao of Death. The moment it died, its vitality and eternal substance scattered and formed a phenomenon. It was as if countless white dots of light were floating around Remnant Sea. Lu Yin did not even know the specific power level of a Hall Master before it was completely dead. The only pity was that he did not use it to increase the Tao of Karma. Reaping death, the Bone Sun played. It was as if a dark chapter of the universe had been opened. The moment Ceriju was harvested and killed, all the creatures in the fake eternal world of consciousness fell silent and were terrified. He was really dead. A main Tao of Death had died just like that. They knew about the massacre in the giant city, but they had never experienced it. Today, they truly felt that death was so close. Lu Yin looked at the Bone Sun the moment Ceriju died. There was a new bead here, a deathly silence bead. No one had told him about it, but the moment the deathly silence bead formed, he naturally knew about it. Using the Bone Sun to harvest death, the death would also feed back and fill the deathly silence pearl. When the deathly silence pearl was completely filled, it could be used once, and it seemed to increase one's power by a lot. He did not know exactly how much, but it seemed to be similar to how the karmic natal chart could harvest Qianquan Qi. He was very clear on how much Qianquan Qi could help a cultivator with the karmic natal chart improve. It could be considered a qualitative improvement. Then, what about the deathly silence pearl? He was still looking forward to it. He had harvested death before, but the deathly silence pearl had not even formed yet. If Xianxia was able to completely form it, then how many powerhouses like Xianxia would it take to fill it? No matter how he looked at it, it did not make sense. Filling the deathly silence pearl was even more difficult than obtaining Qianquan Qi. It could only be said that the deathly silence pearl would be even more helpful. Otherwise, the Master of Death would be too harsh on his own people. The blind man had not been killed and had been left to Lu Yin. Another advantage was that Lu Yin was not an eternal realm cultivator, so he was not bound by karma. With Xianxia dead, the consciousness that had trapped Xianxia in the fake eternal realm of consciousness diverted towards the consciousnesses of the other lifeforms. This made the other lifeforms' hearts sink even further. The stronger the consciousness that trapped them, the lower their chances of escaping. This also meant that the blind man and the others had more time to grind their bodies to death. Next, then. With the deathly silence pearl, Lu Yin was even more excited. The power of the deathly silence pearl moved towards Guang. Just like Xianxia, Guang wanted to surrender, but no matter what it said, it was useless. It even told Luin about its temporal vault and a few of its secrets. However, these secrets could not attract the blind man's attention, and neither could they obstruct Luin. With Zhu Guang dead, Luin was now focused on filling the deathly silence pearl. Next up was the 13th temporal vault. Next were the 7 alternate sequences. All of them were eternal realm cultivators. Luin was already numb. He had felt pity at the beginning, but now, he could not let his main body out here to increase the Tao of karma. He also could not take these life forms away. Then, they could all die. No one was innocent. To be able to cultivate to this level, no one dared to say that their hands were not stained with the blood of innocence. Every action could destroy an entire civilization. The alternate sequences had obtained tributaries from the river of time, which meant that they had obtained them from other civilizations. At this point, there was only one position, there was no right or wrong. Besides, even if he did not kill them, the blind man would. The secrets here could not be leaked. Within the fake eternal realm of consciousness, all the life forms watched in silence. The temporal vault had all died. 1 temporal vault, 2 temporal vault, and 7 alternate sequences. If news of this spread, it would shake the entire universe. And this was only the temporal vault. If news of this spread, the commotion would be comparable to that of a huge city. At the same time, within the mother tree's trunk, the Master of Death was also shocked. Harvesting deaths from the outside world was equivalent to worshipping it. Originally, the dark immortal prison bone was the one that harvested the most deaths. After all, it was from the immortal plume tribe and had the ability to teleport. It was the fastest. But now, many of Lu Yin's offerings had died, especially when Ci Zhu's bone sun formed a deathly silence pearl. This was something that the Master of Death did not expect. It originally thought that it would take some time to form a deathly silence pearl. And when all 4 dead seas formed a deathly silence pearl, it would be the best time for it to negotiate with the other lords. But now, it was too fast. The dead seas already had a deathly silence pearl. The dark immortal prison bone had already formed. Chen had also formed a deathly silence pearl. He was not even an eternal realm. He was still missing Zhongyi. As long as Zhongyi's deathly silence pearl formed, the time would come. But it was much faster than expected. The life forms that controlled the temporal vault were completely dead. Blind turned his attention to the karma vault. The consciousness that trapped Ci Zhu and the other life forms was now mostly suppressed by Xingjian and the rest. The karma vault comes from the karma natal chart. It contains the Qiankuan qi. If I'm not wrong, the Qiankuan qi has already formed under the karma vault. That is the true vault. Blind's tone was relaxed. Xingjian's expression turned solemn. Did such a relaxed tone mean that there was a way to break it? The temporal vault could attack each other, and the tributary of the river of time could also suppress the Qiankuan qi and the Qiankuan qi. However, it had already consumed a lot of the tributary of the river of time to suppress Ci Zhu and the rest. How much could Blind have left? And even if he used the tributary of the river of time to suppress the Qiankuan qi and the Qiankuan qi, because the nature of their powers was different, it would only consume more. Blind, it's fine to kill Ci Zhu and the rest. The temporal vault is not here yet. You haven't completely offended them. But we are different. If you kill us, there will be no place for you in the universe. Blind raised his bamboo pole and pointed it at Luin. The one who will kill you will not be me, but him. Xingjian's expression turned gloomy. The Master of Death was indeed troublesome. This fellow had already killed the juggernauts in the giant city and knew that the juggernauts would not let this matter rest. Now, he had nothing to worry about. It could even be said that the more he killed, the safer he would be. Luin looked at Blind. His meaning was simple. How to deal with this? Blind smiled and took out an item, a fate plate. Xingjian's expression changed when he saw the fate plate. Fei Bai and Diren's expressions changed as well. Blind said slowly, the fixed fate plate requires 2 life forms that cultivate karma. But after it is fixed, it can't be changed. Of course not. Eternal life realm, life is eternal. If the fate plate is forever connected to a life form that one doesn't want, it will be a torture to the person. Therefore, the fixed fate plate can be changed. Of course, the prerequisite is that the other party is willing. I recommend a novel called Wu Fu. The introduction is as follows: demons are everywhere in the human world. Human lives are like grass, all life forms are like pigs and dogs. It's time for a change in this world. The young man stood beside the Wei River and smiled. There are demons in the human world, but I have a blade. There is nothing to see here. Blind looked at Fei Bai and Diren. I'll give you a choice. Who lives and who dies? If you're willing to fix your natal chart with me, you can live. Luin looked at Blind deeply. He had made ample preparations and was very clear about the self-protection methods of the main path. As long as Fei Bai and Diren were willing to fix their natal chart with him, the protection of their natal chart would disappear. However, Blind had actually cultivated karma? He had said that he hadn't cultivated karma, but Blind had been lying from the start. Fei Bai and Diren looked at each other and saw the uneasiness and vigilance in each other's eyes. Xingjian shouted, "Don't believe him. As long as karma protects us, we won't die. There will definitely be changes. There will be more strong practitioners coming to Canhai." Blind smiled. Of course, there will be changes. It's just a matter of time. As long as you can ensure that you don't die during this time, I'll naturally fail. However, can you really protect yourselves? He faced Fei Bai and Diren but spoke to Luin, little friend, Qiming. Qiming, the other eternal life of Deqian civilization that followed Chu Xinglai to Canhai, was only in accordance with the laws of the universe. At this moment, it was the most nervous because it and Chu Xinglai weren't protected by karma. Luin immediately killed Qiming without hesitation. The gentle tune of the Bone Sun brought an unprecedented chill to all living beings. Fei Bai and Diren looked at Qiming's death and their faces gradually turned pale. Blind said, Deqian civilization is protected by the main path of karma. Even so, as the main path of Deqian civilization, Chu Xinglai who betrayed Chu Xinglai wouldn't be protected by Xingjian. You guys just happen to have the natal chart of karma. If not, what do you think your value is? Is it worth compared to Deqian civilization? Xingjian stared at Fei Bai and Diren. If you dare to betray, you know the consequences. With Xingjian's dignity, he wouldn't lower himself to ask for their protection. Sometimes, threats were more effective. Thinking of the horror of the Juggernaut race, Fei Bai and Diren's gaze became firmer. They couldn't betray. If they didn't, they still had a chance to live. Once they betrayed, even if they didn't die today, they would die in the future and even worse. Blind shook his head. Do you really think I don't have a way? Then, tributaries of the River of Time appeared behind him. Luin was shocked. There were over 1,000 tributaries. Which Dao did this blind man belong to? Consciousness cultivation could form a fake eternal realm of knowledge, trapping a group of experts. After mastering karma, one could fix one's fate chart. Now, there were still so many tributaries of the Great River of Time. One had to understand that even those in the flowing time echelon didn't have that many, only those ranked in the top 10 might have them. How many trump cards did this blind man have? Seeing so many tributaries of the long river of time, Fei Bai and Diren were shocked. I will fix my fate with you. Fei Bai's reaction was quick, and he immediately opened his mouth. Diren glared at it viciously and then looked at Blind. I'm willing. I'm stronger than it. Fix your fate with me. Fei Bai hurriedly said, I was the one who said it first. I'm stronger than you. The two creatures continued to argue. Xingjian could no longer remain calm. He stared at Blind. This situation was too well prepared. No matter what he said now, he would not be able to stop Fei Bai and Diren from betraying him. This was because the tributaries of the River of Time were enough to crush karma and the chi of heaven and earth. After all, they could not control it themselves and could only rely on the natal chart itself. The power they could unleash was not even 1%. What if it's me? Xingjian opened his mouth, his words shocking everyone. Luin looked at Xing Jian. What did he say? Hua Yi, Xianxia, Chu Zheng, Wang Chenchen, and the rest all looked at Xingjian in disbelief. Xingjian's voice trembled. Forefather, what did you say? In the tribe, Xingjian's seniority was much higher than his. Blind also looked at Xianxia and seemed to be shocked. Xianxia's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Blind. I will fix my fate with you. Fei Bai and Diren were shocked and in disbelief. Blind's lips curled up. You want to fix your fate with me? Xianxia gritted his teeth. Yes. Blind laughed, and he laughed very happily. It was as though countless years of pent-up anger had dissipated. Xianxia, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You, an existence of the ruler race who is compatible with the 3 laws of the universe, an expert who is qualified to face the ruler of karma, are actually willing to lower your status and fix the karmic natal chart with me, a lowly vagrant? Xianxia took a deep breath. I'm willing to fix my fate with you. Ha 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 ha, the karma sovereign race has never set a karma natal disc with anyone else because you all possess the cheese of universe and karma will backfire on you. Setting a karma natal disc is just a superfluous move, especially when you are a lowly vagabond. This old man really doesn't dare to believe that you are actually so afraid of death. Blind laughed. Luyin stared at Xianxia. Was he so afraid of death? But then again, who wouldn't be afraid of death if they lived well? There was nothing wrong with being afraid of death. However, Xianxia's actions infuriated Fei Bai and Diren. If he was willing to fix his fate with them, how could Blind still be interested in them? If he didn't fix his fate with them, then they would have to die? Xianxia, you dare to disregard the dignity of the ruler tribe? Shame on you! Fei Bai cursed. Diren also scolded at the same time. To think that we've always treated you as an expert. You're actually so afraid of death. You're not worthy of being a ruler. Xianxia remained calm in the face of their curses. He knew that things would turn out this way the moment he decided to speak. Not just these two, but everyone else who heard his words would curse him as well. But it didn't matter, as they would all die. He could surrender to Blind, but he couldn't spread this news. He even glanced at Luyin. This skeleton also deserved to die. That's great. Even an expert from the ruler tribe thinks highly of me. Blind was delighted. Xianxia's expression darkened. Unfortunately, I refuse, Blind quickly added. Xianxia was stunned and stared blankly at Blind. Refuse? From what he knew, as long as he was willing, Blind would not refuse. He was from the ruler tribe and was an existence that conformed to the 3 laws of the universe. As long as he was willing to lower his head, who would be willing to give up? But Blind had rejected him. Xianxia thought that he had misheard. Everyone else thought that they had misheard. Luyin was the same. Who would reject Xianxia? Who would have the courage to reject Xianxia? Blind had actually refused? You refused to settle the karmic fate wheel with me? Xianxia repeated. Blind beamed at him. That's right. I refuse because you are not worthy. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he roared, What did you say? Blind, you dare to reject me? No one had expected Blind to say such a thing. To Xianxia, fixing his fate with Blind was already putting his dignity at the lowest possible level. Yet, Blind had rejected him, and the reason was that he was not worthy. It was as if his dignity was being trampled on. It felt as if he had been humiliated like an abyss. It was an insult that Blind could not even dream of. The ruler tribe had never experienced such humiliation before. Blind slowly said, The ruler tribe is just a tribe that has someone who has cultivated the ruler Tao. The rulers use their own power to cover the universe and prevent other life forms from ascending. They are despicable and shameless. The ruler tribe is a parasite that uses the ruler's power to absorb the universe's resources. You still think that you are superior. What's the difference between you and us? What makes you think that I have to fix the karmic natal chart with you? In my eyes, you are far inferior to this little skeleton beside me. You are not worthy. Luyin was speechless. This was the first time someone had called skeleton that. However, Blind's hatred for the ruler Tao was no less than Luyin's. Xianxia glared at Blind, and his eyes were bloodshot. You dare to insult the ruler tribe and defame the rulers? You will not have a good ending. I guarantee that you will die miserably. Blind shook his head and ignored Xianxia. Fei Bai, I will fix my fate with you. Come. With that, he threw his own fate plate at Fei Bai and Diren's. At the same time, he struck out his own karma and forcefully inserted it between Fei Bai and Diren. As long as Fei Bai was willing, the karma would not resist and could be separated. Fei Bai was agitated and betrayed Diren without hesitation. He wanted to fix his fate plate with blind. Diren's eyes widened, and he wanted to stop him just like Xingjian. Xinglian also acted at the same time. However, this was a fixed fate plate and not a battle. When Fei Bai's karma moved towards Blind's fate plate, the protection of the karma around them crumbled. It revealed the Qiankuan qi within. However, only Xingjian and Xinglian had the Qiankuan qi. Diren did not have it. The Qiankuan qi that it had before was obtained from Fei Bai's fate plate. Now that Fei Bai had betrayed them, their Qiankuan qi naturally disappeared. Fei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to die. Whoosh! The bamboo pole pierced through Fei Bai's body, and Blind walked out with a smile on his face that reflected the color of blood. He was calm yet terrifying. Within the fake everlasting consciousness, Fei Bai's consciousness looked at Blind from afar. He saw his own body being pierced and Blind smiling at him. Why? Blind smiled happily. It is my honor to be acknowledged by everyone and to be willing to fix my karma. Unfortunately, you are not worthy. With that, he flicked the pole and threw Fei Bai's body towards Luin. The bone sun played, and the power of deathly stillness swept across. Fei Bai died. Because of Fei Bai's betrayal, the protection of karma and the Qiankuan qi had both failed. Luin immediately acted, and the power of deathly stillness pressed down. Blind also attacked Xingjian. The only one who did not move was the human male. Blind did not attack him, and neither did Luin. Diren Blade wailed as he died. Xingjian cursed bitterly, but no matter what he said, he could not avoid death. Just relying on Xingjian's own Qiankuan qi was insignificant. You will be hunted down by the sovereign Dao. No one will be able to save you. Xingjian roared, and Blind stopped. Luin moved to the side, and the arrow of deathly stillness pierced through Xingjian's body, head, and eye, completely killing him. With Xingjian's death, the mark of karma moved towards Luin. This was the mark of killing a sovereign. Back in the giant city, the mark of killing Xinghua should have been blocked by the Death Lord, but now, there was no one to block it for Luin. The mark entered his body. Suddenly, the bone sun vibrated. It left Lu Yin's hand and shot towards the mark of karma. In Lu Yin's eyes, the bone sun forcibly shattered the mark. So that was how it was. This bone sun could help Luin conceal the mark of killing a sovereign. The Death Lord's considerations were too comprehensive. That made sense. If Luin and the others, who could establish the ocean of death, could not even kill a sovereign, then how could they help the Death Lord establish his might? Luin smiled as well, his skeletal face looking very sinister. Xingjian died as well, and Luin attacked Xinglian once again. Xinglian was far weaker than Xingjian, and he eventually died to the power of deathly stillness. Thus, of the cultivators from the main karmic path who came to the remnant sea, only that human male was still alive. It could be said that Blind had schemed against them. This blind man had no credibility at all. He had promised to fix the karmic natal chart with Fei Bai, but he had gone back on his word and killed Fei Bai first, breaking the main karmic protection. No one had expected this result. Blind did not seem to care about his credibility at all. This also allowed Luin to see through him, even though he had been schemed against several times before. Blind faced the human male. What's your name? The male looked up. Lapis Lazuli. Where are you from? The karmic juggernaut. Where are you from? Wandering camp. Do you want to live or die? I can't live. If I let you live, you can live, Blind said. He seemed to treat Lapis Lazuli differently. Lapis Lazuli shook his head. If I live, it doesn't matter if the karmic juggernaut kills me or not. My people will die, so please let me die as well. Luin looked at Lapis Lazuli. Lapis Lazuli's people must be wandering camp. In this battle, Xingjian and the rest had died. If he lived, the karmic juggernaut would kill his people regardless of the reason, even if it was to vent their anger. But if he died, his people would not be taken seriously. A person's life could not be decided by themselves, and the lives of those wandering camp depended on the juggernauts. Who did not want to live? Survival was an instinct, but he could not live. Alright, I'll send you on your way. Wait. Lapis Lazuli looked at Blind. I want you to do it yourself. Blind did not refuse. He tapped lightly with his bamboo pole, piercing Lapis Lazuli's body and killing him. Lapis Lazuli was only at the level of one law of the universe, so he could be easily killed. After dealing with Lapis Lazuli, Blind smiled and looked at Hua-Yi. It's your turn. Blind's master of both the Tao of Time and the Tao of Karmic Juggernaut had both died. Blind's preparations were too thorough, and this result made Hua-Yi and the others uneasy. Life, Blind suddenly asked, the Tao of life is truly terrifying. Young friend, do you have a way? Lu Yin indifferently replied, no. Master of death, master of life. Two opposing forces. You are the best key to unraveling life force. But I'm not even in the eternal realm. Blind had a headache. Yes, he is not even in the eternal life realm. It is impossible for him to break through the protection of the life force. However, at this point, he tilted his head and said in a low voice, what if there is no protection from this life force? Lu Yin stared at the blind man, he was still prepared. Inside the fake eternal world of consciousness, Hua-Yi, Ming-Ji, and the others looked at each other and became more and more uneasy. This blind man seemed to be very confident. The protection of vitality already exists, how can it not? Blind said with a smile, is there a possibility that I knew there would be this protection of life force, just like how I prepared the fate chart to deal with the main path of karma? Wang Qinchen's eyes widened. You killed Shizi. Hua-Yi looked at Wang Qinchen, Shizi is dead. Wang Qinchen nodded. Hua-Yi looked at Blind and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. It was not easy for life sequences to die. Even if they were only compatible with a single law of the universe, as long as they burned incense, not to mention whether or not their enemies could kill them, once the incense was burned, the Lord of Time would be able to help them. This was completely different from the chronological sequence. The chronological sequence did not kill each other. In the Lord of Time, if the chronological sequence died, the other cultivators under the Lord of Time might or might not help. As for the fate sequence, as long as they were in danger, the other cultivators under the Lord of Time would help them. The chronological sequence was second only to the fate sequence, and the chronological sequence was similar to the chronological sequence. Others helped the chronological sequence to reduce the restraints of karma. They helped the chronological sequence to increase their vitality. Therefore, since ancient times, the chronological sequence rarely died due to their powerful vitality and incense. Even though Hua-Yi had stayed in the Remnant Sea for so long, his understanding of the Lord of Time had not changed. Now, he actually heard that Shizi was dead. Blind sighed. I killed it. Of course, I killed it to see what kind of methods the chronological sequence had. If I didn't know, how could I make a move? It's because of it that I know the final bottom line of the chronological sequence. Just like you said, the chronological sequence's final bottom line is rarely known to the chronological sequence because they almost never encounter any danger to their lives. Therefore, I have never found trouble with the chronological sequence. That's right, I killed more than one chronological sequence. Wang Qinchen said, ah. Blind nodded. That's not all. Wang Qinchen did not know who the chronological sequence was, as the chronological sequence did not meet. Often, whenever they went into seclusion, they would spend countless years in seclusion. Only the chronological sequence would know who had lived and who had died. Kill them so that I can understand one thing. This is the final bottom line of the chronological sequence, and the most important thing is the end. For example, he moved to heal Hua-Yi's injuries. Hua-Yi's pupils shrank. Not good, he really did know. Actually, he had allowed Blind and the others to attack from the beginning not only because he wanted to see their strength, but also because he wanted to protect the chronological sequence. If he did not reach the end, how could he protect the chronological sequence? He calmly watched on. Blind was healing Hua-Yi. So that was the chronological sequence's final bottom line. Your consciousness is outside, and only your instincts exist. Then, as long as your instincts do not sense the threat of death, this final bottom line will be gone. Blind turned to face Luine. The only way to kill them is to kill them in one go. Young friend, once the chronological sequence disappears, please use your full strength. Luine asked, what if I can't do it? Blind said, that won't be necessary. I haven't completely healed Huai. Besides, you can kill others first. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 4 people from the Life Dao, Huai, Mingji, Wang Qinshan, and another one from the courtyard called Ming Tong. Among the 4 creatures, Ming Tong and Wang Qinshan were the easiest to kill. They were both in accordance with the laws of the universe. His defense wasn't as strong as Huai's. As for Fate's stratagem, although he couldn't compare to Huai, as a member of the sovereign race, his level of life was extremely high. Every time you kill one, the protection of their vitality will weaken a little, and the imprisonment of their consciousness will also strengthen a little. This way, you will have more chances to try. Little friend, it's very interesting, right? The tenacity of life will also become the source of their torment. As he spoke, Huai's injuries were healed slightly. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the vitality of his body, Wang Qinshan, and the others was fading away. Xianxia, Chu Zheng, and the others all watched. As the slaughter continued, they knew that if there were no changes in the outside world, their lives would end here. The blind man had already prepared everything. Little friend, you can make your move now. Lu Yin's gaze fell on Ming Tong, who was truly in despair this time. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. I'm from the Life Dao clan. I dashed before he could finish. The death silence arrow flashed past and pierced through Ming Tong's neck, nailing him to death. Ming Tong was far inferior to Ming Lu, so killing him was not difficult. Following Ming Tong's death, the vitality in his body flowed towards Luine like a snake. Was this the same as the mark left behind by killing the karmic sovereigns? However, with the Bone Sun, this vitality was still neutralized. Lu Yin's gaze then fell on Wang Qinshan. Wang Qinshan met Lu Yin's gaze, her eyes filled with stubbornness. She naturally recognized Luine. Luine stared at her for a moment before suddenly attacking. The death silence arrow streaked through the darkness. Wang Qinshan's eyes narrowed as she watched the death silence arrow approach. It brushed past her neck and pierced towards Mingji. Mingji's body was pierced by the arrow. His level of life was very high, but so what? If he couldn't control it, he wouldn't be able to reach that level. Luine couldn't kill Mingji with a single arrow, but that didn't matter. He continued, so long as he killed Mingji before his body reached its limit. He didn't want to let Mingji die too easily. Within the fake eternal consciousness, Mingji was panicking as he watched his body being pierced by arrows. Was he really going to die? No, he was definitely going to die. He was uneasy and begged loudly, don't kill me. I haven't seen enough lifelines yet. I can't die. Don't kill me. Luine showed no mercy and shot out arrow after arrow. His wings, his body, and his limbs were all retaliating against Mingji for killing those ordinary people and for the blood debt he had caused at 9th base. Blind man frowned. Young friend, if this continues, we'll have to treat him. Luine took a deep breath. Revenge and torture were unnecessary, this was just a petty person. If possible, Luine wanted to give Mingji to someone from 9th base, but since that wasn't possible, then it was time to end it. Mingji screamed, you can't kill me. I'm from the Life Sovereign's clan. No one can kill me. I won't die, I won't die. Bang! The death silence arrow pierced through Mingji's head and the Bone Sun played, reaping his life. Another member of the Life Sovereigns had died. Wang Qinshan stared blankly at Mingji's death. Under normal circumstances, even a master sequence master would find it difficult to kill Mingji, his self-preservation abilities were too strong. However, no one had expected him to die here. In that case, it should be Lu Yin's turn next. Luine wasn't in a hurry to act. He raised his skeletal arm and unleashed the 3 deaths technique. Layers of darkness surged out and covered his body, but it didn't spread. Instead, it condensed and shrank rapidly. Blind man turned around. Wasn't he going to kill Wang Qinshan? The deathly stillness released was quite majestic. It was forcefully compressed by some kind of force and formed into arrows that were much stronger than the ones that had killed Ming-Ji. His target was clearly Hua Yi. Hua Yi was already heavily injured, and Blind Man's treatment had only barely exceeded his life's limit. He was still heavily injured. Hua Yi also saw this, and his gaze turned gloomy. A blind human and a skeleton human. Humans were given preferential treatment, but Hua Yi was unlucky. Blind Man, you don't want the sovereigns, but what about me? I, Hua Yi, will join you. Blind Man smiled. You're willing to betray the Overlord? Just as Hua Yi was about to speak, Lu Yin unleashed the three deaths technique once more. There was an explosion as the arrows continued to condense. Hua Yi was apprehensive. Blind Man, if we work together, we can protect ourselves. You can't be thinking that this situation can be hidden, right? Even if that skeleton reaps your deaths and bears the karma of this situation, you still can't escape the sovereign's eyes. The sovereigns will find you sooner or later. I can help you. With one more person, I can survive. Blind Man smiled. This old man agrees. It's up to you, young friend. End of chapter. Hua Yi stared at Lu Yin. I'm willing to join the path of death. Then, he remembered that Cai Zhu had said the same thing before. Lu Yin had also killed him. He quickly added, and I swear to follow you forever, forever under the abyss. Lu Yin did not say a word from the beginning to the end. He remained silent in the darkness. Hua Yi became colder and colder. He kept saying that he hoped to survive. He had never given up on his ambition. Otherwise, he would not have chased after Hunji in the Remnant Sea for so many years. He knew that Hunji might know where the eternal realm of knowledge was. But in the end, he was still tricked by the blind man. In the darkness, Lu Yin stared at Hua Yi. Ming-Ji deserved to die. Hua Yi deserved to die too. The more the path of death suffered, the better the future of humanity would be. As he thought about it, all the power of death suddenly shrank and turned into an arrow. The arrow of death turned into a flash of black light. As the darkness traveled, Hua Yi's pupils shrank. He stared at the darkness. The darkness instantly penetrated Hua Yi's body. Darkness surged out of his body. In an instant, Hua Yi's life instinctively connected to Wang Qinshin. But then, the bones pierced his skin and tore his flesh apart. These bones were originally torn apart by the bone language. Now, they were strengthened by the power of death. In addition to the deaths of Ming-Ji and Ming-Tong, the arrow of death pierced through. Hua Yi was dead. In the fake eternal realm of knowledge, everyone watched as Hua Yi's body fell. The bones walked out as if they were alive. But as the power of death was extracted, the bones also fell completely. Lu Yin did not intend to enslave a living being with the bone language. This seemed to be a taboo. The sound of the bone sun accompanied a gentle tune as it harvested death. In the main trunk of the mother tree, the Death Lord was shocked. What happened? How did Chen, who had not reached the eternal realm, harvest so many deaths? There was more than one master. How did he do it? Even though the Death Lord hoped that Lu Yin and the rest would cause a ruckus outside, he was still at a loss. Could it be the Remnant Sea? The Death Lord did not believe that the eternal realm of knowledge was in the Remnant Sea. But that did not stop his subordinates from fighting for it. Since there was such news, there was no harm in probing. Now that Lu Yin was harvesting death, the Death Lord suddenly thought of the Remnant Sea. Something must have happened there. But if the change allowed Chen to profit, then he could not let the others affect it. Fortunately, the others did not know things as he did. But it wouldn't be much slower. Little fellow, I want to see just how many deaths you can reap. Perhaps he could fill the deathly silence bead in one go? That would be interesting. Allowing the power of the deathly silence bead to reappear in the core would mean the return of the Lord of Death. Hua Yi was dead. In the Battle of the Remnant Sea, it was the first to be killed. It was also the most difficult to kill. Now, it was finally dead. Deathly stillness surged around Lu Yin. Blind pretended to be regretful. Another master sequence has died. Ever since Master Death Dao returned, several life master sequences have died. This is not a good sign. Everyone, the sky is about to flip. Within the fake eternal world of consciousness, all the living beings were silent. There were eternal life realms watching from afar, but they couldn't see what was happening here. The blind man looked at Luin. Young friend, who is the next prey? Wang Qinshan is not bad. Wang Qinshan was calm. Next? Luin aimed at the driving awl. The arrow of silence shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. How could it be him? Dead silence. The arrow pierced through the cone's body. Blind was surprised. Young friend, your choice is very strange. Luin didn't plan to attack Xianxia so soon, but Blind was too well prepared. Even if he saw through Blind's plan, he wasn't confident. Luin didn't think he was smart enough to see through Blind's plan and cooperate with him. The premise was that he could deal with Blind. But now, he felt that he couldn't. This blind man must have prepared something for him. Although Blind might not take his life, he never thought of putting his life in the hands of others. It could be said that Blind was the most scheming existence Luin had encountered since he started cultivating. Blind was not inferior to Wang Wen, Wei Rong, or Mijin Shengyu. When facing such an opponent, it was better to see through him as soon as possible. If he really killed Xianxia, Chu Jing, and the others, he would be at a disadvantage when facing Blind. Blind wouldn't expose himself, so Luin had to force him to do so. Killing Xianxia was the best way. Without saying a word, Luin shot another arrow of silence. It was still Xianxia. Blind frowned. Young friend, I still have use for this Xianxia. Let's change the target. Luin ignored him and continued shooting arrows of silence. Within the fake eternal consciousness, Xianxia grew anxious. If this continued, he would really die. Young friend, I want to use Xianxia's consciousness to set up a fake eternal consciousness. After all, there aren't many life forms with such majestic consciousnesses. Please be merciful. Luin didn't care, and the arrow of silence flashed past. Blind finally couldn't take it anymore and flicked his bamboo pole upwards, deflecting the arrow of silence. He faced Luin. Young friend, did you hear what I said? Luin looked at Blind, and the arrow of silence took shape beside him. He aimed at Xianxia and fired. Blind raised his brows and waved his bamboo pole. An invisible force swept out and split the arrow of silence in half. Young friend, this isn't very good. Luin looked at the arrow of silence that had been split in half. This arrow wasn't easy to shoot down, especially since it had been split in half. Blind was very strong. He stared at Blind as Boss Zhou walked out from beside him and translated Lu Yin's words. I want to kill Xianxia first. Blind was puzzled. Why? Luin looked at Xianxia. The eternal consciousness is fake, but the consciousness is real. You used a fake eternal consciousness to deceive me, so I can't really leave empty-handed. Since that's the case, why don't you give me Xianxia's life? Blind shook his head. It's useless for you to take his life. I just want to capture Xianxia. Only when I'm heavily injured can I do that. I can use Xianxia to cultivate his consciousness. If you want to use someone else's consciousness to plot again, there are other options. But right now, I can only obtain Xianxia. Young friend, I promise to help you improve your consciousness. Besides, you've already gained enough from this round. It's even more burdensome. Blind sighed. People shouldn't be greedy. I've spent so much effort and even deceived you. Although it's for my own revenge, it's also for your sake. At least you won't be at a disadvantage, and you'll be using this to establish your position in the Tao of Death. Why? You and I can restrict each other with secrets, but we can also be honest with each other. I thought that this relationship would last for a long time. But why are you still so greedy? Around Luin, the power of deathly stillness was released once more. The three deaths technique contained a lot of deathly stillness. Back in the giant city, Luin had used the mouth sealing technique to increase the power of deathly stillness. That was how he had been able to stand on the battlefield that conformed to the three laws of the universe. Even though his main body had broken through to the eternal realm, Luin still felt powerless against Blind. Greed is the root of disaster. Young friend, it's actually not bad to work with you. In the entire universe, aside from the sovereigns, There are almost no other geniuses like you who can rival you. What a pity, what a pity. With that, Blind raised his bamboo pole. Then, he smashed it down at Luine. Luine put away Boss Zhou and took a step forward. The power of deathly stillness surged towards Blind. Did he make a move? However, the power of deathly stillness was easily deflected by the bamboo pole. The pole penetrated the power of deathly stillness and pressed down on Luine. Luine raised his hand and struck out. Whoosh! The bamboo pole trembled, and the palm energy dissipated. Luine was shocked and hurriedly retreated. The void cracked as the bamboo pole swept out again. Luine retreated step by step as Death's Descent activated. A dark radiance enveloped the bamboo pole. The bamboo pole merely trembled and dispersed Death's Descent as it continued to approach Luine. Luine could not believe that his strength had been suppressed to such an extent. He shot out an arrow of deathly stillness, but the bamboo pole slammed down and shattered the arrow with a bang. How could this be? Luine had expected Blind to be strong, but he had not expected him to be so oppressive. His own strength was completely useless. That bamboo pole was like the might of the heavens, and nothing could stop it. Luine had used his vitality, Yama's first needle, and even his consciousness, but they all shattered under that bamboo pole. It was as if nothing could stop it. Within the fake eternal realm of consciousness, the remaining lifeforms watched this scene unfold. They had not expected infighting to break out outside, but that skeleton was clearly not Blind's match. Chuzhen watched the scene unfold. It had heard of Blind before, but the power that Blind had displayed was indescribable. There was nothing fancy about it, it was just a simple sweep of the bamboo pole, but it was able to disperse all power. Was Blind really that strong? Still? Was that skeleton too weak? No, that skeleton was also an existence that could break through the defenses of Huai and the other sovereigns. It was qualified to interfere in a battle between life forms that conform to the three laws of the universe, but it was in such a sorry state right now. What kind of power did Blind use? Luine did not know either. Blind clearly belonged to the path of consciousness, and his consciousness should have been the strongest. However, the fake eternal realm of consciousness had weakened his consciousness and made him unable to attack. Even so, he could not see clearly what was wielding the bamboo pole. Luine had sensed it before, but he had not been able to see it clearly. The bamboo pole drew closer and closer, and Luine threw out a tributary of the river of time. Then, he faced the bamboo pole head-on. He wanted to push things in the opposite direction, but if he could not, he would simply throw it to Blind. Blind's lips curled up as he turned the bamboo pole around and sheathed it at his waist. He then suddenly pulled it out like a knife. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past. Remnant Sea was split into two. Luine looked at the severed Remnant Sea and was incomparably shocked. Even the power of deathly stillness had been severed. What kind of powerful attack was this? If this attack had not been deflected and had instead been aimed at him, then he would have definitely been injured. Blind slowly looked up. Little friend, are you satisfied with this move? Luine looked at Blind. This move was not aimed at him, but at Lu Yin's main body. Blind was very clear about Lu Yin's main body's strength, and he was warning Luine. At the same time, he did not want to kill Luine. Just as he had known from the start, Blind wanted Luine to shoulder everything. Major Formless Transportation Technique. Transforming all forces into formlessness, it can move all forces. It can also apply all forces. Blind, you've mastered it. It was Wang Qinchen's voice. Luine looked at Wang Qinchen. Major Formless Transportation Technique? Blind raised his arm and swung the bamboo pole as he beamed. As expected of the Wang family's technique. It took me a long time to master it. Wang Qinchen's gaze was gloomy, and his voice was cold. The Wang family helped you back then, and this is how you repay your benefactor. The blind man didn't mind. Girl, don't make it sound so nice. The Wang family is just using me, just like how I'm using this skeleton right now. We can both benefit from it. However, the Wang family isn't kind and wants to silence us. That's not good. Wang Qinchen shouted, you betrayed the Wang family first. The blind man smiled brilliantly, maybe, but it doesn't matter. The Wang family is just a lackey of the master, and I don't think I'm a good person either. We're just biting each other. Wang Qinshan looked at Lu Yin. You're no match for him. This blind man killed his way out of the camp, and his innate talent is rarely seen since ancient times. My Wang family's grand formless transporter technique has rarely been mastered since ancient times, but he mastered it in one try. Otherwise, we'll all die. The blind man shook his head. Girl, don't say that. It's as if I'm very powerful. I'm just a little more patient than others. His face turned gloomy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now to deal with you all. The bamboo pole suddenly swept towards Lu Yin. Little friend, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. If there's a need to sacrifice, then sacrifice. Please die. Deathly stillness wrapped around Lu Yin's palm. The seal of life and death contained life energy as he struck out. He wanted to see how strong this blind man's grand formless transference technique was. Bang! The bone palm collided with the bamboo pole, causing cracks to spread. Lu Yin's fingers bent and grabbed the pole. He exerted strength and pulled it back before kicking out. The blind man's palm spun around the bamboo pole and slapped it horizontally. The bamboo pole spun in the air under some kind of force, and even Lu Yin couldn't stop it. The pole spun in a circle and whipped towards Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin had no choice but to stop and bend over to avoid the attack. The blind man grabbed the other end of the pole. Little friend, your strength isn't bad, but it's a pity you don't know how to use it. He then pressed the pole towards Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin bent over and stared at the blind man's chest before slapping out with both palms. Under normal circumstances, Blind would definitely have hit Lu Yin first. However, the moment Lu Yin slapped out with his palms, the moment he had touched the bamboo pole, he had triggered a backlash from the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time had then attracted the main year. Yu Changhe. The blind man could only avoid Lu Yin first and look up. Interesting strength. Is it rebellious? The person who created this technique was extremely gifted. However, the River of Time is boundless, so what if it's drawn here? This is the broken sea. As he spoke, his left hand slapped the bottom of the sea. A formless power rushed into the sky, forcibly raising remnant sea, submerging the great River of Time. Lu Yin hadn't expected this move. He raised his bony arm and fired the divine silence arrow. Divine power surged out from his bone marrow, and the deathly stillness of the three deaths technique was unleashed. The instant it wrapped around him, an arrow shot out. Blind was astonished. He raised his bamboo pole and struck it. Pang! At this moment, the solitary god arrow was different from the one he had used against the holy bow. After being strengthened by the deathly silence art, the power of the solitary god arrow had naturally increased. However, the arrow was still deflected by the bamboo pole. However, bamboo pole was no longer as relaxed as before. He was somewhat restrained. Although it was only for a moment, it still made Blind sigh in admiration. Little friend, to have such combat strength before reaching the eternal life realm, perhaps even those sovereigns might not be able to do so at your age. This old man is impressed. However, this has also allowed me to confirm that you, little friend, have grasped a lot of power. This is even more shocking. Lu Yin knew that Blind had seen through his divine power. There was no need for him to hide this. During the battle at the glittering jewel skies, this skeleton clone of his had stood together with the unknown person. He didn't understand Blind's stance. On the surface, he had escaped from the wandering camp, but he wasn't pursued by the sovereigns. However, he had secretly plotted to kill the sovereigns. Blind should also be confused about Lu Yin's stance. In the beginning, Blind had threatened him because he knew Lu Yin's secret. After that, Blind had lured him into participating in the plot. Lu Yin had seen through Blind's scheme step by step until now. The only thing that Lu Yin couldn't see clearly was how Blind would deal with him. Kill? Not kill? Blind had made Lu Yin bear the karma of the battle at Remnant Sea. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have killed Lu Yin. However, Blind had left Lu Yin alive. Even if he bore the karma, there was still the possibility of him being exposed. Be careful. A stern shout came from Wang Qinshan. Lu Yin's body was surrounded by deathly stillness. The power flashed, and heaven and earth were destroyed. This move wasn't to kill Luin, but to avoid his original position. At his original position, a giant foot stomped on the void, causing remnant sea to tremble. The seawater rushed into the starry sky, causing a vacuum to appear. That was Xianxia's 6 feet. Luin narrowly avoided it and looked over. Xianxia didn't expect Luin to be able to avoid it. Wang Qinchen's warning was not timely. Since Xianxia had attacked, he wasn't afraid of being warned. The fact that Luin could avoid it meant that he was prepared. Blind was astonished. "Young friend, do you know about my relationship with Xianxia?" Luin still didn't speak. He stood in a triangle with Blind and Xianxia. However, no matter how one looked at it, he was at a disadvantage. In the fake eternal conscious world, Xianxia, Chu Jing, and the others also knew why they had been trapped so easily. How could they not be trapped when facing two masters of the sovereigns and sovereigns who had plotted for countless years? No matter how strong they were only on the same level. The sovereigns called Zijin spoke. "Xianxia, you once told me that you wanted to kill Blind. When Blind escaped from the wandering camp, your son Xingyu pursued him. When did you stand with him?" This was puzzling. Luin was also curious. He could see the relationship between Xianxia and Blind, but he didn't know when they had joined forces. Xianxia's tone was low. "There's no need to explain to a dead man." He then stared at Luin. "Blind, to kill or not to kill?" Luin also looked at Blind. Blind subconsciously turned the bamboo pole in his hand as if he was pondering. Xianxia urged, "We've been delayed for a long time. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that the sovereigns will descend." Blind suddenly looked up and faced Luin. "I see. Young friend, how about we make a deal?" Luin stared at Blind. Blind's voice was not transmitted outside, only heard by Luin. "Tell me the range of the eternal conscious world, and I'll spare your life." Lu Yin's bony finger twitched. He had been guessed. "Young friend, there's no need to hide. You were able to guard against Xianxia, which means that you already knew about my relationship with him. However, I have no flaws from the beginning. Ever since you became famous in the giant city, I had my eyes on you and lured you into my trap with the black awning boat. I helped you get rid of the blood peach blossoms and the others, and I even schemed against you once. I made you think that Xianxia and I would fight to the death. In the end, we had to rely on secrets to contain each other. Until Xianxia made his move on you, you couldn't have seen any flaws. The only reason you were able to guess this was because you knew that the eternal conscious world here was fake. It's just a fake eternal realm of knowledge. Even if this old man used up all of his consciousness, how could he trap so many experts from so far away? The only explanation is that there's an expert with the same consciousness as this old man in this fake eternal realm of knowledge helping him. Xianxia was the only one. Luin was calm. That's right, he had guessed it from this point. Although I've always been setting up a fake eternal conscious world, I'm more aware of what's happening in the outside world. You helped Hunji, and Hunji was happy to receive your help. Humans are one reason, but how did you know about Hunji's relationship with humans? The answer? There's only one. You and Hunji came from the same area. You came from the 9th base. Luin slowly clenched his bony fist. Blind had really guessed it. The sovereign of consciousness disappeared after the battle of the 9th base. At that time, we also guessed that the eternal conscious world was in the area of the 9th base, but that area was sealed by the sovereign. We couldn't enter, and Hunji stayed in the remnant sea for a long time. After a long time, this matter was forgotten. From the looks of it, since you can see that the eternal conscious world in the remnant sea is fake, it means that you know where the real eternal conscious world is. It must be in the area of the 9th base. Young friend, am I right? Luin felt a headache coming on. If Blind Man had been plotting something before, then this guess had definitely overturned his previous plans. Blind Man might not have done anything to Luin before, but he had held back a bit in order to make Luin bear the karma. Now, he would definitely think of a way to capture Luin. If Luin was facing a creature that knew the location of the eternal conscious world, he would also want to do the same. He would do everything he could to obtain it. I won't be wrong. Young friend, you only have one chance. Either you make a deal with me, or... Blind man did not say it clearly, but his voice had clearly changed. Luin released Boss Zhou and had him translate, "You guessed wrong." Blind man shook his head, "I'm definitely not wrong. I have a question." "Ask away." "We're both humans, so why are you scheming against me? Or are you really planning to kill me after using me?" Blind man sighed, "Humans? What a heavy topic. In your world, the so-called righteousness of the human race still hasn't disappeared? Then let me tell you. Humans are different from each other. There are 3 types of humans in the universe. The first type is you, who have righteousness in your heart and continue the bloodline of your race. The second type is the Wang family, who is under the sovereign and above all other races. They have family in their hearts and do not care about their race. The third type is us, who come from a wandering camp. We only recognize ourselves and not others." Blind man lifted his bamboo pole and spun it in a circle. "You have to know that it is not easy to survive in the universe, and wandering camps are even more difficult. It is fortunate that we are still alive. Inheritance? Race? Righteousness? These are too extravagant. We can't afford them. But you should be able to guess that I don't plan to kill you. Even if your existence might expose the situation in the Remnant Sea, you have a reason to cooperate with me. You know your secret. Actually, one secret is enough, and you have too many." Xianxia urged again, "Blind man, we can't wait any longer." Blind man said, "Don't be hasty. This young friend is not an ordinary person. If he wants to leave, it will be difficult for us to stop him. It's best to convince him to cooperate with us." Xianxia looked at Luin and recalled the invisible creature that had snatched the glittering jewel paradise from his hands. He had guessed that the creature was in cahoots with this skeleton, but he did not know what their relationship was. That creature had been able to leave right in front of him, which was similar to the legendary teleportation. It couldn't be, right? If it really was teleportation, it would be difficult to deal with. Luin put away Boss Zhou and looked up. He first glanced at the fake eternal realm of knowledge before smiling at Blind Man. Blind Man was stunned. Even though he couldn't see, he knew that Luin was smiling. Blind Man's skeletal face had an ugly smile. Following that, Luin opened his arms as if he was hugging something, and then he suddenly pulled back. In that instant, the fake eternal realm of knowledge trembled and was pulled back. Xianxia was shocked. How could this be? Blind Man was shocked and quickly landed outside the fake eternal realm of knowledge to stabilize it. "Young friend, you." Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, when he had been killing Xizhu, Jugu, and Hua Yi, he had constantly scattered his consciousness. Because he had killed powerhouses every single time, he had caused a huge commotion. Furthermore, those strands of consciousness had been wrapped around the death silence arrow and had been concealed by the power of death. That was why Blind Man hadn't been able to detect it. A small amount of consciousness was nothing, but Luin had killed too many creatures and brought out a lot of consciousnesses. In particular, he had memorized the eternal realm of knowledge. His consciousness was far inferior to Blind Man's, especially since the Divine Seal catalog was still with his main body and his consciousness was in Ming Yan's hands. However, his consciousness was connected to the eternal realm of knowledge, and his memories were also connected to the eternal realm of knowledge's carvings. It wasn't any weaker than any creature with the eternal realm of knowledge. What he was doing now wasn't breaking the fake eternal realm of knowledge, but merely pulling it apart. Blind Man had built a prison to trap a group of experts, and Luin was pulling at the cage. He wasn't sure if he could break it apart, but Blind Man didn't dare to take the risk. The experts in the prison weren't simple either, and they were constantly thinking of ways to escape. This was Lu Yin's backup plan. He had been preparing it ever since he had seen through Blind Man's scheme, and it was finally useful. Blind Man stabilized the fake eternal realm of knowledge, and Lu Yin's skeletal clone took the opportunity to fall asleep. His main body opened his eyes and teleported to the clone's side. Xianxia tried to stop him, but he was a step too late. Blind Man looked up and sighed helplessly. It was still too late. This kid's temperament and scheming weren't inferior to his, but he was clearly so young. How could he have seen through it? Innate talent, temperament, character, perseverance, he lacked nothing. What a pity. Outside the remnant sea, Luin recalled his clone and sighed. And Chaos turned and ran. At this moment, Luin wasn't afraid that Blind Man and Xianxia would chase after him. Blind Man couldn't move, or else the fake eternal realm of knowledge would collapse. There were still many experts there, which was why Luin had forced Xianxia to show himself. If he killed those experts first, then Blind Man wouldn't have anything to worry about. Taboo. Although it was impossible for them to catch up to him, it was better to be safe than sorry. As for Traveling Cone, its speed was far slower than Chaos. It was up to Luin to decide whether he wanted to leave or stay. However, the situation at the Remnant Sea was enough to shake the Master Path. He was destined to bear the consequences of his actions. After walking for a short distance, Chaos suddenly stopped and looked in the same direction as Luin. In the distance, an incomparably familiar feeling was approaching. What was this feeling? Consciousness? Chaos was surprised. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. He saw the palace. That was Xianxia? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why would Xianxia appear here? Chaos Silence looked into the distance. What a great power of consciousness. Could it be another master sequence? Senior, let's return to the Remnant Sea. We have to fight it out. Luin clenched his fists. The primogenitor was in the Heavenly Palace. Back when the three universes faced a calamity, the primogenitor used the Heavenly Palace's power to freeze the three universes and waited for him to break through to the Eternal Realm. Although he did not manage to do so, he had bought some time for him. Since then, the primogenitor had disappeared along with the Heavenly Palace. Luin did not expect the Heavenly Palace to appear here. Was it attracted by the fake eternal realm of knowledge? The Remnant Sea was fake, but the consciousness was real. That consciousness surpassed any creature Luin had ever seen. Even the consciousness displayed by the Heavenly Palace might not be able to reach that level. It was not impossible for the Heavenly Palace to be attracted here. The Master Path's power originally covered the entire area. The Heavenly Palace was the Master Path's power. Like the eternal realm of knowledge, it might have been left behind by the Master of Consciousness. What's going on? Chaos Silence asked. Luin said in a low voice, that's Heavenly Palace. The primogenitor is inside. Primogenitor? Taichu? Chaos Silence was surprised. He had returned to the Heaven Origin universe before, so it was not surprising that he knew about Taichu. At his level, he did not participate in the affairs of the three universes. Perhaps he was worried about the Master Path, but he could easily understand the situation of the three universes. After knowing that the primogenitor was inside the Heavenly Palace and was heading towards the Remnant Sea, Chaos Silence could not sit still. Luin did not know if the Heavenly Palace had the ability to stop Blind, but he could not take the risk. He teleported into the Remnant Sea with Chaos Silence. In the Remnant Sea, Blind had just stabilized the fake eternal realm of knowledge. After Luin teleported into the Remnant Sea with Chaos Silence, he first looked in the direction of the Heavenly Palace. A majestic consciousness was approaching, and it was very familiar. It was the aura of the eternal realm of knowledge. He sensed Luin and Chaos Silence's arrival. After a few teleportations, Luin brought Chaos Silence to the fake eternal realm of knowledge. Under the shocked gazes of many creatures, he attacked violently. Blind, you're courting death. Blind was stunned. What did he do? Why did he appear after escaping? He knew it was Luin. Luin had turned invisible. Wang Qinchin, Xianxia, and the others could not see him, but Blind could. Xianxia stared at Chaos Silence. Chaos Silence pressed down on Xianxia with his claws. Xianxia raised his 6 legs and attacked fiercely. Boom! There was a tremor, and the Remnant Sea boiled. Cracks spread and tore the entire Remnant Sea apart. Xianxia retreated step by step, overwhelmed by Chaos Silence's power. Chaos Silence also took a step back. Xianxia was a master sequence after all, and he was not weak. Blind frowned. Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Do you think you can kill me just by cooperating with Chaos Silence? As he spoke, he stabbed out with his bamboo pole using the major formless transportation technique. This attack seemed ordinary, but it gave Lu Ying an even colder feeling than before. Even Chaos Silence was shocked. Be careful. He raised his claws and slapped at the bamboo pole. The bamboo pole moved horizontally, dodging Chaos Silence's claw and going straight for Lu Ying. Lu Ying released the heavenly Tao of Karma against Blind. Karma shuttled back and forth. There was no karma. Blind's attack, from start to finish, was a complete karma. However, karma was not a line. This was because the higher Blind's cultivation, the more karma possibilities his attack would bring. He could dodge Chaos Silence's claw, but he could also block it. While resisting Chaos Claw, Lu Ying could have stopped before attacking, and so on. There were countless possibilities, and even though Chaos Claw would still end up stabbing towards Lu Ying, the countless possibilities of karma meant that karma was not linear. It condensed the linear karma and turned it into karma that could block the attack of the creature itself. This was what Lu Ying had comprehended earlier. The bamboo pole stopped less than a meter in front of Lu Ying. The endless possibilities of karma brought about a linear karma forcefully blocked Blind's attack. The higher Blind's cultivation, the more linear karma there was. The more linear karma there was, the stronger the power brought about by the condensation. This was using Blind's karma to block Blind's power. This was also karma. Blind was astonished. Chaos Silence waved his claw, and Blind retreated. In fear. Behind Lu Ying, the God Sealing Catalog and the General Appointment Platform appeared at the same time. Yenner, I'll leave this to you. With a cry, Tell the Heavens rushed out of the General Appointment Platform and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the fake eternal realm of knowledge. He used the Feather God Spear on the fake eternal realm of knowledge. Blind frowned. He had not seen this move when he had fought against Lu Ying. Was that karma just now something he had comprehended? Blind had indeed considered whether or not to stop Lu Ying, but he had not done so in order not to affect the plan. Lu Ying had actually comprehended how powerful karma was. This was not an ordinary understanding of karma. Lu Ying had already stepped into a higher realm of understanding of karma. The Black-On ship appeared and blocked the fake eternal realm of knowledge, intercepting the Feather God Spear. Ming Yan controlled Tell the Heavens body and attacked the fake eternal realm of knowledge from all directions. Chaos Silence's tail lashed out at Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed Chaos Silence's tail and was about to fling it away, but Chaos Silence's strength was extremely strong and forcefully dragged Xianxia away. Lu Ying faced Blind and continuously used Yama's first needle and never forget technique. Blind did not understand why Lu Ying and Chaos Silence were suddenly so desperate. At that moment, Etion Tower appeared. Blind looked over. The palace that dominates memories? Lu Ying heard it. The palace that dominates memories? He thought of the carvings in the eternal realm of knowledge. There were indeed palaces among them. Could this be a physical manifestation of the palace that dominates memories? Blind was excited. Xianxia, stop them. Xianxia's movements were not slow, but he did not want to stop Lu Ying and Chaos Silence. Instead, he rushed towards Etion Tower. If Blind could see it, so could Xianxia. That was the power of the Dominator of Consciousness. Who would not want it? Within the fake eternal realm of knowledge, Xianxia, Chu Zheng, Wang Qinshan, and the others all looked on. They had not expected that the power of the Dominator of Consciousness would really appear. Blind rushed towards Etion Tower. He wanted to forcefully take over Etion Tower and borrow the power of the Dominator of Consciousness to cultivate the power of consciousness again. Etion Tower's appearance was also for the power of consciousness. It had been attracted by the fake eternal realm of knowledge. As long as it absorbed the power of consciousness from the fake eternal realm of knowledge, Etion Tower would become even more obvious. Within Etion Tower, the progenitor opened his eyes and saw Xianxia and Blind approaching. His expression changed as he felt a strong pressure. These were old monsters that were compatible with the three laws of the universe. This was troublesome. He had been in seclusion while Etion Tower had been searching for his consciousness. He had actually encountered these old monsters. Senior, are you there? The progenitor suddenly turned to look in another direction. There, a familiar figure slowly appeared, It was Luin. Luin was faster than Blind and Xianxia. Chaos silence blocked his path, and his huge body roared. The progenitor was stunned. Zhuzi, why are you here? Who is that? Luin was excited. It really was the progenitor. Senior, are you all right? I'm fine. I've been cultivating. Zhuzi, what about you? There's no time. Senior, can you leave Etion Tower? I can't. I can't find a way to leave. Then go back. Luin opened his mouth and told the primogenitor the location of the eternal realm of knowledge. He couldn't teleport with the heavenly guard because he couldn't even touch the heavenly guard. The heavenly guard was only a part of the eternal realm of knowledge, and it was not something that Luin could move. The progenitor had learned about the eternal realm of knowledge through Etion Tower, but he had not expected it to be just a few inches away from them. Senior, leave immediately. Etion Tower's aura can easily attract a sovereign, Luin urged. This place was too dangerous. He did not know when the sovereign's gaze would descend, and he did not know what Blind had left behind. The progenitor looked deeply at Luin, opened his mouth, and told Luin something. Luin was shocked. Child, take care. The progenitor was very decisive. He gave up on Etion Tower's attempt to devour the fake eternal realm of knowledge and left. He could not leave Etion Tower, but he could still control it. After all, so many years had passed. The ancestor had already broken through to the eternal realm. Luin wasn't sure how strong he was, but he knew that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight the main path. With the ancestor's control, Etion turned into a stream of light and disappeared instantly. Its speed wasn't much slower than teleportation. After all, it was the power of consciousness. Boom! Chaos retreated while Blind and Xianxia attacked it. Fortunately, Chaos's defense was strong. Luin watched Etion leave and teleported away with Chaos. Why didn't you stop him? Xianxia stared at Blind. With your ability, you won't let him leave the same way twice. You can't even teleport away. Blind took back his bamboo pole. As long as he's alive, he won't be able to escape. We'll do things one by one. What about the palace that dominated the memory? You really want it? You don't? Blind smiled. He won't be able to escape. Let's take it slow. Let's deal with this first. Then, he looked at the fake eternal realm of consciousness. There's not much time left. Outside the remnant sea, Luin appeared with Chaos and teleported again. He teleported time and time again, but he didn't expect Blind to not stop him. He didn't chase after him and just let him go. It seemed like Xianxia alone couldn't trap the creatures in the fake eternal realm of consciousness. If he knew this would happen, he would have let the ancestor wait outside the remnant sea. No, if the ancestor was really waiting outside the remnant sea, Blind might have come out. Etion was too eye-catching, and he couldn't be with Etion Quebec. After all, he couldn't teleport with Etion and would be easily surrounded by the main path. Etion was able to hide until now because it had its own abilities. It was best to be separated. He just didn't know if the ancestor could return to that place. Luin sighed. Chaos said, the impact of the battle at the remnant sea will be huge. We can't be noticed now. Let's find a place to hide. Luin asked, Senior, do you have descendants in the Tianyuan universe? Chaos Silence said, yes, and I seem to have sensed its aura earlier. That's the aura. It's the aura of your descendants. They're in the human civilization now. As long as you follow the aura, we can go back, Luin said excitedly. Chaos said, okay, let's go. As expected, the battle at the remnant sea had a huge impact and shocked the main path. Inside the mother tree. This is the price you want? But don't you think the price is too high? The Tao of Time has lost one main sequence, 2 sequences, and 7 alternate sequences. The Tao of Life has lost a master and 2 eternal stage sovereigns. The Tao of Karma has lost a pair of fixed fate chart cultivators and 2 eternal realm sovereigns, including Xingjian, who is compatible with 3 laws of the universe. The Path of Providence has lost 1 sequence master, and 3 cultivators who have yet to reach the eternal stage. The path of consciousness lost one sequence beyonder and 5 consciousness cultivators. Wang Xianxia, the leader of the Daqian civilization, and even the Wang family lost a genius, Wang Qinchin. Death Lord, you've gone too far. The Lord of Death's voice sounded. It was deep and powerful, and there was a hint of schadenfreude in it. If it was done by the abyss under my command, it would be a great blessing for my death. However, the abyss under my command does not have the ability to do so. There must be something fishy going on. The chaos of Jiolei was left in the Kanhai. Perhaps it was done by the remnants of Jiolei. Remnants of Jiolei? Death Lord, even if there are remnants of Jiolei, they don't have the ability to make us lose so much in such a short time. Do you know that with the loss of the giant city, we have lost a third of our Dao? Even in the battle with Jiolei, we didn't lose that many people. We also lost a junior who was quite important. It was a woman's voice, and if Luin were here, he would have recognized it as the same as Xianxia's. Another voice came from the Tao of Life. The battle at the Kan Sea was indeed strange. The Tao of Death only had that human skeleton who had yet to reach the eternal life realm there. With that skeleton's strength, it was impossible for him to have done such a thing. He used the eternal stage as bait. Our subordinates are not stupid, but they were still lured over. This can only mean that this is a scheme that has been carefully planned for countless years. It should have nothing to do with the Tao of Death. Life, are you saying that this matter can't be traced back to the Death Lord? This was the voice of the Time Dominator. It sounded illusory and elusive. The Life Dominator was calm. Perhaps it has nothing to do with the Death Lord, but it definitely has something to do with that skeleton. Don't forget that he is a human-shaped skeleton. Death Lord, where did the skeleton come from? He came from the area of Jiolei. He must be a remnant of Jiolei. We have said before that we shouldn't give the humans of Jiolei any bone language for fear of causing chaos. The Death Lord's voice was low. No matter what his origin is, once he enters my Tao of Death, he is mine. He will always have to listen to me. His life originates from the power of the chaos of death. All of you are just trying to avenge the giant city with his life. Your dignity. Don't think too much about it. I will protect him. The Time Dominator spoke slowly. If it wasn't for the battle at the Remnant Sea, you might not have been able to protect him. Now that the situation at the Remnant Sea is uncertain, the skeleton is the key. We can spare his life, but he has to tell us the truth. The woman's voice sounded. Losing a third of the population is unprecedented. This is the beginning of chaos. This is what the Death Lord brought to you. You can hate us, but you shouldn't hate the Tao of Masters that covers the entire universe. Because you are also a Tao of Masters. The situation at the Remnant Sea is provoking all of us. There is already a tremor below. If we can't suppress it, it will affect the entire situation. Some civilizations are quite powerful. All they lack is an opportunity. The Death Lord's voice became gentler. That makes some sense, but don't think that I will let this matter rest. The Life Dominator spoke. We will wash away your humiliation with the blood of the living beings in the giant city. Everything you once had will be restored. At the same time, we will no longer target any living beings from the Tao of Death. We will also ensure the safety of that human-shaped skeleton. Is this acceptable? The woman's voice said, Death Lord, everything we have started from ourselves. Apart from ourselves, everything else is just an illusion. You didn't lose anything, did you? The Death Lord said, all right, then let's do that. Let bygones be bygones. Remember what you said. Don't cause trouble for any living beings from the Tao of Death, especially that Chen. Chen? That's an interesting name. Then let's invite this Chen to tell us the truth about the Remnant Sea, the woman's voice said. The Death Lord said, all right, but this little guy is quite cautious. He probably won't appear for a while. I will do my best to guide him here. You don't have to worry. No matter what the truth is about the Remnant Sea, the power we have is not insignificant. It's imaginable. Just treat it as a fun show. All right. It's been a long time since it was this interesting. Losses don't matter. Time will make up for everything. The Karma Dominator said, right, I have a junior here who would like to greet the Death Lord. Go ahead. Junior, Saint Six Runes upper name, Mia, greets the Death Lord. The voice was very young and gentle. It had a scholarly air. It came from the Karma Dominator. The Death Lord was puzzled. Little guy, what do you want to say? Junior hopes to invite Brother Chen to the Cloud Court and have a chat with us, Saint Mia said respectfully. The Death Lord laughed. Karma, your descendant is different from you. Showing off his abilities. Are you not convinced? The Karma Dominator said, it's good to be young and passionate. Don't worry, we're not using this reason to deal with Chen. It's just that he was able to kill the Time Echelon in the Giant City, an Eternal Realm Dominator, which made the little guys in our clan envious. So, we just want to experience it. If possible, we can leave our name on the Black Book of the camp. He'll be the first one to leave his name on the Tao of Death. Moreover, he's not an Eternal Realm Dominator. Isn't that great? The Death Lord sneered. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Junior thanks the Death Lord for your help. After that, the voice fell silent. The woman's voice sounded. Death Lord, be careful. This Saint Mia is not simple. He's considered the second most talented in the Tao of Karma after this old guy. The old guy used words to trick you. He wants Chen to break through to the Eternal Realm and go to the Cloud Court. That's a little despicable. The Karma Dominator laughed. You can also send your junior in the Tao of Fate. If I remember correctly, you've hidden a treasure. The Death Lord said, we've known each other for so many years. Who doesn't know each other? You've all hidden something. Take it out and let those little guys see it in the Cloud Court. Alright. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. The Battle of the Remnant Sea had lost so much, but it ended so easily. To the Mother Tree, it was just a small wave. No matter what was hidden under the waves, it was nothing in the eyes of the Mother Tree. In the deep starry sky, the Black-On ship quickly headed in a direction. On the ship were Blind and Xianxia. After Luyin left with Hun Ji, they quickly settled the remaining matters and left the Remnant Sea. They did not dare to delay. Now that the Remnant Sea was in shambles and had been discovered by the Master Tao, they knew how the outside world was shaken. The only pity is that we couldn't keep that skeleton. However, we also discovered that we can summon the Dominator's memory palace through consciousness. This is an unexpected gain. Xianxia said. Blind's expression was calm. Now that the outside world is shaken, even if you want to, you have to suppress it. Don't end up attracting the Master Tao instead of the Dominator's memory. Besides, if we really want to attract the Dominator's memory palace, the amount of consciousness will be exaggerated. I'm already crippled. Although the Master Tao doesn't care about the losses, you and I know that the losses this time are quite great. It can be said that we've suffered a great loss. Xianxia's gaze was gloomy. Once we're found, our fates will be miserable. However, the Master Tao doesn't know that this is related to us. Only that skeleton knows. Are you so sure that he won't say anything? If he does, we'll be doomed eternally. Blind smiled. That little guy also has secrets that he must not say. Don't worry. After saying that, his expression changed. Here, it's fine. Xianxia was puzzled. What's wrong? Blind waved his hand and a figure appeared. It was the expert from the Master Tao of Fate who was trapped in the fake eternal consciousness, Zijin. Zijin was a master sequence in the path of fate. She conformed to 3 laws of the universe and had always appeared to be conforming to 2 laws of the universe. It was only until this situation in the Remnant Sea that she was discovered. However, this wasn't important. Blind dealt with all living beings as master sequences, so no matter how much Zijin tried to hide her cultivation, she couldn't escape. She was the same as Hua Yi, Ci Zhu, and the rest. However, her luck was indeed good. She didn't die because of the path of fate. Other than those living beings who hadn't reached the eternal life realm, Zijin and Minggui didn't die. They were still useful. Xianxia didn't understand why Blind released Zijin, but he didn't care. Zijin's consciousness was still bound. At the end of the fake eternal world of consciousness, some living beings were killed while others were still alive. The living beings were bound by their consciousness and couldn't escape. Release it, let this old man see just how long your luck can last. Blind smiled calmly as he faced Zijin. Zijin was surprised. How did you know? Blind shook his head. When I knew your true strength, I knew that it wasn't right to capture you. With the length of your luck, I shouldn't have been able to capture you. In other words, you shouldn't have been trapped in the fake eternal world of consciousness from the start. I didn't guess wrong. You brought a strong practitioner from the race of masters of fate, right? Xingjue's gaze changed as he stared at Zijin. The race of masters of fate wasn't easy to deal with. Zijin was a master sequence, so the strong practitioners she brought would only be existences that conformed to 3 laws of the universe. Especially those that focused on the path of fate. It was rather strange. Zijin stared at Blind. Since you know, you still captured me. You are very confident. Blind said, I'm not confident, but... Speaking of this, he turned to look into the distance. Xingzhui looked over as well. Zijin looked over subconsciously. In the distance, a figure gradually appeared. A distant voice sounded like an illusion. Let me look for it. Oh, I found it. This is your money. I'll return it to you now. The remnant sea was completely different from before. It was still fragmented, and seawater flowed in all directions. Even though it was being retracted, it would take a long time. As Xianxia disappeared, the remnant palace fell apart. Some living beings left the remnant palace, while others tried to take control of it. The remnant sea was now in complete chaos. On the other hand, the Dacian civilization was the same. The disappearance of Chu Jing, the leader of the Dacian civilization, along with Hua Yi, Cai Zhu, and Xingjian, caused a huge commotion and caused a huge change to the Dacian civilization. There were those who objected to the idea of setting things right. There were also those who supported Qijing who wanted to suppress the civilization and wait for Qijing to return. All of this had nothing to do with Lu Yin anymore. He continued to teleport with chaos, stopping after each teleportation to allow chaos to confirm the direction of the aura before teleporting again. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. During this time, he had inadvertently encountered some civilizations and learned about the tremors in the outside world. However, the tremors were not as exaggerated as he had expected. The master path had suffered great losses, but this loss seemed to have been replaced by another kind of peace. That is, the Tao of Death and the other Tao of Death can be reconciled. Lu Yin had not expected things to turn out this way. He deliberately awakened the skeleton doppelganger and found that the power of deathly stillness was being directed in a certain direction. This should be the Lord of Death receiving him. Their destination was naturally the main trunk of the mother tree. If it was in the past, he would have wanted to enter. He believed that since the Lord of Death had received him, there must be a way for him to enter. But he didn't want to think about it anymore. The news brought by the progenitor made him completely change his external strategy. He would wait until he returned to the 3 universes. Therefore, the skeleton doppelganger continued to sleep. In any case, it was normal for him to hide in the remnant sea. Using a doppelganger to join the master path of death. Kid, you're really daring, Chaos exclaimed. Lu Yin said helplessly, I had no choice. I was forced by the situation. I think this doppelganger of yours can also try to break through to immortality. What are you waiting for? Lu Yin's gaze was deep. There are some things that can be done before reaching immortality, but there are some things that can't be done after achieving immortality. I see a familiar shadow in you. Who? Lu Yin thought of the person who gave the bloody peach blossoms their recognition. It was the person who wanted to protect the 3rd stronghold's lost tribe. There are many. I can't tell which one. Are they all from 9th base? More or less. Senior, can you tell me about the 9th base era? What do you want to hear? I want to hear everything. Chaos thought for a moment. My relationship with 9th base is rather special. I don't know much about it, but I don't know much about it either. I'll tell you what I know. A long, long time ago, when I was young and drifting through the stars, I was given some pointers. Perhaps it was the pity of the universe, luck, or boredom of the person who gave me pointers, but in any case, I was given pointers and was brought to ninth base. I leaped like a dragon and lived a carefree life until the war of ninth base. Luin kept teleporting as he listened quietly. Chaos was talking about its own matters, so Luin was not in a hurry. He could use its story to draw out ninth base's past. That war was so tragic that I still have lingering fears. You humans were too ruthless. None of you retreated even when you were dying. Even the ordinary people who were being harvested stood there waiting for their deaths. Of course, there were some smart ones who ran away. It was meaningless. You might as well rise to power in the future. Humans needed seeds, so I took a batch with me. However, I was unlucky and was targeted. You don't know who it was, but I killed that person long ago. However, the people I took with me were almost all dead. Fortunately, I accidentally met another group of people. They should have been wiped out, but for some reason, they left in a hurry. I didn't show myself since they were too big of a target. So, I followed them and secretly protected them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That group of people should have been the ancestors of the three universes. They had survived because of Red Hero's betrayal and the opening of the second stronghold's door. The civilizations that had been chasing them had used all their strength to attack and had no time to chase after them. That had led to the three universes. Oh, right. Not long after following that group of people, I saw the second stronghold master, Hong Shuang. Although I wasn't too sure, that flash of red should have been her. Hey, everyone was trying to protect themselves at that time, so I didn't have time to talk to her. I saw her disappear into one of the universe's mirage domains, so I took a batch of the people who had escaped to that universe. The rest went to the two neighboring universes. Within them, that universe was very far from the ninth stronghold battlefield. I wanted to settle down temporarily and wait for the war to end before finding Hong Shuang and taking those people away. However, I didn't expect that the ninth stronghold battlefield would be completely defeated, and the civilizations that were chasing us couldn't find that place. Thus, I left. The more I moved, the easier it would be for the Master Dao to detect me. That area was completely messed up because of the ninth stronghold battlefield and the Master Dao's death. The Master Dao eventually left that area, causing it to become an area that wasn't covered by the Master Dao's power. That was why I didn't leave. It wasn't until the neighboring universe's cultivation civilization developed that I left. I went out to gather information. This time, I left for many years. I went back once, but when I saw that there was nothing wrong, I left again. My luck was bad and I was targeted by that Huai. I was then trapped in the Remnant Sea. Luin did not understand. Why is Huai so sure that you know where the eternal realm of knowledge is? The reasons are complicated, and it would take a long time to explain. Since Huai is dead now, let's not talk about it. Luin did not pursue the matter. Then, what's your relationship with Earth? Earth? It's a blue planet in the Tianyuan universe. You placed the altar on Jupiter, not far from Earth. That blue planet? I probably liked to sleep there in the past, so I left some traces and power behind. Luin looked into the distance. Just some traces and power had caused Earth to restart and experience extinction time after time. Fortunately, he had resolved it. However, it was a fact that Earthlings had talents. With Hun Ji's strength, anything he left behind was enough to change an entire civilization. As for the altar, I stole it. The universe is vast and boundless. Even the speed of an eternal life realm expert can't be said to be able to travel through the universe. Therefore, the Lord's Path created altars to teleport people. Some altars can teleport people very far away. Although the 9 stronghold battlefield lost, the Master Dao suffered heavy losses. I stole some good stuff. That altar was stolen by me to shorten the travel time. However, it's been in disrepair for a long time. Those little guys broke at the moment they used it. What a pity. That's the altar for the longest distance teleportation. Even the Master Dao doesn't have many of them. Right, how much do you know about the 9 strongholds? Luin said, a little, but not much. Has civilization been cut off? That's normal. Alright, I'll give you some common knowledge. Of course, I'm an outsider, so I can't really understand you humans. Thank you, Senior. Han Ji sighed. You're just a descendant of the 9 strongholds, yet you want to thank me. How sad. If you hadn't been defeated, with your talent, your status in the universe wouldn't be lower than any of the juggernauts. Luin didn't feel sorry. If he hadn't been defeated, he might not have even been born. It could only be said that it was fate. Han Ji spoke slowly, as if he was dragging out a painting of time in the dark universe. The humans of the 9 strongholds, the first stronghold Lord, me. People call him Lord Me, but some call him Lord Zero. He's the one who gave me advice. That's the only name I know about him. After countless years, he only said one thing to me. Han Ji recalled. All life has the right to break through the chaos. If you want to live a better life, I'll help you. Luin paused and looked at Han Ji. He knew a little about the 9 strongholds from various sources, but he didn't know the details like Han Ji. Han Ji looked at him. That's the only thing Lord Me said to me when he gave me advice. I don't even remember what I was doing at that time. Luin looked away and continued teleporting. During the 9 strongholds era, everyone had a common understanding. Everything about Lord Me started from scratch, from creation. This is a very big concept, but Lord Me only gave everyone a concept. Luin couldn't help but ask, then, how is Lord Me now? Chaos Silence shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps only the Lord of Death knows. Throughout the 9 bases, the only one who can fight the Lord of Death and drag him down is Lord Me. The Lord of the second stronghold is Hong Shuang. As I mentioned before, I don't know if she's dead or alive. Luin had a pretty good understanding of the situation in the second stronghold. He knew about the Heartless Society and the Battle of 9 Bases even though Han Ji did not know about them. The only thing that was unclear was the relationship between Wang Wen and Hong Shuang. Hong Shuang was devastated because of Wang Wen's betrayal, but not because of Red Hero. At that time, Red Hero was not qualified. Senior, you know Wang Wen, right? Chaos nodded silently. What is his relationship with Base Master Hong Shuang? Wang Wen is a subordinate of the main path, and he is the ancestor of the Wang clan. He once joined the 9th base, and because he is a human, no one suspects him. I actually don't know what he did during his time at the 9th base, because I always sleep for a long time. The only thing I know is that he is a very scary person. I'm not sure about his relationship with Base Master Hong Shuang. Luin was not surprised. 9th base was too big. If Chaos did not belong to the second stronghold, it would be very difficult for him to know what was happening there. Just as mortals can't understand what's going on in another city, many mortals can't even understand their own city. None of the city lords knew about it. You should know that the second stronghold cultivates the path of heartlessness, but you might not know that the path of heartlessness is actually the most sentimental. There are 2 sides to everything in the universe. Back when Mr. Carefree visited the second stronghold, he commented that the path of heartlessness would ultimately be defeated by sentimentality. Luin sighed. Is that so? That's right. Chaos Silence continued. The owner of the 3rd stronghold is called Lu Tongtian. He's a very arrogant and domineering person, but he's definitely qualified for the position. Luin was shocked. Lu Tongtian? Chaos said, billions of mountain monsters, billions of soldiers, and Lu Tongtian who danced in the flowing light refers to the Lord of the Third Wall, Lu Tongtian. With his invincible skills, he bestowed life to all living and non-living beings. He was known as the commander of the 9 bases. Anything that passes through his hands can be used as a weapon. Speaking of which, your name is Luin, and no matter how I look at you, you look somewhat similar to Lu Tongtian. Could you be Lu Tongtian's descendant? Luin looked at Chaos. Does Lu Tongtian have a mirror? Glittering jewel heaven, Lu Tongtian's turbid treasure. Are you really his descendant? Han Ji was surprised. Lu Yin's heart was heavy, and he didn't know what to say. The ancestor's most precious treasure was now in his hands. Lu Tongtian, 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 Tongtian technique, commander of the 9 bases? Why was the name of the great heavenly reaching art so similar to Wang Wen's great heavenly reaching art? What exactly happened back then? However, this ancestor did not die in the Battle of the 9 bases. Instead, he left and even gave the blood peach blossoms their fate to protect the lost race. He gave the blood peach blossoms a lifetime of resentment, causing the lost race to be wiped out. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Now, he couldn't find this ancestor. Hunji did not dwell on the matter of Lu Tongtian and continued, I'm from the 4th Stronghold's Heavenly Eye tribe, Stronghold Chief Changhua. Speaking of the 4th Stronghold, it might be one of the few strongholds that hasn't been defeated yet. That's because Changhui is not someone who fights to the death. Based on my understanding, Changhui is the most quick-witted person among the 9 base commanders. It's probably because of the eye. I know that someone from the 4th Stronghold escaped. I even used the legendary 4th level of the Heavenly Eye, but unfortunately, I couldn't see him. The 5th Stronghold is a spiritual civilization. The base commander learned from Xianxia, and he's a person who can see through people's hearts. But it's precisely because he can see through people's hearts that he has a bad reputation in the 9th Stronghold. Also, I heard that he's a little narrow-minded. If he can't live well, he won't let others live well. It's precisely because I've never interacted with him before. But countless people want to learn the heart affinity technique from the 5th Stronghold. The turbid treasure Xiang City is also the strongest defensive turbid treasure. If it weren't for Xiang City, the 9th Stronghold would have been defeated long ago. Hunji paused for a moment before continuing, the 6th Stronghold. He paused again. I don't know how to put it. He's crazy. Luin was puzzled. What do you mean? Hunji thought for a moment. The 6th base commander's name is Quaking Thunder. Luin was speechless. This name was even more domineering than Lu Tongtian's. And his son's name is Quaking Thunder. Luin. Just based on these 2 names, you should understand. Although Quaking Thunder is terrifyingly powerful and once attacked the Ten-Eyed Crow with Hong Shuang and has the reputation of destroying a cosmic civilization with a single punch, his son's name is Quaking Thunder's son's name. He's even a little crazy. What's the name of this technique he created? Let me think. Oh, right. Invincible Heaven and Earth, Trillion Star Punch. It was this unlucky name that caused the 9th Stronghold to be mocked by the 9th Stronghold. Quaking Thunder had great ambitions and was once the most talented cultivator. But because he created this technique, his combat strength plummeted infinitely. To be honest, no one knows why. Even Mr. Zazai went to take a look at it, but he just shook his head and said nothing. This father and son duo became the laughingstock of the 9th Stronghold's era. Even the 6th Stronghold became a laughingstock. I don't know what happened in the end, but he must have died in battle. Although it was a joke, there's nothing to say about his integrity. He was definitely a ruthless person who fought to the very end. Luin looked at Hunji. Senior, you didn't completely experience the Battle of 9th Stronghold? Hunji said, the Battle of 9th Stronghold did not take place at the same time. 9th Stronghold is a rather large area. Let's put it this way. In the area that you brought to the 9th Stronghold, as long as it was not affected by the first pass power during that period, it was all part of the 9th Stronghold. I participated in the battle, but it's impossible for me to know the situation of every stronghold. Why do you ask that? Luin said, it's nothing. Please continue, Senior. Hunji did not know that the 6th Stronghold, which he called a joke, had been destroyed by someone with a single punch. Invincible Astral Fist? What a funny name. It was similar to the progenitor's style of naming. However, the 6th Stronghold's fist intent was really powerful. Luin knew that even if he made another breakthrough and fused with his clones, he might not have the destructive power to destroy a fishing civilization with a single punch. Just how many amazing geniuses were born during the 9th Stronghold's era? He really wanted to go and take a look. Even if he was just a passerby. Hunji continued, the 7th Stronghold's owner is called Du Pingsheng. He's a very delicate old man, but everyone knows that the 7th Stronghold is the most sinister of the 9th Stronghold. It's their fault for using needles. That old man also participated in the battle against the Ten-Eyed Crow. He's not someone to be trifled with. The 8th Stronghold's owner, Ling Xiao, is the sharpest person in the 9th Stronghold. His sword illuminates the area with a cold light. With a breath in his chest, his sword shakes the nightless sky. He possesses the purest sword intent and is the first person to initiate the cultivation of the stop sword. It can be said that no one can beat him when it comes to the way of the sword. If there's anyone the fifth stronghold dislikes the most, it would be the eighth stronghold. That's because the fifth stronghold can see through people's hearts, while the eighth stronghold has a strong heart. The turbid treasure introspection candle is a perfect counter to mental techniques. Hunji coughed. The ninth stronghold's owner, Mu Taidu, is also a ruthless person. He created the one-wish technique, which seems to be a branch of mental techniques. It works quite well with the fifth stronghold's mental techniques. Rumor has it that Mu Taidu shamelessly infiltrated the fifth stronghold to secretly learn mental techniques. I wonder if that's true. Hunji said a lot about the ninth stronghold, so Luin had a better understanding of it. How should he put it? It felt like he had once heard about the 3 realms and 6 paths. To the Luin back then, the 3 realms and 6 paths were high and mighty and were legendary figures. However, these figures were also made of flesh and blood and had feelings of love and hatred. They were also a little scheming and despicable. They were no different from real people. In particular, the conversations in the Mirage Domain's hut left Luin at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, he also missed it very much. The ninth stronghold had existed for a long time, and its owner was an absolute powerhouse. However, these owners were also humans. Some of them disliked each other, some of them got along with each other, some of them quarreled with each other, some of them supported each other, and some of them were hot-blooded. They were not as otherworldly as Luin had imagined. This was what real people were like. Only real people could create real power, and only real people could have legacies and civilizations. Cultivation was a circle. Human nature was also a circle. Luin kept teleporting as he listened to Hunji talk about everything from important matters to trivial matters, from the older generation to the younger generation. He could tell that Hunji missed that era. Who wouldn't miss that era? No one was high and mighty. Humans were humans. No matter how high their cultivation was, they would always be humans. It was said that the eternal life realm was a transformation of life, but had humans really changed? Was it possible that this was the reason for the ninth stronghold's calamity? To the owners, humans were an anomaly. Perhaps it had been too long since Hunji talked to anyone, but Hunji talked a lot. Luin also heard about a lot of people. He had heard of some of them before, such as Pan, but he had not heard of most of them. Hunji had his own circle. The ninth stronghold was too big. Each stronghold was a civilization, and each civilization was a universe. Each universe had many dimensions and gave birth to countless heroes. Luin also asked about Yu Che, but Hunji had never heard of him. Perhaps to Hunji, Yu Che's experience in the ninth stronghold was just a nap. Moreover, it was not surprising that the ninth stronghold took in an anomaly. Hunji was also an anomaly. An invincible technique? Do you want one? Hunji asked. Luin said, I heard that every stronghold has an invincible technique. What do you know? The Heart of Destiny, Starry Fist. Yes, the Heart of Destiny can indeed be called an invincible technique. As for the Starry Fist, it's just a bluff. Anyway, I've never seen it that invincible. Luin did not say much. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He just wanted to listen to Hunji. The so-called invincible technique is not really about being invincible. It's a desire for the birth of a certain power. That power is outside of the main path, Hunji said. Luin was shocked. Outside of the main path? Hunji nodded. Do you know what the main path is? Luin thought for a moment. The power to control the universe. Hunji sneered. Why do they control the universe? Do you think the universe was born first, or them? If they control the universe, did they create it? Luin could not answer. Hunji said coldly, the so-called Master Dao is to use one's supreme cultivation to cover the limits of the universe scene. Within this limit, all forces must crawl under the Master Dao, such as time and karma, before the Master Dao was born. This is the same as the distance between the ninth stronghold and the square inch, where one can comprehend and cultivate on their own. There are infinite possibilities. But the descent of the main path has limited this power. What used to be limitless became a power of worship to the most powerful, a power that can never be transcended, and this is the Tao of the Lord. After a short pause, Chaos continued, to put it simply, the so-called primary Tao is a power that all living beings can cultivate and turn it into a power that is specifically cultivated for it. Because it is the most powerful, it suppresses this power, causing no living being to be able to surpass it in this aspect. Even if there is creation, it will be stripped away to the countless living beings in the universe. This is extremely sad because their freedom to comprehend and cultivate in the universe has been sealed. At the end of their cultivation, they will all be worshipped by the Supreme Tao. They will either submit or die. Luin blurted out, Jiu Lei has been creating powers outside the Master Tao? Chaos sighed. Since time and karma have limits, it'll create new powers. This is the prototype of an invincible technique and one of the reasons why Jiu Lei went extinct. Because you humans want to rebel against the heavens. Luin was shocked. Was Jiu Lei trying to create powers outside the Master Tao? Some of them had already been created. How bold. Although I'm overestimating the Master Tao, I have to admit that they're the heavens for the countless creatures in the universe. If we don't rebel against them, the creatures will never be free. Cultivation will always have an end, and life will eventually be worshipped. Have you ever used the Eternal Realm as a resource? Lu Yin's body shook. He looked at Chaos. Chaos stared at him too, and their eyes met. At your level, you can lead the human civilization out. It's impossible that you haven't thought about it. Yes, life is a resource, and the Eternal Realm is the most precious resource in the universe. It's the same for the universe and the Master Tao. Then you should understand Jiu Lei, because Jiu Lei is the greatest resource for the Master Tao. Luin looked at Chaos. Senior, did you think of this yourself? Chaos grinned. Mr. Freedom said so. Luin retracted his gaze and looked into the depths of space. The greatest resource? Just as Luin and Chaos were heading toward the three universes, a figure arrived at Be Divine Palace ahead of him. This figure was thin and long, like a withered branch. The strangest thing was that its head took up nearly half of its body. It was like a stack of metal that emitted a light from the bottom up. At the same time, there were 6 eyes on the stacked metal head. The figure entered the range of the secondary divine palace. All 6 eyes stared at the secondary divine palace, and the figure disappeared in a flash. Not long after, a figure appeared on the altar of Be Divine Palace. The figure's shape was strange, but it did not attract much attention. This was because there were many civilizations in the vicinity of other divine palaces, and there were all kinds of strange creatures. This figure walked towards the side divine palace step by step. Along the way, creatures glanced at it and then looked away, allowing this figure to walk to the seclusion grounds of other sequences and then enter. From the beginning to the end, no one stopped him. Because of the previous battle, B's body had been constantly damaged, and he had sustained serious injuries. Currently, he was in a deep slumber. The figure entered, approaching the other echelon cultivators step by step. The other sequences didn't notice it at all. With the strength of other sequences, no matter how heavily injured they would definitely notice if a creature approached. However, it was unable to detect this figure. Finally, the figure stood in front of the other sequence. It was almost shattered. The other echelon cultivators woke up, and their eyes opened. When they saw who it was, they said in astonishment, "It's you?" The light in the figure's head flickered rapidly. "What's wrong? You don't even address me respectfully when I'm the one who gave you a new life?" The other echelon stared blankly at the figure, then said respectfully, "Sect leader." The figure's name was Pure Heart Sect, the master of the path of destiny. She had left her name in the black book in white characters, and was extremely powerful. Back then, I helped you comprehend the power of time and let you join the path of time. I didn't let you die just like that. Who did it? Pure Heart Sect asked. The other sequences gritted their teeth. It was the path of Advent and the Seat Order. Those two schemed against me. Pure Heart Sect said, your performance suppressed them too much. It's normal for the path of time to fight and kill each other. They felt threatened, but they also underestimated you. If they could kill you by working together, I wouldn't have helped you join the path of time. The other sequences said solemnly, when I get out, I'll definitely get my revenge. I won't let those two guys live. Pure Heart Sect looked at the other sequences, then raised a withered arm. While the other sequences was nervous, she placed it on the gray stone slab and touched it. She sighed. The traces of time. It's clearly just an ordinary gray stone slab, but it's stained with time. You're lucky to have obtained a new life. There are many mystical creatures in the universe, but they can't even walk on a gray stone slab. The other sequences didn't dare to refute and allowed Pure Heart Sect to look at it. Bang! A soft sound rang out. The other sequences looked at Pure Heart Sect in disbelief. Its body had been pierced through by Pure Heart Sect, and the cracks continued to spread. At the same time, the eye was torn apart. Why? Pure Heart Sect shook her head helplessly. News of you being discovered by me has already spread. To be honest, I know it wasn't you who spread it, but since it's already spread, I have to deal with it. After all, I'm not strong enough to ignore the path of time. The other sequences wanted to resist, but it was already heavily injured. Moreover, the gap between it and Pure Heart Sect was too great, so it couldn't even move. No, it wasn't me. It was spread. I know. You can go in peace. I've used you to peer into the path of time, and I've managed to cultivate a bit. Although your role hasn't been fulfilled, there will be a replacement. Moreover, the space of time isn't peaceful right now. We've lost a third of our path of time, and even several master sequences have died. You didn't die in vain. With that, Pure Heart Sect waved her hand, and the gray stone slab shattered and fell to the ground. The eye on the gray stone slab glared at Pure Heart Sect unwillingly. It had never expected that it would die so suddenly. Pure Heart Sect stood on the ruins of the gray stone slab and looked at her hand. If you could break through and become a master sequence cultivator, how great would it be if you could obtain another transformation using the path of time? Then, I would truly be able to look down on the master sequence cultivators. What a pity, what a pity. Those guys are all unfathomable. Forget it. This is fate. With that, she walked out of the other sequence's seclusion area and headed toward the path of time. The path of time was quite precious. As soon as she entered the path of time, Pure Heart Sect was stunned. Why was there so little? The enormous path of time only had a few dozen tributaries of the river of time. That was impossible. There should be at least 1,000 tributaries. Her gaze was gloomy. Could it be that the path of time had been hidden somewhere else? Why? Either it was to guard against the path of time and the seat order, or it was to guard against herself. She had killed them too quickly. She should have interrogated them. Thinking of this, she put away the dozens of tributaries of the river of time and looked back at the Be Divine Palace. Even if it was hidden, where could it be hidden? She would definitely find it. Thinking of this, she walked into the Be Divine Palace. Inside the Be Divine Palace, the stone monster was leisurely enjoying being served. Several crossing calamity level cultivators were helping him wash his body. After all, he was a stone, so washing made him shine even brighter. Behind him, there were creatures lining up to report the situation of the various civilizations. Thinking back to when he was an evil thief, he would sell the civilizations he encountered for a little bit of profit. Now, however, these civilizations were all his, and he could turn them upside down with a single sentence. This feeling was too wonderful. It was better to cultivate. There was a future. Bah, it was better to follow the humans. While thinking, Pure Heart Sect slowly walked past. The stone monster looked at her. Never seen her before? The one in front? Are you talking about you? I've never seen you before. Where did you come from? The stone monster shouted. Pure Heart Sect stopped, turned around, and glanced at it. Then, she looked away and continued walking. A crossing calamity creature next to the stone monster immediately jumped up. How dare you? We were just divine envoys. Shut up. The stone monster shouted and pressed the crossing calamity creature down. Then, it quietly watched Pure Heart Sect leave. After a long while, it took a breath and immediately contacted the three universes, ignoring what the other creatures thought of it. Trouble, big trouble. That guy made it feel cold just by looking at him. It was a creepy feeling. This was definitely not an ordinary powerhouse. Such a creature had suddenly appeared, and it did not know about it. Something was wrong. Pure Heart Sect was looking for the time storehouse, not by seeing it or interrogating it, but by luck. This was the main path of luck. At this moment, it was walking in the direction of the three universes. It did not need to care about why it was walking in that direction. It just needed to go. Intuition was luck. In that direction, it would definitely find the time storehouse. At the same time, the three universes received the stone monster's warning. Blue Lotus Imperial ruler immediately ordered all humans to hide and not show themselves. The appearance of an unfamiliar Eternal Realm expert could be a big or small matter. If it just matched the laws of two universes, it would be fine. No matter what was behind it, they could deal with it. But if it was an even stronger expert, it would be troublesome. Pure Heart Sect headed toward the three universes. Blue Lotus Imperial ruler ordered the disciples of the Lu family who could teleport to subconsciously look in the direction of the Be Divine Palace. Pure Heart Sect did not use the altar to teleport. Instead, they walked in a certain direction, so they could see it. It was fine as long as they did not stare at it. The disciples of the Lu family soon saw it and immediately left without stopping. Even so, Pure Heart Sect noticed it, but it did not care. In the vicinity of the Be Divine Palace, no creature could threaten it. It had been high and mighty for too long, ignoring life and civilization. It was the same wherever it went. Just like that divine envoy just now, so what if it was an Eternal Realm expert? It was not worth its time. Luck could break through all obstacles. The three universes were now facing a great enemy. The Pure Heart Sect was heading toward them. Blue Lotus Imperial ruler immediately summoned everyone back to Xianxia City. Xianxia City was their last resort. He hoped that this unfamiliar powerhouse was not too powerful. The Pure Heart Sect was right. Luck could not be hindered. If he kept going like this, he would definitely see Xianxia City and discover human civilization. However, luck could not be chosen. He could discover human civilization at the end of this line, but he could also discover other things. For example, invisible creatures. Every once in a while, a few creatures would walk out of the hidden civilization that was located in the vicinity of Dao Advent Divine Palace. Luin had already known about this when he had used his Dai's Enhance to merge with a cultivator from the Be Divine Palace. End of chapter 4780. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.